Chapter 1. Entangled with the villain after crossing into the book, listening to their quarrel. In early July, though it was midday, the sky was as dark as midnight, with howling winds and flashes of lightning illuminating the tempestuous scene. On the outskirts of the capital of the Deqian kingdom, a grand altar was heavily guarded, an impenetrable fortress extending for miles around. At the center of the altar, the current regent and the emperor stood at odds, while the surrounding soldiers knelt low, their heads bowed, not daring to breathe. Amidst this chaos, Emily found herself in a state of bewilderment, coiling around the leg of the regent. Luya, listening intently to their exchange, Luya pressed forward, maintaining an undeniable advantage. What emperor? What regent? Where had she been transported? Why had she transformed into a serpent? Emily strained her ears, resolved to discern the nature of their dispute. What concern is it of yours how I conduct the sacrificial ceremony? Emperor, do not provoke me, lest the throne be claimed by another. Luya toyed with a crimson jade pendant, his gaze lifting slightly, his voice icy. Uncle, do not overstep your bounds. I am the son of heaven, and you are but a minister. Lu Qiuyan's chest heaved violently as he struggled to contain his fury. Dudo, is that so? Someone draft an edict. His Majesty is unwell, and, in consideration of the people's sentiments, I hereby abolish the coronation ceremony. Luya rose and slowly approached his nephew, his eyes gleaming with provocation as he spoke languidly. After a few more exchanges, Emily initially intended to be a mere bystander, but upon hearing Lu Qiuyan's name, she gasped in astonishment. Could it be? Was that not the name of the male protagonist from the very novel she had penned? But now, all she could manage was a series of hissing sounds. Desperately, Emily wriggled beneath Luya's dark cloak, seeking a seam through which she could peek. Through the narrow opening, she scrutinized the pained expression of the man before her, clad in a resplendent yellow dragon robe, his features strikingly handsome. Lu Qiuyan? It was indeed Lu Qiuyan. My heavens, had she truly crossed into the world of her own novel, the one she had abandoned 3 months prior? In her university days, with ample time on her hands and a penchant for reading, she had whimsically attempted her hand at writing, crafting a tale of ancient romance wherein the male lead was named Lu Qiuyan and the female lead was Chu Qingqiu. She had no knowledge of political intrigue, fabricating it all from her imagination, brushing over it hastily. Her focus lay primarily on romance, sweet, tender love. As the two protagonists gradually fell for each other, they conspired for the throne, ultimately seizing power and vanquishing the formidable villain, Luya, very regent who now spoke, thereby living happily ever after. Emily had been so engrossed in her writing, eager to craft a triumphant reversal for her leads, yet she had portrayed Luya as overwhelmingly powerful, leaving her protagonists utterly suppressed. However, when she reached the sacrificial ceremony, her inspiration faltered, and with the looming pressure of her graduation thesis, she ceased her updates. Was this divine retribution? Had she truly been transported into the very narrative she had abandoned, and at the moment of the sacrificial ceremony the precise point at which she had halted her writing? This was utterly absurd. Luya perceived the whispered thoughts of the serpent, his pupils constricting in astonishment. The snake was muttering something. Was it referring to a narrative? What could it mean to be within a story of one's own making? Moreover, what was this about the great antagonist Luya? The world was aware of the grand sacrificial ceremony, yet it had never succeeded in a millennium. According to legend, one could make a wish to the heavens during this ceremony, and any heartfelt desire would be granted. Before the emperor's arrival, Luya had already made his wish, and no sooner had he spoken than a silver lightning bolt descended from the heavens, striking directly at him. He believed his end had come. However, he found himself unscathed, save for a silver snake now coiled around his thigh. Luya intended to uncover the truth after the emperor departed, yet he was astonished to discover that he could comprehend the serpent's thoughts. Narrowing his eyes, Luya felt a vague premonition that the enigmatic snake was indeed speaking the truth. At that moment, Emily's composure shattered. Gritting her teeth, she lunged at Luya's thigh. Goodness, there was pain. This was no dream. She had truly traversed into another realm. Luya silently gritted his teeth, irritated by the snake's incessant nudging. His leg was on the verge of becoming bruised. He feigned adjusting his attire and forcefully patted Emoli's serpentine head. Already suffering from headache, Emoli felt dizzy from the sudden impact, her tongue lolling as she weakly coiled around his leg. Luya was eager to unravel the origins of this snake and the words it uttered. He had long lost patience with the emperor and descended from the altar, speaking tersely. "No need to see me off." The emperor, with clenched fists concealed within his sleeves, gritted his teeth, a palpable sense of unwillingness lurking in his gaze, yet he softened his tone slightly. "Uncle is afflicted with fire poison. It would be wise to refrain from meddling in court affairs. I shall return to the palace now." Having spoken impulsively, he was not yet ready to sever ties with Luya. He must endure, biding his time to eliminate him. Was he truly leaving? Emoli hurriedly slithered down Lu Ya's leg, seizing the opportunity to discreetly follow the emperor as no one paid her heed. Of course, she intended to accompany the protagonist. In this unfamiliar territory, she could only seek the protagonist's favor. The characters she had crafted were inherently benevolent. Following the protagonist was far preferable to trailing the great antagonist Luya. Although she had been transformed into a snake, she was an astute serpent of considerable wit, and she was confident that her protagonist would take a liking to her. As she trailed behind the emperor, she glanced back. Was that Luya, clad in a flowing black robe, with long hair cascading over his shoulders? His blood-red lips and enchanting visage rendered him a strikingly devilish figure. Had she just been atop his thigh? How dashing! Alas, he was a formidable villain. Emoli sighed, reflecting on her predicament. Turning back, she noticed Lucio Yen receding further away. She swiftly flicked her tail, quickening her pace towards the direction he had taken. "Wait for me." Emoli failed to notice the profound gaze that tracked her retreating form. Lu Ya's phoenix-like eyes lifted slightly, a hint of amusement flickering across his expression. A villain. Indeed, this was becoming quite intriguing. "Your Majesty, what has transpired?" The queen awaited outside the woods, her gaze fixed upon her husband as he returned with a solemn expression. She hurried forward to inquire. Lu Chuyin shook his head. "The sacrificial ceremony was successful, however. I arrived too late to discern the wishes of that treacherous rebel." She mustered a faint smile, grasping Lu Qian's hand in a gesture of reassurance. "Fear not, Your Majesty. When soldiers come, we shall meet them. When water arrives, we shall dam it. This is not a place for discourse. Let us return to the palace." Lu Chuyin embraced his wife and nodded in agreement. Their pace was swift, and it took Emoli considerable effort to catch up, breathless as she leaned against a stone. Exhaustion enveloped her. Why was walking so arduous? Chapter 2. Nearly slain by the protagonist group as she voiced her grievances, she noticed a stunningly beautiful young woman standing beside Lu Chuyin, exuding an air of grace befitting a national matriarch. This must be her protagonist, Chu Qingxiu, the gentle and kind second daughter of the prime minister, who had a particular fondness for small creatures. Emoli's eyes sparkled with excitement as she swiftly slithered to the front of the carriage, coiling her serpentine body and raising her head to smile warmly at Chu Qingxiu. "Greetings, Chu Qingxiu." However, Emoli forgot she was currently in the form of a snake, which presented a rather different impression to Chu Qingxiu. To her, a silver viper abruptly emerged, baring its fangs menacingly. "Ah, a snake! Your Majesty, there's a snake." Chu Qingxiu gasped in terror. Retreating hastily, she harbored an intense fear of snakes, shuddering even at the sight of one. The palace attendants were thrown into chaos. Having never encountered such a brazen serpent, unafraid of humans, and continually baring its fangs at the empress. "Do not be afraid. I am here. It is merely a snake, and I shall drive it away at once." Lu Chuyin extended his left arm to shield Chu Qingxiu, while unsheathing a long sword from a nearby guard with his other hand, aiming it at Emoli. Emoli cried out in frustration, "You scoundrel!" As the sharp blade swung toward her, she was paralyzed with fear and hurriedly dodged to the side. Just as she leapt into an adjacent clear patch, a loud crack reverberated through the air. Terrified, she glanced back to see that the branch where she had just stood had been cleaved in two, the sword embedded deeply in the earth. Had she been a second slower, her tail would have met a grim fate. Seeing his attack miss, Lu Chuyin withdrew the sword from the ground and swung again. Another strike. Emily cursed under her breath as she fled with utmost speed in a different direction. The eunuchs and maidservants, witnessing Emily's approach, were thrown into further disarray. "Step aside. Let me crush it." One eunuch, emerging from nowhere, hoisted a large stone with great difficulty, aiming it at Emily, prompting the attendants to scatter. Hearing the commotion, Emily pushed herself to flee even faster. With a resounding thud, the stone struck the ground, and the eunuch lamented, "So close yet so far." The startled silver snake hastily retreated, disappearing from sight in a matter of moments. Chu Qingqiu, shaken by the ordeal, leaned against her husband, listening to Lu Qin's gentle and patient reassurances, her anxiety gradually subsiding. "Your Majesty, I am quite all right now. The woods are rife with snakes and insects. We should hasten back to the palace." Chu Qingqiu spoke softly, her brow furrowed as she gazed at Lu Qiuyan. "Thank goodness you are unharmed. Allow me to assist you onto the carriage," Lu Qiuyan replied, taking her hand and guiding her to the carriage before following her inside. Once inside, Chu Qingqiu expressed her concerns to Lu Qiuyan. "Your Majesty has just ascended the throne. Your foundation is still fragile. However, Lu Ye's influence in the court is formidable, and he has his people in the military. We cannot afford to confront him openly just yet. If Lu Ye truly seeks the throne—" She hesitated, the weight of her unspoken fears lingering in the air. Even if he did not harbor ambitions of becoming emperor, he must not be underestimated. He was a regent of immense power. And what does that make me? It is truly laughable to claim an indifference towards seizing the throne. If one truly harbored no desire for power, why then does one wield such immense authority? I am the emperor of this grand Dacian nation. Why should it not be entrusted to me? Sure, Lu Ye must perish. Lu Qiuyan's expression darkened as he spoke coldly. He is the emperor, and the court of Dacian must remain firmly within his grasp. Your Majesty is correct. Qiu'er shall support you. Let us deliberate carefully. Chu Qingqiu reassured him softly, holding his hand. After a brief pause, she continued. As for his recent suggestion to cancel the coronation ceremony, I believe it could be foregone, given the severe flooding in the south. Your Majesty should consider the welfare of the people, directing the saved funds to the disaster-stricken areas to establish porridge kitchens and assist the refugees in rebuilding their homes. This approach not only alleviates the calamity, but also enhances Your Majesty's reputation as a wise ruler, achieving a dual benefit. Upon hearing her words, Lu Qiuyan furrowed his brow in contemplation. After a long moment, he embraced Chu Qingqiu and laughed heartily. Qiu'er's thoughts are astute. It seems I have been rather foolish. By the way, that traitor, in his pursuit of the sacrificial ceremony, has slain the 4 great flame beasts of the Beast Kingdom. The Beast King will not let this go unpunished. Mark my words, his days are numbered. Chu Qingqiu smiled, and the two exchanged a few more words, plotting the aftermath of Lu Ye's demise. The convoy moved slowly towards the palace. Outside, the palace attendants sighed in relief, marveling at the bond between the emperor and the empress, unaware of the fate that awaited them upon their return to the palace. Witnessing the royal strife, there is but one outcome, death. Meanwhile, Emily exerted every ounce of strength to climb, until the sounds behind her faded into silence. Exhausted, she collapsed in a concealed thicket, gasping for breath. Lu Qiuyan and Chu Qingqiu, you truly are remarkable. How could you be so unkind to small creatures? After I have established such grand personas for you both, you intend to cleave me in two? And that wretched eunuch who threw stones at me? Just wait until I return. As Emily lay on the ground, waiting to regain her strength, she pondered why Chu Qingqiu feared snakes. When had she ever established such a notion? Wasn't she fond of animals, having raised an entire yard full of cats and dogs? Perhaps it was her own unappealing appearance that instilled such fear. Emily lifted her head, glancing around until she spotted a small puddle. With her weary, serpentine tail, she slithered over to inspect her reflection. Peering into the shallow water, she saw a small silver snake shimmering in the sunlight. Its oval head sported 2 round, black eyes that glimmered like green beans, exuding a playful charm. She flicked her crimson tongue and adjusted her angle to admire her reflection. Not bad at all. Quite adorable, in fact. Surely, She would rank among the top 3 in any snake beauty pageant. How could Chu Qingxiu be so terrified? Luya leaned against a great tree, observing the vain silver snake with an inscrutable expression in his phoenix eyes. It seems this snake has been sent back, he mused. Emily remained oblivious to the dark figure stealthily approaching her. Suddenly, she felt her body lighten, as if being lifted upside down. Luya casually pinched Emily's serpent tail with his right hand, while adjusting his somewhat disheveled outer garment with his left, ignoring the frantic cries of the silver snake. He strode forward. Emily, bewildered, lay on the ground as she was dragged along. Once she regained her senses, she quickly lifted her serpent body and exerted herself to climb up Luya's arm, wrapping around him. Is this demon Luya? What does he want with me? Surely he doesn't intend to kill me as well? Upon hearing her words, Luya's expression darkened, and he unconsciously tightened his grip. Demon? Chapter 3. Following the Regent. Ouch. Could you ease up on my tail? Emily grimaced, her teeth gritted. If you don't lighten your hold, I might just bite. As she threatened, Luya relaxed his grip, allowing her to coil around his arm. Without a moment's hesitation, he replied, Follow me, and you shall not be wronged. His voice was deep and resonant. Emily looked up to see his Adam's apple moving as he spoke. She swallowed hard. The warmth radiating from his body was quite comforting, undeniably alluring. How she wished to snuggle closer. Although Luya was the villain of the tale, she felt compelled to stay with him, especially since Chu Qingxiu, fearing snakes, would not care for her. After all, he had just promised not to mistreat her, and with a countenance so captivating, how could she resist? Gradually, she climbed to Luya's shoulder, nodding obediently as she met his gaze. All right. Luya regarded the audacious little silver snake that dared to meet his eyes, letting out a silent snort. Compelled, you say? Just how compelled? My lord, shall we return to the residence? A subordinate waiting in the distance approached and clasped his hands in respect upon seeing the prince's return. Noticing the little silver snake on Luya's shoulder, he curiously inquired, Did the prince pick up this snake? Luya simply responded with a nonchalant casually remarking, It fell from the sky. With that, he elegantly stepped into the carriage. Fell from the sky? Can snakes really fall from the heavens? Well, if the prince says it did, then it must be so. Let us set off. The leading soldier commanded in a deep voice, and the procession began to move forward. Thousands of soldiers marching in unison behind them, the sound of their footsteps resonating like the dull clanging of armor throughout the forest. Inside the spacious carriage, the fragrant dragon's saliva incense wafted gently as Luya leaned against a pillow embroidered with golden threads, closing his eyes to rest. Meanwhile, Emily lay languidly on the soft cushion beside him, idly flicking her tail against his outer robe. Her thoughts were restless. If indeed the heavens had punished her for neglecting this novel, was it not their intention for her to continue the narrative? If that were the case, the plot had already advanced considerably. Lu Qiuyan had ascended to the throne, and the conflict over the imperial seat had concluded. The next phase involved a struggle against Regent Luya, marked by the sacrificial ceremony, where Lu Qiuyan and Chu Qingxiu would outwit Luya, ultimately triumphing and seizing control of the realm, leading to a grand conclusion. So, if Luya were to perish, could she return? Contemplating this, Emily straightened her posture, gazing thoughtfully at the slumbering Luya. My young sir, forgive me for my longing for home. Upon my return, I shall certainly alter your fate. Even if I cannot best the protagonist, at the very least, I can ensure that you meet a peaceful end. Luya, he had not truly fallen asleep, for the incessant noise of the snake was overwhelming. He heard her every thought, word for word. She claimed that once she was dead, this woman would be able to return. Luya feigned slumber, deliberately allowing his hand to droop. Having been afflicted by fire poison since childhood and having consumed every precious herb imaginable, he had developed an immunity to all toxins over time. He was curious to see what capabilities this still-growing serpent possessed to end his life. Emily observed the wrist he extended, the knuckles distinctly defined, with veins visibly coursing beneath the skin. She felt a pang of reluctance to bite down. She leaned closer, nudging Luya's wrist with her head, sensing the pulse beneath, and then suddenly opened her mouth to bite down. As the fangs pierced the flesh, Emily instinctively injected her venom from her upper jaw into Lu Ya's body. After a considerable time, Emily slowly opened her eyes and withdrew her fangs. She curled up nearby, waiting patiently. Surely the poison would take effect soon? Emily anticipated a beam of light to shine upon her, heralding her return, but after waiting for some time, nothing occurred. Lu Ya's breathing remained calm, appearing to be in deep slumber. Emily, puzzled, lifted her gaze and climbed onto his chest, where the rhythmic rise and fall mirrored her own movements. She inched closer to his face, tilting her head, her eyes fixated upon Lu Ya's lips, which were strikingly red and beautifully shaped. An unexpected harmony on a man's visage. Hey, wake up! You've at least been bitten by a snake. Should there not be some reaction? Yet there was none. Emily thought, why not kiss him? After all, he was sleeping. Upon sensing her thoughts, Lu Ya's expression shifted. He abruptly opened his eyes and glared at the silver snake before him. Emily was startled by his sudden movement and instinctively recoiled. Lu Ya reached out and yanked the small snake off himself, tossing it aside nonchalantly, then commanded outside, Ching, who upon our arrival in the capital, summoned Bien Tuo to meet with his prince. Is His Highness unwell? Tonight is the night of the full moon, when the fire poison is most likely to flare. Divine Dr. Bien Tuo must be awaiting you at the manor, came Ching, whose voice from outside the carriage. Another full moon night, perhaps tonight would bring some change. Lu Ya mused. He had felt a subtle sensation when the snake coiled around his leg earlier, but through his clothing, he could not be certain. However, when he grasped its tail, a coolness emanated from the serpent, providing him comfort from within, even alleviating the searing pain in his lower abdomen. He surmised that if merely the presence of this snake could restrain the fire poison within him, then her venom might prove even more beneficial. His hypothesis was confirmed. When the silver snake's fangs penetrated his skin and delivered the venom, he experienced no discomfort. Instead, he felt a refreshing liquid rapidly coursing from his wrist throughout his body, ultimately converging in his lower abdomen, the region most afflicted by the fire poison. He could sense two forces within him clashing. Gradually, the cool energy began to dissipate, and although the searing heat emerged victorious, it had lost much of its initial fervor, retreating into a corner, diminished. This serpent astonishingly managed to suppress the fire poison coursing through his veins. He needed to consult Bien Tuo to uncover the secrets of this serpent and determine whether it could be utilized in medicinal applications. Ideally, both its flesh and gallbladder would serve a purpose. Emily, having been roughly cast aside onto a soft mat by Lu Ya, muttered her dissatisfaction a few times before obediently curling up, too apprehensive to move. She had just bitten him fiercely, and naturally, she felt a pang of guilt. Emily found it perplexing that a serpent with fangs and venom could somehow be devoid of poison. Why did Lu Ya display no reaction? Was it not painful? Since poisoning him proved futile, she needed to devise another strategy. A faint, almost imperceptible smile graced Lu Ya's lips as he contemplated the foolishness of the audacious serpent. He was eager to witness who would ultimately prevail. Chapter 4. She was as cold as ice. Was she only meant to be touched by Lu Ya? In the inner chamber of the regent's residence, a minister approached the prince, offering his congratulations on the successful reenactment of the sacrificial ceremony. A spectacle rarely witnessed in a millennium. Bien Tuo exclaimed with excitement glimmering in his eyes. Just as Lu Ya was about to speak, he heard Emily's admiration. Ah, how gentle, so handsome, exactly my type. Once upon a time, she had meticulously crafted Bien Tuo into a charming and extraordinary gentleman, and upon seeing him today, she found he had indeed aged gracefully. Lu Ya snorted derisively and forcefully pushed Emily's head down. Bien Tuo noticed the silver serpent coiled beside the prince and inquired with curiosity, "Is this little silver serpent a new pet of the prince?" During the sacrificial ceremony, a silver lightning bolt struck me, and this serpent appeared. Coincidentally, it bit me, and I felt a significant reduction in the fire poison within me. Lu Ya disclosed candidly to Bien Tuo. Bien Tuo was taken aback, and after a moment's contemplation, he slowly responded, "Are you implying that this serpent manifested during the sacrificial ceremony, and that it can heal the fire poison within you?" His brow furrowed as he processed this revelation. excitement bubbling forth as he exclaimed, "That's wonderful. The legendary sacrificial ceremony indeed serves a purpose. It can fulfill the wishes of the supplicants. It seems that heaven has bestowed upon you a miraculous remedy." Bien Tuo instinctively assumed that the prince's wish to the heavens was for the cure of his fire poison. Yet Luya hesitated before remaining silent. His wish had certainly not been for this. Emoli interjected, "Am I the miraculous remedy? What nonsense is this? The fire poison cannot be cured. Since I penned this affliction for Luya, I have no intention of allowing him to recover. He is the antagonist who must ultimately meet his demise. Otherwise, how could the protagonists have their happy ending?" Luya closed his eyes, lost in thought. Observing his silence, Bien Tuo stepped forward, saying, "Your Highness, please recline on the couch. Allow me to take your pulse and examine the fire poison in your chest." Luya leaned back against the soft pillow, casually reclining on the bed, and pulled open the front of his robe. Bien Tuo approached to take Luya's pulse, closely scrutinizing his chest. After a considerable time, Bien Tuo exclaimed with delight, "Congratulations, Your Highness. The prince's fire poison has indeed lessened somewhat, merely after a day. Such progress is remarkable, suggesting that complete recovery is just around the corner. This fire poison is exceedingly sinister. While it does not threaten life, its pain, which strikes on the 15th of every month, can be utterly agonizing. The prince has suffered greatly, afflicted by the previous emperor's curse since childhood, and despite 2 decades of utilizing rare treasures and miraculous medicines, he has only managed to alleviate his suffering during the paroxysms of the poison. Bien Tuo has witnessed everything alongside the prince, and now, with the successful completion of the sacrificial ceremony, there is hope for the prince's ailment, freeing him from the torment of searing fire in his heart. He genuinely rejoices for the prince from the depths of his being. Emoli, unbeknownst to him, had also climbed onto the couch, her gaze fixed unwaveringly upon Luya, lost in contemplation. "Truly, he is the exquisite beauty I crafted with my own hands. His pectoral muscles are remarkably stunning. Fear not. Once I have vanquished you and returned to my world, I shall find you a gentle and virtuous wife, ensuring your lineage flourishes and you live a blissful life." Suddenly, Luya reached for his garment and cast a sidelong glance at the serpent. "If I desired descendants, would I still be waiting until now? Observe this serpent's peculiar nature, particularly its venom. Let us see if it can be utilized in a remedy to cure this prince's fire poison," Luya stated coldly. "Utilize it in a remedy? What do you mean? Use its own venom as medicine?" Emoli was utterly perplexed. Upon hearing the prince's command, Bien Tuo complied and reached for Emoli. She remained still, anticipating his touch. Who could resist the allure of a tender and handsome man? The moment his fingers made contact with the small silver serpent, a bone-chilling cold surged through his fingertips, followed by a sharp pain that compelled him to retract his hand hastily. Had he not acted quickly, his fingers might have been frozen solid. This serpent is truly bizarre. It is entirely frigid, colder than ice that has been frozen for decades. His complexion altered as he gently massaged his nearly frostbitten hand, astonished. Luya opened his phoenix eyes and looked at the incredulous Bien Tuo. Completely icy? Why does this prince not perceive it as such? He merely felt that the serpent was somewhat cool to the touch, yet quite pleasant. Are not most serpents like this? Luya reached out toward Emoli, who inched closer, her tail resting upon the prince's chest, where the blanket had slipped away. Emoli, what a brazen scoundrel. Luya, currently, he had no time to address the serpent's teasing. With suspicion, he inquired, could it be that only this prince is permitted to touch her? Bien Tuo causaed momentarily, ten slowly nodded. It appears so, perhaps due to the prince's fire poison and the serpent being a divine gift. Only the prince may touch it. This serpent is utterly frigid, while the prince's fire poison is intensely hot. The two are perfectly antagonistic. If the serpent is placed against the prince's chest, it should yield remarkable results. Emoli, I am willing. Luya took a deep breath. Perhaps stewing the serpent would be even more beneficial in curing his fire poison. Bien Tuo hesitated. This was exceedingly perilous. What if the medicinal properties vanished after slaying the serpent? Furthermore, this little silver serpent was a divine gift. Making soup from it might not be wise. Emoli was utterly taken aback. Did he truly intend to stew me? No wonder he spoke of using me as medicine. Such treachery is the hallmark of the most nefarious villains. The villain is indeed a villain. Just moments ago, he claimed that following him would not lead to any misfortune. But now he has turned his back on me. Did he not revel in my venom? Allow me to offer you another taste. The serpent strikes with remarkable speed. Before Luya could react, Emoli had already bitten into his neck. Allow me to plant a strawberry for you. No need for thanks, she quipped. Bien-toi, who had been about to respond to Luya's inquiry, was taken aback as he witnessed the previously docile snake suddenly bare its fangs and sink them into the prince's neck. His shock escaped as he exclaimed, "Your Highness." Yet, Luya maintained an impassive demeanor, as if the bite had not even occurred. He gestured lightly to the startled Bien-toi, signaling that all was well. After a brief pause, Luya, with an air of impatience, inquired, "Are you done biting?" His deep, resonant voice reached Emoli's ears as she clamped onto the side of his neck, clearly observing the movement of his Adam's apple without needing to turn her head. In her previous fury, she now found herself enveloped by the intoxicating fragrance of dragons, saliva emanating from Luya, a robust masculine aroma that was quite alluring. Were she human at this moment, her face would surely flush crimson. How enticing. Finished biting, Emoli replied. Luya cast a cold glance, instructing her to release her grip promptly. "Oh," she murmured, barely extracting her fangs from his neck when Luya seized her and flung her to the foot of the bed. Emoli cried out in pain. "It was just a bite. My venom is a remedy for you. I am healing your fire poison. You heartless scoundrel." Luya's expression darkened. He clenched his teeth, bewildered by the derogatory term she employed to describe him. Chapter 5. From today onward, you shall sleep here. Bien-toi regarded Luya with concern, moving closer to check his pulse, anxiously asking, "How does your Highness feel now?" The burning sensation of the fire poison seemed to have diminished significantly, and a sense of comfort spread through his dantian. Luya attentively assessed the changes within his body, responding to Bien-tuo's inquiry. In the corner, Emoli muttered to herself, "How bizarre. I'd bite you, and you say it feels good?" Luya wondered, why does she have so much to say? Examining the pulse, Bien-toi noted that the fire poison in the prince's dantian had indeed lessened compared to before, and a subtle coolness began to disperse throughout his veins. Truly, the venom of this little silver snake is remarkably effective. Congratulations, Your Highness. Your recovery from this severe ailment is imminent, Bien-toi exclaimed joyfully, palpating the pulse with a beaming expression. Luya's lips curved into a faint smile as he straightened his garments. In that case, I shall refrain from eliminating it for the time being. This matter must remain confidential. No one can know that this snake can cure my fire poison. Bien-toi understood implicitly, bowing his head while clutching the medicine box. Your Highness, even without your instruction, I am aware. He then inquired, by the way, is this little silver snake male or female? Luya's gaze flicked towards Emoli in the corner, and he instinctively replied, female. Upon hearing his response, Emoli looked up in confusion, wondering how he knew. Bien-tuo's eyes sparkled with excitement as he smiled broadly. Your Highness, since this snake is female, why not pair it with a male snake? This way, it can bear more offspring, allowing me to study whether the snake can cure other ailments. If an endless supply of medicinal snakes could be cultivated, it would indeed be a boon for the people. A hint of pride graced his face. How clever he was! The serpent begot serpent, and thus, an endless supply of potent medicine was at his disposal. As a royal physician, he was exceedingly curious about the medicinal properties of this snake. Before Luya could refuse, Emoli erupted beside him, exclaiming, "What? It's one thing for me to transform into a snake, but you want me to give birth to little snakes? I am only interested in handsome men. Unless you provide me with 108 of them, I shall deliver you a bite that sends you to meet your maker." Fuming, Emoli swiftly made her way towards Bien-toi, bearing her fangs menacingly at him by the bedside. Bien-toi, still reveling in joy, was startled to see the previously motionless silver snake suddenly come to life. Had it become enraged? He took a cautious step back, inquiring timidly. Keeping his distance, Bien-toi called out to Emoli, "Do you not fancy little male snakes? Fear not, dear silver snake. I shall find you several until one captures your fancy. Emily retorted, I fancy your granddaddy. Her patience waning, she prepared to leap from the bed to bite Bien Toi, only to be restrained by Luya, who grasped her tail firmly. Luya smirked, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Calm down. She is still small and does not require mating yet. At his words, Emily's anger dissipated. She climbed up Luya's arm, nudging the clothes he had just arranged aside, pressing against his chest while murmuring, Indeed, I only love handsome men. Luya remarked, This wretched snake certainly knows how to take advantage of the situation. The coolness of the serpent's body brought him comfort, while its tail lightly tapped against his abdomen, both chilly and somewhat ticklish. Let her stay like this for now. Besides, her body temperature is akin to ice. Only I am capable of touching her, Luya added. Bien Toi, still trembling from the earlier encounter, cautiously approached, acknowledging, You are indeed correct, Your Highness. I nearly overlooked that detail. If only Your Highness can touch her, then her mating may pose a challenge. Emily slightly opened her eyes and shot a disdainful glare at Bien Toi, turning her head away while muttering to herself, You should be the one to mate. Your entire family should mate. When I return, I shall find you a room full of old sows for wives. Luya chuckled softly, finding the snake rather amusing. Emily sensed a sudden rise in Luya's chest and looked up to see him smiling with such delight. How charming he appeared! It seemed the venom had been quelled, and the prince's spirits lifted considerably, gracing him with more smiles. Bien Toi echoed, I am also delighted for Your Highness. On the battlefield, the prince was a fearsome deity, instilling terror in all. Having accompanied him for so long, Bien Toi had seldom witnessed him smile. Today was indeed a rarity, witnessing the prince so joyous. Little did he know that his future spouse might be an old sow, which explained his calm demeanor. Return for now. I have matters to attend to, Luya commanded. The sacrificial ceremony was overly complex. Although it had concluded, numerous responsibilities awaited his attention. Then I shall take my leave, Bien Toi replied respectfully, bowing before departing. Emily gazed longingly at Bien Toi's retreating figure, smacking her lips. Despite his inability to speak wisdom, he was indeed quite handsome. As she pondered, a sudden sensation enveloped her abdomen. A hand grasped her, lifting her into the air, her head and tail dangling. Without a moment's thought, she recognized it was Luya once more, and she could only guess at his intentions. Luya emerged from his chamber into the outer room, carelessly discarding her onto the carpet. From now on, you shall sleep here. Without my permission, you are forbidden from my bed. With that, he exited the room. On the floor, Emily rolled over, her two dark, glistening eyes filled with indignation. How outrageous! If I am not allowed on the bed, then I shall defiantly ascend it. Just as Luya stepped out, he heard the serpent's disgruntled murmurs from within. He turned back, squatting before Emily. She regarded him warily, instinctively recoiling. What now? Luya pointed a finger at Emily's serpentine head, articulating with a threatening tone. Should you dare disobey my commands, I shall cleanse you and brew you into wine. Emily shrank back, quietly lamenting. The charming celestial lad just said you cannot kill me. I am a gift from heaven to you. Feigning contemplation, Luya replied. Wine will enhance the potency of the elixir. It might be more effective than a broth. Besides, I have no particular fondness for snake soup. Transforming you into wine could be appealing. Emily gazed at him in shock, utterly incredulous that he seemed to genuinely consider brewing her into snake wine. No way. Dear brother, panic surged within her. She quickly nodded, affirming her obedience. I will be good. I am the most obedient. She truly did not wish to become snake wine. For although the freezing point of alcohol is low, her current unique constitution could make the prospect of being trapped within it quite dreadful. A smirk played upon Luya's lips, pleased that she understood fear. Yet a flicker of confusion crossed his mind. What was a freezing point? Was it a term from another world? He rose, looking down at her, as he declared, Do not leave this room before I return, otherwise. His voice trailed off ominously. Emily fervently nodded. Yes, yes, I will not leave. Exiting would be foolish. Satisfied with her response, Luya finally departed. Chapter 6. The fiery venom. Once Luya was out of sight, Emily collapsed onto the floor, crying out in despair. What is this predicament? Why do others who traverse realms transform into stunning beauties, engage in romances with handsome beings, and attain happiness? Yet here I am, reduced to a serpent? My life hangs by a thread. No. Mo Lee's eyes flew open. She could not remain idle. She must devise a plan to eliminate Luya. She could not endure a lifetime as a snake. If venom could not vanquish him, then perhaps she could strangle him instead. When the night grew still and Luya succumbed to slumber, she would stealthily ascend his bed, coiling around his neck and tightening her grip, all without a soul being the wiser. Perfect. A glimmer of mischief sparkled in her eyes as she chuckled softly, eagerly awaiting the darkness to descend. As night fell, a few scattered stars began to twinkle in the evening sky, while the moon ascended leisurely. Mo Lee lay languidly on the ground, feeling utterly worn. The sky had darkened. Yet Luya had yet to return. She had not consumed a drop of water all day and was on the verge of starvation. As she pondered, several young servants and maidens entered, carrying food boxes in an orderly manner. Mo Lee straightened up and hid behind the lampstand, curiously watching them arrange the dishes. It seemed that dinner time had arrived. She inhaled deeply. The fragrant aroma of chicken soup, roasted goose, rib, sweet and sour mandarin fish, and braised shrimp filled the air, igniting her already ravenous appetite. She wished she could take flight and land directly at the dining table. The Prince, Luya, strode in, prompting the entire room of servants to bow respectfully in greeting. Rice, Luya ke mandif. The young servants retreated, leaving only a few maidens to serve the dishes. You finally returned, Luya. Mo Lee's voice, tinged with playful grievance, echoed from the corner. I am hungry and wish to eat. Before Luya could take a seat, he approached Mo Lee, lifting her effortlessly. I nearly forgot about you. He then turned to a nearby maiden dressed in green, instructing, go to the kitchen and fetch a plate of raw meat. Yes, my lord, the maiden, green embroidery, replied with trepidation. Unnerved by the sight of the snake, Luya held. She hurriedly made her way to the kitchen. Mo Lee wrapped her arms around Luya's, her innocent eyes wide as she gazed at him, contemplating how to charm him. It was paramount to secure a hearty meal. Thus, she shamelessly nuzzled his shoulder, whining, I do not want raw meat. I desire what is on the table. A fleeting, barely perceptible smile graced Luya's typically stern visage before vanishing. He settled onto the intricately carved wooden chair, tossing Mo Lee onto the adjacent seat. Do not fidget, Red Cloud. The maidens serving the dishes rushed to comply, casting cautious glances at the silver snake, fearful of being bitten. She thought to herself how peculiar it was for the prince to keep a venomous snake as a pet. Mo Lee stood on her stool, striving to rest her head on the table, her eyes fixated on Luya as he dined leisurely. Discontent, she mumbled to herself, one bite after another, enjoying it so much. Share a piece of beef with me. I want to sip the chicken soup. The crispy lotus root must be delightful. What is that dish? Fish balls? How I long to taste it. When will I get to eat? He is so engrossed in his meal. Luya's brow furrowed slightly as he placed his chopsticks down with a sharp clatter, exclaiming, this snake is insufferably noisy. Startled, Red Cloud and the other maidens trembled, hastily kneeling, pleading for the prince's forgiveness. Mo Lee, frightened, exclaimed, oh dear, you scare me to death. Her eyes, wide with fear, turned to the impassive Luya. What was his mood? It was unpredictable, and for no apparent reason, he slammed the table. She had not moved at all, hearing her unvoiced thoughts. Luya gritted his teeth in frustration. Wasn't her incessant chatter that was the issue? How could she claim to be still? Just as he opened his mouth to speak, he suddenly felt unwell, clutching the table as he gasped for breath, his chest rising and falling violently. Oh no! The fire poison was flaring up prematurely. Everyone leave, Luya commanded in a low voice. The maidens quickly stood and bowed, retreating as if fleeing for their lives, not daring to even remove the dishes from the table. The crimson eyes of Luya suddenly fixed on Mo Lee as he grasped the serpent's head and strode into the inner chamber. Before Mo Lee could comprehend the situation, darkness enveloped her vision. He had seized her head in his palm. Desperately, she struggled to break free, her serpentine form writhing in the air, yet her mouth was sealed. rendering her unable to utter a curse. In her heart, she silently berated him. "You're going to suffocate me. Even as a snake, I need to breathe." Unperturbed by her silent maledictions, Luya tossed her onto the bed and proceeded to unfasten his belt, shedding his garments. The fiery poison coursing through his veins rendered clothing unbearable, compelling him to divest himself. Emily, panting upon the soft bed, rolled several times before regaining her breath. When she finally lifted her gaze, she was met with Lu Ya's restrained expression, beads of sweat threatening to cascade from his brow. What was he planning? Impossible. Emily vehemently shook her head. She was a snake now. What could he possibly do? Ah, the fiery poison. It was flaring up within him. Luya summoned the last vestiges of his strength to remove the final article of clothing, leaving only his trousers. He collapsed onto the bed, gasping heavily, his entire body flushed as if scorched by flames. Emily stared, wide-eyed and breathless, almost forgetting to inhale. His sculpted abs and perfect villain were on full display. She swallowed hard, striving to rein in her wildly racing heart. Was this a sight she could behold without cost? How embarrassing. He certainly treated her as if she were no outsider. "Take a bite out of me," Luya rasped, his voice hoarse. "What?" Emily's gaze shifted to Luya's eyes. What had he just said? Such fervor. Surely, she must have misheard. "Bite me. Quickly. I know you can comprehend human speech." He spoke again, his tone thick with restraint. Emily was flabbergasted. How did he know she could understand him? Had she been so easily discerned? Luya, in his discomfort, could scarcely articulate his thoughts, reflecting on how she had nodded like a fool earlier that afternoon. How could he possibly overlook it? Emily slithered up Luya's abdomen, her eyes filled with turmoil. Should she seize this opportunity to constrict his neck and end his suffering? He appeared in such agony. Despite his attempts to endure, the beads of sweat forming on his forehead betrayed him. In a mere moment, the bedding beneath him was soaked with perspiration. The notion of fiery poison had merely flickered in her mind as a plot device, intended to imbue the antagonist's plight with tragic depth. Yet, she never anticipated witnessing the torment of its outbreak firsthand. It was excruciating, relentless torment. This poison had plagued him for over 2 decades. How had he endured all those years? Emily felt a pang of compassion. Undeniably, her heart softened. Perhaps she could alleviate his suffering first? After all, the fiery poison was a consequence of her own creation. She bore substantial responsibility. Once the poison subsided, she could constrict him then. Resolutely, she decided it would not be in her nature to take advantage of his vulnerability. Chapter 7. The symmetrical bite marks. Emily gazed at the exquisite physique of the man before her. "You asked me to bite you, so I shall choose my site." Luya felt a daze enveloping his mind, his abdomen cold, as if he were a traveler in the desert who had stumbled upon a wellspring after 10 days of relentless wandering. Unable to contain himself, he instinctively reached out to caress Emily's serpentine form. Emily had chosen her spot, sinking her fangs into his pectoral muscle with fervor, injecting her venom. With her eyes shut tight, she thought to herself how utterly indecent she was being. Yet, there was a peculiar delight in this side of herself. A woman must be a bit twisted, for men would not love without it. Gradually, she released her grip, withdrawing her fangs. Turning her attention to the right side of Luya's chest, she observed the bite mark she had left on the left. Aligning herself once more, she aimed for the same spot and bit down again, wishing to create a symmetrical imprint. How splendid it would be. Just a little snake with obsessive-compulsive tendencies, ensuring that both sides matched. At this moment, Luya, his mind clouded, was barely conscious. He felt 2 powerful streams of icy liquid swiftly coursing through his body. These invigorating fluids surged through his once listless veins, breathing life into them, as they voraciously absorbed the chilling essence. As Luya began to awaken from his stupor, he slowly opened his eyes, meeting the innocent gaze of the little snake perched upon his chest, her large eyes filled with curiosity. He noticed the symmetrical wounds adorning his chest. He closed his eyes once more to regain his strength. With the snake's venom coursing through him, the ordeal had concluded with remarkable swiftness. It had barely been half an hour, whereas it had previously taken an entire night. though his thoughts had been muddled moments ago. He still caught a whisper of her intentions. She wished to strangle him. Luya silently scoffed. So, why had she hesitated to act? Had her heart softened? How amusing. The architect of his suffering from the fire poison. A heart softened? As his body gradually returned to normal, he remained still, awaiting her next move. Did she not wish to end his life? Seeing him calm down, as if he had fallen into a slumber, his breathing steadied. It was time to act. Emoli shook her head, casting aside her earlier hesitation. Resolute in her goal, she must return home. Slowly, she slithered towards Luya's neck, coiling around it. After completing a circle, she exerted all her strength to crawl in the opposite direction. With great effort, she strained to tighten her grip, panting heavily, ultimately collapsing in the hollow of Luya's neck. Yet, he remained undisturbed, his breathing steady as though nothing had changed. How could this be? Despair surged within her. She was too small, too weak, and having gone a day without food, she felt utterly depleted after her exertions. Meanwhile, Luya simply found his neck quite comfortable, his breath unwavering. Little silver snake, I am quite well. There is no need for your tickling, Luya murmured, eyes still closed. Emoli felt the vibration of his throat. What nonsense was this? Who had been tickling him? His words cut deep, exhausted. She could hardly believe that Luya would equate her efforts to mere tickling. But there was little she could do. Her strength was simply insufficient. Alas, yet another failure. Emoli, feeling disheartened, hung listlessly around his neck, contemplating how splendid it would be if she were a great python, capable of constricting Luya to death. Or, at the very least, suffocating him. Unfortunately, she was but a slender snake, scarcely as thick as his thumb. How cruel fate seemed, as she could neither poison him nor strangle him. When would she ever return home? Luya spoke deliberately, relishing the sight of her exasperation and helplessness. He sat up, lifting Emoli from his neck and tossing her onto the pillow, then glanced down at his chest. His phoenix-like eyes displayed a complex array of emotions. This snake had an uncanny knack for choosing the perfect spots to bite, and so symmetrically too, surely intentional. Rising to his feet, he ambled to one side, donning a loose, moon-white nightgown with nonchalance. "Bring me to the hot spring," he commanded, drenched in sweat and in dire need of a bath. Luya moved over and gently placed Emoli upon his arm, his gaze filled with mischief. "As a reward for your recent fervor in protecting your master, I shall grant you the honor of bathing in the hot spring." Emoli retorted, what a presumptuous man! Who was protecting whom? Yet she couldn't help but feel tempted by the prospect of a soak in the hot spring. Hearing her mutter, Luya's lips curled into a sly smile as he exited the room, where the servants had already assembled, awaiting his command. Along the path to the hot spring, Emoli lay despondently on Luya's arm, her eyes void of spirit, still pondering alternative schemes. Perhaps she could trip him and cause his demise? No, she was far too small. What if he inadvertently crushed her? Maybe a dagger would suffice? Ah, but where to conceal it? On the bed? That could work, but it must be placed upright. With this thought, a glimmer sparked in Emoli's eyes as she raised her head, casting a sinister glance at Luya's profile. Aha! This time you shall not escape. Unbeknownst to her, Luya overheard her innermost thoughts, a faint, cunning smile gracing his face. Truly, she was a foolish serpent. He would relish witnessing her attempt to carry out her murderous intentions. Soon they arrived at the hot spring, and Emoli assumed Luya intended to bathe alongside her, feeling a twinge of shyness. However, to her dismay, he unceremoniously cast her outside, entering without a backward glance. Emoli glared with indignation at the imposing, closed mahogany door. How utterly outrageous! They had agreed to bathe together. Though named a hot spring, it was merely a large pool within a room, fed by the spring waters. Emoli repeatedly bumped her head against the door, imploring, "Let me in, let me in. I wish to soak too." With a creak, the door opened a crack, and seeing the narrow opening, Emoli's spirits soared as she wriggled excitedly. "If you want tea, let me in. I shall enter regardless." With a leisurely flick of her tail, she slithered up the threshold and squeezed through the gap. The room was expansive and shrouded in mist, the flickering candle flames in the corners dimmed by the vapor. Peering through the outer chamber, she caught a glimpse of the large pool at the center, veiled by layers of gauzy curtains. In a hazy distance, she discerned a broad silhouette, and inwardly she grumbled, while I endure the chill of the night air outside. You luxuriate in comfort within. However, the mere thought of witnessing a handsome man soaking in a bath suddenly filled her with joy. She gleefully crawled towards Luya, humming a tune. The resplendent beauty of the mountain blossoms is about to appear. Luya, who was stretched out in the hot spring, paused momentarily, taken aback by the sound. Frowning, he turned to see, indeed, that it was the snake. How did she manage to enter? Upon seeing Luya's perfectly sculpted biceps, Emo Lee's eyes sparkled, and she swished her tail, accelerating towards him. Naked man, here I come. Chapter 8. Soaking in the hot spring, Luya had initially intended to have a servant fetch a basin for her to wash after he finished. He never anticipated that this audacious little snake would dare to enter. Approach, and I shall have you minced and fed to the dogs, he warned, his profile strikingly perfect. His voice neither too loud nor too soft, yet imbued with an undeniable authority. Emoli had intended to leap into the hot spring to surprise Luya. But upon hearing his threat, she abruptly halted, realizing he was not merely trying to frighten her. She certainly did not wish to perish at the jaws of a dog. The sudden stop caused her to hit her head on the ground, and it took her a moment to recover from the pain. By the time she regained her composure, Luya had emerged from the water, donned his clothing, and was gazing at her with an inscrutable expression. Emoli huffed in dissatisfaction. What a miser! I am but a snake. Do you expect to deny even a glimpse? Moreover, I just saved you. How excessively cruel. What good is my chastity to you? You old virgin? Luya. He was momentarily stunned, quickly realizing the absurdity of the snake's words. At that moment, he also recalled the symmetrical bite marks on his chest, and his expression darkened further. Infuriated, he approached Emo Lee and kicked her away, striding off without a backward glance. Emo Lee, engrossed in her grumbling, failed to notice Luya approaching her until she was suddenly propelled through the air by a powerful kick, landing with a splat into the very pool where Luya had just bathed. Ah, gurgle, maudit exclaimed Luya. Gurgle, gurgle. Luya, adjusting his outer garment, heard her muffled curses and found his anger dissipating. What a foolish snake she was. A subtle smile played at the corners of his mouth, his starry eyes glimmering with amusement as he strode away. Emoli had only recently taken on the form of a snake and had just learned to slither. Swimming was still beyond her. She swallowed a significant amount of his bathwater and struggled to paddle her way to the shore. Collapsing by the edge of the pool like a puddle of mud, she gasped for breath. Well, now the naked man didn't see me, and I haven't eaten. I've had my fill of water, and I'm furious. Cursed Luya, the most detestable of villains. How foolish of me to have felt sympathy for you. I shouldn't have shown you any mercy. May you be cursed to suffer for half a year without relief. After venting her frustrations for quite some time, Emoli lay by the pool, feeling thoroughly wronged. The more she thought about it, the more aggrieved she became. She had inexplicably arrived in this world and had even more inexplicably transformed into a snake. The eunuch wanted to crush her. Lucio Yin aimed to slay her. And just when she thought she had found an ally in Luya, he denied her sustenance and sought to drown her. After enduring so many perils in a single day, how could her fate be so lamentable? Why do misfortunes always befall her? Emoli could no longer contain her emotions and began to sob. She longed for home. Outside, Luya, upon hearing Emoli's heart-wrenching cries, stood quietly, contemplating that perhaps, given the serpent's ability to alleviate his fiery affliction, it might still serve purpose. He gestured for a maid standing nearby to approach and instructed her to inform the kitchen to reheat tonight's dinner. Yes, your servant obeys. As the maid was about to turn and leave, Luya added, bring a basin filled with warm spring water. Understood. The maid bowed and exited. Luya stood behind the gauzy curtain, his inscrutable gaze fixed on the pitiful, weeping serpent. Your Highness, the water has arrived, announced the maid, carrying a basin exuding warmth. Set it down and leave, Luya spoke softly. Yes. The maid respectfully withdrew. Luya approached Emoli and, bending down, lifted her. At that moment, Mo Lee's tear-filled eyes gazed at him with a look of deep resentment. Why have you returned? You might as well drown me. Luya felt a twinge of guilt under her piercing stare and coughed awkwardly, thinking, isn't the serpent capable of swimming? How could it possibly drown? He placed Mo Lee into the basin filled with hot water and began to wash. Montagne retorted, do not think that just because you brought me a basin of hot water, I will forgive you, you wretched ingrate. I shall never bite you again. She was still seething from the earlier incident. Luya realized he could not afford to show her any kindness, lest she take advantage of it. The heavy copper basin emitted wisps of steam, accompanied by a neatly folded white towel. After a few movements, Emoli leaned against the towel, letting out a contented sigh. At least you possess a shred of conscience. Seeing her so joyfully soaking in the bath while singing a tune he could not comprehend. Do you know? Do you know? Last night's rain was sparse and the wind fierce. Deep slumber fails to dispel the remnants of wine. He was taken aback by the serpent's unexpected literary flair. With a light hum, he turned to wait for her in the adjoining room. However, midway, he was startled by a piercing scream. Luya frowned in confusion. What could possibly be wrong now? Despite her protests, he found himself instinctively returning to her side. Upon peering down, he was astonished to see that the warm water had frozen solid, emanating a chilling aura. Mo Lee was trapped within the basin, her serpent body encased in ice, while her head, resting on the towel, barely remained above the surface. Emoli looked up at Luya with a pitiful expression, her round eyes filled with distress. Stop staring and save me. Luya, initially taken aback by the sight, soon burst into hearty laughter, a bright sound filling the air. He suppressed his mirth, crouching down to poke at the ice in the basin. Frozen solid, he raised his gaze to Emoli, a smile playing on his lips. Meanwhile, the maid outside began to question her own ears. Had she truly heard the prince laughing from within? Surely it must be an illusion. Emoli was overwhelmed with despair. It was evident that she was frozen. She gazed into Luya's eyes, which were brimming with mirth, a clear mockery. It was utterly humiliating. No, it was a disgrace to her serpentine nature. Why had she not been frozen in the warm spring earlier, only to find herself ensnared in this basin? Perhaps the spring was simply too vast, and she had managed to escape before the chill could seize her. Stop staring, brother, save me, Emoli implored. Noticing her pitiable state, Luya decided to cease his teasing. He extended his elegantly defined hand over the icy surface, gradually channeling his internal energy. Due to the fire toxin within him, his body temperature was already higher than that of an ordinary person. With the infusion of his energy, steam began to rise from the once solid ice. Gradually, the ice melted. Emoli wriggled her tail, and upon realizing she could move again, she exhaled in relief. Leaning back against the white towel, her tongue lolled out, and her eyes rolled heavenward. Oh heavens, are you toying with me? Why must I endure such torment? I cannot even take a bath. Just let me die and spare me this agony. Chapter 9. Dining Luya heard her silent lament, and a barely perceptible smile tugged at his lips. Suppressing his amusement, he pulled Mo Lee from the remnants of the melted ice, casually retrieving a dry towel to dry her off. It was his first time bathing a snake that housed a woman within. The sensation was undeniably peculiar. I had forgotten that you are perpetually cold. Even in the height of summer, you could serve as a refrigerator. This silly snake, despite her dullness, was rather amusing to have around. Refrigerator? Am I a mere appliance? Montagne retorted. Mentioning a refrigerator made her acutely aware of her hunger. She was ravenous. Mo Lee slithered up Luya's arm to perch upon his shoulder, incessantly murmuring, I'm starving, starving, starving. Luya is twitched. Was she reciting a mantra? Yet, wanting to tease her, he feigned confusion, asking, Little silver serpent, are you tired? This king shall take you back to rest. Emoli shook her head vigorously, her large, dark eyes filled with defiance. No, I am hungry. Not sleepy? Then what do you desire? Another dip in the hot spring? He inquired further. Emoli could not help but roll her eyes dramatically. Dip in the spring? I want to eat. How could she possibly convey this to him? Luya observed the little snake, contemplating what she might do to indicate her needs. He raised an eyebrow, calmly awaiting her next move. Suddenly, Emoli had a revelation. She opened her mouth towards Luya, gesturing, Look at my mouth. Do you understand? I want to eat. Luya feigned deep thought, yawning exaggeratedly. This king shall take you back to sleep. With that, he turned to leave. Such a fool. How can he not grasp this? A regent. Indeed, his intellect is akin to a basin. Luya could not suppress his laughter at her exasperated expression, a charming smile gracing his lips. This woman within the snake was truly foolish. How could someone with such a mind create a being as exceptional as himself? He found it utterly perplexing. Throughout the journey, Emily remained silent, consumed by an insatiable hunger that gnawed at her spirit. The pangs of hunger rendered her irritable, and her mood soured significantly. Resting her head on Luya's shoulder, she finally comprehended the harrowing scenes of famine depicted in films. Indeed, hunger could be excruciating, and gnawing on tree bark no longer seemed implausible. Just as despair began to envelop her, a tantalizing aroma wafted through the air, beckoning her senses as if to lure her soul away. Was this not the very feast they had just laid out? Luya had hardly touched his meal, and now the dishes still emanated warmth. A surge of energy coursed through her. Quick, throw me into the chicken soup. Luya, with a slight twitch of his lips, strode confidently into the room, took a seat beside the table, and casually placed Emily atop the dining surface. Your Highness, this is the raw meat you instructed your servant to bring, Green Embroidery announced, presenting a platter of finely sliced pork. To set it down, Luya replied nonchalantly. At that moment, Emily paid no heed to the conversation surrounding her, faced with the steaming array of delectable dishes. She swiftly maneuvered to the nearest rack of ribs and devoured it in one bite, her heart brimming with satisfaction. She darted between the plates, voraciously indulging in her meal, even pausing to sip the chicken soup when a morsel lodged in her throat. The maidservants stood agape, astonished by the surreal tableau before them. How could this snake consume the same food as a human? Luya observed Emily's ravenous feasting with indifference, reclining languidly on an intricately carved wooden chair, patiently awaiting her to finish. As the prince remained silent, the maids dared not utter a word, and an odd atmosphere enveloped the room, all eyes fixated on Emily as she dined. With a satisfied burp, she lifted her gaze to the astonished maidservants beside her and flashed a sweet smile at Green Embroidery, who instinctively recoiled in fear. Why was this snake baring its teeth at her? How frightful! Now, with her spirits significantly lifted, Emily leisurely glided toward Luya, deliberately bypassing the platter of raw meat without a glance. In the grand scheme of life, sustenance reigned supreme. Nothing else mattered, and tomorrow promised to be another splendid day. Luya, with his elongated fingers gently tapping the table, narrowed his phoenix-like eyes, savoring Emily's words. Nothing else matters? It was as if she had not just wept moments before. Emily approached him, climbing onto his arm, affectionately nuzzling against him. I truly apologize for consuming all your food. You one tea hold it against me, will you? In her fervor for food, she had been utterly oblivious. Yet now she feigned innocence, Luya mused. Are you full? He jested. Emily eagerly nodded. Yes, indeed, I am quite full. Your family's chef is remarkable. Clear the table, he commanded, lifting the silver serpent in his hand as he stood to retire to his chamber, wearied from the day's endeavors. Your servant obeys. The maid replied, bowing as Luya departed. They exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for words. Did you witness that? When His Highness asked if she was full, that venomous snake actually nodded. She can comprehend human speech. Hong Yin whispered, turning to her companion. Shoo, let South leave this place. His Highness detests gossips, Green Embroidery urged, tugging at Hong Yun's sleeve. The crimson cloud retracted its neck, hesitant to speak further. In the bedroom, Emily remarked, is this an invitation to share the same bed? Is it so comfortable to hold me while sleeping? Oh, men these days can't seem to live without me. Luya replied, you shall keep watch in the outer chamber. Do not dare to climb into my bed in the middle of the night. With that, Luya unceremoniously tossed Emily onto the carpet of the outer chamber and retreated to the inner room. Emily curled up on the carpet, grumbling softly, yet eventually found a more comfortable corner to lie down. Feeling somewhat drowsy after a satisfying meal, she quickly succumbed to sleep. As Luya settled onto his bed, He noticed the silence from the outer chamber and approached to find Emily sleeping soundly. He had never seen a snake adopt such an ungainly sleeping posture. It was quite a sight. As he lay upon the bed, he realized that he had never slept well on a night of the full moon, enduring sleepless pain instead. However, this night proved to be the most restful he had experienced in a long time, drifting into a dreamless slumber until dawn. With the first light of day, Emily boldly entered the inner chamber, not only climbing on Aluya's bed, but audaciously curling up against his chest, rising and falling with his breath. Emily opened her eyes wide, fixated on him. This countenance, if transported to the modern world, would surely be deemed idol-worthy, perfectly suited for playing a seductive character. Just look at those crimson lips, was saving on lipstick, and those thick curled eyelashes. No need for mascara either. Truly remarkable. Luya, deeply immersed in slumber, felt an inexplicable weight upon his chest, as though something were pressing down on him, accompanied by the incessant chattering of a woman in his ear. How irritating. Chapter 10. Little snake, help me catch mice. Luya, growing impatient, turned over, causing Emily to exclaim softly and inadvertently awakening him. As he opened his eyes, he beheld Emily nestled in his embrace, her lips expressing discontent for his sudden movement. Emily shifted her position, resting her head on his sturdy arm, her body pressed against him, offering a shy smile. Good morning, great villain. Luya, with a dark expression, clenched his teeth in frustration. Did she truly disregard his words? How dare she come so close? Emily, however, felt no embarrassment. Her skin was thick enough for such moments. This position was undeniably reminiscent of a boyfriend's perspective. Having dedicated her university years to idle pursuits rather than romance, she had long transformed from a naive college girl into a seasoned flirt. And here lay an unparalleled beauty. Why not seize the opportunity? Luya, sensing her thoughts, felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. With a swift motion, he cast aside the audacious little snake that dared to take advantage of him. A seasoned flirt? An unparalleled beauty? Such shameless women truly defied comprehension. Emily suddenly found herself suspended in midair, hurtling in a parabolic arc from Luya's bed to the outer chamber. Luya, you are inhuman. Just as her words fell, she landed on the ground. While the plush carpet cushioned her fall, the discomfort lingered, leaving her exceedingly displeased. She gazed at Luya within the room, her eyes brimming with resentment. Just yesterday, she had willingly shared a bed with him and even urged him to let her bite him. Yet now, having served his purpose, he couldn't even spare a touch. I shall ignore you. Emily muttered under her breath while facing Luya, then turned to depart, her serpentine tail swaying as she swiftly slithered out of the room. Seeking solitude, Luya cast a cold glance at the irate little snake that had scuttled away, indifferent to her departure. Let her be. Come in, he called, and a maid stationed outside promptly entered. Your Highness, shall you rise now? I shall summon others. Luya's expression remained impassive as he merely acknowledged her with a grunt. Morning dawned, casting a bright clarity upon the world, with soft sunlight enveloping Emily. Yet, she felt an overwhelming unease. Her attempt from the previous day had ended in failure. The serpent's venom proved ineffective, and strangling him had also been futile. It seemed that this formidable antagonist was not easily vanquished, and Emily was genuinely troubled. Realizing she could no longer afford to be so impulsive, she decided to head to the kitchen in search of a knife, contemplating a more deliberate strategy while patiently waiting for the right moment to strike decisively. What flaws could Luya possibly possess? As she pondered while walking, she struggled to recall any. Although she was the author of this tale, most of her writing had focused on the development of the protagonists, leaving Luya merely as a tool, an obstacle for the leads. Furthermore, she had ceased her narrative upon reaching the sacrificial ceremony, leaving the subsequent plot a mystery. The more she contemplated, the more exasperated she became. It seemed futile to dwell on it. She would simply take things as they came. After all, Luya was currently providing for her, ensuring she would not find herself destitute on the streets. Life was manageable. Alas, if only she were not a snake. How splendid it would be to be human. Possessing the ability to transition freely between forms, it would certainly facilitate her endeavors. This thought ignited a flicker of annoyance within her. Why, oh why, Must the heavens punish her with the form of a serpent? Others traversed realms to become beautiful maidens or noble daughters of prime ministers and generals, engaging in romantic escapades with princes or emperors, each narrative steeped in romantic intrigue. And what of her? She was thrust into an animalistic tale of survival as a wild snake. Who could she possibly romance? A snake? Merely surviving was a feat in itself. Emily languidly swayed her serpentine tail, unsure of her current whereabouts. Emerging from the underbrush, she lifted her head to survey her surroundings, where lush flora flourished and vibrant blossoms adorned the landscape. This must be a garden of sorts. The scenery was quite pleasant, abundant with flowers. Just as she contemplated her next move, she suddenly overheard voices nearby. More than one, in fact. Yet they were too distant to discern clearly. Only fragments of conversation reached her ears, mentioning something about a silver snake. Driven by curiosity, Emily slithered toward the source of the sound. Concealing herself behind a cluster of flowers, she coiled up and elongated her ears to listen intently to their discourse. Sister Green Embroidery, did the new snake pet of the prince truly eat his dinner? Inquired a narrow-faced maid in hushed tones. Green Embroidery nodded mysteriously indeed. The pig meat strips I brought were entirely ignored, yet when it spotted the ribs, its eyes lit up with excitement. Such a rarity. Don't snakes typically feast on mice? How curious that it would crave ribs. Another plump maid was filled with confusion. Green Embroidery stifled a laugh before continuing. And that's not all. The prince asked it if it was full, and that silver snake actually nodded. Moreover, its appetite was astonishing. It devoured the entirety of the prince's dinner, leaving not a trace of the chicken soup. "Oh my, how voracious!" exclaimed several onlookers. Emily couldn't help but roll her eyes dramatically. This was outrageous. She had anticipated some juicy gossip, only to find them mocking her eating habits. No, she could not tolerate this indignity. She had to teach them a lesson. Narrowing her eyes mischievously, Emily stealthily approached the group of maids, her serpent tail swaying behind her. SSSSSS. The gossiping maids remained oblivious to Emily's quiet approach. One of them, with pointed ears, questioned, "Did you hear that sound? It seems like something is leaking." "No, we're in a garden. How could anything leak here?" "You must have misheard," another replied. "I thought I heard something too," Green Embroidery said, playfully nudging her companion. "Are you imagining things?" Just as she spoke, her gaze fell upon Emily, who was poised with her body upright, staring intently at her. Upon realizing that Green Embroidery had spotted her, Emily's large, gleaming black eyes sparkled with mischief as she suddenly opened her wide, gaping mouth as if she were about to strike. "Ah, a snake!" Green Embroidery shrieked. The other maids turned in her direction, their eyes widening in astonishment upon seeing Emily, followed by a chorus of intrigued exclamations. "Is this the little silver snake of the prince? It truly is entirely silver and looks quite lovely in the sunlight. It's not frightening at all. It's adorable. Look at its round eyes. It appears so silly." A chubby maid chuckled. Emily thought, "Can you not show me such disrespect? I am a venomous snake, and who dares to call me silly?" Undeterred, Emily bared her fangs menacingly at them. Oh look, it bared its fangs. Its tongue is a lovely shade of pink. I've never seen such a beautiful snake before. Why was this so different from what she had expected? Chapter 11. The mouse. Emily wore an expression of utter disillusionment. Why were they not afraid of the snake? The ones who should be terrified were not, while those who had no reason to be were excessively fearful. Just yesterday, Lucian had desperately chased her with a weapon. How could there be such a disparity between people? "Sister Green Embroidery, are you afraid of snakes?" asked the narrow-faced maid, retreating a few steps as she called out to her. Green Embroidery forced a smile and chuckled lightly. "Well, I was quite scared yesterday, but this snake seems to possess some intelligence, so I'm not as frightened anymore. It just startled me when it appeared so suddenly." With that, she hesitated before stepping closer, lifting her skirt to crouch before Emily, smiling gently as she spoke. "Little silver snake, you can understand human speech, can't you? If you can, please nod." Emily took a slight step back. Scaring was one thing, but if she accidentally touched Green Embroidery and caused her harm, it would not end well. "Little silver snake, if you can nod, I will reward you with plenty of delicious treats. Green Embroidery merely stared at the little snake, her eyes sparkling as she spoke again. Green Embroidery's mother was responsible for purchasing provisions in the kitchen, so naturally, there were many delicacies. Upon hearing this, Emily's interest was piqued. Delicacies? How delightful! She nodded in acknowledgement, signaling her understanding. However, her motivations extended beyond mere sustenance in the world of intrigue. Forging additional friendships could open new avenues of opportunity, and perhaps Green Embroidery could be of assistance in the future. Wow, it truly understands, exclaimed a middle-aged matron. Goodness, I must tell my husband when I return home today that our prince has a snake capable of comprehending human speech. It has truly become extraordinary. Green Embroidery, you are quite remarkable. The little snake even nodded at you. With the incredulous admiration of those around her, a hint of pride graced Green Embroidery's delicate visage, and Emily's nod of approval only amplified her sense of significance. Observing Green Embroidery's expression, Emily mused that the little girl was indeed amusing, becoming rather proud of herself. Green Embroidery, our household has been troubled by mice lately. Could you ask the prince's snake companion to help us catch them? Emily suppressed a smirk, rolling her eyes in disbelief. Is the esteemed pet of the regent truly meant for such menial tasks? Do they expect me to catch mice? I am no Tom. Hey, look. It seems like it just rolled its eyes, chuckled the portly maid. The maid, with a hearty laugh, playfully beckoned to Emily. Little snake, roll your eyes again. Do it once more. Emily, exuding exasperation, decided to ignore them. After all, a noble serpent ought not to engage in frivolous banter. These women were as amusing as they were relentless. She chose to wander elsewhere instead. She turned, swaying her serpentine tail as she slithered into the underbrush, effectively vanishing from sight. Has it left? It moves so swiftly. Does it not wish to catch mice? Impossible. What snake does not relish the thought of mice? It must be on its way to seek the prince. Emily paid no heed to the chatter behind her, meandering aimlessly forward, having learned her lesson. She made a point to steer clear of the laborers she encountered on the way, lest she be subjected to further teasing. As she continued, she realized she had lost her way. This area was markedly different from where she had previously roamed. The prior pavilions and terraces had been grand and imposing, adorned with picturesque landscapes, and the paths and surroundings had been impeccably maintained, as though swept daily. However, this place was desolate, featuring only a small courtyard. The once vibrant red walls had faded, and the stones underfoot were riddled with cracks, revealing a long-neglected abode. A small, tattered plaque hung on the door, inscribed with the words Elon Pavilion. Weeds flourished around the dilapidated structure, suggesting it had been abandoned for quite some time. Emily found it peculiar. Within the expansive Regent's estate, where everything else was pristine, why had this corner not been restored and cleaned? With her curiosity piqued, she climbed over the threshold. Although the entrance was firmly shut, a gap beneath the peeling red door allowed her to slip through effortlessly. Upon entering, she was met with an even more dismal scene. The courtyard was nearly carpeted with fallen leaves, and the grand pillars before the main door were mottled in hues, while cracks marred the walls. What an eerie place. This would be perfect for filming a horror movie. Having ventured this far, she resolved to explore further. Emily climbed in without a moment's hesitation. Upon entering the room, she felt an even deeper chill enveloping her, causing her to shiver involuntarily. As she surveyed the dilapidated space, she thought to herself that Luya was indeed quite miserly. One cannot neglect cleanliness simply because a place is remote. The house seemed on the verge of collapse, and it was a mystery why it had not been repaired. However, there was nothing of interest in this wretched abode. Just as Emily contemplated leaving, an abrupt, piercing female voice echoed from an unknown source. Press it down to death. The voice was faint yet chilling. Instantly, Emily straightened her posture, scanning her surroundings with heightened vigilance. Where could this voice be emanating from? In this meager dwelling, there were only a few broken pieces of furniture and not a soul in sight. The voice seemed to utter the word press. Luya, that wretch, deserved to have been strangled long ago. A frail, elderly voice echoed once more, sounding as if it had been scraped against coarse sandpaper, making Emily feel somewhat uneasy. One unpleasant croak, Now suffering a headache, Emily pondered how she remained oblivious to this particular subplot. Why had Luya imprisoned an old woman? This was not something she had penned. After a long moment of contemplation, Emily realized that this world was a self-contained entity, capable of weaving together numerous narratives and plot lines that she had not explicitly written. Even inconsistencies in the storyline would find a way to resolve themselves over time. Thus, despite being the author, she was unaware of these alternate story arcs. When she had originally crafted this novel, her focus had been solely on the romance between Lu Yin and Chu Qingqiu, not delving deeply into other aspects. Given Luya's character, it was entirely plausible for him to engage in acts of imprisonment. He would never allow his enemies a swift demise, opting instead for the most agonizing of tortures, particularly psychological torment. The voice she heard was clearly cursing Luya, indicating an intense hatred toward him. If she could locate this woman, perhaps she could incite her to take action against Luya, sparing herself any direct confrontation. It was indeed a viable strategy. But where could this woman possibly be? Emily had already inspected all 3 rooms, and they were all desolate. Her gaze fell upon the dilapidated, intricately carved wooden bed in the inner room, its once vibrant red curtains now tattered and worn. The only place left to conceal someone was beneath the bed. Squinting, Emily resolved to drag whoever was hiding there out into the open. As she approached the filthy underside of the bed, she recoiled at the thought of anyone willingly crawling into such a mess. After hesitating for a moment, she leaned in to take a look. To her horror, she discovered a mass of large, greasy black rats, their eyes glimmering a blood-red hue. They huddled together in a nauseating cluster, sending shivers down her spine. That one glimpse caused Emily's scales to bristle with alarm. Rats. An overwhelming number of rats. Chapter 12. Luya's past Emily's scalp prickled in terror, and she could not suppress a startled hiss, which immediately drew the attention of the rat swarm. Seeing a snake outside, the horde erupted into chaos, scattering like boiling water, their panicked squeaks filling the air as they fled in every direction, some even darting towards Emily. Upon witnessing such a scene, Emily instinctively turned and fled, scrambling out of the house as if her life depended on it. She hurriedly made her way out of Alan Xian and continued to scurry for a considerable distance until she felt secure enough to halt. A short servant, engaged in sweeping the floor, suddenly caught sight of something darting past his feet, startling him. He exclaimed to the nearby servants, "Did you see that? Something just zipped by." The taller servant glanced down, seeing nothing, and replied, "What are you talking about?" "No, Isuya." It was silver and moved incredibly fast, darting toward the lotus pond. The taller servant scrutinized the ground once more, but found nothing. He nudged the short servant, saying, "You must be seeing things, my friend." The short servant scratched his head, beginning to doubt his own senses. "Perhaps I am. Have I been too exhausted lately?" Meanwhile, Emily was utterly worn out, collapsing onto the lawn, gasping for breath until she finally regained her composure. "Goodness, I'm utterly exhausted. What a dreadful place, infested with so many rats. It nearly made me retch my last meal." The sun was already high in the sky, waves of heat enveloping her. As a serpent, Emily found it unbearable under such scorching rays. She struggled to turn over and spotted a pavilion by the pond ahead, slowly making her way toward it. The pavilion offered some shade, and Emily ascended the stone bench to the stone table, finally collapsing onto it with a deep sigh, relishing the opportunity to rest. Who could be the old woman that Luya had imprisoned? Emily pondered the background of Luya, the notorious villain she had crafted a woeful backstory for. His birth mother was a lowly dancer named Jiang Nanzi. After a night of drunken revelry, the late emperor had taken a fancy to the dancer Jiang Nanzi, resulting in Luya's conception. The late empress harbored an intense disdain for the dancer and, during Jiang's pregnancy, force-fed her a bowl of deadly poison before discarding her at a mass grave, along with the unborn child. Everyone believed that both the dancer and her child had perished from the poison. However, Jiang's brother arrived just in time. Once the assailants departed, he bravely opened his sister's belly and, to his astonishment, found the infant alive. He brought the child, together with his sister's lifeless body, to kneel beneath the gates of Xuanda, presenting a lawsuit against the current empress for her moral depravity and the murder of a prince. This incident stirred up a storm throughout the city, shocking both the civil and military officials, and the news even reached neighboring states. Upon hearing of this, the Empress Dowager was furious and sternly rebuked the late empress. Under public pressure, she stripped the late empress of her rank, demoting her to a mere noblewoman, and brought the 9 princes, including Luya, back to the palace, thus attempting to quell the unrest among the populace. Henceforth, Luya was included in the royal genealogy. However, when Luya was merely 2 years old, the entire Jiang clan was annihilated, leaving no survivors, with the identities of the assailants remaining a mystery. The late emperor loathed Luya, viewing him as the filthy product of a corpse, and had it not been for the uproar surrounding the earlier incident, he would have ordered Luya's death long ago. After the demise of the Empress Dowager, the 3-year-old Luya was cast aside in the courtyard of the palace, neglected and abandoned, even subjected to the torment of poison by his own father. Though the fiery venom was not fatal, its agony rendered existence unbearable. The late emperor wished for him to perish, yet Luya, with the tenacity of a ravenous wolf, survived, lurking in the shadows, observing every individual and orchestrating his plans, positioning the entire court upon his strategic chessboard. The late emperor's numerous sons vied for the throne, resulting in death and injury, until none remained save for Luya. His cunning played an instrumental role in this bloodshed, manipulating the court from the obscurity of solitude. When his iron cavalry stormed the palace, Luya approached the late emperor, kneeling before him, recounting the fates of his sons and even his favored grandsons, all of whom he had mercilessly slain, declaring his imminent ascension to the imperial throne. Such was the nature of his ruthless ambition. Ultimately, the deranged late emperor perished at Luya's hands, while the ministers and officials dared not interject. The fate of the Qian Empire had irrevocably shifted. Those who understood the shifting tides of power recognized the wisdom in submission. While all believed Luya would claim the throne, none anticipated that, at the last moment, Lu Qiuyan would ascend to power through a decree from the late emperor, with Luya relegated to the role of regent. Lu Qiuyan, the illegitimate son of the emperor's 4th son, had been overlooked in his youth, which spared him from Luya's wrath. Strangely, upon witnessing the decree, Luya maintained a stoic demeanor, making no remarks, even extending congratulations to the new emperor and presenting lavish gifts. The court was left astounded. The infamous slayer had opted not to seize the throne. Their expectations thwarted. They even composed grand praises of the regent's accomplishments, filling several boxes with their writings, only to find the narrative would need rewriting with the new emperor being Lu Qiuyan. Luya's indifference to the imperial title was well understood by Mo Li. This was but a glimpse into Luya's tumultuous past, a narrative she could only recount in broad strokes. She pondered whether there were deeper storylines, perhaps detailing how he wielded power and eliminated his brothers, elements she had merely skimmed over. Luya's tragic origins invoked a sense of pity. His plight was indeed grievous. However, she resolved that returning would allow her to amend his fate. Thus, Luya, she would still have to bring about your demise, yet upon my return, I shall rectify your course. Mo Li silently vowed to treat Luya with greater kindness upon her return. As for the aged woman in that dilapidated house, she must have inflicted significant harm upon him. Who could she be? The former empress? Hadn't she been slain during his siege, along with the entirety of her lineage? Who, then, could it be? Mo Li found herself at a loss. Many plot lines were still unfolding in her mind, and her knowledge was limited. She needed to locate that old woman and discern the source of the voice. Could there be a hidden chamber? Mo Li's eyes lit up. Indeed, there must be a secret room. In these 3 dilapidated structures, devoid of inhabitants, there are only 2 possibilities. 1, a hidden cellar requiring a mechanism to access, or 2, a partition yet to be discovered. Mo Li muttered to herself, pondering that place. She must find an opportunity to visit it once more. It was imperative that she locate that woman who incessantly cursed Luya. Perhaps she possessed the capability to eliminate him. If she could indeed do so, there would be no need for Mo Li to exert herself in devising a plan. Meanwhile, behind the great willow tree by the lake, Luya stood in a dark, fitted long robe, hands clasped behind him, silently absorbing Mo Lee's inner thoughts. He had been present since she first arrived here, observing her as she crawled from the lawn to the pavilion. Every word of her thoughts had reached his ears, crystal clear. Chapter 13. Do not think of returning this morning. Luya had conferred with the military ministers in his study. After their meeting, he strolled through the garden, instructing Qing who to attend to the miscellaneous tasks left over from the sacrificial ceremony. As he and Qing who approached the lotus pond, they soon heard the woman's breathless voice, cursing him and wishing for his demise. Did she believe her past grievances defined him? He had endured far more than she could ever fathom. Was it tragic? He felt no sorrow. Instead, he was determined to inflict even greater suffering upon those involved. 100-fold. What folly it was to think she could alter his fate upon her return. He smirked at the thought, regarding her as a foolish serpent. He had no desire for her interference. He would not allow her to return. Luya narrowed his eyes, his expression icy as he regarded the silver serpent, his gaze penetrating as if he could unravel all mysteries. Relying on that old crone to bring about his end was futile. It would be more plausible for him to trip on a stone and perish unexpectedly. His lips curled into a barely perceptible smirk, tinged with a hint of cruelty. The old wretch would find death elusive, for she was unworthy of such a release. As for the foolish serpent, Luya raised an eyebrow and remarked, "Let Baihu handle the matters concerning the beast kingdom. You may withdraw." Understood, Qing who replied before departing. Turning towards the pavilion, Luya was greeted by a gentle breeze and the occasional call of birds. Mo Li, eyes closed, rested within the pavilion, oblivious to his approach. Upon reaching her, Luya noted her disheveled state and recalled her recent lamentations about the mice beneath the bed. With a look of distaste, he withdrew a handkerchief and seized her tail, lifting her effortlessly towards the lakeside. "Ah!" Mo Li gasped in surprise, momentarily bewildered by her sudden elevation. Upon opening her eyes, she realized it was Luya. Could he have come expressly to seek her out? Luya cast her a fleeting glance, remaining silent. The sensation of being suspended unnerved Mo Li. She yearned to climb onto his shoulder, but as she lifted her head, he shook her off. With evident disdain, Luya extended his arm, glaring at her. "Do not come into contact with me. You are filthy." His voice was low and crisp. Mo Li conceded. "All right, I suppose I am a bit dirty. That wretched courtyard hasn't been cleaned, and there are countless filthy mice beneath the bed. Who knows how many germs linger there?" At that moment, she too felt repulsed by her own state, considering the places she had crawled through, wondering if those mice had traversed the same paths. The mere thought sent shivers down her spine. How utterly disgusting. As Luya listened to her innermost thoughts, his brows knitted tighter and his expression darkened. The memory of the snake writhing in his embrace that morning made him feel utterly discomposed. He quickened his pace, crouching by the lakeside, and with a grim countenance, forcefully submerged Mo Li in the water. After several repetitions, he briefly lifted her to allow her a gasp of air. Mo Li exclaimed, "Goodness, brother, are you scrubbing a mop? Could you possibly be gentler?" Before she could finish her sentence, Luya's stern demeanor plunged her back underwater. With her head submerged, she distinctly perceived the aquatic scenery beneath the lotus pond, along with a startled little fish darting away. After several immersions, she felt considerably cleaner and struggled to ascend the bank. Yet Luya disregarded her attempts, sweeping his hand to toss her back into the water, sending up a great splash. Mo Li protested, "I'm clean now. I truly am clean. Please stop, or I shall lose my skin." Luya se liebst. Unperturbed by her complaints, the water around Mo Li had turned frigid. Soon, it would likely bear remnants of ice. Here was a regent of great power, capable of commanding the elements, now reduced to bathing a snake by the lakeside. Mo Li's emotions were exceedingly complex. Should she feel honored, or perhaps honored again? While she genuinely appreciated Luya's personal care, she couldn't help but wonder if he harbored obsessive compulsions and severe cleanliness issues. Her delicate serpent skin was at risk of being worn thin. Luya must certainly be a Virgo, she concluded silently. Hearing her thoughts, Luya gritted his teeth. If not for this foolish snake's ability to cure his fiery poison, he would never deign to wash a serpent. When the poison flared, they would need to be closely aligned. He would rather endure the torment of the fire's searing pain than be bitten by this filthy creature. Seizing Makauli Ishatayu, Luya rose and strode along the path by the lake, wordlessly heading toward the hot spring. Emoli blinked her large eyes at the fluttering of his robes as he walked. Now that I am clean, may I climb onto your shoulder? She inquired, lifting her head to ascend. Luya cast her a sidelong glance and replied coolly, If you dare touch my arm, I shall toss you back into the lake. His tone was laden with menace. Emoli pouted, deciding against making contact, yet expressed her discomfort at being suspended upside down. Luya frowned in irritation, but nonetheless turned her around, holding her head and continuing forward. It was the first time he had shown such forbearance toward a snake. The sensation was oddly peculiar, an inexplicable strangeness that eluded definition. Emoli, with her mouth awkwardly pinched by Luya's grip, her tongue protruding, and her eyes vacant, lamented internally. Just because others refrain from angering does not mean they are fools. I am truly vexed. Release my mouth. She raged within, wondering how such a coarse man could exist, utterly lacking in tenderness. Upon hearing her thoughts, a subtle smile flickered at the corner of Luya's mouth before he pressed his lips into a thin line, the smile vanishing as quickly as it appeared. He cleared his throat softly, about to speak, when he was interrupted by a maid around the corner. Greetings to the prince, the maid said respectfully, bowing to Luya. Upon seeing him, she lowered her body in a gesture of reverence. Luya acknowledged her with a slight grunt before striding into the courtyard adorned with a hot spring pool. Once he had left, the two maids dared to exchange glances. What was that the prince held in his hand? One asked. I didn't dare look closely, but it seemed to be a riding whip, the other replied. A riding whip? Truly, the prince is remarkable. Even his riding whip is silver. How grand! At that moment, the whip was discarded into a copper basin filled with warm spring water, being roughly scrubbed by someone. Emoli, eyes closed, muttered, Hurry up and wash it. This basin is so small, don't freeze me again. Luya shot her a glare and pulled her out, hastily drying her with a towel. In the future, unless I command it, you are not to stray a step from me. My hands are not meant for your bathing. If you dare to soil yourself again, I shall turn you into medicinal wine. Do you understand? Emoli tilted her head, gazing at Luya with wide, astonished eyes, her small mind racing with questions. Can I join you for a bath? Why didn't you let me wash with you yesterday? You threatened me then. Should we sleep together too? You were the one who threw me out this morning. And do you have a concubine? Will I be watching when you do that? Wouldn't it be too stimulating? If you insist, I can cheer you on. Heave ho, heave ho. Luya, Chapter 14, Ali, Emoli. Confident that Luya could not hear her, rambled on, her expression becoming increasingly mischievous. However, she failed to notice the darkening expression on his face, which had grown ominously grim. Luya's posture stiffened, his eyes swirling with an unfathomable emotion, akin to a treacherous abyss, watching her like a dark pool at the bottom of a cliff, harboring danger. The atmosphere had turned heavy, and Emoli finally sensed that something was amiss. Reluctantly, she closed her mouth, pondering, why does he look like that? Is he angry? Cautiously, she climbed onto Luya's arm, meeting his gaze with an air of guilt. I was wrong. I won't run around anymore. I promise to be a clean little snake from now on. Emoli believed Luya was angry because of her antics, and thus she feigned sweetness, thinking that charming him was the way to overcome him. Suddenly, Luya's lips curled into a wicked smile, his gaze locking on Emoli's shoulder with an unsettling intensity. His slender fingers brushed over the sensitive spot on her body. And he spoke calmly, what snake is raised freely? It seems I have been remiss in my considerations. Emoli swallowed hard, an ominous premonition creeping over her. Her intuition proved correct when, the following day, Ching, who presented a golden birdcage, exquisite, sturdy, and intricately woven. No matter how hard Emoli struggled, she could not squeeze through the bars of the cage. She tugged at a fine golden thread with all her might, her teeth nearly cracking, yet no marks were left on her. Let me out. Brazen Luya, I detest you. It is said that misfortune comes in threes, yet after merely one escapade. You confine me? This is excessively harsh. I have expressed my regret with utmost sincerity. Can you not grant me forgiveness this once? Very well, mark my words. Upon my return, I shall have Lu Qian bind you within a cage and parade you through the streets. Emily glared furiously at Luya, who was leisurely appraising calligraphy and paintings in the study, hissing with indignation, her eyes seemingly ablaze. The study was spacious and bright, adorned with an array of rare treasures, with a red lacquer chair embellished with golden sea dragon motifs beside a mahogany table. On the table sat an exquisite fruit platter, filled with seasonal fruits that emitted a subtle, refreshing aroma. Luya reclined comfortably in the ornate chair, sipping on Westlake Longjing tea, a faint smile gracing his face as he relished the fine weather. Seemingly by chance, he cast a glance at the gilded birdcage, where a snake glared at him with palpable resentment, incessantly striking the bars. She had been cursing for quite some time. Although some words were beyond comprehension, they certainly were not flattering. Luya set down his teacup and spoke languidly. Qing Hu, do you not think that this cage is rather spacious? Perhaps we should commission a smaller one. Your Highness, this is indeed the smallest cage available. It accommodates the snake just enough for it to curl comfortably. Any smaller, and it may not fit at all, Qing Hu replied after a moment's contemplation. Ah, observe her discontent. Let us procure a smaller cage, Luya asserted confidently. Qing Hu scratched his head, puzzled. Was it not the confinement itself that caused her dissatisfaction? Nevertheless, he resolved to carry out the order. Very well, I shall arrange for a new one shortly. Emily interjected. You too, in your back and forth, have concluded that I should be suffocated in a cage? This wretched cage is already cramped, forcing me to curl up, and you wish to make it even smaller? Indeed, a cage half the size would suffice. Moreover, instruct the craftsman to weave it more tightly. The gaps are far too large. Understood. Emily immediately ceased her efforts to bite the cage, staring wide-eyed at Luya. Incredulous. Is this what you call reason? Your Highness, it seems the snake has grasped your words. It appears rather pleased, Qing Hu remarked, surprised as he gestured toward Emily. Emily could not help but roll her eyes at him. What do you see any trace of happiness? Every part of me, my mind, my heart, each organ screams, am not pleased, most decidedly not pleased. At this, Luya's lips curled slightly, though he remained silent. By the way, Your Highness, have you bestowed a name upon the snake? A name? Luya had not contemplated this. Indeed, does one not name their pet? You may choose any name. There is a saying that a trivial name ensures a pet thrives. The more casual, the better, Qing Hu asserted confidently. Then you may name her, Luya replied, his gaze drifting to the scenery outside the window. Well, I think little silver would be fitting. This snake is entirely silver in hue. So the name aligns perfectly, Qing Hu suggested after a moment's thought. Emily retorted, Little silver? Little person? Do you possess any culture, you clumsy oaf? What a ridiculous name you have chosen. I am called Emily, understood? Upon hearing her heartfelt words, Luya raised an eyebrow and casually picked up a piece of pear from the fruit platter, popping it into his mouth. The pear, pure white in hue, burst forth with juice the moment he bit into it, flooding his palate with sweetness. The snow pears from the northern territories this year are quite delightful. Henceforth, you shall be known as Ali. A hint of pear juice stained his lips as he spoke, his voice melodious and enchanting. Montakli interjected. Is Ali the pear from apples, oranges, and bananas? How fortuitous, for my name also contains the character for pear. It certainly sounds much more pleasant than the name bestowed by that foolish giant. Luya, his fingertips dusted with a hint of pear juice, gently tapped the table in response, neither affirming nor denying her statement. Prince Ali is indeed impressive, and Ali is a lovely name. The pear is white, and the color suits you perfectly. Qing Hu chuckled heartily. Emily, huddled in her cage, pouted. Is this really a first-rate master? How utterly foolish. As night fell, the full moon hung high in the sky, and the summer insects chirped melodiously. It was time for dinner, and Luya dined leisurely while listening to reports from Heiying. Heiying, also a first-rate master under Luya, operated in the shadows. managing an underground intelligence network and gathering various forms of information. Not only was he privy to intelligence regarding the Deqian kingdom, but he also knew who the favored concubine's lover was in the southern nation. My lord, His Majesty has ordered the cancellation of tomorrow's enthronement ceremony, redirecting the saved 30 million taels of silver to the southern city of Zhu to comfort the disaster-stricken and aid in rebuilding their homes. The literati and military officials alike praised this decision, and the news spread swiftly among the common folk, who hailed His Majesty as a wise sovereign. Even folk songs were composed in his honor, and my subordinates have investigated, revealing that someone has been deliberately fostering this sentiment from behind the scenes. With a crisp clatter, ivory chopsticks were set down on the chopstick rest. Wiping his mouth, he inquired, "Who?" "It is the Empress's people," He replied. A smirk played upon Lu Ya's lips. "I have canceled his enthronement ceremony, yet he has learned to ride the current, sending 30 million taels southward. With this gesture, the crown of wise sovereign shall be firmly placed upon his head. I suspect this is the idea of that Shu family member." Chapter 15. The Beast King's Brother. "Zhu Shan, my lord, you are indeed prescient. It is indeed the Empress's idea." He Ying, clad in night attire, responded respectfully. "Let them continue their schemes." "Is there any news from the Beast Kingdom?" Lu Ya inquired as he opened the birdcage. The moment the cage swung open, Emoli eagerly swam out, obediently awaiting Lu Ya to serve her food, as per the new rules he had established. Initially reluctant, Emoli relented when Lu Ya had his subordinates bring forth a black rat, threatening to feed her only that if she did not comply. He Ying hesitated, opening his mouth, but ultimately spoke. The message from Baihu's carrier pigeon states that the 4 great flame beasts have been slain by the prince. Although the Beast King harbors resentment, there has been no immediate reaction. Upon hearing this, Emoli's attention was piqued as she recalled that during Lu Ya's sacrificial ceremony, the 4 great flame beasts have been offered as sacrifices, reduced to ashes, yet these beasts were treasures of the Beast Kingdom. This tale harkens back to a transaction made years ago between Lu Ya and the Beast King. Lu Ya aided the Beast King in ascending to the throne, and in return, the Beast King vowed to deliver the 4 great flame beasts into Lu Ya's hands once he claimed his dominion. However, upon his ascension, the Beast King experienced remorse, delaying the delivery of the flame beasts. Lu Ya, not one to be trifled with, seized the opportunity under the cover of darkness, abducting the 4 great flame beasts and setting ablaze the royal palace of the Beast Kingdom as a minor reprimand. The Beast King, though seething with indignation, dared not voice his fury, yet Lu Ya was acutely aware of the Beast King's vengeful nature, prompting him to harbor murderous intent. "What is it?" Lu Ya inquired, lifting his gaze to the black eagle kneeling before him. He placed a piece of roasted lamb upon a small dish in front of Emoli, observing her clumsily gnawing at the meat. The cloaked figure continued, "The White Fox has reported that the Beast King's brother, Zhu Shan, has been behaving rather oddly. My subordinates have also conveyed that they have discovered something amiss with Zhu Shan, though they cannot pinpoint the exact nature of the discrepancy. I implore you, Your Highness, grant us a few more days. We shall uncover the truth." Lu Ya set aside his chopsticks, his piercing gaze fixed on the kneeling black eagle as he spoke coldly. "Very well. Relay a message back. Ensure that your people fully cooperate with the White Fox. In 7 days, I demand results." The figure clasped his hands in compliance. "As you command." He then retreated, vanishing into the night with a display of agility. Upon witnessing the departure of the cloaked figure, Emoli climbed beside Lu Ya, resting her head upon his wrist, her eyes fixated on his prominent nose. "You need to investigate further. Allow me to enlighten you. Zhu Shan is a disciple of the Poison Master, and he is researching a toxin that will render your inner fire uncontrollable. His intention is to eliminate you." Emoli swayed her tail, muttering to herself. At this revelation, Lu Ya raised an eyebrow, surmising that the Beast King would not relent. Yet he had not anticipated the use of poison. He would simply wait and see. His dark eyes glimmered, akin to a wolf lurking in the shadows, fixated on its prey, evoking a sense of dread. Emoli remarked, "When he arrives, I shall retreat to the sidelines. I shan't come to your aid. Once you have perished, I shall return home." Lu Ya paused, noticing the gleeful malice in her eyes, and he set down his chopsticks, which he had intended to use to serve her. Ali, have you had your fill? It is time to return to your cage. Emoli quickly shook her head. No. I have only consumed 2 pieces of meat. I am still hungry. Inside, he commanded in a low voice, the simplicity of his words carrying an undeniable weight. Oh, she replied reluctantly, crawling into the cage, glancing back frequently with a gaze full of resentment. That wretched Luya must have surmised the Beast King and Zhu Shan were plotting against him, leaving him disinclined to serve me food, she thought. Curse that cloaked figure for interrupting his good mood, causing me to leave unsatisfied. Listening to her incessant complaints, Luya pondered that a mere Beast King could hardly affect his mood. It was this foolish serpent that truly disrupted his peace. Withdraw, he instructed the maid beside him. Understood. The maid signaled to those waiting outside, who proceeded to methodically pack the remaining dishes into food boxes before departing. As they carried away the plates of food, Emo-Lee's eyes glimmered with longing, filled with reluctance. Her tender lamb, her succulent ribs, her braised tripe, her assorted pastries, and her grand hock had all vanished. After the last servant carrying the food box departed from the dining hall, Emoli curled up in her cage, gazing mournfully at Luya. Not only was she forbidden from wandering, but she was also confined within this cage, and to add insult to injury, she was left unfed. Oh, Zhu Shan, come quickly and vanquish him. Your comrade is in dire need of support. I cannot defeat him alone. Locked away all day, I scarcely have a moment of freedom, let alone the time to seek that old witch who cursed Luya. I cannot even exit my chamber. How could I ever hope to kill him? My plans to rely on that woman to assassinate him have crumbled. I had hoped to use a knife, but alas, I have seen no blade. Not even a sharp object is within reach. Emoli sighed, her hopes now resting solely on Zhu Shan. May he succeed in his endeavor. Luya silently listened to the thoughts of the snake, a faint smile gracing his lips. Foolish serpent. Within the palace, the hall of extended blessings was ablaze with light. Palace maids and eunuchs awaited outside the grand chamber, where Lu Qiuyin and Chu Qingqiu were engaged in conversation. Your Majesty has canceled the coronation ceremony and converted all expenses into silver to send southward. I have ensured this news spreads. And now the realm praises you as a wise sovereign, Chu Qingqiu said gently, her gaze affectionate as she looked at her husband. Lu Qiuyin beamed with joy, brushing a few errant strands of hair from Chu Qingqiu's ear, his eyes brimming with tenderness. He whispered softly in her ear, "Thanks to your clever idea, my heart feels much lighter now. Luya intended to undermine me. How could I grant him that satisfaction?" Feeling a warmth and a tickling sensation in her ears, Chu Qingqiu's face flushed crimson as she playfully pushed Lu Qiuyin away. He remained unmoved, leaning in closer as his hands grew bolder. Suddenly recalling the matter at hand, Chu Qingqiu adopted a serious tone. "Your Majesty, we have received word from the Beast Kingdom. In half a month, the Beast King's brother, Zhu Shan, will arrive. I fervently hope that at my birthday banquet, we can unite forces to eliminate Luya. Once he is dead, we can truly rest easy, and your Majesty will find peace." A month hence would be Chu Qingqiu's birthday banquet, her first since ascending to the role of empress. Though the invitations had yet to be dispatched, preparations within the palace were already underway. Lu Qiuyin had been in covert correspondence with the Beast King for some time and decided to host a grand celebration, inviting neighboring lords. At this banquet, they need only collaborate with Zhu Shan to slay Luya. His days are numbered. I await his demise with anticipation. Clenching his soft hands, Lu Qiuyin's gaze turned fierce. "Luya, your time is nigh. Enough of such matters," he continued. "How fortunate I am to have married Qingqiu as my strategist. With a wife like her, what more could one desire? If only we could have a few more children, wouldn't that be splendid? What do you think, Qingqiu?" Lu Qiuyin lowered his gaze toward Chu Qingqiu, his expression laden with affection. The atmosphere between them shifted, the heat of July palpable. Chu Qingqiu bashfully lowered her head, playfully nudging Lu Qiuyin's chest. "Your Majesty." Lu Qiuyin erupted in laughter, lifting Chu Qingqiu into his arms and striding toward the grand bedchamber. Chapter 16. Entering the palace a month later, within the confines of the regent's manor, Emily lay nestled in Lu Ya's embrace. Her eyes half closed as she drowsily listened to the conversation between Lu Ya and Qing Hu. Over the past month, their rapport had grown increasingly harmonious. Lu Ya took it upon himself to feed her, while she was permitted to sleep in the outer chamber. Occasionally, when he was distracted, Emily would stealthily slip away. Yet the foul powder strewn about the courtyard, with its peculiar scent, rendered her dizzy and unable to venture far. Thus, she resorted to causing mischief elsewhere, unaware of how many precious flowers and plants she had frozen or how many vases and jade artifacts she had toppled, only to be retrieved by someone with a scowl, who would then confine her to a cage. After a few days of compliance, she would finally be released, only for Emily to dart away again, exclaiming her desire to gather lotus flowers, only to doze off with her tail submerged in the lake. Eventually, the entire lake froze into a colossal ice block, astonishing the entire royal manor. In a fit of anger, Lu Ya deprived her of food for an entire day. On another occasion, Emily trailed behind a group of maidens to the bathing chamber, peeking at others bathing, which startled the unclothed Wang Mama into fainting. Lu Ya once more confined her for 7 days. Thus a month swiftly passed. Of course, aside from Lu Ya's moments of ire, Emily's life was rather pleasant. At times, she even contemplated that such a life might not be so bad. Although Lu Ya was a villain, he treated his pet with a certain kindness. She nearly forgot her intentions of killing Lu Ya, primarily due to the formidable challenge it posed, an impossible task. In her university days, her roommates would jest about wanting to be the dog of a wealthy man, avoiding labor and the burdens of survival, enjoying a life of luxury. At that time, Emily would laugh at them, questioning their sanity for choosing to be a pet rather than a person of worth. Yet now, she found herself understanding their perspective, for such a life was indeed exceedingly comfortable. Nevertheless, she swiftly cast aside this notion. No matter how comfortable, to be a serpent was still undesirable. She preferred to remain human. Emily mused that tonight was the Empress's birthday banquet, perhaps marking the end for Lu Ya. She gazed up at him, her emotions a tangled web. She was not entirely devoid of sentiment, having developed a slight fondness after their month together. Emily climbed up to his shoulder and nuzzled against his smooth jawline. The arch-villain Lu Ya, tonight would likely be the climax of his tale. Fear not, for once you are gone, I shall return home and rewrite your life, ensuring your childhood is no longer so wretched. I will make you the protagonist. Lu Ya cast a sidelong glance at Emily, who had entwined herself around his shoulder, musing that she still possessed a semblance of conscience. Not entirely ungrateful for the time he had devoted to her, cleaning up her numerous messes. However, who would meet their demise tonight remained uncertain. Yearned to return? Perhaps in the next life. The stage for the performance had already been set. To refrain from participating would be to waste someone's painstaking efforts. Qing Hu, prepare the carriage, Lu Ya casually commanded, toying with a silver serpent in his hand. Yes, my lord, I shall attend to it immediately. Qing Hu replied respectfully before turning to depart. Lu Ya rose and adjusted his robe, then gently tapped Emily's head with a finger. Ali, accompany me to the banquet. Emily nodded obediently, appearing calm on the surface, yet her heart was tumultuous. Tonight, could she finally return? A sense of anxiety crept in. As darkness enveloped the sky and the moon cast a hazy glow, a few stars flickered in the distant horizon. The sound of the carriage wheels thudded heavily against the ground, and Emily leaned against the soft cushion of the carriage, lost in thought as she glanced at Lu Ya, who was resting with his eyes closed. Unlike his usual attire, today he wore a rare moon-white robe, his hair casually secured with a jade hairpin, a few strands falling loosely, adding an air of scholarly elegance to his noble demeanor. His complexion was pale, yet his lips were as red as blood, his expression as calm as an ancient well. Emily was lost in contemplation, pondering how Zhu Shan would poison him and what she would do when that moment arrived. She had never witnessed death. What if she found herself unable to resist saving Lu Ya? No, she must not be soft-hearted. Emily shook her head resolutely. She absolutely could not. If Lu Ya were to die now, she could still write him back to life upon her return. If he survived this night, she would forever remain a serpent. Furthermore, If he lived, he would eventually be eliminated by Lu Chuyin, as antagonists are always vanquished by the protagonists. He must die thus. It will be best for Lu Ye to perish tonight for everyone's sake. Emoli continuously reinforced this mental mantra. No softness, no softness. Lu Ye, with his eyes closed, listened to the inner turmoil of the serpent, a faint, elusive smile curling at the corners of his lips. Were they almost at their destination? And she still felt so conflicted? In the end, would her indecision lead to his demise? In truth, Lu Ye bore her no ill will. After all, she was not a true serpent, and her desire to return home was entirely understandable. Yet he would not die. Lu Ye slowly opened his eyes and cleared his throat. Qing Hu, how much longer until we arrive? He inquired of Qing Hu, who was outside the carriage. Replying to the prince, we should arrive in approximately 15 minutes. Please do not rush, Your Highness. Qing Hu calculated the time, knowing the banquet had likely already commenced, hence assuming Lu Ye was eager to reach the venue. Lu Ye pulled Emoli closer, caressing her cool serpent body, and said, no rush, there's still time. Let the carriage proceed slowly. Understood. The carriage evidently slowed down, leaving Emoli somewhat puzzled. At this hour, the banquet must have begun. Why was Lu Ye so leisurely? Lu Ye continued his gentle caress, choosing silence. In the grand banquet hall, the opulent space was filled to capacity. On the right side sat the various palace consorts and officials, while on the left, foreign emissaries were present, with some neighboring countries even sending princes and princesses to celebrate Chu Qingqiu's birthday. Among them was Princess Yinling from the Northern Kingdom, seated next to a tall, slender, middle-aged man with an elongated face, who hailed from the Beast Kingdom, Zhu Shan. Zhu Shan squinted his sharp eyes, exuding keen intelligence, remaining silent as he fixated on the seat directly below Lu Chuyin's right hand, Lu Ye's designated spot and his target for the evening. As their eyes met, Lu Chuyin and Zhu Shan exchanged a brief glance, and after a moment of mutual understanding, they turned their gazes away, avoiding direct eye contact. The Regency Palace was as impenetrable as an iron fortress, its defenses meticulously arranged. The notion of administering poison was akin to a fairy tale. It was impossible to lace today's dishes with poison, for should the blame fall upon the emperor, the consequences would be dire. Thus, they devised a more suitable plan. Is the regent not yet arrived? Lu Chuyin inquired in a low voice, his displeasure evident as he sat in a high seat beside Unicorn. The eunuch shook his head and replied softly, I have already sent someone to urge him. Should your majesty begin the feast without him? Lu Chuyin pondered for a moment before shaking his head. Let us wait a while longer. As soon as he spoke, a shrill voice announced from the entrance, the regent has arrived. Instantly, the chatter within the grand hall ceased, and the officials, engaged in conversation, turned their attention toward the doorway. All the officials instinctively knelt to pay their respects, collectively exclaiming, we welcome the regent. The envoys from several small nations hastily followed suit, for it was common knowledge that the regent of the great Qian dynasty was a figure of terror, having subdued disobedient nations in a mere few years. Countries that had faced Lu Ye's might surrendered within 3 months, thereafter dutifully paying tribute to the great Qian dynasty, including their own. The mere thought of meeting him was enough to instill fear. The princes and princesses of other nations quickly rose, awaiting Lu Ye's entrance to offer their bows. A few curious princesses discreetly glanced toward the entrance, eager to catch a glimpse of the legendary figure of death, speculating on what he might look like. Certainly a fearsome presence. Chapter 17. The banquet commences in that moment. The grand hall was silent enough to hear a pin drop as all awaited the arrival of the formidable Lu Ye. Clad in a resplendent yellow dragon robe, Lu Chuyin clenched his teeth, his expression darkening significantly. His grandeur certainly surpasses mine, he remarked grimly. Beside him, Chu Qingqiu grasped his hand gently and whispered, Your Majesty, tread carefully. There are foreign envoys present. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Lu Chuyin quickly adjusted his demeanor. Fear not, they cannot overhear us. I shall personally welcome my esteemed uncle. Lu Ye sauntered leisurely into the grand hall, his gaze unfocused as he strode to the center, languidly proclaiming, You may rise. Thank you, Your Highness, the officials echoed in unison, subsequently resuming their seats in silence, too apprehensive to utter a word. Montakli, perched on Luya's shoulder, surveyed the scene with astonishment, contemplating the sheer number of attendees. Lu Qiuyan donned a cordial smile and descended from the dragon throne to greet him. At long last, Uncle has arrived. Did you encounter any difficulties along the way? As he spoke, he noticed the silver serpent coiled upon Luya's shoulder, a strangely familiar sight that sparked a memory. Suddenly it dawned on him. Was this not the serpent that had sprung forth during the sacrificial ceremony? It seemed Luya had taken to keeping it as a pet. A wave of suspicion washed over him. Did Luya harbor intentions of using a venomous serpent against him? His mind raced with trepidation. Emoli, upon seeing Lu Qiuyan, recalled the incident from a month prior when he had pursued her with a blade, and her anger flared once more. She glared at him, emitting a displeased hiss. I apologize for the delay. I had forgotten something and needed to retrieve it. I hope your majesty and the esteemed ladies will forgive me. Luya raised an eyebrow and, in response to his words, expressed a desire for their understanding. Yet there was no hint of remorse upon his countenance. Chu Qingxiu also descended and, after a few steps, spotted Emoli perched upon Luya's shoulder. Startled, she instinctively took a step back, suppressing her trepidation, and donned a graceful smile befitting a national mother. With a gentle smile, she remarked, Your Highness, what are you saying? We are all family. There is no need for such formality. The Emperor and I have only just arrived. Her gaze flickered, avoiding Emoli's, and upon concluding her words, she covertly signaled to Eunuch Quan that the banquet could commence. Emoli retorted defiantly, You little wretch, look me in the eye. How brave you were when you chased me with your blades, yet now you dare to retreat. She continued, Oh, isn't that the deceased eunuch? It's about time I set my eyes upon you. Dare you throw stones at me? Luya caught her thoughts, and a subtle smile graced his lips. He gently tapped Emoli's head, signaling her to remain still. After a month of companionship, a certain understanding had blossomed between them, and Emoli complied, refraining from baring her teeth at the two. Once Emoli had settled down, Luya turned to the pair, smiling lightly. Thank you, Your Highness, for your understanding. Lu Qiuyan then positioned himself to shield Emoli and grasped Chu Qingxiu's hand, aware of his wife's fear of snakes. Your Highness keeps a venomous snake as a pet. Such creatures thrive in darkness and are highly toxic. You ought to exercise caution. Mai Li is very well behaved. Your Majesty need not worry. She poses no threat, Luya replied, holding onto Emoli's tail. Lu Qiuyan, recognizing the futility in further protest, acquiesced. As long as she does not harm anyone, Your Highness may take your seat. The banquet is about to begin. Eunuch Quan waved his ceremonial brush and declared in a drawn-out tone, The feast commences. Let the music play. In response, musicians in the distance began to play their instruments, filling the grand hall with a harmonious symphony, dissipating the previously tense atmosphere and inviting relaxation. Luya took his place at the table, setting Emoli down before him. The attendees regarded this scene with astonished expressions, whispering amongst themselves. How absurd that the regent would enter with a snake. Such a sight is unheard of. Even more astonishing was the emperor's tacit approval. Those oblivious to the truth could not help but marvel at the apparent camaraderie between the emperor and the regent. That snake is indeed his pet. Returning to her seat, Chu Qingxiu spoke in a hushed tone meant only for Lu Qiuyan. How curious that he would keep such a repugnant creature. Only someone like Luya would be inclined towards such sinister animals. The snake, much like its master, embodies malice. Chu Qingxiu took a sip of tea to steady herself. No matter how malignant, such a being will soon meet its demise. Luya is tyrannical, valuing lives as mere trifles. Should they slay him, it would be an act of divine retribution. Lu Qiuyan chuckled softly, placing a morsel of fish upon Chu Qingxiu's gilded plate. Their eyes met, and a silent understanding prevailed. Is that truly the infamous god of death, Luya, whom our father and mother often speak of? How peculiar. He seems far too ethereal and composed to be a killer, remarked Princess Yinling quietly to her handmaiden. Lucia, observing the demeanor of the emperor and empress of the great Qian kingdom towards him, one could only conclude that he is indeed a deity of death. I had anticipated a grotesque and portly figure, yet he possesses an unexpectedly striking appearance, which is rather intriguing. Princess Yinling's almond-shaped eyes sparkled as she gazed at the tall, elegant silhouette clad in white in the distance, and she couldn't help but break into a smile that left the nearby princes momentarily entranced. Sister, do not forget the purpose of our journey is Lu Chuyin. The enigmatic Lord Luya is not someone you can easily manage, and you might not even know how you met your demise, Morong Shu admonished, tilting his head back to down a cup of snow wine. Casting a sidelong glance at his sister to douse her enthusiasm with a splash of cold reality. In defiance, Princess Yinling retorted, "Brother, do not speak too soon. Regardless, a marriage alliance between our two nations is inevitable. Does it matter whom I wed? Moreover, have you seen how the Emperor and Empress of the Great Qian are so enamored with each other? Why should I make a fool of myself by meddling? How can you be certain that Lord Luya does not have a woman?" Morong Shu countered. Whether he does or does not, the position of the principal wife remains vacant. If I were to marry Lord Luya and become his princess, who would dare to provoke our northern kingdom? Princess Yinling huffed playfully. Morong Shu pondered her words, recognizing that although Yinling often exhibited a capricious nature, there was a measure of logic in her assertions. Their father had informed them that while the Emperor of the Great Qian was Lu Chuyin, the true power lay in the hands of Luya. However, they were also aware of the bloodshed that had transpired in the palace years ago, where Luya had ruthlessly eliminated his biological father. He was indeed a living embodiment of death, merciless in his actions. Princess Yinling, being straightforward and candid, would not fare well should a conflict arise between them. Luya would not spare her simply because of her status as a princess of the Northern Kingdom. Thus, it was safer to align with Lu Chuyin. With this thought in mind, Morong Shu lowered his voice and declared, "No, it is only appropriate to forge an alliance with the Emperor. I advise you to relinquish this absurd notion. Otherwise, I shall summon the ghost Qin to escort you back." Princess Yinling pouted, but remained silent, her mind swirling with thoughts of how to draw closer to Luya. Ghost Qin, standing silently behind Morong Shu, clenched his fist, remaining taciturn. Chapter 18. The Princess Serpent Pet. While those present harbored their own thoughts, Emoli remained blissfully unaware. Ignoring the gazes directed her way, she savored the beef before her. After finishing a piece, Liao would place another onto her designated small plate. Occasionally, when she choked, Liao would kindly offer her a cup of water to help her along. His thin lips curved into a smile as he watched Emoli eat, finding her demeanor irresistibly amusing. This had become one of his recent pleasures, feeding his serpent. Another of his great delights involved bathing the creature. Onlookers marveled at the sight, their jaws nearly dropping in astonishment. What kind of illustrious serpent required the personal attention of the Regent Prince for feeding? The serpent kept by the prince was truly extraordinary, its entire body shimmering silver and exuding an air of intelligence. Indeed, this is the first time I have encountered such a well-behaved serpent. The prince truly possesses remarkable skills in taming beasts. Just look at it, a creature with such human-like understanding. It is indeed exceptional, truly befitting of a prince. Even his serpent pet is remarkable. I am in awe. A constant stream of guests approached Luya, offering toasts and exchanging pleasantries, their compliments serving as mere pretexts to extol the regent. Emoli responded graciously, "Oh, no need for such courtesy. We are alike in our cleverness. Oh dear sir, you ought to refrain from late nights. Your hairstyle has dwindled to but a ring, truly a brilliant baldness." As Emoli reciprocated their flattery, she nodded frequently, affirming their words. Luya raised an eyebrow, observing Emoli engage with them, even indulging in conversation. Unable to suppress a chuckle, he mused aloud, "Indeed, this snake of mine is truly one of a kind. You shall find none other in the realm, albeit a bit loquacious." The onlookers assumed their compliments had struck a chord, prompting them to praise even more fervently. Emoli, puzzled, wondered, what does he mean by being a bit loquacious? She glanced at Luya, contemplating if her habitual hissing had perhaps been excessive. Shaking her tail, she dismissed the thought and continued to savor the beef on her plate. At the head table, Lu Yin tightened his grip on the wine cup, turning to inquire, What manner of snake is this that consumes everything? The dishes on Lu Ya's table had nearly all fallen prey to the snake's appetite. It was the first time he had witnessed a snake partake in human fare. I am uncertain. Perhaps it is a new breed cultivated by the prince. Chief Eunuch Wang replied. Whatever its breed, it likely is a creature of the supernatural. Lu Yin remarked, setting down his cup. The chief eunuch promptly filled the cup again, asserting, Indeed, your majesty, there is no snake that dines on human food. It must surely be an apparition. Your majesty, is there a possibility this snake might be venomous? I confess I feel a twinge of anxiety, fearing an unforeseen incident. Chu Qing Xiu said softly, dabbing her lips with a handkerchief, her brow slightly furrowed. Fear not. There will be no mishap. I have arranged everything meticulously, and we shall proceed as planned. Lu Yin reassured her in a hushed tone. Chu Qing Xiu exhaled a sigh of relief at his words, and the couple raised their cups in unison. After setting down their cups, Chu Qing Xiu stood and cleared her throat, revealing an elegant smile as she began, Esteemed guests, my husband and I extend our heartfelt gratitude for your presence, especially to those who have traveled from afar. The assembly, captivated by the Empress's words, fell silent, their gazes directed toward her. Only Lu Ya remained engrossed, diligently feeding Mo Li, his attention unwavering. Your Majesty is too gracious. It is an honor for a mere prince from a small nation to partake in the Empress's birthday celebration and witness the splendor of the great Qian kingdom. A young prince exclaimed eagerly. Indeed, indeed, the others echoed in agreement. Yet, merely indulging in wine and delicacies can become rather tedious. I have arranged a few small performances to entertain our guests, so do consider it a distraction. Should anyone wish to showcase their talents, I eagerly await your display. Chu Qing Xiu concluded, glancing toward the direction of Zhu Shan, sharing a brief, knowing look before parting ways. Your Majesty's foresight is commendable. Thank you, Your Majesty. The dancers in pink garments gracefully entered, their flowing sleeves accentuating their movements, while the music transformed into a soft and enchanting melody. The lead dancer, adorned in a resplendent crimson gown, stood proudly at the center, her cheeks flushed and her hair cascading elegantly over her shoulders, exuding both grace and allure. Captivating the audience from the moment she appeared, Emily exclaimed, Wow, a beauty. However, she is still slightly inferior to me. Upon hearing Mo Li's exclamation, Luya glanced at the leading dancer and then averted his gaze. Nothing more than that. Chu Qingqiu observed the reactions of those within the hall and smiled with satisfaction. The enchanting maiden possessed a beauty that captivated every man who laid eyes upon her. Who said that? I do not fancy her at all. My heart belongs solely to my Qing. Lu Qiuyin turned to Chu Qingqiu, expressing his affection. Chu Qingqiu's lips curled into a delicate smile, her almond eyes brimming with emotion. Whether His Majesty is fond or not is of little consequence. What truly matters is Lu Ya's feelings. Han may have been dancing for quite some time. Lu Ya merely cast a glance. Did she not catch his eye? Or perhaps the matter at hand was of greater importance. This was not the time for flirtation. Lu Qiuyin narrowed his cold eyes, glaring at the dancing Han Mei. She understood the silent command, her smile becoming even more radiant as she swayed her waist. Gracefully approaching Lu Ya lounged lazily in his chair, one hand lightly tapping the table. He smirked, his gaze coldly fixed on the woman writhing before him. His eyes emitted a chilling light, as though he were not regarding a living being, but rather a lifeless corpse, instilling fear in those who beheld him. Han Mei could not suppress the tightening in her throat, her fingers trembling slightly. Why did the regent's gaze seem far more menacing than the snake on his table? Steeling herself, she endeavored to maintain her composure, smiling more seductively, her movements becoming even more alluring. Mo Li was utterly captivated, her eyes nearly popping out. Is this the delight of the wealthy? Such an alluring dance, such a beguiling smile. She could not help but sway along with the rhythm, synchronizing with Han Mei's performance. Her petite head bobbing from side to side, even humming a tune. Come, let us rejoice, for time is abundant. Lu Ya twitched his lips at the foolish serpent's lewd song. At that moment, Mo Li was particularly elated. Forget men. Even as a woman, she was nearly overwhelmed. If only a beauty would sing. Emoli would gladly give her anything. Excitedly, Emoli glanced back at Luya, noticing his calm demeanor, even a hint of darkness on his face. She wondered to herself, a stunning beauty is enticing you. How can you remain unresponsive? I would be tempted to embrace her and shower her with kisses. Are you incapable? No wonder there isn't even a concubine at home. You've been sleeping alone for a month, not even touching a woman. Were you perhaps castrated in your youth? No, I certainly did not depict you as a eunuch. How perplexing. Luya was momentarily taken aback by her thoughts, his expression darkening. Chapter 19. M.O. Lee's Herbal Medicine. Luya's eyes were dark and penetrating, his icy gaze fixed upon the swaying M.O. Lee. Unaware that she had once again provoked Luya's ire, M.O. Lee danced joyfully. At that moment, Hame could not help but take a few steps back. The Regent's expression was truly terrifying, and for a moment, she nearly faltered. Lu Qiuyan, noticing Han Mei's hesitation, anxiously tapped his wine glass against the table, the crisp sound jolting Han Mei back to reality. Now is the moment. She tightly grasped the colorless and tasteless powder, allowing it to scatter as she danced. However, upon meeting Lu Ya's terrifying gaze, Han Mei trembled, causing most of the powder to drift towards M.O. Lee. What was that just now? Why do I feel so dizzy? Why does this beauty seem to have two heads? Montakli exclaimed. After scattering the powder, Han Mei gracefully retreated to the center of the grand hall, continuing her dance. Everything transpired swiftly and unnoticed. Seeing this, Chu Qingxiu and Lu Qiuyan exchanged knowing smiles. Realizing that the plan had succeeded, they were now merely waiting for Zhu Shan to take action. Luya had anticipated that Lu Qiuyan would send this dancer to administer the hallucinogenic powder, rendering him sluggish and prone to illusions. Yet, having consumed numerous potions since childhood, Luya had developed an immunity to toxins, leaving him unperturbed by the mild hallucinogen. However, he never expected M.O. Lee to fall victim to it. Observing the disoriented snake on the table, Luya furrowed his brow, thinking that the minor hallucinogenic effect should merely induce a brief stupor. Nevertheless, he drew M.O. Lee into his embrace, gently soothing her while attentively listening to her incoherent murmurs. Who is speaking? Bite? Bite whom? Montakli mumbled. Zhu Shan had been fixated on the snake Luya had brought, recognizing it as a venomous creature. The thought of Luya being bitten to death by his own serpent amused him greatly. He chuckled sinisterly, tightly clutching the talisman paper and reciting a complex incantation, employing his beast-controlling technique to confuse M.O. Lee's mind. Bite him, my obedient snake, bite him, bite your master, sink your fangs deep, do not let go. M.O. Lee felt a wave of dizziness, as a peculiar voice incessantly echoed in her ears. She shook her head vigorously, unable to dispel the sound. In the midst of the swirling chaos, she noticed the dancer had withdrawn, the guests were engaged in merriment, and Luya's face loomed close, gazing at her with concern. What was he saying? M.O. Lee could see his lips moving, but could not discern his words. Only that unpleasant voice persisted, urging her to bite him, bite him, bite him fiercely. Bite whom? Your master, Luya. Do you see his neck? Bite down hard. Zhu Shan's lips moved, his voice reaching M.O. Lee's ears. All right, I will bite him. Hearing her slurred muttering, Luya leaned in closer, eager to comprehend her words. Just moments ago, M.O. Lee, who had appeared dazed, suddenly darkened her eyes and, with astonishing speed, sank her fangs into Luya's neck, gripping tightly without relenting. Your Highness! Your Highness! The snake has bitten the prince. The onlookers gasped in horror, halting their conversations. Panic etched on their faces as they turned towards Luya and the snake entwined around his neck. Ah! Chu Qingxiu exclaimed in shock, regaining his composure and hurriedly addressing Lu Qiuyan. How could the snake he raised bite him? Lu Qiuyan stood momentarily stunned, bemused by the spectacle of Luya being bitten by his own venomous serpent. This was indeed intriguing. He held his breath in excitement, anticipating Luya's imminent demise from the snake's venom. At this moment, Luya was surprisingly the most composed person in the grand hall. His face was as calm as an ancient well, as he lowered his head to gently soothe M.O. Lee's emotions, calming the serpent in the process. Then lifting his gaze, his cold and stern eyes swept over the crowd, keenly detecting the peculiar expression on Zhu Shan's face. So this is the art of beast taming. Luya licked his crimson lips and raised his wine cup toward Zhu Shan, offering a provocative smile. Zhu Shan shivered slightly, a chill running down his spine. Why was it that Luya, unscathed by the serpent's bite, now had his sights set on him? Had he discerned something? Zhu Shan forced a grim smile, raising his cup in response to Luya, and then gulped it down in one go. In his haste, the fiery liquor made him cough uncontrollably. Is the royal uncle all right? Lucio Yin inquired cautiously. Does his majesty believe I have encountered any trouble? Luya replied, caressing the silver serpent in his hand with a distant gaze. Lucio Yin was momentarily taken aback. Naturally, he was concerned since his royal uncle had been bitten by the serpent. This serpent is non-venomous. Your majesty need not worry. Let the festivities continue, Luya stated coldly. As long as all is well, all is well. Exotic pets can indeed be troublesome to care for. The crowd echoed in agreement. Indeed, indeed. The tense atmosphere gradually eased back to its former state, and conversations resumed. Despite Luya's somber demeanor and frosty gaze, his hands moved with utmost tenderness. Noticing that Emoli was still in a daze, he glanced at Qing who, understanding the silent cue, exited the hall, striding forth with a smirk. Qing who thought to himself that tonight's full moon was most suitable for a murderous deed. Chu Qing Chiu observed Lu Ya's expression intently, murmuring in confusion. Has the mind-bewitching powder failed? Why is Lu Ya showing no sign of reaction, his eyes still clear, and his movements unimpeded? And what of the serpent? At this point, whether or not the powder worked, we must proceed as planned, Lu Yin replied. Lu Ya is exceptionally skilled. If he were to be slowed by the powder, it would be preferable. What if he keenly detects the scorpion? That would spell disaster. For reasons unknown, Chu Qing Chiu felt a sense of unease in his heart. No matter how formidable his skills, he was not invincible. A mere scorpion, so small, could go unnoticed. The mind-bewitching powder was merely a precaution. The scorpion Zhu Shan brought was half the size of a normal one. Even with extraordinary abilities, Lu Ya would not perceive it. He intended for Lu Ya to perish quietly when the fire poison took hold, leaving no trace of his involvement. Afterward, he would orchestrate a mourning ceremony, ensuring Lu Ya vanished entirely from this world. Lu Yin maintained a composed smile, yet a tempest brewed within his eyes as he glared at Zhu Shan, silently questioning him about the earlier incident. Zhu Shan let out a bitter laugh. Upon seeing Lu Ya enter with a serpent, he devised this scheme, never anticipating that Lu Ya would possess a harmless creature. It seemed they must adhere to the original plan. Zhu Shan gently nodded towards Lu Yin, signaling for the plan to proceed. Just as he lifted his wine cup, intending to rise, a charming female voice interjected, speaking before him. Your Majesty, Princess Yinling has often heard her father and mother speak of you during her time at home. Today, upon seeing you, I must say your beauty is indeed breathtaking, a true embodiment of grace that complements His Majesty perfectly, a match made in heaven. Princess Yinling smiled serenely, her voice ringing clear. Murong Shu gazed at her sister with a hint of surprise, pondering her intentions. Chapter 20. Who is the assassin? Upon hearing Yinling's compliments, Chu Qingqiu smiled in response. You flatter me, dear princess. Your own charm is captivating and delightful, and I am equally fond of it. At these words, Princess Yinling beamed with confidence. Your Majesty, I wish to present you with a song, a token of my heartfelt sentiments. I hope you will not find it lacking. You are far too modest. Who does not know of your exquisite skills on the Kongho, the lingering melodies echoing for 3 days? Today, I am indeed fortunate to hear such divine music. Chu Qingqiu replied graciously. Thank you, Your Majesty. Though she spoke to Chu Qingqiu, Princess Yinling's gaze frequently drifted towards Lu Ya, her eyes shimmering with a hint of shyness. Bring me my Kongho, she instructed a nearby maid, her joy evident. Murong Shu, observing his sister's infatuated expression, could discern her feelings all too clearly. Gripping his wine cup tightly, he watched her with a mix of frustration and exasperation, muttering, "What nonsense!" Unfazed by her brother's suppressed ire, Yinling nervously pressed her lips together, adjusted her gown, raised her brows slightly, and smiled radiantly. With her beauty and talent, capturing Luya should be an easy feat. She was filled with confidence. Before long, several palace maids placed a finely carved Kong Ho in the center of the grand hall. Princess Yinling raised her chin and stepped forward gracefully. Seeing that the situation had progressed beyond his control, Murong Fu chose to remain silent, his expression complex as he watched his sister take her seat in the hall center. The gathering fell silent, eagerly anticipating Princess Yinling's performance. Her delicate hands danced over the strings, producing crystalline notes that flowed gently, enchanting all present with their emotional resonance. This was a song unique to the northern regions, telling the love story between a young maiden and her beloved, from their initial meeting to their mutual affection, culminating in a declaration of love, with the music imbued with deep sentiment. Princess Yinling's slender fingers moved gracefully across the strings like a spirit of the night, bringing the Kongho to life in the grand hall. Occasionally, she boldly cast glances at Luya, her affection unmistakable. Meanwhile, Murong Shu's expression darkened progressively. His sister had become increasingly audacious, daring to play such suggestive melodies before so many onlookers, her thoughts transparent on her face. Everyone present was astute. It was evident to all that her intentions would complicate any future union with Lu Qiuyan. Chu Qingxiu and Lu Qiuyan exchanged knowing looks. Realizing that the young lady's affections were misplaced, her youthful heart laid bare for all to see. As the attention of the crowd remained captivated by Princess Yinling's enchanting melody, Lu Qiuyan discreetly signaled to Zhu Shan, indicating that it was time to unleash the venomous scorpion. Zhu Shan nodded and, just as he was about to extract the bamboo tube, a series of crisp applause erupted within the hall. Luya lounged nonchalantly, amusement dancing in his eyes as he observed Princess Yinling skillfully playing the harp. Before the final notes had faded, he clapped his hands and exclaimed, "Bravo!" The assembly, jolted from their reverie by Luya's applause, joined in, their cheers resounding like waves. The music abruptly ceased, and Princess Yinling, pressing down on the strings, rose joyfully to bow, expressing her gratitude for the prince's commendation. The princess's performance was indeed splendid. However, the queen's banquet must be momentarily suspended, Luya intoned, tapping his fingers rhythmically upon the table. Upon hearing Luya's words, Chu Qingxiu's pupils dilated in alarm. What could the prince possibly mean by that? Lu Qian narrowed his eyes, awaiting Luya's next utterance, curious about his intentions. Meanwhile, murmurs rippled through the crowd, laden with confusion. Luya's piercing gaze swept across the assembly as he continued. A few assassins have infiltrated this banquet. My concern lies solely with the safety of His Majesty and Her Highness. The moment his words fell, the hall erupted in a cacophony of shock, akin to boiling water. Both Lu Qiuyan and Chu Qingxiu were taken aback, but they quickly masked their astonishment. Losing composure in such a setting would only serve to invite ridicule from rival nations. However, Zhu Shan lacked such composure. He trembled uncontrollably, beads of cold sweat cascading down his brow. The moment Luya had cast a glance in his direction, he knew the assassin's words had undoubtedly implicated him. It was over. Zhu Shan frantically attempted to secure the bamboo tube he had just loosened, but in his flustered state, his hand trembled, causing the tube to clatter to the floor. The tiny, scorpion-sized creature vanished in an instant. Disaster. The scorpion had escaped. Zhu Shan had devoted considerable time to concocting a potion that would render the fire poison uncontrollable, feeding the creature with the concoction for an entire month, all in anticipation of it delivering a fatal sting to Luya. On the night of the full moon, the effects of the poison would manifest, and Luya would succumb to the flames of his own affliction, leaving no trace of foul play. But now that the venomous creature had fled, he feared it might bite a noble from another realm. As this thought crossed his mind, Zhu Shan's complexion drained of color, and he hastily produced talisman paper, reciting incantations in an effort to summon the scorpion back. Yet his panic clouded his focus, and despite repeating the incantation several times, it bore no fruit. He continued to chant fervently. At that moment, the other guests in the hall began to panic, each fearing that an assassin lurked beside them. Assassins? What shall we do? Princess Yinling boldly inquired. Indeed, everyone here has been vetted. How could there be an assassin? Lu Ye's gaze fixed intently on Lu Chuyin, who fidgeted uncomfortably under his scrutiny. After a prolonged silence, Lu Ye finally declared, "Bring the assassin forth." No sooner had he spoken than Qing, who dragged a bloodied Han Mei into the hall. The alluring figure lay in tatters, her skin marred and her limbs rendered useless, dragged forward by the merciless blue tiger like a ragged cloth. With a resounding thud, he cast her heavily to the ground. She clung to a single breath, her body numb with pain. A singular thought consumed her, the desire for death, for a swift and merciful end. "Please, do not torment me further. In my suffering, I implore you." Her face pressed against the ground, blood staining the carpet as she murmured in a daze. The once enchanting woman now lay battered and unrecognizable, leaving onlookers bewildered. Wasn't she the dancer from moments ago? Yes, indeed, the very same. Was she an assassin? Surely, the royal uncle must be mistaken. She was merely a dancer from the palace, her background clear and unambiguous. Chu Qingqiu trembled as she stood, her almond eyes fixed intently on Lu Ye. She cast one last glance at the fallen beauty, her heart quaking, unable to bear the sight any longer. Lu Ye was truly a devil. Chapter 21. Lu Ye's rampage at this moment. Mo Li gradually regained consciousness, her eyes fluttering open as she surveyed her surroundings. What had transpired? How had she fallen asleep? Upon noticing her awakening, Lu Ye lightly tapped her forehead with a finger, speaking in a calm, unhurried manner. "I have investigated the matter. This woman's grandfather was a traitor of the previous dynasty. It remains a mystery how she gained entry to the palace and became close to the empress. Just now, she was armed with a dagger, intending to assassinate His Majesty. But fortunately, she was apprehended by my subordinates. From now on, it is imperative that those around the empress are selected with utmost scrutiny to prevent such occurrences." Chu Qingqiu was rendered speechless, as if she had just heard the most ludicrous of jokes. A traitor of the previous dynasty? Was Lu Ye himself the most notorious of traitors, responsible for a bloodbath in the royal palace and the murder of his own father? Lu Ye was the true embodiment of treachery. A once virtuous individual had been reduced to this state by his hand. All his words had been spoken in vain. Chu Qingqiu's lips trembled with rage, her silver teeth clenched tightly, leaving her momentarily speechless. Lu Yin rose and embraced Chu Qingqiu, forcing a dignified smile as he said, "I am grateful to my royal uncle. I had no idea there were assassins in the palace, and they certainly deserve to be dealt with." Qing'er had never witnessed such a gruesome spectacle, and she was understandably shaken. "Everyone, do not take offense. I shall take her away to rest for a while." His eyes were inscrutable, filled with concealed malice toward Lu Ye, while his words dripped with pleasantries, fooling those unaware of the underlying truth, who believe their relationship to be amicable. Wait, is one assassin sufficient to frighten the empress? There is still another yet to be uncovered. Lu Ye toyed with Mo Li's serpentine tail, his cold voice echoing throughout the grand hall. Mo Li interjected, "What manner of hell is this? What assassin? I merely dozed for a moment. Why can't I comprehend your words?" She climbed onto his shoulder, gaining a higher vantage point, only to behold the shocking crimson on the ground. Wasn't he that the beauty from earlier? How had she been so brutally beaten? Mo Li turned to Lu Ye, her eyes brimming with questions. "Did you do this?" Lu Ye coughed uneasily, reaching out to pull her down onto his lap. For some inexplicable reason, he wished to conceal his cruel side from the serpent. This unfamiliar sensation stirred a sense of agitation within him. Emily thought to herself, it mattered not who had struck the blow. All would soon come to an end. She longed to be alone, quietly awaiting her return home. Emily turned and crawled down to the ground along his leg, and though Lu Ye reached out to catch her, he ultimately let her be. "Where is that assassin?" the emperor inquired, his tone warm yet authoritative. "I shall ensure they are dealt with severely." "There," Lu Ye drawled, crossing his arms and casting a playful glance in the direction of Zhu Shan, as if toying with a cornered beast. The crowd followed his gaze, and upon realizing everyone in the hall was watching him, Zhu Shan widened his eyes and waved his hands frantically. No, I am not an assassin. I am Zhu Shan, the beloved younger brother of the Beast King, sent here to celebrate the Empress's longevity. How could I possibly be an assassin?" "Indeed, uncle," Could there be a misunderstanding? Lu Yin interjected, his expression betraying genuine concern. Prince Zhu is a distinguished guest from the Beast Kingdom. He cannot be an assassin. One must remain vigilant. Your Majesty, Luya cautioned. Bring him forward. He signaled to Qing Hu. Qing Hu clapped his hands, instructing those outside to bring the individuals in. Lord Prince, save me. I cannot endure this any longer, pleaded the servant Xiao Si, dragged in alongside Xiao Wu, both appearing feeble. Xiao Si's fingers had been severed, while Xiao Wu had lost his toes, all done with a rusty, dull blade, exposing gnawed bone fragments. Xiao Si, Xiao Wu. Zhu Shan leapt to his feet, his lips quivering. May I inquire, my lord, what transgressions my servants have committed to deserve such torture? Qing Hu, expressionless, tossed a black bundle onto the ground. As it unraveled, numerous vials and jars spilled forth, each containing various poisons. These poisons belong to you, do they not? A gasp swept through the assembly at Lu Ya's words, whispers of intrigue rippling through the crowd. How could one bring such a plethora of poisons to a celebration? It seemed rife with malicious intent. At that moment, Lu Yin and Chu Qingxiu remained silent, observing the chaotic scene. Chu Qingxiu's complexion turned pale as she trembled, grasping her husband's hand. Once we have dealt with Zhu Shan, shall we attend to them? Do not fear. He may not be aware. We shall observe the situation, Lu Yin murmured softly, though his own heart was tumultuous. Lu spoke coolly. You carry such an abundance of poison, clearly intending to poison His Majesty and the Empress. They have already confessed. Upon hearing Lu Ya's declaration, Zhu Shan's gaze darted towards the two servants on ground. Xiao Si and Xiao Wu, in agony, averted their eyes, having surrendered all they could to alleviate their suffering. Seize him. Lu Ya's thin lips curled into a chilling smile as he uttered the command. Qing Hu moved forward to apprehend Zhu Shan, who finally comprehended the gravity of the situation, trembling as he cast a glance at Lu Yin and Chu Qingxiu. No, you cannot harm me. My brother is the Beast King. Are you seeking to incite conflict between our nations? Zhu Shan exclaimed impulsively. Your brother? I have already dealt with him. If you had arrived sooner, perhaps you could accompany him on the road to the underworld. Lu Ya smirked, a sinister smile gracing his lips. You dare? You have slain my brother? He is the Beast King, the sovereign of the Beast Kingdom, a ruler of a nation. Zhu Shan cried out in despair. And what of being a sovereign? If I wish to kill, I shall kill, Lu Ya remarked nonchalantly, toying with the wine goblet in his hand. His gaze drifting toward Lu Yin, his words laced with an ominous warning. Lu Yin felt a momentary breathlessness. That gaze bore too much meaning. The onlookers in the grand hall stared in disbelief, unable to fathom the audacity of this killing deity. The Beast King, a dignified ruler, seemed as insignificant as an ant in his presence. The Beast King had been slain. If a monarch could be treated thus, what hope did they have? Fear gripped them, and some, trembling with terror, quaked in their seats. Zhu Shan had completely crumbled, casting a desperate glance toward Lu Yin. No, Your Majesty, save me. Before he could finish, the Qing Hu struck him with a resounding slap, knocking several teeth loose, and Zhu Shan's face rapidly swelled. He mumbled something incomprehensible, his eyes pleading towards Lu Yin and Chu Qingxiu, yearning for their intervention. Yet, Lu Yin and Chu Qingxiu remained silent witnesses to the unfolding chaos. Their lips sealed. The Qing Hu seized Zhu Shan as if he were a mere chick, dragging him away along with others who lay on the ground. Lu Yin's composure was formidable until Lu Ya turned his attention to him. He had to feign ignorance. I am grateful to my royal uncle. Who would have thought Zhu Shan harbored treacherous intentions to assassinate me, while I regarded him as an esteemed guest? Today, thanks to my uncle, I extend my deepest gratitude. Chu Qingxiu echoed his sentiments. They were not fools. To panic now would betray their guilt. They had to maintain a facade of calm. Your Majesty and Your Highness are too kind. It is my duty. However, that venomous scorpion seems elusive. What should we do, Your Majesty? Lu Ya's piercing gaze locked onto Lu Yin. Venomous scorpion? Lu Yin forced down his rising anxiety. How could Lu Ya be aware of that very creature? A scorpion fed with poison for a month? Your Majesty, were you unaware? Lu Ya continued. I know nothing of it. I have never heard of such a thing. Lu Yin denied vehemently without a moment's thought. That scorpion was just on Zhu Shan. Now, it could be anywhere, perhaps even beneath your feet, Lu Ye remarked languidly, a mocking smile playing on his lips. The crowd gasped in shock. The princesses from various nations turned pale, rising to peer at their feet. Chaos erupting within the grand hall. A scorpion? Where is it? Everyone's eyes widened as they searched meticulously, hoping Lu Ye's words were but a cruel jest and that the poisonous creature would not manifest near them. Meanwhile, in a corner, Emoli stood in a standoff with the venomous scorpion, both creatures locked in a fierce gaze, neither willing to yield. Emoli moved left, and the scorpion mirrored her. She shifted right, and it followed suit. Emoli rolled her eyes in exasperation, exclaiming, "Good dogs should not obstruct the path." The scorpion responded, "I am not a dog. I am a scorpion. Can you comprehend my words?" Emoli retorted, "Can you truly understand what I am saying?" Chapter 22. Emoli is stung by the poisonous scorpion. Emoli believed that Lu Ye would surely perish today. Wishing to avoid the impending scene of carnage, she decided to step outside for a respite. However, as she traversed the path, she encountered a diminutive poisonous scorpion blocking her way, and the two had been at an impasse for quite some time. The scorpion paced back and forth, suddenly exclaiming, "Fellow villager, do you also hail from the blood pool?" "Ah, the blood pool. What exactly is the blood pool?" Emoli inquired with wide, curious eyes. "The blood pool exists in our beast kingdom, filled with our brethren, snakes, insects, rodents, and ants, what humans refer to as poisons. It constitutes the highest form of punishment in the beast kingdom. The most heinous criminals are cast into the blood pool." The scorpion declared with pride, "It seems you are not from our blood pool. How peculiar. How is it that you can understand my speech? Are you implying that other creatures cannot comprehend your words?" "Indeed, our blood pool lineage has inherited a toxicity 100-fold greater than that of ordinary creatures. How could we possibly be compared to them?" "That sounds rather impressive," she replied, feigning interest. Internally, Montag was astounded. Utterly bewildered. When had she concocted the notion of the blood pool? How could this be a mere improvisation? This had transformed into a fantastical narrative. Once she regained her composure, she questioned the scorpion, "What brings you here?" "That old rascal from Zhu Mountain seized me when I was unaware and fed me a dreadful poison for an extended period. It was utterly revolting. Once I return, I shall certainly inform our elder brother and ensure that he pays for it." Emoli thought to herself, "This little creature is rather unique." Yet she had lost the inclination to continue conversing with the scorpion. The hall was unbearably noisy, and the scene chaotic. Surely, Leah was in dire straits by now. She yearned for a solitary spot outside where she could admire the moon and patiently await her return home. "Oh well, good luck then. I shall take my leave," Emoli said, preparing to crawl outside, only for the scorpion to follow closely behind. "Why are you trailing me?" she queried, turning to face it. "In this foreign land, you are the only one who can comprehend my speech, and you bear resemblance to my elder brother. Hence, I must accompany you." "Is your elder brother also a snake?" Emoli paused to ask. "Yes, my elder brother is a black snake, and he is quite remarkable, still unmarried. Mind you, by the way, do you have a husband?" The scorpion nodded vigorously, eyes wide with innocence. Emoli thought, if I were still human, my expression would resemble that of an elderly person on the subway. "Why are you telling me this? Whether or not he has a wife is of no concern to me. I simply wish to return home." "Well then, please convey my regards to your elder brother. But I must attend to urgent matters and cannot have you following me." Emoli chuckled awkwardly, quickening her pace toward the exit. "Wait, don't go. I still haven't finished my thought. I believe you two would make a splendid match." With that, the scorpion hurriedly chased after her. As the snake and the scorpion pursued one another in a corner, unnoticed by anyone else, Emoli was thoroughly exasperated by the incessant noise. She halted, turned around, and was about to speak, only to see the venomous scorpion barreling towards her without restraint. Her eyes widened in horror as she witnessed the scorpion's stinger pierce her flesh. "Oh no, this is it," she thought, her heart sinking. She hadn't even returned yet, and now she was on the brink of being fatally stung by a scorpion. The creature, equally startled, began to apologize profusely, desperately attempting to withdraw its stinger. However, it suddenly felt a sharp pain in its tail, a chilling sensation radiating from its rear. In a frantic struggle, the stinger snapped with a resounding crack. The scorpion's tail was abruptly severed, leaving both the serpent and the scorpion in a state of terror, the pain overwhelming the scorpion as it writhed on the ground. Emily felt her strength waning. Luya, it seems today we are destined to perish together. After dealing with the assassin, Luya had issued a few threats to Lu Qiuyan, leaving the couple paralyzed in fear on their chairs. He found the situation dreadfully mundane and decided to seek out Emily, intending to escort her home. As he rose, he faintly heard her sobs. Frowning, Luya's irritation grew in the cacophony of the grand hall, prompting him to bark, "Silence." Instantly, the hall fell into an eerie hush. All eyes turned toward Luya, who had just taken a life without a flicker of emotion. Now, his expression was dark and foreboding. A palpable tension hung in the air, with some individuals too timid to even draw a breath, anxiously awaiting his next utterance. Once silence enveloped the hall, Luya strode purposefully towards the source of the sound, the crowd instinctively parting to grant him passage. At this moment, Emily was sobbing uncontrollably, feeling the weight of her misfortune. Just when she thought she could finally return home with Luya, she had been stung by an unknown scorpion. It was surely the end. She gasped between sobs, bidding farewell to her father, mother, and Luya, convinced of her impending demise. Luya approached her with a grim visage, scooping up the nearly asphyxiated little serpent and cradling it gently. He then turned and departed with purposeful strides. "Luya, you've come. Is this paradise? Are we dead? With you by my side on this road to the underworld, I shall not be alone," Emily lamented weakly, gazing up at Luya with tear-filled eyes, brimming with sorrow. Luya's brow furrowed tightly, his countenance dark and fearsome, yet his voice was imbued with utmost tenderness. "You will not perish, do not fear." The scorpion's venom coursed through Emily's body, igniting a feverish heat and a sensation of swelling pain throughout. Her head throbbed intensely, as if it might burst, her tongue feeling swollen. "You lie. The messengers of death are beckoning me. Oh, I am finished. I have learned my lesson. I shall no longer neglect my duties. Please do not claim my soul. I am an upstanding citizen." At that moment, Emily's head throbbed mercilessly. Caught in a state between dreams and reality, her mind clouded and consciousness fading, unable to distinguish between the realms of dream and waking life. A sharp pain coursed through her. "Luya, it hurts so much." She writhed in agony, feeling as though an insidious force within her was intent on tearing her apart. "It hurts." Hearing Emily's cries of distress and witnessing the venomous stinger embedded in the serpent's midsection, Luya's expression darkened. He coldly uttered through clenched teeth, "Qing Hu, return to the manor. Instruct Bien Tuo to await my arrival, and inform him that I have been stung by a scorpion. Should he delay for even a moment, I shall demand his life." "Understood." Faced with the prince's palpable fury, Qing Hu dared not ask further questions and swiftly mounted a swift steed to fetch Bien Tuo. As the figure of the regent disappeared into the night, a collective sigh of relief escaped the onlookers. "Oh dear, that was terrifying. I scarcely dared to breathe." What did the regent bring forth? I couldn't see clearly. It was the prince's serpent companion, though it appears rather unwell, listless even. Surely the prince wouldn't take out his anger on a mere serpent? As long as he doesn't vent his wrath upon us, we should be grateful. A serpent is of little consequence. Zhang spoke wisely. Chapter 23. Astounding transformation. Luya strode purposefully onto the carriage, the lead black stallions letting out long, resonant whinnies as they surged forth into the night, racing towards the regent's manor. "Ali, hold on," he urged, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow, tension coursing through him. Perhaps he was unaware of the source of his anxiety. Yet there was no time for contemplation, nor for distractions, for in that moment, Emily's body burned with fever, her strength waning dangerously. He brought in a lantern for illumination, placing a candle upon a low table, its flickering light casting a warm glow within the carriage. With utmost care, Leah laid Emily upon the soft couch and reached toward the scorpion's venomous stinger. However, the instant his fingers grazed it, Emily trembled violently. No, don't touch it. It hurts. She quaked with pain, lost in a haze of confusion. Her mind shrouded in darkness, instinctively crying out in distress. All right, I won't touch it. Be good, stay awake. When we return, the kitchen will prepare your favorite ribs. You can eat whatever you desire, he murmured softly, leaning closer, generously offering the rare warmth of his tenderness, whispering soothing words in her ear. Emily could not articulate her pain anymore. In the void of darkness, only his voice remained, as if her body were about to explode. While he continued to gently comfort her, Luya pressed down on her upper body with his left hand, reaching with his right to grasp the stinger firmly, swiftly and decisively yanking it out. Emily screamed in agony before her eyes rolled back, and she lost consciousness. Ali, Ludias pupils constrictive. And the normally aloof gaze of his eyes was filled with panic. He repeatedly called her name, yearning for a response, even if it were a curse directed at him from within her mind. Suddenly, Emily's body began to transform, gradually enlarging. In the blink of an eye long, graceful legs and slender arms emerged, cascading dark tresses flowing downwards. Luya froze, his body stiffening as he gaped in astonishment at the woman in his arms, now unclad. The soft touch of her skin confirmed the reality of this bewildering transformation. Ali had unexpectedly transformed into a human. His breath hitched, his mind momentarily blank. In that fleeting instant, it felt as if some unseen force had plucked at his heartstrings. Emily's face radiated an unusual flush. Her cherry-sized lips slightly parted as she gasped, her gaze utterly bewildered. In the dim glow of the candlelight, the pristine whiteness before Luya captivated his entire attention. He was profoundly shaken, unable to bear the sight any longer, and hurriedly closed his eyes, with one arm enveloping the soft form of the woman in his embrace. Luya struggled to remove his outer robe, intending to drape it over Emily. However, she was decidedly uncooperative, writhing restlessly. At that moment, Emily's mind felt exceedingly hazy, as if she were adrift in an endless sea, with only a piece of driftwood to cling to. Her hands flailed helplessly in the air, then clutched Luya tightly. I can't swim, big log, please don't move, she mumbled incoherently. The confined space of the carriage, illuminated by flickering candlelight, amplified every sound. Leaning against the carriage wall, Luya closed his eyes, exhaling in resignation. He had never felt such disarray on a battlefield. He was at a loss regarding how to handle the woman in his arms. Had it been any other woman, he would have swiftly silenced her. Yet she was Ali, the incessant little snake who whispered in his ear. Over the past month, Luya had grown accustomed to Emily's presence, her incessant chatter, and her occasional mischief. She had ventured into this world alone, and so had he. Emily leaned her entire weight against him, their bodies fitting together seamlessly, leaving no space between them. One arm encircled his neck, her head resting on his shoulder as she murmured to herself, Sister Meng, are we going to the cafeteria? Please bring me a small noodle from the first canteen. In her dazed state, her thoughts drifted back to her university days, believing she was conversing with her roommate, asking for a meal to be brought to her. I still want a cup of milk tea, she mumbled, smacking her lips and nuzzling against the exposed skin on Luya's chest, disheveling his collar. He swallowed awkwardly, his throat tightening, his ears burning crimson, unsure of where to place his large hands. He dared not look down, for the two conspicuous mounds were painfully distracting. No one could have imagined that the fearsome killing god, Luya, known on the battlefield, now resembled an innocent youth, his ears flushed and his voice notably hoarse. Ali, please stay still and put on your clothes, he urged, closing his eyes and taking a deep breath. Finally managing to remove his outer robe, he draped it over Emily, gently coaxing her to slip her arms into the sleeves. Rogue, don't touch me inappropriately, she protested, flailing her arms. Stay still, he replied, his voice gravelly, the veins on his forehead prominent. Gradually, Emily quieted, her eyes closed as if falling asleep. Seeing her calm down, Luya slowly guided her arm into the sleeve of the garment. During the process of assisting her in dressing, his gaze inevitably drifted downward, revealing a complexity that was both profound and inscrutable. Your Highness, "We have arrived at the manor. Allow me to open the door for you," announced the servant as the carriage came to a gradual halt, the driver's voice echoing outside as he prepared to open the door. "Clear the area. Allow only Bientôt to approach," Luya commanded sharply, swiftly wrapping Mo Lee in his garments and positioning his broad frame as a shield, his voice a low growl of indignation. His eyes, dark and piercing, radiated an icy intensity. The attendants and soldiers followed the order, hastily retreating until silence enveloped the surroundings, save for the chirping of nocturnal insects. Luya lifted Mo Lee and placed her gently on the soft cushion, noting that she had been restless but now seemed to have settled. He needed to examine her injury. The summer attire was thin, and the outer robe was exceedingly loose, barely concealing her delicate form. Even the slightest movement would reveal expanse of her fair skin. Furrowing his brow, Luya meticulously searched for the location where the scorpion had stung her, his demeanor grave as though he were inspecting a military command. He overlooked no detail. If Mo Lee was indeed in serpentine form, the venomous sting would likely be situated along her midsection. As anticipated, he discovered the puncture mark beneath her lower back, the skin surrounding it already inflamed. His heart sank at the sight of the wound. "Your Highness, I heard from Qing Hu that you were stung by a scorpion. Let me take a look." Bientôt puffed as he rushed to the carriage, calling out from beside it, clutching a box in his arms, evidently having hurried over in such haste that his shoes were not properly fastened. "Hand me the medicine, quickly." Luya extended his hand. Bientôt promptly opened the medicine box and retrieved a small red vial, presenting it to Luya. "This is an antidote I developed myself. It can neutralize even the most potent scorpion venom. Just apply it to the wound, and the toxicity will dissipate in 3 days." "Your Highness, do you require my assistance?" Bientôt inquired eagerly, standing on tiptoe. "No need. Step aside," came Luya's cold reply from within the carriage. Bientôt pouted slightly, but responded, "Very well. I shall take my leave." Chapter 24. Is it possible not to bully him? Upon acquiring the vial, Luya carefully turned Mo Lee over, lifting the fabric at her lower back and gently sprinkling the medicine onto the wound. Anxiety churned within him. While he had confidence in Bientôt's concoction, he was uncertain whether it would be effective given Mo Lee's previous form as a serpent. What if the remedy proved ineffective? Fixated on the puncture mark inflicted by the venomous scorpion, he observed as the medicine began to take effect. The surrounding redness and swelling noticeably diminished, and, upon gentle pressure, the area felt less rigid than before. He instinctively exhaled in relief, having narrowly avoided a crisis. His earlier anxiety about her injury had caused him to overlook just how low the wound was positioned. With his taut nerves finally relaxing, he noted that the fabric he had lifted left the area completely exposed. He cast a glance at the 2 rounded buttocks. Raising an eyebrow as a hint of amusement glimmered in his eyes, radiating an air of suggestiveness. They were undeniably plump. No wonder she had just remarked that the dancer was somewhat inferior. In truth, the disparity was far greater than that. At this moment, Mo Lee had gradually succumbed to slumber, her furrowed brows relaxing due to the medication, uttering a few words in her dreams that elicited laughter from Luya. It seemed she was out of danger. The confined space of the carriage was hardly suitable for a night's rest. Luya wrapped Mo Lee's garments tightly around her, then lifted her horizontally and descended from the carriage. It was already late at night, and the surroundings were deserted, devoid of any figures. The round moon hung high in the sky, casting dancing shadows of trees, while a gentle breeze swept by, offering a hint of coolness to Luya, who felt overheated. The woman in his arms slept soundly. In this moment, he found a peculiar beauty in the scene, a sensation that was quite foreign to him. Shaking his head to dispel the thoughts, he tightened his embrace around her graceful form and strode into the mansion. Mo Lee, restless even in sleep, began to fidget again, her eyes still closed as she groped around, her hands draping over Luya's neck in a disordered manner. The wide sleeves slipped down to her shoulders as she raised her arms, her alabaster-like arms clinging tightly to his neck, making him somewhat uncomfortable. Luya turned his neck slightly, lowering his voice, "Be still, don't move around." His chin rested atop Mo Lee's head, his deep, resonant voice exceedingly pleasant to the ears. He exhaled gently, the warmth of his breath brushing against Emily's ear, prompting her to squirm, attempting to evade the ticklish sensation. In her dreams, Emily envisioned herself being embraced by a tall and handsome man who held her in a princess carry. The breadth of his chest provided her with a sense of security, warmth, and the powerful rhythm of his heartbeat felt incredibly real. She struggled to open her eyes, but found them unyielding, resorting to speaking with him instead. "Handsome, do you have a girlfriend? Please leave a contact number." Luya pursed his lips, remaining silent. Despite his strength allowing him to carry her effortlessly, her incessant movements grew more pronounced, accompanied by her incessant chatter. "Handsome, my bottom hurts, a mosquito bit me. Please chase it away," she complained. "Very well, I shall drive it away," Luya replied. The sting was indeed located just an inch above her ear. "Handsome, your chest muscles are quite impressive, but they're slightly smaller than Luya's. Aren't they?" Luya raised an eyebrow in retort. His muscles are indeed the largest. I've touched them secretly. You should train more to surpass him." "Understood." His eyes were fathomless. Emily, still unsatisfied with merely touching his chest, attempted to reach lower, only to find it impossible. Pouting in frustration, she exclaimed, "Why won't my hands reach your abs?" Her assertion was remarkably bold. Luya chose to disregard her peculiar ramblings, quickening his pace instead. As Emily perceived her unaddressed concerns, her movements grew more vigorous, determined to touch his abdominal muscles. "I must touch," she insisted. Luya, exasperated, halted in his tracks, standing at the corridor's corner. He closed his eyes, inhaling deeply before enveloping Emily in his embrace. "I am no monk, should you persist in your antics. Do not blame me come morning." His eyes glistened with an almost feral intensity, fixating on the unruly woman, the complexities of his emotions swirling beneath the surface. A monk," Emily murmured, oblivious to the peril surrounding her. She struggled to comprehend Luya's words, perceiving only fragmented sounds. "If you're a monk, could you perhaps persuade the black and white impermanents to treat Luya kindly, to refrain from tormenting him? He will remain underground for a while. I shall retrieve him upon my return." Emily spoke in a trance, a flicker of guilt surfacing for having portrayed Luya so wretchedly. Luya, taken aback by her words, nearly forgot to breathe. In that fleeting moment, it felt as though the world had come to a standstill. He stared dumbfounded at the woman leaning against him, still lost in her musings, imploring the deities not to bully him. In a secluded corner of his heart, something quietly shattered. "Very well, I shall not let them bully him. The night air is cool. Shall we return to rest?" He spoke in a gravelly whisper, his tone imbued with tenderness. Emily nodded absent-mindedly, finally quieting down. Once more, she was lifted into his arms, this time complying without further fuss. The brief journey felt interminable to Luya, as if they existed in a world solely of their own, the path stretching endlessly before them. In the bedroom, Luya laid Emily gently upon his bed, covering her with a light blanket. He glanced at her wounds, which had improved significantly since earlier. The redness surrounding the needle marks had faded, leaving only a small dark spot that, if overlooked, could be mistaken for a mere mole. Emily's breathing became steady, her murmurs ceased, and she drifted into a serene slumber. Luya stood by the bedside, gazing at her for an extended period, his expression a tumult of emotions. He had never anticipated such an unexpected occurrence in his life. Ali had fallen from the ritual offering, a gift from the heavens, perhaps. Yet he was a villain, the king of hell in the eyes of the world, feared and revered in public, while countless souls cursed him in private, wishing him eternal damnation. He was acutely aware of this dichotomy. Could a wicked soul ever receive divine compassion? His existence was steeped in betrayal and darkness, enduring countless harrowing nights and moments of humiliation alone. He had never dared to dream, until now, that perhaps he could partake in the beauty of this world. Ali. Chapter 25. Chu Qingqiu poisoned and unconscious in the span of a single night, Luya witnessed Emily's transformation from serpent to human. Had it not been for the sight of the woman peacefully slumbering beside him, he would have surely believed it to be a vivid dream, an astonishingly realistic fantasy. His thoughts were in disarray, further compounded by the woman beside him and the faint, alluring fragrance wafting through the air, leaving him utterly sleepless. Mo Lee's sleeping posture was far from graceful. She had commandeered the majority of the spacious bed and, without warning, began stretching and kicking, inadvertently nudging Luya. He huddled in the corner, never having felt so constrained while trying to sleep. Mo Lee murmured softly as she turned. But a few strands of hair had become ensnared beneath Luya. With his eyes closed, he sighed in resignation. Considering her injury, he decided to let her rest peacefully, shifting further away. The night felt interminable. Unbeknownst to him, the hour of the hare had arrived, and the horizon gradually brightened. Unable to sleep any longer, Luya turned to observe Mo Lee's sleeping visage. Her face was so small, scarcely larger than his palm. Her lips were diminutive as well, yet they seemed to brim with an abundance of words. As Luya pondered this, he was startled to see Mo Lee's form gradually diminish. Believing his eyes were deceiving him, he sat up abruptly, closed his eyes, and reopened them to scrutinize. She had vanished. Luya's breath caught in his throat as he hastily pulled back the thin blanket, revealing the familiar little snake once more, curled up and peacefully slumbering within. He was utterly taken aback, unable to suppress a laugh, feeling as though fate was playing a grand joke on him. The cool sensation against his skin confirmed this was no dream, but a reality. Mo Lee had transformed back into a snake. Absurd, truly absurd. Reclining on the bed, he drew the snake closer, gazing down at the creature that was so deeply asleep with a complex expression. What could possibly be the meaning of this? Why did she revert to a snake after having taken human form? With too many questions swirling in his mind, weariness began to overwhelm him, and he gradually succumbed to sleep. Within the palace, the clear spring hall was ablaze with light, and the entire cadre of imperial physicians knelt on the ground, not daring to utter a sound. Lu Chuyin swept his sleeve, shattering a white, glazed vase on the table into countless pieces. Incompetent fools! A whole night has passed, and you still have no answers. What use are you to me if you cannot cure my Qing? I will have you accompany her in death. His teeth clenched tightly. He gasped violently, then staggered a few steps before collapsing into a chair. Your Majesty, the Empress's pulse appeared normal until now. Her sudden fainting at the birthday banquet does not seem to indicate illness. Rather, it resembles. The bold thought flickered in Zhao Taishi's mind, and he instinctively sought to dismiss it, but the urgency of the moment compelled him to speak. It resembles poisoning. Upon hearing this, Lu Chuyin sprang to his feet, as if grasping a lifeline. Poisoned? With what poison? He strode towards Zhao Taishi, urgently supporting him as he pressed for answers. I just tested Her Majesty's Higu acupoint with a silver needle. While the needle showed no significant change, the area surrounding the acupoint appeared faintly darkened, suggesting signs of poisoning. Though I cannot ascertain the specific toxin, Zhao Taishi replied, shaking his head. Having lived for over 70 years, he had never encountered such a poison and was unwilling to speculate, fearing that a misstep could bring about dire consequences. The other physicians exchanged glances, and the head of the Imperial Medical Institute hesitated to draw any conclusions, leaving them all in a state of confusion. Tell me, Lu Chuyin asked, his eyes ablaze with urgency, can this poison be cured? At that moment, he was a stark contrast to his usual composed self, exhibiting a fervor that was uncharacteristic of him. It was merely speculation. The only course of action was to test the antidotes one by one. However, Dr. Zhao expressed his trepidation about administering any medication given the Empress's condition. Why can't we use medicine? Explain yourself. The Empress is with child, and barely a month along. The fetus has yet to stabilize. If we hastily administer a remedy, it will surely endanger the dragon's offspring. Zhao trembled as he knelt, bowing his head deeply. Who would dare risk the Empress's life? Anyone who administers medicine now would be deemed the murderer of the dragon's heir, and I, Dr. Zhao, will not bear that guilt. They found themselves in a dire impasse. To save the Empress would mean sacrificing the unborn child, and no one could guarantee the Empress's revival. Upon hearing this harrowing news, Lu Chuyin felt as though struck by lightning, a sharp blade piercing his heart. Pregnant. Qing'er is pregnant. He opened his mouth, yet words eluded him, as if time itself had come to a standstill. Outside, Dawn broke with a pale light, the orange sun peeking over the horizon. For Lu Qiuyan, that night had been the longest he had ever endured. Is there truly no other way? He asked, his spirit deflated yet unwilling to surrender. Just as Dr. Zhao was about to respond, he was interrupted by another voice. Your Majesty, if what Dr. Zhao says is true and the Empress is poisoned, then the best course of action would be to identify the perpetrator and obtain the antidote. The risks of testing remedies are far too great, Dr. Li declared from the corner. The assembly fell silent for a moment, realizing their oversight. Indeed, if poisoning was the case, why not seek the antidote? The physicians began to whisper among themselves, deliberating potential strategies, but dissent soon arose. Dr. Li, being young, speaks easily, regardless of whether the Empress is truly poisoned. Do you know who the poisoner is? The banquet last night had a myriad of attendees. Even if we were to investigate, it would take days to uncover the culprit, and the Empress cannot afford to wait, another physician interjected. However, to administer medicine recklessly would certainly endanger the fetus. Moreover, the Regent captured several assassins at last night's banquet. Perhaps we should start our inquiries there, Dr. Li argued resolutely, his eyes gleaming with determination. Hearing their debate, Lu Qiuyan abruptly lifted his head, realizing that in his concern, he had overlooked a crucial detail. Luya, it must be Luya, he thought. He seeks revenge, and surely knows that we used a sedative on him, thus employing the same tactic against Qing. What a coincidence that after our encounter, Qing'er succumbs to unconsciousness, leaving the entire Imperial Medical Institute at a loss. With this realization, Lu Qiuyan felt a flicker of relief. It was fortunate that the poison they used on Luya was not lethal. Had it been so, he would undoubtedly have poisoned Qing'er as well. Dr. Li, you speak wisely. I hereby command you to tend to the Empress's health diligently. Upon my return, you shall be greatly rewarded. Your servant obeys, Dr. Li replied as he knelt. Bring forth the attendants. Summon the wind chaser. I shall proceed to the Regent's manor. Lu Qiuyan spoke in a low voice, hurrying towards the exit. We bid farewell to your Majesty, echoed the voices of those in the Grand Hall. At this moment, the sun had begun its ascension, the morning light breaking through the clouds to grace the earth. Lu Qiuyan, bathed in the morning glow, rode swiftly towards the Regent's manor. He could not afford a moment's delay, whether it was to admit fault or to plead for mercy. He was determined to procure the antidote from Luya to save his wife and children. Chapter 26. Should we marry Chu Qingqiu? Emily was awakened by the chirping of birds outside. As she opened her drowsy eyes, she realized she was lying on Luya's grand bed. While he slept soundly beside her, his breaths deep and steady, his chest rising and falling. Luya is not dead? I have not returned? Confusion clouded Emily's mind. She had sought refuge in a secluded corner, wishing to escape the cruel scene. Yet Luya had not only survived, but appeared unscathed. What had transpired yesterday? It felt as if a venomous scorpion had blocked her path, stinging her, after which her memory faded. A scorpion? Emily quickly glanced at her body and noticed a small wound. Goodness, I was indeed stung by a scorpion. That wretched creature, despite her warnings to stay away, had followed her relentlessly, its poisonous sting causing her great pain. What had happened afterward? How had she returned to the Regent's manor? How had she ended up in Luya's bed? And why had he not confined her to a cage? As Emily attempted to recollect her thoughts, she could only vaguely remember a dream, an incredibly vivid dream in which she had transformed into a human and encountered a remarkably gentle and tender man, who appeared to be a monk, making the encounter even more tantalizing. Although she had not seen his face clearly, she could tell from the touch that he possessed an admirable physique. Emily smacked her lips, stretching luxuriously, rolling a few times on the azure satin sheets. What a pity, it was merely a dream. Suddenly, she sat upright, a mischievous grin forming as she gazed at the slumbering Luya. Wasn't there a charming anomaly lying right beside her? Given that Luya was destined to be eliminated by the protagonists, she decided to await the unfolding events in silence. Since returning was not an option for now, she resolved to seek her own amusement. With a sly smile, Emily slithered toward Luya, climbing up his chest. Noticing the loose fitting of his sleeping attire, her eyes sparkled with mischief. In this sweltering summer, how can one sleep clothed? I shall pry it open. Before long, Luya's upper body lay completely bare, Mo Lee's gaze lingered, captivated by the alluring sight before her. The last time she had encountered such a tantalizing scene was during his first bout of fever, and since then, she had spent her nights confined to a cage. Just a few nights prior, on the night of the full moon, he had merely allowed her to bite him once. It has been a long time since I last beheld the long-lost chest and abdominal muscles. Have you missed me? Mo Lee unabashedly reclined upon Lu Ya's sculpted abs, whimsically shifting her position, indulging in her playful torment of the slumbering Lu Ya, who resembled a lamb awaiting its fate on her plate. If only I could transform into a human. Mo Lee sighed, a sentiment that resonated deeply within her. Is this the bliss of a wealthy woman? By the way, is Lu Ya truly a eunuch? Suddenly, a mischievous thought flitted through Mo Lee's mind. Should she take a peek? Perhaps that would be improper. After all, wouldn't that be sheer lewdness? She vigorously shook her head, attempting to dismiss the outrageous notion. No, that would be too brazen. She could not look. Yet, her gaze fell upon the chiseled 8-pack beneath her, which was already a display of naughtiness. What if she merely glanced? Yes, just a fleeting look. Mo Lee reasoned with herself, her round eyes fixated on the area concealed beneath the coverlet. It would be but a quick glance, after which she would withdraw unnoticed. She swallowed nervously, closed her eyes, and poised herself to peel back the covers for a closer inspection. However, before she could touch the blanket, a large hand yanked her back. Lu Ya, his face darkened, sat up and glared at the serpent in his grasp, squeezing out a few words through clenched teeth. Where do you think you're going? Mo Lee's gaze darted away, and she offered a forced chuckle. Oh, nowhere really. I merely wish to satisfy a tiny curiosity. Good morning. Lu Ya, your physique is quite impressive. Lu Ya regarded Mo Lee with a complicated expression. He had already awakened while she was frolicking on his abdomen, but chose not to disturb her joy. He remained silent, listening intently to her innermost thoughts. Curious if she remembered the events of the previous night, yet she continued to overstep. This rogue, seeing his displeasure, Mo Lee assumed it stemmed from her playful antics, and thus entwined her arms around his, gazing earnestly into his eyes. I was wrong. I shouldn't have disturbed your slumber. However, this is our second time sharing a bed, and I simply couldn't contain my excitement. Look at my innocent, wide eyes. I acknowledge my mistake. Please don't be angry. Mo Lee gazed at Lu Ya with pleading, innocent eyes, unaware that her thoughts were entirely audible to him. Observing her beseeching expression, Lu Ya coughed awkwardly, unable to suppress memories of their carriage ride the previous day, his ears flushing with warmth. It seemed she had forgotten entirely. Perhaps that was for the best. Lu Ya gently set her down and turned to rise from the bed, methodically shedding his sleeping robe. He retrieved a dark, embroidered robe from the clothing rack, turning his back to Mo Lee as he dressed. Mo Lee watched in wide-eyed astonishment, somewhat overwhelmed. This was the first time Lu Ya had undressed in her presence, though it was merely his upper body. The breadth of his back and the contours of his physique were utterly captivating. Lu Ya, catching her thoughts, felt a shadow cross his gaze. Yet a subtle smile tugged at the corners of his lips as he deliberately slowed his movements. After donning his attire, Lu Ya picked up the vial of medicine and the gauze that lay upon the table, making his way to the bedside. Ali, come and apply the medicine. Mo Lee, apply what medicine? Her eyes brimmed with curiosity, yet she instinctively crawled over. Lu Ya turned her around, locating the wound, gently sprinkling the medicine upon it, and then binding it with the gauze. His movements were deliberate, his mind clouded by those two lingering figures. Mo Lee lay quietly on the bed, cooperating with Lu Ya's actions. Observing his focused demeanor, Mo Lee could not help but sigh internally. A serious man is truly handsome. So this is the medicine he intends to apply to me. Lu Ya, with a cold exterior yet a warm heart, is indeed a good man. I am quite moved. Brother, when I return, I shall marry Chu Qingqiu to you. I shall make you the male lead. Mo Lee boldly promised, her words sincere, her gaze imbued with earnestness. Hearing her heartfelt declaration, Lu Ya was suddenly choked, unable to suppress a cough. He shot her a fierce glance, pushed the snake aside, took a deep breath to compose himself, and then coldly commanded, "Come in." "Your Highness, are you preparing to rise?" A waiting maid entered. He grunted, heading off to wash up. Mo Lee was utterly bewildered. What was happening? Why the sudden change in demeanor when he had just been so gentle? Chapter 27. Beneath a man's knee lies gold, your highness. The individuals at the front gate report that his majesty has arrived. Lu Xiao gracefully entered, speaking with respect. Oh, that was swift. Have him wait for me in the study, Luya replied, taking a sip of tea. He then lifted Mo Li and proceeded towards the study. Mo Li wondered aloud. What brings the male lead here so early in the morning? As she clung to Luya's shoulder, Lu Xiao Yin awaited anxiously in the study, impatiently contemplating seeking Luya. Just then, the door creaked open, and Luya entered. Without preamble, Lu Xiao Yin addressed him directly. Your imperial uncle. It is all my fault. Whether by punishment or execution, I shall not retaliate. I implore you to spare Qing. His tone was earnest. Having laid aside the dignity and pride of his imperial status, even opting to refer to himself as nephew instead of I, Luya was taken aback by his candor, momentarily stunned before raising an eyebrow in response. Your bond as a couple seems quite strong. It is commendable that His Majesty has come so early. He settled into a chair, gazing at Lu Xiao Yin. Mo Li, perplexed, leaned forward, awaiting Lu Xiao Yan's next words. Your imperial uncle. The idea of the sedative was mine, and I was also the one who sent the dancer to carry it out. Furthermore, the conspiracy to assassinate you with Zhu Shan was orchestrated solely by me. Qing had no knowledge of it. I am willing to bear all consequences without complaint, only beseeching that no harm comes to my wife and child. Upon concluding, Lu Xiao Yin recalled that the pregnant Chu Qingxiu was still unconscious. Resolute, he grasped the hem of his dragon robe, bending his knee as he slowly knelt before Luya. Qing is currently with child and cannot withstand the poison's effects. I implore your imperial uncle to grant her the antidote. He knelt upright, his gaze beseeching, his expression resolute. Luya was taken aback when he saw Lu Xiaoyin kneeling before him, his brows furrowing in silence. In the past, he might have mocked him, trampling further upon his dignity. The bonds between individuals seemed utterly worthless to him, especially in a world rife with treachery and capriciousness, which he had always scorned. Yet now, an inexplicable agitation consumed him, as if some elusive emotion had disturbed his composure, slipping through his grasp like sand. Beside him, Emoli had pieced together the situation. It turned out that their attempt to murder Luya had not only failed, but had backfired, leading Luya to poison Chu Qingxiu in retaliation. Now, with Chu Qingxiu afflicted by poison and pregnant, Lu Xiaoyin was desperate to plead for an antidote, even sacrificing his male dignity. Emoli gazed at the kneeling Lu Xiaoyin. Her emotions conflicted. After all, it was Lu Xiaoyin who had initially harmed Luya, and Luya's counterstrike was not unwarranted. Nevertheless, Lu Xiaoyin's sense of responsibility and commitment to his wife and child surpassed that of 99% of men in this world. A man's knee is said to be worth gold, especially if he is an emperor. A woman fortunate enough to marry such a man would find her life well worth living. Luya, sensing Mo Li's silent reflections, felt his agitation intensify. He tugged at his collar, impatiently commanding, "Rise quickly. An emperor should not kneel at whim. What will the servants think? Has the royal uncle agreed?" Lu Qiuyin slowly stood up. Qing Hu. Luya did not respond directly, but raised his voice to call Qing Hu, who had been standing guard at the corridor's corner. Qing had cleared the area of attendance after Luya entered the study, maintaining a respectful distance, demonstrating his astuteness. Upon hearing the summons, Qing Hu entered. "Your Highness, what are your orders? The Empress has suddenly fallen ill. Have Bientao enter the palace to attend to her at once." Luya's deep voice resounded. "Understood." Qing Hu, though puzzled, said nothing further and promptly left. Lu Qiuyin stood there, momentarily stunned, his fingertips trembling slightly, astonished that Luya had so readily acquiesced to his request. Emoli turned her gaze, her eyes reflecting a complex array of emotions as she observed Luya. Is this truly the formidable antagonist she had described? Would he show leniency toward those who sought to harm him? "Luya, you truly are magnanimous." She could not help but praise him inwardly. Throughout their time together, she discovered that Luya was far from the villainous caricature she had penned. He was not merely a paper-thin antagonist. He showed patience in serving her food, meticulousness in bathing her, and even tenderness in applying medicine to her wounds. Now, he set aside past grievances to save Chu Qingxiu. revealing a compassionate and genuine side to his character. As Luya absorbed Mo Li's heartfelt sentiments, the previous agitation dissipated like mist. He cleared his throat awkwardly, his ears tinged with a faint blush, his gaze shyly averting from hers. Caught off guard by her praise, he found himself unsure of where to place his hands. My nephew will accept whatever judgment the royal uncle deems fit. Lu Qiuyin closed his eyes, his heart sinking to the depths. He had to admit defeat. Luya gently grasped Mo Li's cool, serpent-like tail, a smirk playing on his lips as he spoke with newfound warmth. Lu Qiuyin, do you know why I spared you during the massacre all those years ago? Lu Qiuyin looked at Luya with confusion, shaking his head. You are merely the illegitimate son of a dancer, utterly inconspicuous, and this king only slays legitimate heirs. However, your father, that old wretch, was indeed killed by me. Yet he treated you poorly. You must have wished for his demise, did you not? After a brief pause, he added, so from where does your hatred towards me arise? Is it because I spared you during the massacre, or because I elevated you to your current status? Luya's enchanting phoenix eyes gradually lifted, revealing a profound indifference. Upon hearing this, Lu Qiuyin's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Luya. What? The sound of astonishment echoed in Luya's ears. One voice belonging to Lu Qiuyin and the other to Mo Li. He clicked his tongue and narrowed his eyes slightly. Do you truly believe there exists a will from the late emperor? The heir he favored perished in my hands. Not a single one survived. I initially had no intention of enlightening you on these matters, but now I find it necessary. With that, Luya cast a sidelong glance at Mo Li, wary of unforeseen complications due to someone's presence. Lu Qiuyin staggered back a few paces, grasping the nearby chair. He stood rigid, his mouth opening and closing, at a loss for words. In that fleeting moment, everything he had previously failed to comprehend came together. It was all connected, and he realized the truth of the matter. Mo Li swiftly climbed onto Luya's shoulder, locking eyes with him in disbelief, slowly uttering two words. No way. I pen my narrative, and you both have the audacity to reinterpret it as you wish. Do fictional characters not inform their creator of plot changes? The throne was undoubtedly attained through the brilliance and schemes of the protagonists. How could it possibly be credited to you? Are you merely boasting? Chapter 28. Envying your face and form impossible, absolutely impossible. Mo Li narrowed her eyes, her expression rife with skepticism. Luya shot her a cold glare, questioning whether such words were fitting for a woman. It was utter nonsense. He sternly patted Mo Li's head, pondering how a mind as naive as hers could conceive any elaborate schemes, struggling even to maintain coherence in her thoughts. Having listened to her inner musings over time, he recognized her depictions of this world were riddled with inaccuracies. Even if Lu Qiuyin were exceptionally astute and Chu Qingqiu adept in strategy, lacking military power and resources, what right did they have to seize the throne? Such ignorance was laughable, yet she dared to write a narrative? Luya genuinely questioned whether this woman had truly spent nearly 2 decades in education. The trifling schemes you concocted bore no fruit. I merely assisted you in your endeavors. And now you think yourselves clever. Luya continued. It was my error, a grave miscalculation. With such clarity expressed, what more could Lu Qiuyin possibly misunderstand? Do you still believe I would usurp your throne? Lu Qiuyin despondently shook his head. He recalled hearing of Luya's origins, that his mother was also a dancer. Perhaps this was the reason he ascended to the throne. It was all orchestrated by Luya. He weakly supported himself against the adjacent chair, managing a couple of dry laughs. Everything is merely my own folly, leading to today's predicament. I have brought harm to Qinger. Whatever punishment the royal uncle deems fit. So be it. I have no words to contest. Then let this be your penance. Strive to be a diligent and enlightened ruler. Luya's expression remained as indifferent as ever, as if he were merely stating the mundane. Lu Qiuyin regarded Luya with incredulity, thinking he must have misheard. Royal uncle, do you wish to burden me with the court's chaos? I detest handling such trifling domestic affairs. Luya raised an eyebrow in retort. Lu Qiuyin's expression stiffened, yet his eyes gradually sparkled with determination. After a lengthy pause, he rose and performed a dignified bow. Nephew profoundly thanks the royal uncle. I shall not disappoint your trust and will rectify my missteps. Please rest assured. His gaze was sharp, filled with conviction. Luya nodded in acknowledgement. One reason for selecting Lu Chuyin as emperor was his exceptional capability and his vision for the realm, which promised stability for the populace. Your Majesty, return to the palace. My ally is yet to partake in breakfast, Luya said, rising and making his way toward the door. Then I shall take my leave for the palace. Lu Chuyin replied respectfully, adhering to customary etiquette. With Chu Qingqiu still unconscious, he wished to return and check on her. After Luya exited the study, he headed toward the kitchen. The warm sunlight bathed both him and the serpent in a golden glow. It was as if a beam of light had penetrated a corner of Mo Li's heart, offering her a renewed perspective on the world. Mo Li meticulously recalled the plot of her novel, realizing many aspects were fraught with inconsistencies. She had penned this tale during her senior year, finding the unoccupied days too dull and thus writing to pass the time, without any intention of crafting a rigorous narrative structure. After all, it was a romance novel, meant to revolve around love. She was but a novice author, yet the novel had become a complete universe of its own. The elements the author had not covered were quietly evolving, and the illogical aspects were gradually finding their rationale. The characters within were vividly alive, each experiencing a lifetime of love, hatred, and passion. Even the virtuous could err, while the wicked might possess redeeming qualities. Perhaps this was no longer her creation. It had transformed into a world from another dimension, a vast and vibrant realm. In summary, it was a world she lacked the ability to construct. The protagonists and the arch-villain had reconciled their misunderstandings, and everything was veering off course. What would be the conclusion of this tale? Even she could not ascertain. Perhaps Luya's demise would not signify the end. She remained unable to return. Thus, when would she find her way home? Contemplating this, Mo Li slumped against Luya's shoulder, exhaling a sigh. She craned her neck, gazing intently at the chiseled features of his profile. His lips were a vivid red, and he emanated a faint, ethereal scent reminiscent of dragon saliva, a man so strikingly handsome. Luya, your face and physique are my sole solace in this world. If I were in my own body now, I would surely leap upon you, keeping you bedbound for 3 days and nights. Alas, Mo Li's heartfelt exclamation escaped her lips, and she nuzzled against Luya's neck. Luya had been attuned to her heart's whispers, yet he was taken aback by her sudden remark. His expression froze momentarily, and he instinctively turned his head aside, pressing his lips together in discomfort. The coolness from her neck reminded him of the softness he had felt in the carriage the previous night, causing his breath to quicken and a flush to creep up behind his ears. Thus, Mo Li leaned against Luya's shoulder as they made their way to the dining hall. Upon arrival, Luya gently lifted Mo Li from his shoulder, his gaze deepening with emotions that seemed impossible to dissolve. Oblivious to the shift in atmosphere, Mo Li obediently leaned over her plate, awaiting Luya's offerings. Luya picked up his chopsticks and placed a steaming meat bun before her, the aroma wafting enticingly, awakening her appetite. Just as she opened her mouth to take a bite, she caught sight of the complexity in Luya's eyes, prompting her to halt her action. "Why are you looking at me with such a strange expression?" she inquired. Luya quickly lowered his gaze, calmly sipping his porridge as if everything was merely a figment of Mo Li's imagination. Mo Li smacked her lips and took a bite. But upon noticing Luya's gaze upon her once more, she sensed something hidden within his eyes. Slowing her chewing, she regarded him with suspicion. "You seem a bit off today." Yet, each time she glanced his way, Luya's demeanor hardened into an icy silence, focused intently on his meal. Mo Li dismissed her concerns, choosing instead to set aside her questions, reasoning that every young man harbored his own secrets. "You can't fathom a man's thoughts, no matter how much you ponder," she mused, swaying her tail and cheerfully munching on the bun. Luya, observing her ravenous consumption, recalled her earlier words about writing a letter to Chu Qingqiu for him. The mere thought irritated him. This carefree woman must not be allowed to return. After finishing her meal, Mo Li let out a contented burp and reclined comfortably on the table. Luya swiftly lifted her, carrying her out of the dining hall. Hey, where are we going?" Mo Li protested, but Luya ignored her protests, as yesterday's matters were far from resolved, and there was yet another pressing issue at hand. Perhaps she would soon transform into a person. 3 days and 3 nights? Reflecting on her words, a subtle smirk graced Lu Ya's lips, his expression revealing a mischievous anticipation. He awaited her 3 days and 3 nights with eagerness. Chapter 29. Can you always remain human, though it was the height of summer in August? It was still the early morning hours, not yet the time of the sun's scorching rays. The white clouds drifted lazily across the azure sky, and as they passed a shaded path, the cicadas serenaded softly, while birds chirped melodiously. A gentle breeze wafted by, prompting Mo to sigh contentedly. The summer's coolness akin to the warmth of roasted sweet potatoes in winter, utterly delightful. If only there were a large popsicle right now, how refreshing that would be. Lu Ya raised an eyebrow and cast a glance at her, an amused thought crossing his mind. Aren't you just like that popsicle? Mo lifted her gaze towards Lu Ya, contemplating how splendid the weather was, perfect for frolicking across the meadows, rowing on the lake, and indulging in delightful culinary treats, rather than languishing within the confines of the royal residence. Oh, Lu Ya, you truly lack the ability to savor life. You find no joy whatsoever. She mused silently to herself. Lu Ya paused, the corners of his mouth twitching as he thought. Indeed, she knows how to seek amusement, constantly embroiled in mischief. How dare she mention gathering lotus seeds when the once vibrant lotus lake now lay barren, all due to her frosty antics? Had she not frozen the entire expanse, the lotus roots would not have perished. Unbeknownst to her, every word she uttered resonated within Lu Ya's mind. After a while, the pair paused before a massive iron gate. We pay our respects to the prince. The soldiers at the entrance knelt, acknowledging Lu Ya. Rise, he commanded with a wave of his hand, descending the staircase into the depths below. Thank you, my prince, the soldiers replied. The dungeon was vast, shrouded in darkness and dampness, adorned with bloodied instruments of torture that sent shivers down one's spine. Emily swallowed hard, astonished that such a place existed within the palace walls. As she surveyed her surroundings, her expression twisted in unease at the sight of the torture devices, each unfamiliar until she spotted a black whip. It was thicker than her arm, extending at least a meter in length, its surface riddled with barbed spikes, stained with deep crimson blood, and upon closer inspection, remnants of torn flesh clung to it. How terrifying! Emily gasped, her face contorting as a chill enveloped her. She squeezed her eyes shut and buried her head into Lu Ya's sleeve, too frightened to look. Lu Ya cast her a sidelong glance and adjusted his sleeve, shielding her eyes from the grim spectacle. Soon, they arrived at the interrogation chamber, where a chief interrogator awaited, donned in a black military uniform, splattered with droplets of fresh blood. My prince, he has confessed all that he knows. How shall we proceed with the execution? Lu Ya reclined lazily in a black wooden chair, crossing his legs as he coldly scrutinized the figure bound to the interrogation rack. Adorned in a dark robe, cinched at the waist with a black dragon and phoenix patterned belt, his long hair flowed like a waterfall, secured atop his head with a black and gold crown inlaid with jade. His blood-red lips curled into a subtle, sinister smile, while he nonchalantly held a silver snake, creating an unsettling tableau. Upon Lu Ya's entrance, Zhu Shan, who had once appeared spirited, now trembled in fear, resembling a specter from the underworld. Fear not. I have a few questions to pose, he uttered, his lips barely parting in a languid manner. Yes, the chief interrogator responded, holding a small wooden box, standing dutifully at Lu Ya's side. Just yesterday, the spirited Zhu Shan had been full of vigor, yet now he lay on the blood-soaked interrogation rack, bound in iron chains, the apparatus stained deep red with remnants of aged black blood. I have revealed everything, Your Highness. It was all the idea of that Lu Qian. He aimed to kill you, and I was merely an accomplice, coerced against my will. Spare my wretched life, and I shall serve you like a devoted dog. Zhu Shan cried out, tears streaming down his face. Yesterday, he could no longer endure the pain and bit his tongue in a futile attempt at self-destruction, leaving him now with slurred speech and trembling lips at the slightest movement. He had witnessed many forms of punishment in the Beast Kingdom, Yet the tortures he endured last night were beyond anything he had ever seen, purely inhumane. Even the depths of hell could not rival such cruelty. Emily peeked out from Luya's sleeve and beheld the gruesome scene, unable to keep her eyes open in horror. So much blood. Is that Zhu Shan? How pitifully he suffers, she thought. Luya lifted his chin slightly, his gaze frosty. Pitiful? It was he who first sought my life. Should I feel sympathy? With a cold snort, he tucked her back into his sleeve, adjusting the cuff to block her escape. If you cannot articulate properly, you may as well remain therein. He turned to the presiding judge standing nearby and gestured. The judge handed him a wooden box, which Luya opened to reveal a scorpion lying motionless within, its status uncertain. For where did you procure this scorpion? Luya's voice was harsh. Zhu Shan trembled uncontrollably. The scorpion? I do not know. Luya narrowed his eyes, retorting. You do not know. I know. It's from the blood pool. Zhu Shan nodded vigorously, inadvertently causing pain to his wounds, resulting in further cries of agony. From within the sleeve, Emily chimed in, I know this too. That poisonous scorpion claimed its origin was the blood pool. Luya's pupils constricted, having grasped the significance of Emily's words. The poisonous scorpion spoke. Oh, pray, enlighten me about this blood pool, he said lazily, reclining in his chair. Emily's eyes sparkled with excitement, eager to share. I know this as well. The blood pool lies within their beast kingdom, teeming with venomous creatures. It serves as the highest form of punishment. The worst offenders are cast into the blood pool. That poisonous scorpion mentioned this yesterday. In her heart, Emily answered, though aware the inquiry was not directed at her, and that Luya could not hear her. The blood pool is a method of punishment in our beast kingdom, filled with toxic reptiles employed against criminals. Zhu Shan gasped for breath. Luya nodded slightly, murmuring to himself, reptiles and insects. This is intriguing. A poisonous scorpion from the blood pool stung Ali, transforming her into a human, and now a snake and scorpion can comprehend each other as speech. Can ordinary poison affect such a transformation, or is it solely the creatures from the blood pool that possess this power? If transformation is possible, can it be sustained indefinitely? Having pondered enough, Luya rose, casting a glance at the judge before exiting the interrogation room. The judge, understanding the unspoken cue, smirked as he approached the now pleading Zhu Shan. Chapter 30. A Serpent's Affection? Luya exited the dungeon and strode directly to the study, where the Black Eagle had been waiting for some time. Your Highness, this message has just arrived from the Beast Kingdom, the Black Hawk said respectfully, handing a small scroll to Luya. Seated in a heavy, intricately carved ebony chair, Luya accepted the paper, his bony fingers slowly unfurling it. After reading the contents, a subtle smile graced his lips. Indeed, he replied. Emily, lounging at the desk in the study, looked at Luya with wide eyes full of questions. What do you mean, indeed? That Beast King is fickle and has the audacity to send Zhu Shan to assassinate you. Such betrayal deserves death. The Black Hawk concurred. He is indeed unworthy of life, but what of the newly ascended Beast King? Luya toyed with the jade pendant in his hand, casting a languid glance at the Black Hawk. Zhu Zue seems to be obedient. He is merely a wayward, illegitimate son, were it not for your Highness's leniency. He would not even have a place in the genealogy, let alone ascend to the throne as the new Beast King. The Black Hawk chuckled softly. Obedience is commendable. By the way, procure some scorpions for me. Live ones, Luya instructed, extending his hand towards Emoli, signaling her to come closer. Emoli, with a graceful flick of her serpent tail, obediently crawled onto Luya's palm. Scorpions? What do you need them for, Your Highness? The Black Hawk inquired with curiosity. Luya merely glanced at him, his expression enigmatic, remaining silent. The Black Hawk quickly bowed his head. This subordinate will fetch them immediately, and exited. Emily asked, What do you need the scorpions for? As Luya caressed the bandaged wound on her body, he mused that it was, of course, for an experiment, to see if he could transform her into a human. Emily noticed a wooden box on the table and slithered over, tapping it twice with her tail while glancing at Luya, her intent unmistakable. Luya, open it, she seemed to urge. He reached out, opened the box, tossed the lid aside, and leaned back lazily in his chair, watching her closely. Inside, A venomous scorpion lay belly up. Remarkably, after just one night, its stinger had regrown. Emily exclaimed, "Wait, wasn't its stinger broken yesterday?" She cautiously avoided its tail, fearing the sting, and poked its belly with her serpentine appendage. "Hey, little scorpion, are you alive? If you're alive, say something." When it remained unresponsive, Emily called out a few more times. "Little scorpion? Little scorpion? Can you hear me? Stop shouting. If I'm not dead, you'll surely kill me with your noise." A feeble voice emerged from the box. Upon hearing its voice, Emily's eyes widened in delight. "You're alive? That's wonderful. Are you all right?" The scorpion laboriously kicked its legs, managing to flip over. "I merely dozed off. Our blood pool scorpion clan is not so easily extinguished. Fret not. Look, my stinger has regrown," it declared with pride. "Your stinger regrew after falling off? How extraordinary!" Emily exclaimed. "Such is the nature of our blood pool scorpions. Do not be overly surprised," the scorpion boasted. "It's a relief that you're alive. At least now I have someone to talk to, so I won't be too bored," she said. Luya watched Emily conversing with the scorpion, a frown creasing his brow. Was she truly engaging in dialogue with that creature? Why could he not hear its voice, only hers? "You were stung by my venomous stinger, and yet you remain alive?" The scorpion exclaimed in astonishment. "Can you actually speak? What do you mean I'm still alive? I'm perfectly fine, you see. Our Luya has treated my wounds." Emily wriggled her body, turning the bandages around to show the scorpion. "Who is Luya?" it inquired, having crawled out of the wooden box, curiosity evident in its tone. "Yes, my little brother, right behind you. Turn around and have a look." Emily proudly indicated with her tail. Luya clicked his tongue, his expression rather complicated. Is this how she introduces herself to a scorpion? As the scorpion turned, it locked eyes with Luya's piercing gaze and instinctively recoiled a few steps. This human was clearly not to be trifled with. "Sister, we should escape. What are you afraid of? I've told you he's my little brother. Though he may appear fierce, he treats me exceptionally well. Besides, you can't return to the Beast Kingdom now, so just stick with me. This side is mine, and that side is yours." Luya thought, "This foolish snake dares to offer up his right shoulder? How does she perceive me? Really?" The scorpion's eyes brimmed with skepticism as it observed Luya's increasingly grim countenance, seriously doubting the woman's words. "Of course." Montakli nodded emphatically. No sooner had she spoken than Luya seized the wooden box, trapping the scorpion within. It hadn't the chance to flee before descending into darkness. With a dark expression, Luya closed the lid and commanded in a low voice, "Someone, take this scorpion to the kitchen for soup." He deliberately elongated the last two words. "Yes, your servant obeys," replied Lu Su, who entered and took the wooden box. Emily stared in disbelief at the unfolding scene. "What's going on? Soup? Since when did Luya develop such a hobby?" Seeing Lu Su prepare to leave, Emily hurriedly swished her tail, descending from the table to block Lu Su's path. Whatever direction Lu Su attempted to move, Emily followed suit, resolutely preventing her from exiting. Left with no choice, Lu Su turned to Luya for assistance. "Your Highness, Emily refuses to let me pass." "Emily, come here," Luya ordered coldly, leaving no room for refusal. Emily turned her head away, feigning ignorance, thinking to herself, "I want to go. I want the scorpion." Though merely a scorpion, it was the only creature in this world with which she could exchange even a few words. The days of solitude, with no one to converse with but herself, were truly unbearable. Luya licked his lips, staring intently at Emily, who had claimed he was her only comfort in the morning. Now, after just a few exchanges with this scorpion, had she cast him aside? Rising, Luya approached Montakli, lifting her effortlessly. "You want the scorpion, do you?" Emily nodded, her eyes wide with anticipation, gazing expectantly at Luya. Luya reached for the box, then waved Lu Su away, who bowed and exited the study. "Then behave. You may only stay by my side. No wandering off and no disobedience," Luya murmured, squeezing her tail gently. He intended to keep the scorpion, having merely sought to test her feelings. To his displeasure, he realized how much she valued the scorpion. Emily swallowed hard, pondering why Luya's tone seemed so indulgent, reminiscent of Zhu Yan's endearing way of addressing his beloved, possessing a certain magnetic allure. His gaze was equally perplexing. Throughout the morning, it had been rather strange. Was this the look one would expect when observing a snake? Mo Li's mind was in disarray. And suddenly, an absurd thought crossed her mind. Could it be that Lu Ya harbored a peculiar affection for snakes? Perhaps he had no interest in women, only in serpents? She had heard that such inclinations were rather bizarre. She recalled a shocking news story that shattered her worldview. Mo Li leaned back in disdain, her face contorting in disbelief. Could it be true? No wonder he treated her with such extraordinary kindness while remaining aloof towards those around him. Furthermore, in the vast royal residence, there was not a single concubine. As a man, he did not engage with women. Lu Ya, I am merely a snake, just your pet. I may entertain inappropriate thoughts about you, but you must not entertain any such thoughts about me, she mused. Chapter 31. Deep affection between couples. Mo Li scrutinized Lu Ya with suspicion, recalling various details that increasingly aligned with her outrageous theory. Such a person could either be a eunuch or someone with an unusual obsession with snakes. Could he possibly wish to raise her as if she were a pet? No way. Mo Li shook her head vigorously. Despite Lu Ya's remarkable appearance, this notion was simply too bizarre. Lu Ya, do not let your mind become twisted. What you seek is a woman, not a snake. Hearing her unspoken thoughts, Lu Ya's expression darkened dramatically. His jaw clenched as veins throbbed on his forehead. And he even laughed in frustration. What kind of nonsensical ideas occupied this woman's mind? What was she saying about snake obsession? He could grasp the essence of her bewildering words, but the world she inhabited was utterly foreign to him, filled with such absurd notions. Mo Li warily regarded Lu Ya, gradually nodding in agreement. First, she needed to rescue the little scorpion. If she discovered anything amiss in the future, she would make a swift exit. Such a strikingly handsome man was beyond her reach. Lu Ya observed her resolute demeanor, nearly crushing the wooden box in his other hand, yet he withheld his words. He could not allow this self-important serpent to discover that he could indeed hear her thoughts. He contemplated, once you truly become human, you will realize what kind of person I truly am. In the palace, at the cool breeze hall, the emperor spoke, Your Majesty, the empress's condition is no longer critical. The dragon fetus is also quite healthy. She should awaken shortly. Bien Tuo placed the silver needles into a cloth bag, stood up, and bowed to the emperor. Thank you for your diligence. Lu Qiu Yin sighed in relief. Bien Tuo, taken aback by the emperor's politeness, averted his gaze. The poison he had administered could only be cured by him. If the emperor were to learn that he had been the one to poison the empress, would he still express gratitude? It is merely my duty. As long as the empress is safe, that is sufficient, he replied, feeling guilty. Although you are nominally affiliated with the Imperial Medical Bureau, you serve as the court physician for the regent's estate. I am aware of this, the emperor stated. Upon hearing this, Bien Tuo chuckled nervously and opened his mouth to speak, but Lu Qiuyin interrupted. I only wish to know if your poison will leave any lasting effects on the empress or harm the dragon fetus. As the words fell, Bien Tuo's countenance turned to one of astonishment, and he knelt upon the ground. Your Majesty, I fail to comprehend your intent. Though he knelt, his heart was not filled with trepidation. He was a man of the regent, and the emperor would not dare to harm him, nor could he. You need not be so alarmed. Rise. Lu Qiuyin spoke slowly. This morning, I and the royal uncle have already spoken candidly. Bien Tuo recalled the expression on Qing Hu's face when he sought him out, along with the words he had spoken, and upon reflection, he began to understand. He stood and took a seat, then spoke plainly, This poison will induce a deep slumber. Unless one possesses my exclusive antidote, it cannot be roused. However, your Majesty need not worry. This toxin will not harm the body, nor will it endanger the fetus. Should your Majesty still feel apprehensive, I shall wait until the Empress awakens, and after the diagnosis by the esteemed physicians, I will take my leave. Then I can rest easy. By the way, how fares the royal uncle's fire poison? Lu Qiuyin inquired, sipping his tea and raising his gaze. Bien Tuo was taken aback that the emperor would inquire about Lu Ya's health. He responded with a hint of surprise, The prince is well. The fire poison is something I can easily manage. Lu Qiuyin nodded in silence, leaving Bien Tuo perplexed as to why the emperor would ask such a question. Does the royal uncle intend to take a wife? Lu Chuyin suddenly posed. Bien Toa was unprepared for such a question and stammered. Ah, I do not know. The royal uncle is no longer young. It is indeed time for him to consider marriage. Perhaps upon my return, I may inquire if he has a favored lady in mind. It would be quite unreasonable for the regent's household to lack a princess. Today, Lu Chuyin had come to a profound understanding of Lu Ye's character. He was not one to forget favors bestowed upon him. Now that he was fully aware, it was time to reciprocate. Wealth and power were abundant for Lu Ye, yet he lacked a spouse. Bien Tuo replied, how could he dare to inquire? Surely, your majesty would not wish to put him in such a predicament. I would not presume to do so. Perhaps the prince has his own considerations. He rubbed his nose thoughtfully. Do you imply that the royal uncle has a lady of interest? Lu Chuyin gazed at him. Nay, that is not my meaning. Bien Tuo hastily clarified. If we are to speak of preferences, the prince has recently shown a fondness for snakes. Would that count? He recalled how Lu Ye had been rarely seen without a snake, either draped over his shoulder or held in his hand, though he dared not voice this observation. Just as Lu Chuyin was about to speak, a gentle voice interrupted. Your Majesty turning, he beheld Chu Qingxiu slowly opening her eyes and reaching out her hand. Lu Chuyin hurried over to grasp her hand, exclaiming in delight, Qinga, you have awakened. What has happened to me? She asked, her eyes glistening with moisture, gazing curiously at her husband. It feels as though I have slept for an eternity. Fear not, Qing'er. Do you know? We are expecting a child. Lu Chuyin replied with a joyful smile. Despite having spent the night without sleep, his spirits remain high. A child? Chu Qingxiu was momentarily stunned, then instinctively placed her hand on her abdomen, gazing at Lu Chuyin in bewilderment. Indeed, a child. The physician has informed us that our child is but a month old, and you must take great care in your recovery, he reassured her. Bien Ta observed the couple engrossed in their tender exchange, thankful for the Empress's sudden awakening. The Emperor was now preoccupied with her, no longer inquiring about whether the prince had a romantic interest. Such a question was far too complicated to answer. He watched the pair express their heartfelt sentiments, occasionally whispering sweet nothings to one another, and could not help but marvel at the depth of their affection for one another. What is it like to have a beloved woman? He certainly does not know, for he has never encountered a woman he adores. No wonder His Majesty posed those inquiries. If the prince were to find a cherished one, would he not, like the Emperor, transform into a figure of gentleness, speaking in hushed tones? The thought of such a scene caused Bien Ta to shake his head and chuckle softly. It was impossible, absolutely impossible. The prince, akin to a king of hell, could never possess such a facet. In stark contrast to the harmony within the palace, the atmosphere between Mo Li and her companion was steeped in an unsettling silence. Due to certain unavoidable circumstances, Mo Li's lunch consisted solely of a bowl of soup. She gazed at the bowl with trepidation, the yellow broth floating with indiscernible morsels. The aroma was unappealing, and her appetite had vanished. She shifted aside, distancing herself from the bowl, her eyes radiating refusal. If you wish to spare that scorpion, you must finish the soup, Lu Ye finally spoke. This was a threat, a blatant threat. Emoli wore an expression of reluctance. Yet to avoid speaking to herself in the future, she gradually inched closer to the bowl, dipping her tail into the broth and sampling a taste. It seemed palatable. Emoli smacked her lips, savoring the flavor. Although the taste was peculiar, it possessed a unique freshness. What on earth was this concoction made of? In Chapter 32, Transformation once more, Emoli took another sip, then sighed contentedly, pondering the origin of this soup, unable to discern its ingredients. Her slender fingers lightly tapped on the table, as if seeking answers to her musings. Naturally, it was a scorpion soup, crafted from the scorpions captured by the Black Hawk, all simmered within this bowl. Yet, he would not divulge this secret to her. He wished to ascertain whether an ordinary scorpion could transform Mo Li into a human, or if only the venomous creatures from the blood pool would suffice. Lu Ye had already sent away the surrounding servants, now quietly awaiting the transformation of a certain individual. A bowl of soup soon emptied, and Mo Li licked her lips, realizing that the more she drank, the more delightful it became. The chefs in the royal residence were indeed remarkable, presenting new variations daily. Sated and drowsy, Mo Li rested her head on the table, drifting into a light slumber. After a while, Luyo observed her nearly asleep, yet still, she showed no signs of change. Frowning, he pulled her closer, determined to investigate. It seemed that ordinary scorpions were ineffective. Perhaps he needed to stew the venomous scorpion from the blood pool instead. He then unceremoniously placed Mo back on the table, allowing her to continue her slumber. Rising, Luya departed without a backward glance, the wooden box still in his grasp. Mo found it peculiar that he left her behind, an unusual occurrence, as he seldom had business that did not involve confining her. She stretched languidly and gradually succumbed to sleep. In her dreams, she encountered the well-built monk once more. Amidst the thick fog, a monk sat before the Buddha, his back turned to Mo, bare-chested and intently striking a wooden fish. Thud, thud, thud. Mo approached, yet no matter how she walked, she could not reach him, only catching a glimpse of his silhouette. "Monk, cease your drumming and turn around," Mo called out. Yet the monk appeared oblivious, engrossed in his rhythmic beating of the wooden fish. Mo endeavored to draw nearer, faintly catching the monk's chant, which was not a scripture, but rather the repetition of her name, Ali, Ali, Ali. Why was he incessantly uttering her name? Just as Mo contemplated asking, she suddenly felt a tapping against herself. It was the monk striking. Her head seemed to transform into the monk's wooden fish as she endured this steady thumping. Laboriously lifting her gaze, that chin seemed strikingly familiar. Before she could scrutinize further, amidst a disorienting sway, Mo opened her bleary eyes. She was awake. As soon as her eyes fluttered open, she beheld Luya's enlarged visage, his brow lightly furrowed, exuding impatience. "Ah, Luya, are you trying to scare me to death? Why are you so close?" Mo startled, leaping back onto the table from his grasp. Luya retorted, "Clearly, it was you who kept leaning into me, even crawling towards my face, mumbling something about a monk wanting to see your handsome visage. What a reversal of blame." Mo regained her faculties, realizing she had merely been dreaming. It was not the monk who had been tapping her head, but Luya, who had also been calling her. She turned to survey her surroundings and glanced outside. The sky had darkened. How had she ended up in Luya's bedroom? Hadn't she been in the dining hall at noon? Had Luya brought her here? Luya's lips twitched, pondering. What else could it be? Did you sprout wings and fly here? Only come, drink this bowl of soup. He was disinclined to entertain any further frivolities. Matters of importance were at hand. Mo then noticed a small bowl at her side, contemplating Luya's tone, which bore an uncanny resemblance to that of Pan Jinlian, instilling within her an ominous premonition. "Come, my dear, drink your medicine." Indeed, it was strikingly similar. Luya shot her a glare. Although he was unaware of who Pan Jinlian was, he certainly knew it was no compliment. A fragrant aroma wafted through the air, prompting Mo to slither towards the bowl of soup, which was even more aromatic than the one at noon, seemingly infused with the scent of meat and medicinal herbs. Luya raised an eyebrow, surprised at the acuity of her sense of smell. This soup was indeed a medicinal broth, simmered for an entire afternoon, beneficial for her wounds, and infused with additional ingredients. Mo, already somewhat famished, quickly consumed the soup. "Is there more?" were her last coherent words before her mind succumbed to dizziness, leaving her disoriented as she crawled towards Luya, unaware of her current whereabouts. Seeing her plight, Luya extended his hand to catch the serpent approaching him, his profound phoenix eyes fixed upon her before he turned and walked towards the large bed, gently placing Mo upon it. Given that she had cried out in pain during her transformation the previous day, he chose not to employ the same method, instead having the scorpion simmered within the soup, specifically instructing the kitchen to make it palatable. She had always been averse to unappetizing fare. His surmise proved accurate. Mo did not cry out in pain, but instead fell silent, prompting Luya to quietly release a breath of relief. Mo's consciousness had now entirely faded, leaving her enveloped in a haze, instinctively writhing her body. At that moment, the room lay in profound silence, broken only by Luya's steady breathing. With a crackling sound, Luya turned his gaze, alerted by the flickering of candlelight. His grip tightened. Turning back, his pupils constricted, for there lay a naked woman upon the bed, his beloved Ali. Mo had truly transformed. The woman lay serenely, her snow-white skin captivating under the dim light, cascading long hair spilling over the bed, with a few rebellious strands brushing against Luya's hand. Mo Lee's cheeks were flushed, her hands resting languidly at her sides, her chest rising and falling gently, her curves enticing. Oblivious to her predicament, she was deeply asleep. Luya scrutinized her, absorbing the springtime beauty that lay before him, the depths of her alluring eyes concealing a flicker of intense heat. It seemed only the scorpion in the blood pool would suffice. A slow exhale escaped his throat, his lips curling slightly, before he draped a cloud-like blanket over her, concealing the enchanting sight that nearly overwhelmed him. The night still bore a hint of chill. Seated at the edge of the bed, Luya quietly observed Mo Lee's peaceful visage. She slept soundly today, her breath soft. Who could have imagined that such a delicate and seemingly tender woman could speak with a boldness surpassing that of any man? Tales of 3 days and nights, of snake fetishes. She was the sole woman in this world capable of uttering such words. Reflecting on her occasional brazen remarks, Luya chuckled softly. If she were to awaken now and realize she had become human, would she still speak so freely? His fingers gently traced her face, gliding from her cheek to her lips, which bore a rosy hue, the soft sensation igniting a wild thought within Luya's heart. He wished to keep her by his side for a lifetime. This notion burgeoned like rampant wild grass in his heart, consuming him entirely. Luya was selfish. He yearned for her. "Ollie, will you stay with me? You need not speak. Let your silence be your consent," he murmured, leaning close to her ear. His gaze brimmed with an intense possessiveness, his tone leaving no room for refusal. As his words lingered in the air, Luya's gaze shifted from her face to her lips. Chapter 33. Escape? Dream on. Their lips met, pressed tightly together. He was not content with a mere gentle kiss, forcefully invading every corner of her mouth. Like a conqueror, he sought to leave his essence in every crevice. As their lips intertwined, Emoli could not suppress a soft whimper, and a delicate hand unexpectedly found its way to Luya's shoulder. He paused, breathing heavily as he regarded the woman beneath him. The slight furrow of her brow seemed to protest against something. She remained with her eyes firmly shut, still ensnared in slumber. Her earlier movement had been unconscious. Luya secretly wished for Mo Lee to awaken, so she could witness how he devoured her. He tenderly pecked at her rosy lips, teasing like a playful beast in a trap, slow and deliberate. After savoring the taste, he forcefully pried open her pearly gates, greedily claiming the sweetness within. The fervent kiss left both individuals breathless. Emoli remained oblivious to the fact that she had been thoroughly taken advantage of. Her consciousness floated in a realm of nothingness, and she sensed a certain difficulty in breathing. Instinctively, Emoli pushed against the shoulder of her assailant, but her feeble efforts proved futile as the shoulder pressed down even lower. Luya seized her restless hand, pinning it against Mo Lee's own shoulder. Breathlessly, Montague whispered, her eyelids fluttering, "I am here." He caressed her face, responding to her murmurs. "In truth, I am a human, not a serpent," she uttered unconsciously. "I know. I have known for a long time." Luya's dark, penetrating gaze held her captive, brimming with desire. Their faces were mere inches apart. With a slight tilt of his head, he could capture her lips. Mo Lee's awareness remained adrift, as if she were wandering through a dense fog, unable to find her bearings. Suddenly, it seemed she heard someone speaking. "Ali, Ali." Slowly, she opened her eyes to behold those hauntingly expressive phoenix eyes, and the man's heavy breaths were alarmingly close. "Ali, you are awake?" Luya murmured, his voice hoarse. Yet, he received no reply. Emoli appeared to be in a trance, gradually closing her eyes once more, as though everything were merely an illusion conjured by Luya. He chuckled softly, realizing she was still in slumber. However, it mattered little, for she would eventually come to know the truth. He leaned down to gently kiss her eyelids before sitting up. His restless heart gradually calmed, and with tenderness, he tucked away the disheveled strands of hair by Mo Lee's ear. His fingers glided slowly down her porcelain neck, lightly caressing her collarbone. He couldn't help but wonder mischievously what her reaction would be if she awoke, Would she shyly recoil and scold him for being a rogue? Or would she pounce upon him, rendering him immobile for 3 days and nights? With a smile playing on his lips, he was lost in thought when he noticed the woman on the bed shrinking in size, and in the blink of an eye, Emoli transformed back into a serpent. She has reverted, he mused. Gazing at the sleeping little serpent, Luya let out a deep sigh. The indifference and aloofness that typically characterized his gaze were replaced by an overwhelming possessiveness, his dark eyes fathomless and deep. She had become his possession. As dawn broke, Emoli sensed that something was amiss. Something indeed felt profoundly wrong, though she could not pinpoint what it was. Last night, it seemed she had experienced a vivid dream, wherein she had transformed into a human, with Luya hovering over her, fervently kissing her lips and breathlessly calling her name. She faintly recalled the aura of forceful desire, as if he wished to consume her entirely. Turning to gaze at the still, slumbering Luya, she glanced down at her serpentine form, marveling at the dream's uncanny realism. Alas, she could not revert to a human, nor would Luya ever kiss her in such a manner. She instinctively rejected the notion of that dream. For dreams and reality were opposites. Luya would never engage in such behavior. He favored serpents, not women. Coiled beside Luya's pillow, she could not suppress her imagination. What if, like in a dream, she truly transformed into a human? What happened then? Marriage is an impossibility. Emoli is quite clear-headed about this. After all, this is an ancient era where women hold a lowly status. She has been influenced by modern ideals and cannot possibly accept the traditional notion of male superiority. Should her future husband desire to take a concubine, Emoli would certainly give him a piece of her mind. Endurance? Absolutely not. Therefore, it would be wisest to remain unmarried. The disparity in worldviews and values between modern individuals and those of antiquity is too vast. Moreover, it is untenable for her to stay by Luya's side. A serpent transformed into a human. In such a feudal society, Luya would undoubtedly perceive her as a demon, unhesitatingly binding her to be burned, perhaps even grilling her into a delicacy, despite his affection for his beloved serpent companion. Furthermore, while he may treat his serpent well, it does not guarantee he would extend the same courtesy to a woman. The absence of any female presence in Luya's household speaks volumes. He harbors a disdain for women. Even if he refrains from burning her, should he suspect her of losing his serpent companion, he might very well redirect his ire towards her. Considering how he has treated Jushan, it is prudent to contemplate her escape. In any case, she must flee, without delay, seeking a city with simple folk to establish a shop and thrive as a wealthy proprietress. If she possesses additional funds, she might even indulge in a few handsome young companions. Would not such a life be akin to living like a celestial being? Amidst the flowers, she would embody a modern, gender-bent version of Wang Xikong. Perhaps before her escape, she could render Luya unconscious, indulging in the pleasures of this enchanting form. However, she must hasten her departure immediately afterward, for being pursued would spell disaster. If she is to flee, she must carefully consider which treasures to abscond with, items that are easily transportable yet immensely valuable, without being overly precious, lest they become difficult to pawn. The exquisite golden jade vessel in Luya's study would suffice, small enough to conceal in her sleeve and capable of fetching a handsome price. Additionally, the gilded gemstone dagger on his shelf would serve as a means of self-defense. After all, she is but a delicate girl, and should she encounter any ruffians, she would need a weapon for protection. The rarely used golden bowl holds potential as well. Shattering it would yield gold pieces, which are undeniably valuable. What else could she take? If only Luya would bestow upon her the Qing Hu or the Heiying. Their formidable martial skills would surely provide a sense of security as her bodyguards. Lost in her reverie of delightful possibilities, Emoli gazed dreamily at the ceiling, occasionally laughing softly as if she had already mapped out her future after transformation. At this moment, however, she remained oblivious to the piercing gaze fixed upon her, as if someone were intent on piercing through her very being. Luya struggled to suppress his fury. This cold-hearted woman even contemplated taking Qing Hu without him. Does he lack martial prowess? Is it Qing Hu serves her meals, or Heiying who bathes her? How could she think of escaping him so readily when he has never wronged her? Heartless. What does it mean that Luya only favors serpents and not women? This foolishness is infuriating. As she elaborated on her future plans with increasing detail, her ideas grew more absurd, even down to the characteristics of the young companions she wished to keep, all while neglecting to mention him entirely. Luya's expression was as cold as eternal frost, slowly forming a dangerous smile. Escape? Dream on. Chapter 34. Why is she so heartless? Your Highness, are we departing tomorrow? Isn't it a bit hasty? The Beast Kingdom's national celebration is still 2 months away. Qing Hu inquired, unable to suppress his curiosity. A mere national celebration of the Beast Kingdom, which the prince had never regarded highly before, now warranted his personal attendance and an early departure. Ever since a snake had joined the royal residence, the prince had grown increasingly peculiar. Indeed, Your Highness, wouldn't it suffice to send a gift as usual? Why trouble yourself to make such a long journey? Yin Tuan nodded in agreement. What? Do you two have objections? Luya raised his gaze towards the two, pondering. No. Qing Hu and Bien Tuo both hastily waved their hands. Bien Tuo forced a chuckle. It was the height of summer, and the weather was sweltering. If they were to travel, he feared for the prince's health. This prince has a Li, this unmelting ice block, so I'm not hot, Luya remarked, gently squeezing Mo Li's serpentine tail. Your Highness speaks truly. Having a Li certainly makes things much better, Qing Hu nodded. Seeing Qing Hu actually agree, Bien Tuo shot him a glare. Your Highness possesses a cold-blooded snake, but you do not. Why not along? Qing Hu, feeling Bien Tuo's persistent signals, looked bewildered. Is there something on my face? Bien Tuo closed his eyes and smacked his forehead. Are you really considering traveling in this heat? You simple-minded brute? Then I wish Your Highness a smooth journey. The road to the Beast Kingdom is long. Please take care, Bien Tuo said with a beaming smile, bowing. Did I say you need to go? Luya stared at him, retorting. This subordinate has numerous herbs to tend to. How could I not go? Impossible. All right then. I shall return and pack my belongings, Bien Tuo replied with a rueful expression. Mo Li, overhearing their exchange, burst into laughter. Bien Tuo's defeated yet compliant demeanor was simply too amusing. She was indifferent to the conversation, as her constitution rendered her impervious to the heat. If needed, she would gladly serve as a portable ice maker. However, what was Luya's purpose in visiting the Beast Kingdom? Staying in the manor daily, if you are not weary? I certainly am. Consider it a trip for leisure, to seek some enjoyment, Luya said nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, Bien Tuo and Qing Hu widened their eyes in shock. Staring at Luya, was this really the regent? Leisurely wandering? Had the prince been possessed? Emily also glanced at Luya, pondering if he had come to terms with life and understood the importance of enjoying it while one can. Luya cleared his throat uncomfortably. Of course, he was not going for mere leisure. His primary purpose was to visit the blood pool. If he could find a way for Mo Li to transform into a human there, she could remain by his side in human form. Otherwise, switching between snake and human would pose difficulties in accomplishing tasks. If the prince finds himself with idle time, perhaps Bien Tuo suddenly recalled Lu Qiuyan's words from yesterday in the palace. Perhaps what? His Majesty is a few years younger than you, and he already has a dragon son. Yet the regent's residence has yet to see a princess, he hinted obliquely. Your Highness, I too find the words of the divine physician to be quite reasonable. It is indeed rather unacceptable that our esteemed regent's household lacks a proper matriarch. Qing Hu has always been a boisterous character. Luya silently observed them, remaining taciturn. Noticing his silence, Bien Tuo assumed Luya's consent to continue, and thus cleared his throat. I heard that during the Empress's birthday banquet a few days ago, the Silver Bell Princess from the Northern Kingdom boldly expressed her affections for the prince. This has spread throughout the capital, with many remarking on her forthright nature and her capacity to love and hate passionately. Has the prince never considered taking a wife or concubines? Emoli. It seems she caught wind of some juicy gossip. How could someone dare to profess their love to Luya? Why was she not aware of this? Emoli perked up. Her curiosity piqued as she awaited Bien Tuo to elaborate. Upon witnessing Mo Li's reaction, Luya's expression darkened, and he coldly remarked since you admire that princess so much. Perhaps I should bestow her upon you. No, no, no. I lack the fortune for such a thing. I must prepare my luggage for such a long journey. Bien Tuo hastily redirected the conversation, bowing swiftly and making his exit. Once outside, Bien Tuo exhaled in relief, as if he had narrowly escaped the calamity. Compared to marrying that headstrong Silverbell princess, he would much prefer a journey to the Beast Kingdom. Emily called out, "Don't leave. Please clarify how the Silverbell princess pursued the prince." She had deliberately distanced herself from Luya that day, not wishing to know what transpired in the Grand Hall. And now she lamented missing out on such a spectacle. Emily lifted her head, peering towards the door, frustrated that Bien Tuo had left mid-sentence. Luya swatted her head lightly. "What are you still looking at? They've already departed." Ouch, that hurt. Emily looked up at Luya, feeling wronged. "Why are you suddenly angry? It was not I who spoke of this. Instead of taking it out on me, you should confront Bien Tuo. Your Highness, I did find the Silverbell princess quite lovely." Qinghu interjected, puffing out his chest. Emily pouted, realizing that Qinghu, with his simple mind and strong physique, was oblivious to the fact that their prince was clearly displeased. He exhibited no interest in that princess whatsoever. She nestled quietly in a corner, a smirk on her face, eagerly awaiting Qinghu to incur Luya's wrath. Dismissed, Luya stated without even raising his gaze. "Yes, Your Highness. Montakli. So it appears I'm the only one to bear the brunt of this. Why must they bully the honest Silver?" She glared at Luya, muttering under her breath. Luya gazed at her intently, unable to suppress a sigh, suddenly reminded of the words she had spoken to herself that morning while still in bed. Did she yearn to flee from him merely because she had transformed into a human? Why did she harbor such distrust? If she had known he was aware of her true nature, would she still have chosen to stay? She would eventually become human. After spending so much time together, did she truly only desire to exploit his physical form? Was she so moved by another's declaration of love? This woman seemed utterly heartless. If it were not for her cold, serpent-like form, which only he could touch, would she have already departed? Would she have sought to take advantage of any man with a decent appearance? As Luya pondered, his frustration intensified, longing to confront her in human form and demand, "Do you love my body or my essence more?" Regardless of her feelings, he resolved to bind her to his side, ensuring she would never depart. Life stretched before them, and he believed that emotions could be cultivated over time. Once she transformed into a human, he intended to have several children, convinced that she would never leave. Emily observed the increasingly intricate and profound gaze of Luya, cautiously stepping back. What schemes was he devising now? His expression bore the hallmark of a villain plotting nefarious deeds, reminiscent of the antagonists in dramas. Not wishing to endure her wary gaze any longer, Luya rose and departed, leaving Mo.Li in contemplation as she watched his retreating figure. Chapter 35. Mo.Li's True Thoughts and Truth. Mo.Li's feelings for Luya were quite intricate. Initially, she yearned for his demise, consumed by a desire to return home. Luya was, after all, the quintessential antagonist from the narrative. In her previous understanding, the story would only reach its conclusion once the protagonist vanquished him. Yet, inexplicably, the plot had undergone a radical transformation, with the leads reconciling with the very villain they once opposed. Luya's death no longer signified the climax, rendering his elimination unnecessary. Though she refrained from voicing it, Emily recognized that she might never return to her former life. Through her interactions with Luya, she discovered that his character was not as she had depicted. He was not inherently evil, but rather ruthless towards his enemies. Perhaps the portrayal of Luya was her most significant misjudgment while writing. Luya was admirable in physique and demeanor. However, she remained merely a serpent. His exceptional kindness towards her felt disconcerting. She could scarcely fathom how he would react if he were to learn that the serpent he cherished was, in truth, a woman. One possibility was that he would regard her as a monster, treating her with disdain, for he had always been merciless. Alternatively, he might accept her, continuing to bestow his affection. Yet could that truly be? The transformation of a serpent into a human. How many could truly accept such a notion? Even she, a modern individual, found it absurd, let alone someone from ancient times. Perhaps Luya's expulsion of her would be the greatest mercy he could offer. She was merely a serpent. What else could she dare to desire? To exist as a beloved pet, lacking for nothing, and to remain faithfully by his side was sufficient. Occasionally, she might even gain some advantages, which was more than enough for her present circumstances. As for anything beyond that, she dared not contemplate. Emily languidly waited for a considerable time, yet Luya did not return. Thus, she descended from the table and exited the study alone. Luya disapproved of her crawling on the floor. Whenever she stealthily ventured out to play, he would wear a dark countenance. Moreover, he typically took her along wherever he went, making his solitary departure today rather unusual. Emily sensed that Luya had been acting peculiarly lately, having brought her to bed for 2 consecutive nights, even permitting her to climb onto him without protest. Was he growing fonder of her? Yet, she found herself torn between wanting his affection and wishing he would not be so attached. What a tangled web of emotions, for she was, after all, still a woman. Emily recalled the words spoken by Bien Tuan moments ago. There was no princess in the mansion, and Luya seemed entirely unfazed, preferring to share his bed with a snake. Oh, Luya, a man so handsome, I hope you do not possess any peculiar proclivities. I wish to believe that I am merely overthinking. At this moment, I no longer wish to take advantage of you. Montague paused, letting out a deep sigh as she leaned against a peony, her eyes closed in prayer. Please, dear heavens, let Luya's affection be solely for pets, just for pets, and that he still harbors an interest in women. His inclinations must surely be normal. Heaven, I beseech you. Suddenly, with a crack, the stem of the peony snapped and fell beside Emily, scattering its delicate pink petals upon her head. Startled, she realized she had once again inadvertently harmed the flower. And Luya would surely be displeased upon discovering this. "Ali, is that you, Ali?" A narrow-faced maid exclaimed with delight. Emily shook the petals from her hair and turned to find a young maid from the kitchen, whom she had encountered during her secret visits there. The maid, noticing the silver snake on the ground, crouched down. "Ali, you sneaked out again." Emily gently shook her head, thinking to herself that this time it was not her doing, but rather that their lord had left without her. "Is that so? Well then, could Ali do me a favor? Granny Zhao sent me to fetch ice from the ice house, but it's too far and the ice is too heavy. Could you help me freeze a basin?" Emily contemplated for a moment before nodding. She had nothing pressing to attend to. After all, wonderful. "Thank you, Ali. You are truly adorable," the narrow-faced maid replied joyfully. Emily smiled back at her, signaling for her to lead the way. Upon arriving at the kitchen, the maid brought forth a basin of cool well water and placed it before Emily. She extended her tail to rest against the basin's edge, patiently awaiting the water to freeze. The Lord Snake pet is truly remarkable. Not only can it freeze ice, but it also understands human speech. How I wish I had one too, the maid mused as she crouched beside her. Emily's gaze darkened. Indeed, she was merely a pet. Before long, the well water had transformed into ice, emanating chill. Seeing it was ready, Emily turned to crawl away, ignoring the maid's voice behind her. Just as she was about to exit the kitchen, a faint voice called out, "Sister, help me. It's that scorpion. How did it end up in the kitchen?" Confused, Emily followed the direction of the voice. "Where are you? I cannot see you." "I'm on top of the cabinet." Looking up, she spotted the familiar wooden box perched on the second shelf of the cabinet. Emily effortlessly climbed up and nudged the box open with her tail. "What are you doing in the kitchen?" Upon opening the lid, she found the scorpion barely clinging to life, its tail severed at the base. "Montague gasped. What happened to your tail?" "It was your little brother. He cut off my tail." The scorpion cried, its voice laced with despair. "Luya? Why would he do that?" "I don't care what his name is. He just cut off my tail, and it hurts terribly," the scorpion resentfully remarked. "I could tell at a glance that he is not an easy human to deal with." "You claim he is a good person. In what way is he good?" Emily responded, "And what of your tail? Can it grow back?" The scorpion lamented, "It's not that simple. Last time I lost just my stinger, but this time my entire tail is gone. Who knows how long it will take to regrow? Woe is me." Emily felt utterly at a loss on how to console it. An unsettling suspicion crept in her mind. Something felt amiss, yet she could not pinpoint it. "Why don't you come out first, and we can leave the kitchen?" "What? This is the kitchen?" The human hasn't taken my tail to eat, has he? The scorpion's words struck Emoli with clarity. Indeed, Luya had mentioned yesterday that he intended for the scorpion to be delivered for soup. He wouldn't actually make soup from the scorpion's tail, would he? Then she recalled that both her lunch and dinner yesterday had been soup, and an involuntary shudder ran through her, nearly causing her to tumble from her perch. She had consumed scorpion soup. Heavens! What madness had possessed Luya to serve her scorpion soup? Reflecting on the peculiar taste from yesterday, it all made sense now. Emily's face contorted with nausea. She felt an overwhelming urge to vomit. Chapter 36. Princess Yinling's bold pursuit of love. Sister? Sister? Are you all right? Emily snapped back to reality, gazing at the scorpion and its bare tail, feeling an overwhelming sense of guilt. I'm fine, really. We must hurry. The kitchen is a slaughterhouse. If that human returns, we want to escape. The scorpion urged hastily. All right. Together, the snake and the scorpion descended from the table. The scorpion's eyes gleamed as it spotted raw pork on the table. Wait for me to eat something before we go. I haven't had a meal in days, and I'm starving. Emily followed its gaze, and, seeing the scorpion devour the meat voraciously, felt her stomach churn again at the sight of its bare tail. I'll wait for you outside, she declared, turning swiftly and escaping the kitchen without a backward glance. Ollie, you haven't left yet? The narrow-faced maid appeared seemingly from nowhere. Your ice is truly exceptional. Just moments ago, Lady Wong praised me for it, saying it was particularly hard and had not melted at all. Emily nodded absently, hoping the maid wouldn't venture in to discover the scorpion feasting on meat. Ollie, there are guests at the manor. Shouldn't you go find the prince? Guests? Emily looked up in confusion. It was indeed rare for visitors to come to the Regent's residence. Seeing the bewildered look in Emily's eyes, the narrow-faced maid couldn't help but chuckle. Though our prince is dashing and possesses unparalleled charm, his reputation as the god of death is widely known. Few dare to court him in the capital. That princess from the northern kingdom is truly audacious to come forward with her affections. Montagli exclaimed. No, I must go see for myself. I can't afford to miss this chance again. I must seize this opportunity. Upon hearing someone call her, the maid thanked Emily once more and hurried away. Meanwhile, the little scorpion, having satisfied its hunger, lazily emerged. Was that human just speaking to you? It inquired, tilting its head. You mean that maid? Montagli clarified. The scorpion nodded. Yes, I just helped her freeze a basin of ice, and she was thanking me, Emily replied as she walked. Huh? What does that mean? The scorpion, taken aback, hurriedly followed Emily's steps. The last time you encountered me, did you not sense the chill? My entire being is frigid. Whatever I touch will freeze. Everyone in this estate is aware of this, which is why they sometimes ask for my assistance in creating ice, Emily patiently elucidated. Upon hearing Emily's words, the scorpion suddenly comprehended. No wonder it had felt a cold presence before. Its tail had been frozen by her, and it had thought it was merely an illusion. Then I ought to keep my distance from you. With that, the scorpion shuffled a few steps away. Wait a moment. How did she communicate with you? Does a human know you can understand their speech? It realized a crucial detail. Montagli nodded. Everyone in this estate knows I can comprehend human language. They provide me with whatever I desire, treating me exceptionally well. To be precise, it is due to Luya. The others are merely acting on his behalf. The scorpion's eyes widened in astonishment. You are faring remarkably well here. As a mere serpent, how have you managed this? Emily pondered for a moment before responding. Take your elder brother as an example. There is a prominent figure in this estate whom everyone obeys, and he holds a particular fondness for me. Do you understand? Got it. The esteemed figure here must be quite formidable. The scorpion nodded in envy and continued. I can also understand human speech. Can your elder brother extend his protection to me as well? Where is he? Well, he should be able to, but he is the one who severed your tail, Emily casually remarked. What? It's him. I don't want that. The scorpion gasped, retreating a few steps, trembling. Observing its reaction, Emily chuckled, though she couldn't help but wonder if Luya would also take a liking to another pet capable of understanding human speech. He had cut off the scorpion's tail, indicating his disfavor towards it. What if he encountered another serpent, perhaps the elder brother of this scorpion? That serpent would likely understand human language as well. Would Luya be fond of that serpent? Would he take it everywhere and share his bed with it? Perhaps he might. Emily shook her head, dismissing these chaotic thoughts, and continued her ascent towards the reception hall, Lingyu Hall. Sister, we've been walking for quite a while. Where are we headed? The sun is blazing, and I feel as though I might perish from the heat. Scorpions prefer the shade, the scorpion complained, already fatigued from the trek. Emily turned to glance at it, nearly forgetting that scorpions favor dark, damp environments. Traversing under the scorching sun for so long was indeed taxing. I almost forgot. Why don't you rest in the grass by the lake for a while? I must go find Luya. What? You're going to find him? You should have mentioned that earlier. I'll head to the lakeside then. I do not wish to encounter him. The scorpion turned away towards the lake without looking back. Emily couldn't help but smile. Was it truly that afraid of Luya? Don't forget to return to find me. The scorpion called out. Understood. Emily continued onward, feeling an overwhelming sense of incredulity. It was truly astonishing that she had befriended a scorpion. Life was full of surprises. Over the course of a month, she had entered her own book and transformed into a serpent. As time gradually passed, she began to feel as though she was becoming accustomed to this way of life. Now, having forged a friendship with a scorpion, it felt like a dream. One could only wonder when this grand dream would conclude. Perhaps when the serpent's life reaches its inevitable conclusion, she may return, though it is equally possible she may not. It matters little. Since she has arrived, she must find solace in her situation, for there is no other recourse. As Emily pondered this, she soon arrived at the Dongyu Hall, where faint voices of conversation echoed within. Concealed in the corner by the door, Emily cautiously peered inside. There, she beheld a girl with bright eyes and pearly teeth, elegantly adorned with her hair styled in a cloud-like bun, dressed in an exquisite, sweeping, water-sleeved, pleated phoenix tail gown, captivating in every gesture. The girl was scanning the surroundings, seemingly awaiting someone's arrival, accompanied by several finely dressed maidservants engaged in conversation. Emily mused that this must be Princess Yinling, and indeed, she was strikingly beautiful. Not to mention, even a woman like herself could not help but marvel at such unparalleled beauty. Surely no man would dare to refuse her allure. Yet, why had Luya not yet arrived? Even mere onlookers had been informed. So what could Luya possibly be occupied with? As Emily contemplated this, she heard the sound of approaching footsteps. Turning, she saw it was Qinghu. Unbeknownst to him, Emily lingered in the shadows. He strode boldly into the hall, his eyes fixed on Princess Yinling. This humble servant has the honor of meeting Princess Yinling. Regrettably, my lord is unwell and resting. Thus he is unable to receive guests. I must kindly ask the princess to return, he stated in one breath, feeling a wave of relief wash over him. Why did the master assign him such a task? Especially to refuse a beauty? As a mere brute, he was ill-suited for this endeavor. Emily was taken aback by Qinghu's words. Luya was ill? Had he not seemed well just moments ago? She quickly deduced that perhaps he sought an excuse to avoid meeting Princess Yinling. Such beauty, and he chose not to behold it? At that moment, Princess Yinling's lips parted slightly as she rose, anxiety lacing her voice. Is my lord truly ill? Is it serious? Qinghu shook his head. It is merely an old injury from the battlefield. A few days of rest will suffice. He glanced at Princess Yinling before continuing. Please, return for now. I shall escort you. Very well. I shall return when my lord's health improves. Princess Yinling replied with a gentle smile, addressing Qinghu. Might I trouble you to lead the way? Qinghu hesitated for a moment, then promptly responded, Ah, yes, please follow me. He turned and exited the hall. Emily stepped aside, watching as Qinghu escorted Princess Yinling away. Lost in thought, she pondered the striking beauty of the princess and how Luya had dismissed her without a glance. What sort of person would capture his interest? She hoped her suspicions were unfounded. In the midst of her reflections, she failed to notice someone approaching her, and suddenly she found herself lifted off the ground. It was Luya. Where have you been? You look dreadful, he said disdainfully as he grasped her serpent tail. Emily replied inwardly, I was merely wandering about, curious to see how the princess might confess her feelings to you. But alas, you did not arrive, and I missed the opportunity. Luya raised an eyebrow, having overheard several servants mention that they had seen her approaching this way. Indeed, She had been hiding by the door. What allure does that so-called princess possess? She traversed a great distance only to arrive in such a disheveled state. He cradled her in his hands and led her out of the courtyard to cleanse her. Emily mused quietly to herself. Is it truly possible that Luya is not the slightest bit intrigued by such a beautiful princess? If I were to revert to my original form, would he not disdainfully cast me aside? Luya, hearing her innermost thoughts, glanced down at her and could not help but smile, his starry eyes glimmering with mirth. How could he ever push her away? He merely wished for her not to avoid him. Emily pondered, if Luya shows no interest in a beauty like Princess Yinling, does that mean he truly dislikes women? In his heart, Luya silently affirmed, I only have eyes for you, my dear fool. You surpass her in beauty by far. He gently caressed Emily's head, and as she looked up at him, she was taken aback to find his gaze brimming with affection. Emily gasped, oh no. Luya, if you only fancy snakes and not women, I shall never share a bed with you again. Luya, catching her thoughts, was momentarily taken aback. He realized he must dispel her misunderstandings before this foolish girl truly fled from him. After Emily was cleaned up, Luya returned her to their chambers, where she languidly reclined in his hands, listening to Qing Hu's report. Your Highness, Princess Yinling has sent several thousand-year-old ginseng roots, claiming they are to bolster your health. Qing Hu said with a cheerful smile. Why the exuberance? Luya drawled. Qing Hu quickly composed himself, scratching his head and forcing a smile, unable to suppress his amusement at the prospect of a potential lady of the manor. It seems imminent, Luya remarked casually, glancing at the obedient Emily in his grasp. Really? What? Two astonished voices reached Luya's ears, one belonging to Qing Hu, the other to Emily. Why did your Highness not meet the princess earlier? She appeared rather despondent when I escorted her, Qing Hu questioned hesitantly. It was not her. She may return another time. Just send her away if she comes to the door, Luya replied. Oh, is it true that such a stunning beauty as Princess Yinling does not catch your Highness's eye? There are few in the entire capital who rival her. Qing Hu boldly inquired. Hearing this, Luya lifted his gaze to meet Qing Hu's, who, upon catching the intensity of his stare, quickly lowered his head, exclaiming, It was my overstepping. I am deserving of punishment. After a long silence, Luya continued to stroke Emily's head and said, No offense taken. I prefer those with petite, rosy, plump lips, so inviting. Pausing briefly, Luya languidly added, skin whiter than snow, and ideally, a small mole on the tip of the nose makes one even more enchanting. Emily looked up at him in confusion. His description bore an uncanny resemblance to her own visage. Other attributes aside, the specificity of a mole on the nose seemed far too narrow. Did he truly favor her appearance? Somehow, the memory of that dream resurfaced in Emily's mind. Luya atop her, lost in rapture as he kissed her, leaving her face slick with saliva. It felt so vivid. Had she not been in her serpentine form, she would have believed it to be reality. Luya, sensing her silent musings, averted his gaze, feeling somewhat uneasy as he cleared his throat. In my thoughts, it was not merely a dream. It was as if I were kissing you. I instructed those below to seek someone of this appearance. Once I return from the Beast Kingdom, a grand wedding shall promptly ensue. Luya adjusted his sleeves and smiled gently. Emily sighed with relief, regardless of the circumstances. His preference for a certain type indicated that he still favored women, which was a reassuring sign of normalcy. Indeed, Qing Hu bowed respectfully, his heart swelling with joy at the prospect of a future princess in the royal residence. After Qing Hu departed, only Luya and Emily remained in the room. Emily crawled onto his shoulder, narrowing her eyes as she gazed into his. Upon reflection, she sensed something was amiss, a peculiar strangeness that felt exceedingly odd. At the Empress's birthday banquet, she had been bitten by a scorpion, after which she lost consciousness and experienced a bizarre dream in which she transformed into a human, cradled by a monk. The previous night, as Luya served her scorpion soup, she suddenly lost awareness once more, slipping into another dream. Again, she became human, but this time there was no monk. It was Luya himself, kissing her ardently. Emily felt an inexplicable connection between these events, yet the reasoning eluded her. Surely, It could not be that she was awakening feelings of desire. She shook her head. It was the height of summer, and certainly not the mating season for snakes. Luya raised an eyebrow, meeting her gaze with an expression of calm assurance, knowing she would never decipher the truth. The monk? That monk was, in essence, herself. Recalling the events of those 2 nights, Luya's eyes gleamed with an unsettling brightness. Emoli noticed this enchanting being maintaining his gaze upon her, his strikingly handsome face mere inches away, his alluring lips tempting her to take a bite. Now that she understood his orientation was indeed normal, it seemed she was merely viewed as a pet. It was perfectly natural for a pet to share affectionate moments with its owner, was it not? With such a handsome figure by her side, to not take advantage would be foolish. Luya's pupils dilated slightly. What was she murmuring about? What was her intent? He remained still, patiently awaiting her next move. Emoli grinned mischievously, and in a swift motion, pecked Luya's lips before promptly turning away, resting her eyes against his shoulder as though nothing had transpired. Her first kiss. Luya's initial kiss had been claimed by her. Emoli's heart soared with joy, as though she had gained a significant advantage. Luya's spine instantly stiffened. He stared in astonishment at the serpent on his shoulder. She had taken the initiative to kiss him. His throat tightened, yearning to transform her into a human at that very moment to deepen the kiss. Perhaps she harbored a modicum of affection for him. Luya mused uncontrollably. It was possible that this fool had yet to realize it. Yet even a slight inclination would suffice. And perhaps it would grow in time. Chapter 38. Offer yourself to me, Emoli cast a guilty glance at Luya, observing that he exhibited no significant reaction. His gaze remained unwaveringly fixed upon her. Thus, she relaxed, lazily stifling a yawn, comfortably resting her head on his shoulder. A nagging sense of forgetfulness tugged at her. What was it she had overlooked? Ah, the scorpion. The tailless scorpion was still by the lake, and she had promised to find it. Other thoughts had caused her to forget. Luya's eyes flickered. Was that scorpion not in the kitchen? Why was it by the lake? No wonder she discovered that the bowl of soup yesterday was scorpion soup. She must have just gone to the kitchen. Emoli descended, but before her feet touched the ground, a hand lifted her up. Luya casually held the silver snake in his hand and strode towards the outside. Where could they be going? Emoli pondered quietly. As they walked further away, a pungent odor wafted towards her from a distance. Wasn't that the direction of the dilapidated courtyard? What business did Luya have there? Pay respects to the prince. The guards at the entrance, armed with sabers, knelt in unison. Luya responded with a slight grunt and opened the door. Please enter. One of the guards pushed open the dark red door with a creak. Emoli, perched on Luya's shoulder, followed him into the courtyard, which was now neatly arranged. Unlike the overgrown weeds and dilapidation from her last visit, it had been meticulously maintained. The entire courtyard was spotless, the bluestone ground immaculate, not a single fallen leaf in sight, and even the chipped paint in the corners had been touched up. In the open space to the left, a plethora of roses bloomed vibrantly, their crimson petals flourishing in the corner, drawing the eye. The entire courtyard exuded a sense of rejuvenation. Emoli raised her head and surveyed the area, marveling internally. Indeed, cleanliness made all the difference. Last time it had resembled a haunted house, but now it had transformed into a rather elegant ancient-style villa. Those servants must have cleaned it up in anticipation of Luya's arrival, Emoli conjectured. Luya's fingers moved slightly, remaining silent. The guard in front led the way towards the main house, and Emoli instinctively shrank back, reluctant to enter. She still remembered the filthy black rats from under the bed, teeming with germs. Luya glanced down at the silver snake on his shoulder and gently took Emoli down, holding her in his hand. Emoli adjusted her position, coiling around his arm, her tail wrapping around his wrist. After all, she was with him, not on the ground. If the rats were to bite, they would first have to get to Luya, not her. Luya pressed his lips together and let out a soft hum as he stepped into the room. To Emoli's astonishment, the interior was also spotless. She couldn't help but exclaim. Luya thought to himself, if the courtyard had been cleaned, how could the house remain unkempt? How foolish. The dilapidated furniture had vanished, leaving the room empty except for the traces of cleaning. However, The large bed in the inner chamber remained. Luya strode directly towards it, twisting the mechanism on the bed's side. With a thunderous crash, the entire bed collapsed, revealing a downward stone staircase. The two guards descended, lighting the lamps in the underground passage. Just as I suspected, there is a hidden chamber. That woman must be inside. Montagne remarked. Your Highness, please. Luya arched an eyebrow and followed the guard down. Upon witnessing this scene, Mo Lee's face contorted in disgust. Was this the elderly woman who had been relentlessly cursing Luya that day? She had once harbored hopes that this woman might eliminate Luya, but now that notion seemed utterly ludicrous. If this person were capable of killing Luya, she might as well perform a handstand while washing her hair. Hearing her unspoken thoughts, Luya couldn't help but smirk. A handstand to wash one's hair? It was quite a whimsical thought. The old crone, upon hearing footsteps, gradually lifted her head and beheld the tall figure outside. Her previously murky gaze suddenly ignited with a remarkable hatred, resembling madness, her eyes bulging as she screamed, Luya, you wretched spawn, why are you still alive? Her voice was akin to sandpaper, sharp and hoarse. In the depths of Luya's cold, indifferent eyes, a flicker of contempt passed by as he carelessly remarked, Long time no see, Your Majesty. He emphasized the last four words, his tone rising with a heavy dose of sarcasm. Emoli straightened up, sighing as she realized this was the former empress. Luya had not slain her, but had instead spared her life. Living in such a state was more unbearable than death. This was Luya's method of vengeance. The old woman let out a sorrowful laugh. She bore no semblance of a queen now, perhaps even more filthy than a beggar on the street. She lowered her gaze to adjust her once brilliant yellow royal gown, as if she were still seated in the cool breeze pavilion, sipping tea with the late emperor. I should have killed you long ago, you wretched spawn. How dare you commit patricide? She muttered under her breath, her eyes glinting with venom as she glared at Luya. Madam, you might ponder less on that old relic and consider the fate of your entire royal family instead. Luya spoke nonchalantly, striking at her most painful spot. Sure enough, she lunged at Luya like a madwoman, only to be yanked back by the iron chains behind her after just a few steps. My royal family was loyal and brave indeed. I'll perish at your hands. Luya, may you meet a wretched end. She screamed. Luya chuckled softly, saying, It is merely a case of reciprocating one's methods. Huh, a splendid case of reciprocation. Emoli could no longer bear to listen. She vividly recalled her narrative. The former empress had nursed a grudge against the Jiang family and had sent people to annihilate them. From that moment on, Luya had become a true and isolated person, as he was only 2 years old at the time. While other children basked in love and care, he endured torment within the palace. She buried her face in Luya's hand, closing her eyes. Hearing the former empress's words now filled her with regret. Why had she been so cruel, typing away and bestowing such a tragic past upon him? His childhood was a creation of her own making, alongside the monthly agony of fire that seared his heart. With this realization, guilt flooded her heart. If she could return in the future, she would ensure his life was smooth and uneventful, providing him with everything he lacked, allowing him to be the brightest, most radiant youth under the sun. Unbeknownst to Mo Lee, her heartfelt sentiments were fully perceived by Luya, whose long lashes trembled slightly, casting a shadow in the depths of his gaze. He no longer paid heed to the ravings of the madwoman, his mind consumed solely by Mo Lee's words. It appeared that bringing her along had indeed borne fruit. Her heart now harbored greater compassion for him. The former empress had succumbed to madness, and upon noticing that Luya had ignored her, she turned to a guard and exclaimed, Father, your daughter has become empress. Look, I am empress now. Ha ha. At that moment, Luya felt an overwhelming sense of tedium. He thought, let her be eliminated. With that, he turned and walked away. He felt no thrill in vanquishing an enemy, as if he were merely attending to a mundane task. This world was a narrative spun from a tale, with its author deftly orchestrating every nuance from her hands. All that was good or ill was arranged by this woman. He accepted it. Luya cast his gaze upon the silver serpent in his hand, contemplating that if he truly felt remorse, he ought to offer himself as recompense. Chapter 39. Ah, brother, last night, a torrential downpour fell relentlessly, washing away the oppressive heat of midsummer and bestowing a long-awaited coolness upon the people. On the morning after the rain, within a moving carriage, Emily brimmed with excitement. Lifting her head to push aside the moonlit gauze curtain that obscured the window, peering curiously outside. The bustling streets had been cleansed by the rain, and a fine mist still lingered in the air. Emily inhaled deeply. The air was damp and sweet, a delightful sensation. How wonderful it felt! The sky was a brilliant blue, the market shrouded in a soft haze. If only there were a camera to capture this moment. She mused to herself. Luya, licking his lips, remained silent with his eyes closed. Even before dawn, this woman had been an incessant bundle of energy, crawling over him and exclaiming about the prospect of travel, disturbing his slumber. Luya traveled with a modest retinue, comprising just over 100 shadow guards, dressed in plain attire and mounted on unarmored steeds, followed the carriages to avoid alarming the populace. Though few in number, these guards were formidable warriors, capable of facing 100 foes on the battlefield, each one an elite. Luya and Emily occupied the foremost carriage, accompanied by Qinghu on horseback. The middle carriage bore Bientao and his myriad bundles of medicinal herbs, while the rear carriages were laden with various goods. As for Haing, he remained in the capital, tasked with managing their intelligence network. Bientao had grumbled about the fairness of Haing staying behind while he could not. But upon receiving a stern glare from Luya, he quietly boarded the carriage. Emily leaned against the window, her eyes sparkling. When I was a child, my parents took me on a trip to the neighboring city to climb a mountain and watch the sunrise. As I grew older, I traveled with my roommates. But those journeys were merely to attend my idol's birthday celebration and explore the city a bit. With a sigh, she continued her soliloquy. I never imagined that now. It would be Luya taking me on a journey, and an international one at that. I've never traveled abroad before. After lingering at the window for a while, she turned to glance at the man in the carriage. He was clad in a pale blue silk robe adorned with cloud patterns, draped loosely over him. Even in quiet repose, he exuded the aura of a sovereign, imparting a sense of gravitas. His dark hair was casually tied back with a black ribbon, with a few stray strands falling gracefully by his ears, lending him an air of nonchalance and elegance. He looked incredibly handsome. How did he manage to make every outfit so appealing? That face struck me like a bolt from the blue. Oh, brother, Emily couldn't help but become infatuated, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Luya's ears had subtly turned crimson, and he cleared his throat uncomfortably. Brother? Such a delightful appellation. His voice was equally enchanting. Wasn't this more gratifying than idolizing a star? The best part was the freedom to touch him endlessly. His waist was not merely a waist, but a curved blade of a deadly scythe. Emily muttered a phrase she had heard somewhere as she crawled towards Luya. Luya observed her with a sense of disbelief. She was audacious enough to utter such brazen words, confident that he could not hear her ramblings. He allowed her to climb onto him, and seeing that he remained unresponsive, she mischievously opened his collar, eager to burrow inside. The loose fabric allowed her to slip in effortlessly, and she turned around, poking her head out from the neckline, her body snug against Luya's. So warm. She sighed contentedly. Unbeknownst to her, Luya had opened his eyes at some point, gazing at the mischief she was causing on his chest, feeling a coolness emanating from her presence. His expression was a blend of subtlety and complexity. Emily, still restless within, caused the fabric to shift as she propped herself up. When she glanced up, she found Luya staring down at her. "Hello, brother, you're awake. I am treating you for the fire poison," she exclaimed. "Since the residual toxins remain, we cannot afford to be negligent." After returning from the palace, Luya had been quite tolerant of her antics, no longer resorting to locking her up at the slightest provocation. Knowing he would not be angered, Emily's boldness had gradually increased. "Ali," he called her name with a hint of exasperation, his throat tightening. "Be a little obedient and don't fidget." Hearing his deep voice from above, Emily nodded vigorously, relaxing her entire body against him and remaining still. Luya couldn't help but raise the corners of his lips, a suggestive smile gracing his features. He placed his hands behind his head and closed his eyes, continuing to rest in the moving carriage. Emily, too, gradually closed her eyes, as she had a peculiar habit of dozing off easily in a moving vehicle. The two of them, one person and one serpent, savored the tranquility of the moment. The only sounds in the carriage being the wheels rolling over the road and the rhythmic hoofbeats of the guards riding alongside. The morning breeze lifted the delicate veil at the window, casting a gentle beam of light onto Luya. If a daring passerby were to peek into the carriage, they would be astonished to witness such an extraordinary scene. A snake peacefully nestled on a man's chest, an astonishing yet harmonious sight. 2 hours later, Luya slowly awakened, stretching his stiff arms. "Qinghu, where are we now?" Reporting to the prince, "We have exited the city gates and are currently heading towards Mist City." Qinghu tightened the reins and added, "Would the prince like something to eat or drink? It is likely we will arrive at Mist City after dark." Luya glanced down at his protruding abdomen, where Emily lay sprawled comfortably. "Fetch something for me." "Yes, I will go get it," Qinghu replied, turning the reins and heading to the back of the carriage to retrieve some food. Luya received the object handed to him by the Qing, who and casually placed it on a small table nearby. He reached out and poked Emily through her clothing, saying, "Ali, wake up and eat something." Emily stirred at his touch, opening her bleary eyes to find herself enveloped in darkness. "I can't see," she exclaimed, eyes wide with shock. Luya was at a loss for words, even contemplating rolling his eyes at her foolishness. "What do you see inside my clothes?" he thought. "My eyes. Calm my eyes. Montag liebes bewildert." Her mind struggling to catch up as she fidgeted nervously, her serpentine tail brushing against something, causing Luya's face to flush red. Gritting his teeth, he pulled her out. Glaring at her, suspended in midair, Emily met his gaze, relieved upon recognizing him. "I thought I was blind," she said, her head tilted in confusion. "Why is your face so red? Is it hot today?" Finding her demeanor amusing, Luya chuckled despite his irritation, tossing her serpent aside onto the soft mat, choosing to ignore her. Chapter 40. Trust. After drinking, Emily was oblivious to where she had just touched and stared at Luya with curious eyes, wondering if he was all right. Luya exhaled deeply, licking his lips as he cast a cold glance at the innocent-looking Emily. He resolved never to let her wander aimlessly again. He had indulged her too much lately. Noticing his unwavering gaze, Emily shrank her neck slightly and turned toward the low table, gesturing with her tail. "Luya, bring me my special plate and serve me some food. I'm hungry," she said, her expectant eyes fixed on him. "You only think about eating," Luya replied, clearing his throat as he composed himself and sat down, retrieving her small dish and placing it before her. He picked up a piece of sauce-covered goose with ivory chopsticks for her. While serving, he couldn't help but ponder her earlier words. What on earth was Ercom? Emily, lost in her own enjoyment, looked up to see Luya not touching his food, only sipping on wine. Was he lacking in appetite? Did he have something on his mind? She mused. Luya had always kept her away from alcohol, and despite her persistent attempts to get close, he had always pushed her away without mercy, so she held little hope this time. Seeing her gaze fixed on the intricately carved jade cup in his hands, Emily forgot to chew what was in her mouth. He unconsciously smiled, his eyes sparkling. "Do you want a drink?" Emily nodded eagerly, her round eyes brimming with desire. "On this joyous occasion, shouldn't we share a drink?" Luya chuckled, lifting another jade cup and pouring a small half-cup of amber-colored wine into the porcelain vessel, its clarity and fragrance enticing. With a soft clink, he placed the cup on the table, sliding it toward Emily. Emily gazed at Luya with incredulity, wondering what had prompted such unexpected generosity today. Unable to resist, she leaned forward and inhaled the fragrant aroma of the wine. How exquisite! It was indeed Luya's concoction, reminiscent of an ancient version of the famed 1982 law fight. After taking a delicate sip, Emily let out a long sigh of delight. Ah, how delightful! Seeing her tail wagging with excitement, Luya couldn't help but chuckle, finding her amusing as he watched her intently. Emily downed the wine in her cup and smacked her lips, nudging the jade cup with her tail to signal Luya to refill it. With a grin, she mumbled, "Grapes and fine wine in a luminous cup. One for you and one for me, Luya." Luya replied, "You may have but one cup." He tapped her head lightly with his chopsticks, coldly refusing her request. Mo Lee's face fell with disappointment as she crawled over to bite his sleeve. Gazing up at him with pleading eyes, her voice sweet and soft as she pouted, "I want more, please, you're the best, can I, pretty please, I love you. I want it so much." Upon hearing her heartfelt plea, Luya's pupils widened in surprise, his ears subtly reddening. He awkwardly set down his chopsticks, looking down at the silver serpent that was nuzzling against him. Was she being affectionate? Emoli was already tipsy, panting slightly, her gaze hazy as she rolled against his sleeve, incessantly expressing her fondness. If she were in her right mind, she would surely be embarrassed by her own antics. Astonished, she realized she had transformed into a whimpering child. Though she had previously indulged in flirtation, it had always been with a clear intent, easily discernible as an act, which Luya had often ignored. Yet now, in this state of inebriation, she had unconsciously revealed her most innocent self to Luya, a manifestation of unreserved trust. "Ollie, do you know who I am? Who are you beside?" Luya asked softly, his tone brimming with tenderness. "Of course I know. You are Luya. Hey, why does your head look funny? Call Piantaw to take a look?" Mo Lee responded drowsily to his question and promptly swayed into his embrace. Luya smiled gently, his eyes sparkling with affection. He couldn't help but think that she must hold a place for him in her heart. He sensed that deep within her. She truly trusted him. Otherwise, she wouldn't cling to him daily, nor would she, in her drunken state, let down her guard, playfully rolling around and unabashedly being herself. She was akin to a 3-year-old child. Yet, he cherished this childlike side of her, wishing for her to remain by his side as a child for a lifetime. Previously, when attuned to her thoughts, he had noted that she should be around 22 years of age. In that world, women were not only educated, but could live into their 20s. What sort of world could nurture such a remarkable woman as Ali? Her manner of speaking and every motion was distinctively unique. With one hand encircling Mo Lee's serpentine form and the other drawing aside the curtain, Luya gazed at the scenery outside their carriage. They traversed a boundless prairie, where the expansive greenery imparted a sense of tranquility and relaxation. Fluffy white clouds drifted across the azure sky, and a gentle breeze carried the fragrant scent of fresh grass. In his earlier days of battle, he traversed the vast lakes and crossed the 4 seas. Was there any place he had not visited? This breathtaking scenery was a sight to behold for the very first time. Perhaps, with the presence of someone special, even the most ordinary landscape transforms into something exquisite. After a considerable time, Luya beheld a lake ahead and addressed the azure tiger beside the carriage. "Ching-Hu, halt by the lakeside." "Yes, your highness." Ching-Hu tightened his legs around the horse's belly, advancing to the front of the procession. Upon reaching the lakeside, he bellowed, "Halt! Form up and rest." The sound of hooves came to an abrupt stop. The accompanying dark guards dismounted, indulging in refreshments, while the horses lowered their heads to graze. Emoli was stirred awake by Ching-Hu's booming voice. Slowly, she opened her eyes and realized Luya was assisting her down from the carriage. Surveying her surroundings, she exclaimed, "Wow, this place is truly magnificent. Is this not what the poem describes as the heavens resembling a vast yurt, covering the boundless sky? The wild expanse, where the wind blows and the grass bends low, revealing cattle and sheep." "Oh wait, there are no cattle or sheep here, only horses." Emoli freed herself from Luya's grasp and leaped on the ground, inhaling the fresh scent of grass, and lay down. "Your Highness, the Antu Eptroev." This lake is known as Chinchin Lake, famed for its chinchin fish, which is tender and has few bones. "Shall we catch a few for dinner this evening?" Luya cast a sidelong glance at him. "Very well, you may go and catch some." "Ah, your Highness, you know we have no fishing rods, and I lack martial skills." Bien Tuo's expression turned troubled until a spark of inspiration lit his eyes. "But your Highness possesses remarkable martial prowess and exceptional inner strength." "Why not?" Before Luya could respond, Emoli, lying on the ground, shouted, I will go." With that, she dove headfirst into the lake, oblivious to the astonished expressions of the two on shore. Chapter 41. Encountering danger, both Luya and Bienta were momentarily taken aback as a flash of silver swiftly glided into the water. "What is she doing?" She could freeze the lake. Bien Tua stammered, pointing at the spot where Mo Lee had just submerged, his astonishment palpable. He had heard tales of Mo Lee's illustrious feats, including the time she froze the Grand Lotus Pond at the royal estate into a massive block of ice, the melting of which took several days. Did you not wish for fish? She has gone to fetch them for you, Luya remarked nonchalantly, his gaze enigmatic. Bien Tua chuckled awkwardly. Even though she is a snake, she possesses a heart of gold. All thanks to your highness's excellent guidance. Luya chose to ignore him, frowning as he gazed at the serene lake surface. Underwater, Mo Lee swam with great delight. She had practiced swimming for quite some time and had fully mastered the technique. During the Lotus Pond incident, she had kept her tail submerged for an entire afternoon to freeze the water. This lake was vast, stretching endlessly as far as the eye could see, and she felt assured that a brief swim would not lead to freezing. While swimming, she encountered a massive shadow ahead. A school of fish, likely the Qinshin fish Bien Tua had mentioned, the specialty of Qinshin Lake. Emoli hastened her pace towards the school of fish. The fish were wary and scattered in all directions at the sight of a snake approaching them, akin to startled birds fleeing from an arrow. The mature heartfelt fish possesses the length of an adult's arm, and Emoli is no match for it. Thus, she sets her sights on a juvenile heartfelt fish, no larger than a palm, and lunges forward to bite. However, the fish evades her grasp, prompting Mo to pursue it relentlessly. Grilled fish, don't run. Suddenly, a fully grown heartfelt fish turns its head, its cold, fish-like eyes fixated on Mo, as if assessing the strength of its opponent. Observing only a slender silver serpent before it, devoid of any allies, the heartfelt fish seems to relax. It opens its mouth, and the surrounding school of fish, as if receiving a command, also turns to face Mo, their tails swaying in unison like a well-drilled battalion, charging menacingly towards her. This is disastrous. They intend to swarm me. Mo hastily hits the brakes, pivoting to flee. Luya, save me. Although her serpent body is cold, it cannot withstand a fierce bite. If she freezes her opponent, she too would suffer a loss of flesh, leading to mutual destruction. In her desperation, Mo calls out to the heavens and the earth in vain. Her only recourse is to whip her serpent tail, accelerating to the utmost limits. The lake is too deep. Luya, on the shore, cannot hear her cries for help. Noticing her continued absence, he anxiously approaches the water's edge, intently watching the surface for any signs of movement. Why isn't Illy back yet? Is she perhaps beneath the water, catching fish? Bien Tua, with his neck craned, inquires, his perception rather lacking. Luya casts a cold glance at him, finding him increasingly irksome. She never consumes raw flesh. Bien Tua swallows hard, suggesting, she is probably just playing with the fish, haha. Perhaps she encountered others of her kind and swam off with them. Luya suppresses his rising ire, stifling the urge to kick him into the water, and states with a grave tone, get lost. Bien Tua, sensing the intensity in Luya's gaze, retracts his neck and suppresses his laughter, muttering, I'm leaving now. Just as he begins to retreat, Luya purses his lips, a sense of foreboding creeping over him. Go summon everyone. Search along the shoreline. Bien Tua, noting Luya's somber expression and furrowed brow, refrains from jesting further and hastily departs to gather assistance. He too harbors a tinge of concern. May he not be in any real danger. For there are but a few snakes in this world capable of understanding human speech, let alone possessing the ability to heal fire poison. A subject he has yet to fully explore. Unbeknownst to Mo, those on the shore are searching for her. The vast expanse of heartfelt lake leaves her disoriented, and in her frantic escape, she remains oblivious to her own location. The cunning heartfelt fish attempts to encircle her several times, yet she narrowly evades capture, changing directions repeatedly, further losing her sense of orientation regarding the shore. After shaking off a pursuing adult heartfelt fish, Emoli glances back, watching as the creature gradually fades from her view. With a sigh of relief, she continually reminds herself that to avoid becoming fish food, she must remain composed. First, she must surface to ascertain her bearings and find the nearest shore to swim towards. Safety lies in reaching land. Just as these thoughts occupy her mind, a massive heartfelt fish suddenly lunges at her with its gaping maw, its jagged teeth striking terror into Mo-Li's heart. At that moment, her eyes widen, adrenaline surging through her veins. There is no escaping this fate. As the menacing heart-piercing fish drew ever closer, Mo-Li's mind echoed one solitary thought. Farewell, Luya. Tonight, I shall set sail. With a sudden thud, a dull impact resonated from the depths, sending bubbles to the surface. Emily snapped back to reality, and upon closer inspection, she felt as if her very legs would tremble uncontrollably, rendering her unable to stand. Before her loomed a colossal black python, thicker than a man's thigh and nearly 10 meters in length. The serpent was in the process of consuming the heart-piercing fish, its massive jaws opening and closing as the once ferocious creature was swallowed whole. Emily swallowed hard, paralyzed by fear. Tears threatened to spill as regret washed over her. Why had she ventured into the river? Why had she attempted to catch fish? Why had she been so reckless? She realized she had grown complacent under Luya's care, neglecting the perils that lurked in the wild lake. This was no lotus pond of the royal palace, and the inhabitants were not mere koi. They were apex predators in the food chain. Oh, mother, why must there be pythons? Her heart sank, resigning itself to the notion that this day would be her last. Emily closed her eyes tightly, bracing for the python's gaping maw. Yet, the python did not devour her. Instead, it encircled her, raising its head to meet her gaze. It seemed to scrutinize this slender silver serpent, weighing whether she was worth the effort of consumption, if she might be a mere morsel. The python's eyes were larger than Mo-Li's head, exuding an overwhelming sense of dominance. As it did not consume her, a flicker of hope ignited within her. Brother, please do not eat me. We are kin, all part of the same family, she implored, instinctively employing the same tactics she had used with Luya, slipping into a mode of flattery and appeasement. Though she knew the python could not comprehend her words, she found herself muttering nonetheless, overwhelmed by tension and fear. The python regarded the quivering silver serpent before it with disinterest, its attention drawn to a disturbance above the water surface. Brother, I am not a water snake. I dwell on land and must take my leave. Let us reunite another time. Emily cautiously stirred her stiff tail, attempting to create distance while swimming upward, all the while observing the python's movements. The python, however, dismissed her entirely, viewing her as insignificant, its fierce gaze focused on the surface, where its true quarry lay. Suddenly, with a powerful splash, the black python surged upwards, and Emily, too close for comfort, was dragged along to the water surface. Clinging to the python's body, she screamed in terror, "Ah, mother, help me!" With a resounding splash, the enormous black python burst forth from the water. Chapter 42. Found a shadowy guard stationed along the shore, heard the commotion on the distant lake, and, upon closer inspection, beheld the black python thrashing about, creating tremendous waves. Lord Qing, look, there is a giant python in the water. One called out to Qing who quickly turned his gaze to the lake. Goodness, how massive! He exclaimed, then shouted to those on the shore, there is a python in the lake. Everyone, be cautious and watch your step. Do not allow yourselves to be ensnared by this creature. Suddenly, he realized something was amiss. The lake was fraught with peril. Wasn't that little silver serpent, the size of a thumb, in danger? His beloved Ali, Qing, who swiftly employed his lightness skill and dashed towards Luya's direction. He had to inform the prince about the giant python lurking in the lake. At that moment, Emily was nearly fainting from fear. Gasping for breath, she regained her composure and discovered she was hanging onto the massive python. A question arose in her mind. Why hadn't this colossal serpent been frozen by her powers? Was its skin too thick? Emily lifted her gaze and scanned her surroundings. She was quite far from the shore. Suddenly, she spotted someone near the bank, rummaging through the grass as if searching for something. It was Luya's covert guards. At last, she had glimpsed her kin. She leaped from the serpent's back and swam desperately toward the shore, continuing her struggle until she finally broke through the reeds and crawled onto the bank. In that instant, she felt a single overwhelming emotion. She had survived. Ali, it's Ali, one of the guards exclaimed upon spotting the silver serpent lying on the ground. We found the prince's silver serpent. It's right here, he shouted to the others on the shore. The guards were called Qing, whose instructions not to touch it with their hands. So they used the sheath of a sword to lift Mo Li. Quick, move away from the shore. There's a python in the lake, she urged. But no one heard her frantic warning, leaving her in a state of desperation. The lake's surface rippled as a giant python raised its head, its cold, piercing eyes fixated on the people on the bank, as though surveying its prey, eagerly anticipating a sumptuous feast. Its target was humanity. Emily felt a surge of panic as she watched the enormous serpent slither toward the shore, now coiled within the reeds, poised as a predator. How could these people remain oblivious? Struggling, she tumbled from the sword sheath and crawled in the opposite direction, signaling for them to hurry over. The guards, seeing Mo flee, hastily pursued her, fearful of losing the prince's beloved serpent. Once she saw that everyone had distanced themselves from the shore, Mo exhaled deeply, collapsing in the grass, panting heavily. Xiaomeng, go blow the whistle. We've found the silver serpent. Tell the others not to search anymore. We'll wait for everyone by the carriage. One of the square-faced guards instructed his companion. Trained to respond to the whistle, the sound signified the mission's success, confirming that Ali had been located. All right, I'll blow it right away. Xiaomeng produced a whistle from his chest and blew 3 sharp notes. The piercing sound carried far and wide. Done. Let us go, Emily nodded, climbing back onto the sword sheath extended by the guards. They just nod? I've heard that the princess serpent can understand human speech, but I've never witnessed it firsthand. Today it truly displays its intelligence, one guard marveled. Keep your astonishment to yourself, and let us move, big brother. This place is no longer safe, Emily urged. Look, there's a python on the shore. The square-faced guard turned around to see the black python slowly advancing toward them. Run, comrades, Emily exclaimed, springing into action. In stark contrast to her panic, the others remained unfazed, stroking their chins and scrutinizing the serpent. In the past, when accompanying the prince to battle in the kingdom of Sorong, they had captured a python, whose flesh was so foul that it was inedible. To his surprise, he discovered that this place also harbored pythons. A pale-faced shadow guard murmured to those nearby. This creature possesses great strength, and its meat is indeed resilient, yet it is hardly palatable. It truly is unappetizing. Perhaps we should refrain from killing it, as it would only be a waste of time, and cleaning it would be a chore. A few individuals engaged in a discussion and ultimately decided to spare the black python. Montagli exclaimed, Brother, are you all truly that impressive? That is a python, not a loach. She hopped about on the ground, completely overlooked by the others, and couldn't help but roll her eyes. Let us go. We still have a journey ahead. The square-faced shadow guard lifted Mo with the hilt of his sword. Hurry up, she urged. The group made their way towards the location where the carriage was halted, with the leader brandishing a sword sheath adorned with a silver snake. Meanwhile, Qing, who had finally discerned the direction of Luya and his companions. As he ran, he called out, Brothers, watch your step. There are pythons in the water. Don't let them drag you in. The mention of pythons heightened the alertness of the shadow guards. Luya, hearing Qing Hu's shouts from afar, instinctively clenched his fists, his brow furrowing. Pythons were not particularly terrifying, but they signified that the lake harbored perilous threats. Even if they did not encounter pythons, there could be other dangerous predatory fish lurking beneath. His Ali was merely a pampered little snake. How could it defend itself? It would be akin to a lamb entering the den of a tiger. A pang of dread shot through Luya. No, that must not happen. Prince Qing, who had arrived before Luya, hesitating to speak. Noticing the dark clouds overshadowing Luya's expression, he felt a twinge of fear, uncertain how to articulate his thoughts, as Ali's fate might already be grim. Search, continue searching. Luya coldly spat out a few words through clenched teeth. Your Highness, Ali is so clever. She would have surfaced by now if she could. What if? There shall be no what ifs. Yes, yes. I shall go search immediately. Qing, who dare not say more, and hurriedly turned to the lakeside to seek. Luya suppressed the ominous thoughts festering within him, took a deep breath, and was about to head to the lake's edge when he heard a series of sharp whistles from afar. upon hearing the whistles. Ching Hu joyfully exclaimed to Luya, "We found her. That is splendid. Your Highness, let's hurry back." However, when he turned around, he noticed that the prince had already vanished. Seeing that Luya was gone, Ching Hu shouted to the other shadow guards, "Brothers, retreat." Mo Li lay on the saddle, idly wagging her tail as people gradually returned. Each person who returned and spotted her resting on the saddle sighed in relief. Emily felt a bit embarrassed. It seemed she had caused trouble for others. They hadn't even caught any fish and had nearly lost their lives to the water. What a predicament. Who would believe such a tale? It felt surreal, like a dream. In the future, even with 10 times her courage, she would not dare swim in a wild lake again. It was far too perilous. The koi in the lotus pond of the prince's residence were much more docile. Yet, many had returned, but why had Leah not come back? Emily craned her neck to look around, finally spotting that familiar azure figure. "Luya, I'm right here." From a distance, Luya saw the silver snake on the saddle and heard her confident voice, causing the weight in his heart to lift. Only then did he realize his palms were drenched in sweat. As he approached, Emily suddenly leaped into Luya's embrace. Chapter 43. The Python's Gall. "I almost didn't get to see you, Luya. Those fish were ferocious. I couldn't fend off a single one," she cried, overwhelmed with emotion after surviving the ordeal. And with Luya by her side, she could no longer hold back her tears, sobbing uncontrollably. "And there was a huge python. I nearly died from fright." Emily choked out. Luya, hearing her heartfelt words, realized the peril she had faced underwater, and the veins on his forehead throbbed with suppressed rage. Yet, he gently caressed Emily and reassured her, "It's all right, Ali. Do not be afraid. I am here." Had Ali met her demise at the jaws of those fish, he could scarcely fathom the repercussions. Fortunately, it was merely a false alarm. Within the span of a single hour, both felt as if they had been transported to another world. "Ali has returned." Bien Tuor rushed over, his face alight with joy. "Ali, please don't wander off again." Everyone was terribly worried. At that moment, Emily, her eyes brimming with tears, heard Bien Tuo's voice and peeked out to look at him, nodding in reply. Seeing her nod, Bien Tuo grinned widely. "Good girl, you are indeed teachable." Luya shot a glance at the person beside him, incredulous that he still dared to smile. With a cold snort, he ominously remarked, "You enjoy eating fish, do you?" His phoenix eyes concealed a dangerous glint. Bien Tuo, sensing the unusual intensity of the prince's gaze upon him, shrank back and stammered, "Your Highness, you mustn't vent your anger on me. It was Ali's own doing." Before he could finish, Bien Tuo felt a sharp pain in his rear and was sent soaring into the air. Ah! Splash! A tremendous spray erupted from the lake's surface as Luya had kicked him into the water. Emily gaped in astonishment as she witnessed Bien Tuo soaring through the air before plunging into the lake. The distance from the shore was considerable, leaving her utterly stunned. She knew Luya possessed martial prowess, but she had not anticipated such formidable strength. "Haha, is the divine doctor seeking a cool bath to escape the heat?" Ching Hu guffawed as he took a deep sip of water. The surrounding guards chuckled, and the atmosphere lightened significantly, contrasting sharply with the earlier tension. "Is it refreshing in the water?" Bien Tuo, soaked to the waist and resembling a drenched chicken, retorted, "What are you laughing at? You'd know if you jumped in yourself. Come up, divine doctor. There's a python in the lake." One of the guards interjected, "A python? What kind of python?" "A python as thick as your leg." "Is that for real?" Bien Tuo's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Indeed, we just saw it. If you don't believe me, ask Lord Ching Hu." "Fantastic. Let us go catch the python." Bien Tuo scrambled onto the shore, disregarding his dripping wet state, shouting with glee at the others. Leah furrowed his brows, eyeing the drenched figure at the edge. "What do you intend to do with the python?" "Yes, divine doctor, why catch it? Python meat is hardly delectable." Ching Hu chimed in. Bien Tuo slapped his thigh, exhilarated as he replied, "Your Highness, the python is medicinal, particularly its gallbladder, which is cool in nature, slightly bitter yet sweet, and effective in dispelling rheumatism, detoxifying, and alleviating prickly heat." He squeezed the water from his body and stated, "The gallbladder of a python possesses medicinal properties that are several times more potent than those of ordinary snakes. capable of sustaining the lives of those in critical condition. Moreover, due to the difficulty of capturing pythons, the price of their gallbladders is exorbitant, each worth a fortune. These creatures typically inhabit warm and humid forests, so it is indeed a delightful surprise to find one here. Brother Qinghu, where did you see the python just now? Allow me to change my attire, and we shall venture forth together. With that, Bien Tuo hurriedly made his way to the carriage to change clothes. Montauk li remarked. So it appears that none of these individuals fear the python. I the only one who does? Luya raised an eyebrow, remaining silent. The men under his command were exceptional warriors, having spent 3 months living in the forest during battles. They had hunted bears and encountered tigers. How could they possibly fear a mere python? He gazed across the lake, where the sun was setting, casting shimmering orange reflections upon the water's surface. Your Highness, are we truly going to capture the python? Qinghu inquired. Before Luya could respond, the now-dressed Bien Tuo approached, exclaiming, Of course we are. You all are accustomed to blades and swords. You need this python's gallbladder even more, don't you, Your Highness? He grinned at Luya. Emoli interjected, That python is my savior. What do you intend to do with it? Perhaps we should spare its life. Regardless of the circumstances, that python had inadvertently saved her life. Bien Tuo tugged at Qinghu, saying, The gallbladder is generally located in the middle of the snake's body. You just need to slice it open, and we can take the gallbladder and leave swiftly. The doctor is more excited to see this rare herb than he would be to see his own father. Qinghu gasped in astonishment. I should go too? I must stay to protect His Highness. Let Xiao Meng accompany you instead. He was reluctant to participate, fearing the python's blood would soil his blade. There is not a soul around us. Your Highness does not require protection. Furthermore, Your Highness has a Li who can single-handedly fend off 10 foes. You need not worry. Just go. Emoli replied, I appreciate your trust in me. Your words warm my heart for an entire day. Luya smirked, about to speak when his eyes caught sight of the spot where Bien Tuo had fallen into the water. He keenly detected something amiss. The python's head was surfacing for air, its body concealed beneath the water, its cold eyes fixed on the group on the shore. If one were not to observe closely, they might mistake it for a decaying log. It lurked in the water, poised to strike at the hidden guard on the shore, eyeing its prey like a hunter. Suddenly, it coiled back, gathering strength, targeting the guard closest to the bank. If successful, that guard would be swiftly dragged into the depths. Luya narrowed his eyes and pressed his lips together, commanding, Do not move. With that, he drew the steel blade from Qinghu's waist. In an instant, the blade shot into the water, piercing the python's head and pinning it firmly beneath the surface. The onlookers, puzzled by the sight of their prince hurling a knife into the lake, were suddenly struck by the sight of crimson blood blooming across the water, revealing the massive tail of the python floating above. The python is there, someone shouted. The hidden guard glanced back, drenched in cold sweat. Had it not been for the prince's timely intervention, he would surely have been ensnared. Emoli fixed her gaze upon the lake's surface, where a gruesome sight unfolded before her eyes, leaving her astonished and speechless for a considerable time. Before she could fully comprehend the situation, the python had already met its demise at the hands of Luya. My benefactor, Luya, sensed Ali's thoughts, aware that the black python had come to her aid, yet it was futile. Had he refrained from intervening, the shadow guard standing by the river would have perished in an instant. Bien Tuo, witnessing the scene, was incredibly agitated, exclaiming, The prince is formidable. He then rushed to the lake's edge, rolled up his trousers and sleeves, plunged into the water to retrieve his blade, and tossed it onto the shore before laboriously dragging the python's corpse towards land. Come help me. I cannot manage this alone. The shadow guards quickly gathered around, and several of them worked together to haul the python onto the shore. Bien Tuo seized the steel knife, aimed it precisely at the location of the snake's gallbladder, and struck down decisively. Oh, my knife! Qinghu grimaced in distress as he watched his prized blade used by Bien Tuo to butcher the python, his heart aching. The knife was exceptionally sharp, allowing Bien Tuo to effortlessly cleave the serpent in two. He scraped with the blade until he uncovered a fist-sized black gallbladder, carefully extracting it. A potent stench wafted through the air, causing those nearby to cover their noses. Brother Qinghu, your knife is splendid. Sharp enough indeed, Bien Tuo exclaimed with a broad smile. as he pulled out a handkerchief to delicately wrap the gallbladder. Ching-Hu's face contorted in agony, his lips twitching at the sight of his beloved knife being misused. Chapter 44. I do not eat, Mo. Li observed the crowd gathered by the shore, watching Bien Tua extract the gallbladder, her silence profound as she struggled to find words. She was entirely unprepared for Lu Ya's decisive action in slaying the python. Sighing, she pondered the vastness of the lake and questioned why the python had chosen to approach her. The only explanation was its intent to feast upon humans. Its prey was indeed human, rendering her insignificant in its eyes. Thus she considered herself fortunate to have narrowly escaped a grim fate. Great python, why not remain in the water to consume fish instead of seeking human flesh? While submerged, had the python not appeared in time to consume the heart-filling fish, she too might have suffered a grievous injury. Although the python aimed to devour the fish, it inadvertently saved Mo Li's life. She wished to spare the python, yet it was beyond her power. No one here could hear her pleas, and Lu Ya's actions were solely driven by the need to save a life. With no other option, Mo Li lifted her gaze towards Lu Ya, contemplating that without him, she might have been reduced to a wild snake, navigating a perilous existence, uncertain of where her next meal would come from. Lu Ya's gaze deepened as he looked down at the small snake in his arms, his fingers gently stroking its head. You mustn't wander off again, do you understand? He thought, recognizing that the python was only interested in its prey, considering the creatures in the water too diminutive. It refrained from consuming Li, perceiving her as too small. The larger prey on land was its primary target, as devouring a human would sustain it for several months. Observing the python's behavior, it seemed adept at pursuing people, likely having consumed its fair share of passers-by. He too heard her unspoken desire to spare the python, yet the perilous circumstances had left him no choice but to act decisively. Mo Li nodded like a chick pecking at grains, exclaiming that if she continued to run around, she would become a little dog. Lu Ya remained silent, merely licking his crimson lips, his gaze imbued with profound depth. Upon returning to the carriage, Mo Li began to comprehend the significance of his earlier glance. Through the gaps in the cage, she cast a mournful look at Lu Ya, persistently wriggling and striving to create noise to capture his attention. Lu Ya, you are exceedingly inconsiderate. Why must we bring this wretched cage on our journey? Do you not trust me? Lu Ya leaned languidly against the carriage, eyes closed in repose, ignoring her attempts to make commotion. Thus, Mo Li engaged in a soliloquy throughout the journey, eventually collapsing in exhaustion within the cage, while the nearby figure paid her no heed. In the dead of night, the prefect of Mist City, Lord Liang, had been awaiting the arrival of the prince at the city gate for quite some time. His impatience grew as he pondered why the prince had not yet arrived. Was he taking a detour? Would he not be passing through Mist City at all? Yet he dared not leave, pacing back and forth atop the city tower. My lord, look! The prince's procession approaches. One of his subordinates exclaimed, spotting a distant group. Quickly, open the city gates. Let us go forth to welcome the regent. Lord Liang hastily descended from the tower, riding his steed. Ching-Hu observed the gates slowly parting, and softly remarked beside the carriage, My lord, we have arrived. Lord Liang has come to receive us. Very well, let's enter the city. I am weary, Lu Ya replied, his voice cool and detached, still with eyes closed. This humble servant pays his respects to the prince and to Lord Ching-Hu. Has the journey been satisfactory? Lord Liang inquired, his tone laced with concern. The prince is tired. Let us proceed to the post station, Ching-Hu proclaimed loudly. How could I allow the prince to stay at a post station? My residence is prepared to warmly welcome you and your esteemed companions. Lord Liang replied with a sycophantic smile. Then I must trouble Lord Liang to lead the way, Ching-Hu said, his expression impassive. His rugged appearance and booming voice instilled trepidation in the onlookers, who cowered in fear. Lord Liang promptly complied, guiding the group into the Liang residence. Mo Li had long since fallen into a deep slumber within the cage, oblivious to the happenings outside. Upon awakening to the light of day, she discovered that she remained in the cage, with Lu Ya having neglected to release her throughout the night. At the dining table, she briefly enjoyed her freedom, but once breakfast was over, they resumed their journey. Lu Ya spoke while serving her a crystal fish dumpling. We may travel, but I refuse to enter the cage again. If so, I shall not eat, she declared, shifting her position and turning her face away, feigning ignorance of the food before her. Luya cast a faint glance her way, stating coolly, "Not hungry, I presume? Then do not expect to eat for the entire day." Upon hearing this, Emoli silently turned back, quietly consuming the crystal fish dumpling, bite after bite. After all, he would soon tire of his anger, at most. She would be confined for 2 days. Why should she suffer? Emoli mused to herself. Eat, I shall. Those who understand the times are the true heroes. The corners of Lu Ya's mouth twitched. He had anticipated her to exhibit more spirit. Yet she was mistaken. This time was unlike the rest. For 10 consecutive days, Emoli spent her time within the cage, and regardless of her antics, Luya remained unresponsive. After more than 10 days, they arrived at Yuanyang County. Just as lunchtime approached, and Qing, who had reserved an entire tavern, Emoli could no longer contain her outburst. She feigned death within the cage, resolutely refusing to emerge, having not ingested a single drop of water since yesterday. Come out. Luya maintained his indifferent demeanor, tapping the golden cage with his chopsticks. Emoli kept her eyes closed, pretending not to hear him, turning her back towards Luya. I won't come out. Aren't you angry? Well, I am too. Am I just a pig kept in captivity? Right now, I feel like a mere zombie, only capable of consuming food. I refuse to eat. If I starve to death, so be it. Living like this every day is utterly meaningless. I might as well be a fish in that day. Despite her attempts to please him and her efforts to charm him, which nearly included a performance, Luya remained unyielding, his expression as frigid as ever, heartlessly confining her to the cage. She recognized her faults, yet he persisted in his treatment towards her, seemingly intent on imprisoning her indefinitely. Even a clay figurine would possess some temper. She would no longer cater to him. Upon hearing her incessant grumbling in her mind, Luya's phoenix eyes narrowed slightly. Letting out a cold scoff, she still believed she had a valid point. How audacious for her to threaten him with hunger, as if he would be moved by her plight. What has happened to Ali these past few days? She hasn't eaten, and, usually, she would be out here devouring her food, Bien Tua inquired, tilting his head in curiosity. Emoli dismissed him. Go away, you fool. We are in a cold war. If you do not wish to eat, then do not. Luya pressed down on the cage door, locking it with a click, and continued to eat leisurely. Fine. I won't eat. My heart was destined to shatter. Emoli seethed inwardly, casting a glance back at Luya, only to find him entirely indifferent, engrossed in his meal. Her anger intensified, and she could not help but roll her eyes dramatically. No one cares. No one loves me. I am but a rotten cabbage in the field. If I were at home, my father would be frantic if I skipped a meal, rushing to coax me into eating. Even Iching could roam the house, while she was confined within these walls, unable to turn without hitting a barrier. 10 days had passed. How could she not go mad? Did he not feel a shred of compassion? Luya found himself amused by this unreasonable woman. Did he not care for her? Had she truly suffered from hunger these days? Had he deprived her of even one meal? It was evident that she was the one refusing to eat. Yet she spoke as if he owed her something. At the lakeside, she had expressed her gratitude, claiming that without Luya, she would be a wild snake, surviving on scraps. He had thought her gratitude sincere, yet her betrayal was swifter than turning a page. After merely 10 days, she could no longer endure. Did she value freedom over safety? The journey ahead was fraught with peril. She was not one to think ahead, acting on impulse. What if she were to get lost? Last time at Qinshin Lake, she had nearly drowned. He would not allow a repeat of such a calamity. Chapter 45. The serpent Mother Luya lost his appetite as well, setting down his chopsticks and leaning back against the chair, quietly observing her, curious about how much more she had to say. Water is precious, food even more so. If freedom is at stake, I could forsake both. At worst, I shall hibernate early. We shall meet again next year, Emoli muttered to herself. Luya clenched his teeth in silence. Hibernation? So, next year it would be indeed. No one dares to confront him. The esteemed Regent is surprisingly dismissed by a mere snake, which suggests that she has indeed been overly pampered. He must no longer indulge her. Your Highness, why aren't you eating? This dish is quite delightful, said Bien Ta, his words muffled as he chewed. Luya cast a frosty glance at him. Bien Tuo quickly lowered his gaze, shoveling his food while pondering that both the man and the snake today seemed rather peculiar. Thus it was prudent for him to remain silent. After a prolonged silence, Luya could no longer contain himself. He yielded first, reaching for the cage and turning it to face Emoli. Upon sensing the movement, Emoli opened her eyes to find Luya looking down at her, and with a huff, she turned her back to him once more. Luya momentarily paused, then scoffed, violently unfastening the lock of the cage. "Are you coming out or not? I am hibernating. Please do not disturb," Emoli replied with a glance before closing her eyes again. Hearing her thoughts, Luya inhaled deeply, deciding against further dialogue, and reached in to pull her out. Emoli, feeling herself being yanked, quickly bit down on the golden strands of the cage, clinging tightly with her teeth. "I won't budge." Luya halted, concerned for her safety, finding her defiance both exasperating and amusing. Emoli understood his reasons for confining her. He worried for her safety, fearing she might wander off and encounter danger. Yet, being locked away for 10 days was unbearable. Apart from meals, she had been imprisoned. Even in jail, there was time for fresh air. Today, she resolved to resist. "Has Emoli been sulking for 2 days without food?" Bien Tuo observed, astonished at the sight of the snake clinging to the cage. Emoli shot him a glance, thinking to herself, "Have you only just noticed that I've been hungry for 2 days? TSK, while Emoli is indeed a snake. She behaves just like a woman," Bien Tuo remarked casually. As soon as he spoke, both Emoli and Luya fixed their gazes on him, causing Bien Tuo to feel a chill down his spine. He slowed his chewing, questioning, "Why are you both staring at me like that?" Luya's lips parted slightly. "Where do you see her as a woman?" Emoli pondered. "Could it be that I've been discovered?" Sulking is a behavior often exhibited by women, especially towards those they favor, as they trust that person to be understanding. Emoli was, in essence, sulking before the Regent, indicating her trust in him. Bien Tuo remarked without hesitation. Emoli averted her gaze, thinking, "You know nothing. Stop analyzing. I am fighting for my freedom." Luya glanced down at Emoli, noticing her evasive eyes, and felt his earlier irritation dissipate. Clearing his throat awkwardly, he asked, "Is that so?" "Of course, human nature is such." "How much more so for beasts?" Bien Tuo inquired, leaning forward. "Your Highness, has Emoli ever acted spoiled towards you?" Seeing no denial from Luya, Bien Tuo grinned widely. "Your Highness, this little silver snake has already regarded you as family." Emoli interjected, "Since when are we family? What gives you that impression?" Luya raised an eyebrow, finding this explanation quite satisfactory. "Thus, it is certain that Ali considers the prince as her mother, believing him to be her serpent matron, which explains her profound dependence on you," Bien Tuo asserted with conviction. Emoli, Luya, the corners of his mouth, which had just been lifted, fell again. If he did not wish to dine, he could simply go out to feed the horses. Bien Tuo, retracting his neck, smiled and said, "Let us eat, let us eat." He mused that he must seek out Ching Hu and the others next time. He could never again share a table with the prince, for the atmosphere would shift between shadows and light, leaving one anxious during a mere meal. Luya turned his gaze towards Emoli and, after a long pause, spoke in a calm tone. "If you do not wish to remain in this cage, then do not. Come out and have something to eat first." Emoli stared at him in a daze. "Is this for real?" "Come on, step out," he urged once more. Emoli's round, glistening eyes sparkled with uncontainable excitement as she released her grip and slowly crawled out of the cage, stopping in front of her little dish, obediently waiting for Luya to serve her. "I declare, Eastern Europe has undergone immense changes. The Soviet Union has dissolved, and the Cold War has come to an end." Bien Tuo gazed at Luya in disbelief, somewhat questioning his own ears, and lamented, "My lord, if you could speak to your subordinates with such a gentle tone, I would die content." Luya shot him a cold glance, commanding, "Get lost." Bien Tuo pursed his lips and shifted his gaze back to Emoli, winking at her. "Ali, just look at how well the prince treats you." Emoli pondered for a moment and nodded. "Indeed, Luya is quite good to me. As long as I'm not confined, I could call him father, let alone refer to him as my serpent mother." "Luya?" His face darkened, his gaze towards Emoli complicated. "Who wishes to be your father?" Ali is indeed clever, capable of understanding human speech and exhibiting endearing behavior. It is truly delightful to raise such a pet. No wonder the prince dotes on this little creature. Even the subordinates feel a tinge of envy. Envious of what? Luya retorted. Envious of the prince having Ali. I have raised cats and dogs before, but they are clumsy compared to Ali. This is indeed true. Luya placed a piece of rib in front of Emoli, stating matter-of-factly, "Is he praising me?" Emoli mused internally while chewing her food. Bien Tuo's eyes lit up. "My lord, how about?" Luya seemed to anticipate his words and interrupted. Silence. "Your dog's mouth cannot produce ivory." "I have no desire to listen." Bien Tuo reluctantly closed his mouth, suddenly recalling something. "By the way, my lord, speaking of creatures that can understand human speech, the scorpion you gave me last time also seems to comprehend our words. When I commanded it to spin, it spun, and when I asked it to applaud, it did just that. Quite clever indeed." Emoli nibbled on her food, half listening to the loquacious chatter. Upon hearing the word scorpion, she abruptly lifted her head, narrowing her eyes in realization. A scorpion? It can understand human speech? Is it that little scorpion? She hadn't gone back to look for it that day. She merely called around the lake a couple of times and then returned, assuming the scorpion had chosen to live independently. Little did she expect that it had been with Bien Tuo all along, traveling for so many days without her knowledge. Emoli glanced at Luya with suspicion. Did he give the little scorpion to Bien Tuo? He clearly knew that he was fond of that little scorpion. In order to rescue it, he even drank 2 bowls of soup. Why not give the scorpion to her? Beside them, Luya maintained a calm demeanor, seemingly oblivious to her internal doubts, and continued to eat leisurely. After all, since she could not articulate her thoughts, he chose to feign ignorance. Chapter 46. Disturbance. He must find a moment to sneak a look inside Tuo's carriage. The little scorpion was the first in this world to comprehend his words, and it deserved to be cherished. He truly wished to avoid talking to himself. Luya quietly observed her, pondering that he was, in fact, the very first person in this world to understand her speech, though she remained unaware. However, she would soon come to realize it. Suddenly, a cacophony erupted outside, drawing the attention of everyone within the establishment. "I'm eating here today. Who do you little ruffians think you are? Where did you come from? Showing such a lack of decorum? Do you not know this is my territory? If you don't step aside, don't blame me for my blades being indiscriminate." A drunken, middle-aged man bellowed at the guards stationed at the entrance. The guards dining on the first floor heard the commotion, and a few wiped their mouths before stepping outside. "Wang Qing, what is going on? Hurry up and deal with it. Don't disturb the prince while he dines. There are so many people on the street. One killing someone only cause a greater uproar? Are you foolish? What I mean is to drive them away." "Ah, forget it. You go back to eating. I'll handle the guard duty," Xiao Meng said, feigning an intention to apprehend the rotund man. Upon hearing their exchange, the middle-aged man, half awakened from his drunken stupor, sneered. "Oh, you think you can take me down? In this county, I am the law. Who dares lay a finger on me? Be careful." Ignoring his bluster, Xiao Meng delivered a sharp slap, sending the man crashing to the ground. His face immediately swelled, the imprint of the slap of vivid crimson. He spat out a mouthful of blood, mixed with a few shattered teeth. "If you dare make another sound and disturb our esteemed guest's meal, I'll chop you into pieces," Xiao Meng threatened in a low voice. With that, he swiftly drew his blade, casting a cold gaze over the man's subordinates, his eyes brimming with menace. The men opened their mouths, but found themselves unable to speak, instinctively retreating a few steps. The force of the street vendors fell silent, gingerly handling their wares without daring to call out. Casting cautious glances at the entrance of the inn where Xiao Meng stood, they wondered about the origins of these individuals, for they had surely stirred up significant trouble. Noticing the vendor's silence, Xiao Meng shot a glare across the street. "Speak up." The vendor shuddered, swallowing hard, and uttered in a voice barely audible, "Candied hawthorn, come by." The sound was hardly heard beyond himself. Observing the movement of his lips, Xiao Meng approached with his weapon in tow. "What are you selling?" "Candied hawthorn." "Aren't you selling insoles?" Xiao Meng raised his voice. The vendor suddenly came to attention, glancing at the nearby candied hawthorn stall and then down at his own stand. "Oh, yes, insoles, insoles." Sweat poured down his face, and his legs felt weak nearly buckling under the imposing presence before him. "Give me 100 pairs of insoles." Xiao Ming tossed a silver ingot onto his stall. The vendor stared in astonishment. 100 pairs? So many? Will you even use them all? Of course. I'm not the only one using them. Hurry up, less chatter. Oh. All right, I'll wrap them up right away. The vendor fumbled to take out cloth to package the insoles. "So impressive, Xiao Ming," Mo Li exclaimed from the second-floor private room, leaning out to observe. "That slap was truly magnificent. He looks like a bully who preys on the weak. I hope his face gets ruined." "Ali, come here, we should leave," Luya remarked, playing with the white jade teacup in his hand. Just as he finished speaking, two voices chimed in his ear. "Leaving already? Leaving already?" One came from Bien Ta, the other from Mo Li by the window. "What? Do you wish to stay here?" "Your Highness, this place is quite far from Ming City. If we depart now, we won't arrive until tomorrow morning, and we'll have to sleep outdoors tonight. It's not safe." Bien Ta assumed Luya's mention of you referred to him and the Dark Guards. Not realizing Mo Li had joined in. Mo Li, too, failed to perceive anything odd in Luya's words. Yes, and that fat man told us to wait. He is sure to send someone to deal with us soon. How can we leave before he arrives? Luya mused that if they were to stay the night, Bien Ta's reasoning held more merit. After a moment's contemplation, he instructed Qing who to find someone in charge of Yuan County and arrange for them to rest there for the night. Bien Ta chuckled, "All right then. However, this county magistrate is quite blind. We've been here ages. Hasn't he caught wind of our presence? Why hasn't he come over yet?" Emoli climbed onto Luya's shoulder. "Exactly. Luya, this magistrate lacks respect for you. You must address this, for jade must be carved to become a gem. He needs proper instruction. He clearly doesn't understand decorum." Luya pinched Emoli's serpentine tail, glancing at her. Carved jade? Does she even adhere to decorum? He wished to discipline her, yet who had been sulking in silence for the past 2 days, staging a hunger strike? Bien Ta stretched widely. "This little county town is quite lively. We should take a stroll later." After speaking, Bien Ta hurried downstairs to find Qing who, relaying the prince's words to the shadow guards below. Upon hearing this, Qing who mounted his horse and rode off. "I want to go too." Emoli eagerly glanced at Luya. "You wish to stroll about as well, do you?" Luya gently poked Emoli's head. In response, she nodded twice, her round eyes sparkling with excitement. With a smirk, Luya replied, "Very well, I shall take you for a walk. However, you must not wander off, or else." Emoli, feeling slightly dizzy, nestled against Luya's shoulder and affectionately nuzzled his neck. "Whoever wanders off is a little dog." Luya stood up, guiding Emoli downstairs. "Your Highness," the shadow guard stood at attention as Luya descended. "Indeed, I shall take a leave for a stroll. You may continue with your own affairs. There is no need to follow. Your Highness, perhaps allow a few brothers to accompany you? We are concerned for your safety when you venture out alone." "No need." Barely had he uttered these words when chaos erupted in the streets. Chapter 47. Do you fancy the city walls, Master Qian? A row of soldiers stood rigidly at the entrance of the tavern, each armed with a sword, numbering at least several hundred. "Which scoundrel dared to strike my master? Step forward at once." A sharp voice pierced through the air before the owner even arrived. Xiao Ming and a few other shadow guards were about to take action when Luya raised his hand, signaling them to enter. He licked his lips, thoroughly entertained by the unfolding scene, his eyes glinting mischievously. Xiao Ming and the others took their seats indoors, all the shadow guards watching the entrance, awaiting the appearance of the foolhardy individual. The ranks of soldiers parted, revealing a tall, thin man with a handlebar mustache who swaggered forward. He entered the tavern, head held high, and declared, "Li Guangquan, come out at once." A moment later, the tavern keeper hurried down from upstairs, rushing to Master Qian with eager words. "Is this not Master Qian? What brings you here? What is the meaning of this commotion? Stop feigning ignorance. Li Guangquan, are you tired of living? My master was assaulted right outside your tavern, and you pretend not to know? Beware, I shall accuse you of treason." "I would never, master. I did not see the master. I was just upstairs tallying accounts, truly unaware." Upon hearing this, Master Qian delivered a fierce kick to the tavern keeper. "Get out of my way. If you cannot produce the culprit today, I shall raze your establishment to the ground." Oh dear, I truly did not know. The tavern keeper writhed on the ground, lamenting. Is he truly that arrogant? Emoli glared at the sly-looking Master Chien, hissing in displeasure. Who struck my master? Step forward, and I may spare your life. Master Chien shouted, surveying the room until his gaze landed on Luya. He squinted and approached. Where did you come from? You peculiar fellow, carrying a snake? I ask you, did you hear the commotion at the entrance just now? At this, Emoli suddenly realized that the chubby man Xiao Meng had struck earlier was actually the county magistrate. With such a foolish demeanor, he was indeed the magistrate. How much suffering must the people of this county endure? Luya caressed the silver serpent in his hand, speaking coldly. I heard that. Emoli turned her head in disbelief to look at Luya. Your temper is surprisingly good today. You actually deign to converse with this scoundrel? Is this really you? Or are you concealing a grand scheme? Luya, perceiving her thoughts, gently pinched Emoli's tail. Little Meng, with a notoriously fiery temper, was itching to draw his blade and behead Master Chien for daring to speak to the prince in such a manner. However, the prince forbade him from acting, leaving him to suppress his anger. Have you seen the one who harmed our master? Master Chien asked with an arrogant tone. And who might your master be? Luya raised his gaze, fixing him with a chilling stare, as if regarding not a living being, but a mere corpse. Upon encountering Luya's gaze, Master Chien instinctively took 2 steps back, contemplating the unnerving nature of his eyes. He swallowed hard. My master is the county magistrate of Yuan County. You must not be a local. Where do you hail from? From the capital, Luya replied, his tone lifting in a rhetorical question. How would I know you came from there? Who are you? Master Chien scrutinized Luya from head to toe, noting his refined attire and the exquisite jade pendant hanging from his waist, clearly not an ordinary item. A noble from the capital, and he appeared to be alone. As a cunning thought crossed his mind, he smirked. You came alone from the capital, did you? Young man, we have a rule in Yuan County. Anyone passing through our territory must pay a toll. Given your decent appearance, I shall grant you a discount. 100 taels of silver will suffice. For others, it would be no less than 500 taels. What do you say? Generous, isn't it? Master Chien was self-satisfied, envisioning the praise he would receive from his master. Emoli interjected, 100 taels? What kind of local tyrant has such an insatiable appetite? I'll give you 100 slaps. Who told you that this prince came alone? Luya's thin lips curled into a frigid smile. At these words, Master Chien was momentarily stunned. This prince? Who dares to refer to themselves as such? It was then that he noticed the other patrons in the tavern. Though their attire varied, they were all robust young men emanating an unmistakable aura of lethality. Most importantly, their demeanor and expressions were in perfect unison, all solemnly fixated on him, their murderous intent unabashedly apparent. Suddenly, he recalled a letter that had hastily arrived a few days prior, mentioning that the Regent Prince would soon pass through Yuan County and instructed them to treat him with utmost respect. However, he had been too preoccupied with a flirtation to pay it any mind. Realizing this, Master Chien's face turned ashen, his legs turning to jelly, and he felt his knees with a thud. It is the Regent Prince. Your Highness, spare me. Your Highness, spare me. He trembled, pleading for mercy. His mind blank. He instinctively bowed repeatedly, the sound of his head striking the ground echoing throughout the tavern, soon drawing blood. The officials who had accompanied Master Chien were bewildered. Master, what are you doing? Why are you bowing to this young man? How dare you? This is His Highness, the Regent Prince. Chien Shurye, his face smeared with blood, cried out in despair. Hearing his subordinate's words only deepened his hopelessness. After speaking, he continued to bang his head on the ground. The onlookers stared in shock at Luya, and one by one, they knelt down, pleading for the prince's mercy. Luya raised an eyebrow and asked, Chien Shurye, do you fancy the city tower? Chien Shurye halted, his face a ghastly sight, drenched in blood. I do, my prince. Whatever you desire, I shall cherish. He gazed at Luya with a pleading look, hoping for mercy. Xiao Meng, flay him and hang his skin on the city tower, Luya stated nonchalantly. Yet his words caused the officials and soldiers present to widen their eyes in disbelief. Yes, I shall obey. Xiao Meng, unable to contain himself any longer, brandished his knife and approached Chien Shurye with a menacing aura. Chien Shurye, like a puddle of mud, collapsed on the ground, his eyes filled with despair. He forgot even to plead for his life as Xiao Meng dragged him away. Once outside the tavern, he struggled and cried out like a madman, but Xiao Meng paid him no mind, bringing him to the stone lions flanking the tavern's entrance. Before the eyes of the hundreds of soldiers outside, he began to skin him. The skinning commenced from the back. Xiao Meng turned Qian Shiya over, and the steel blade grazed his back, instantly causing a river of blood to flow onto the ground. Xiao Meng refrained from gagging him, allowing his screams to echo. The louder he screamed, the more frightened the onlookers would be. Though they were soldiers, many were mere half-hearted followers, having indulged with Qian Shiya and had committed countless acts of bullying the weak. Witnessing Qian Shiya being flayed alive, the sounds of his torment filled the air, causing them to turn as pale as ghosts, trembling on the ground. Some, overwhelmed by fear, even cried out and soiled themselves. Chapter 48. Must ask her, are you afraid? Luya glanced down at Emoli resting on his shoulder. If she were frightened, he would have Xiao Meng take the man elsewhere to skin him. Emoli shook her head. I lack that saintly heart. I am not afraid. This man has likely taken many lives. He deserves his fate. Luya smiled and gently stroked her head. His Ali, possessing remarkable courage, stood in stark contrast to those delicate ladies who would only weep at such events. My prince, what shall we do with the remaining soldiers? Following such a master, they have likely committed their share of evils, Bien Tua inquired, approaching Luya. Outside, the voices of the crowd reached their ears, begging for mercy. My prince, spare us. It was the orders of Lord Zhu and Qian Shiya that forced our hands. If we did not assist them in their wicked deeds, we would be the ones to perish. My prince, the childhood sweetheart of a humble man, was taken by that beast Qian Shiya. I had no choice. I acted only to survive. The pleas outside continued unabated. At that moment, a sedan chair arrived at the entrance, and a plump man, his face wrapped in white cloth, descended. What is happening? Why all the noise? Get up. Lord Zhu bellowed at the soldiers on the ground. The soldiers dared not raise their heads, and seeing this, Lord Zhu kicked one of the nearby soldiers, exclaiming, useless wretches. Get up, do you hear me? Whom are you kneeling before? Little Meng, holding the freshly peeled human skin, spoke coldly. Lord Zhu, are you looking for me? Lord Zhu turned to see a blood-soaked figure staring at him, resembling a malevolent spirit risen from the depths of hell. Startled, he stammered, are you a man or a ghost? Have you forgotten me after such a brief absence? Little Meng retorted, as Lord Zhu scrutinized the figure before him. His eyes widened in recognition. It's you. Guards seize him. After several futile shouts, his anger flared. What sorcery has befallen you, dogs? Little Meng ominously inquired. Is Lord Zhu searching for Master Qian? Here he is. With that, he tossed the complete human skin onto the ground. It was then that Lord Zhu noticed the bloody mass on the floor and the adjacent remnants of flesh and bone, the blood pooling into a glaring puddle. Master Qian, no, please spare me. I was blind to your greatness. Spare me, noble one. He knelt, pleading desperately. At that moment, Luya stepped forward, menacingly addressing Lord Zhu. So, you're Lord Zhu? You're hardly more robust than Master Qian. Skinning you might prove quite a task. What shall we do? Lord Zhu, paralyzed by fear, stammered. Who are you? My lord, I can take over this task. Lord Zhu has been cruel to us, often resorting to beatings and even taking my daughter as a concubine. She is merely 14, and this beast has defiled her. Let me do it. I would gladly die for this. One of the soldiers spoke through gritted teeth, his hatred unmistakable. As those words echoed, several others found the courage to agree. Soon, an uproar erupted outside, everyone eager to turn against Lord Zhu. Stunned, he stared at the raucous crowd, bewildered as to how the situation had escalated. His face flushed with rage, he struggled to articulate his thoughts. What a splendid suggestion. What do you think, Emoli? Luya clapped his hands, addressing Emoli. Emoli was on the verge of exploding with fury. Such individuals deserved nothing less than 1,000 torturous deaths. She nodded emphatically. This is precisely the type of criminal deserving of the furnace. He even resembles one. Let us ensure he suffers deeply. Start with castration. Having avoided watching the films The Furnace and Silenced, just glimpsing their posters made her blood boil. Although Luya did not grasp her words' full meaning, her intent was clear. Let it be as you suggest. All who volunteer shall be spared from execution. Luya's eyes narrowed, concealing a bloodthirsty intent. As his words faded, the soldiers who had been kneeling swiftly grasped their weapons, racing toward Lord Zhu in a frenzied charge. The ensuing scene was too gruesome to describe. Emily, unable to witness the horror, buried her face in Luya's neck. He gently reassured her, "Do not fear. He reaps what he has sown. This filth deserves to be dealt with by a few strong men before being castrated. That would be satisfying." Emily silently cursed in her heart. Luya, why seek a strong man to betray him? How can a man betray another man? Is this another language from her world? Or perhaps it is a misunderstanding on his part. Pierce his rear end. Filthy rapist! Emily exclaimed in a fit of rage. Luya's pupils quivered as he lowered his gaze to Emily, hardly believing his ears. What did she just say? Oblivious to the gaze above her, Emily continued to vent her indignation, ceaselessly expressing her thoughts. Listening to her fervent words, Luya's brow furrowed deeply, his eyes turned icy, and his expression grew increasingly somber. Such notions were foreign to him. How could a woman possess knowledge of such matters? Grinding his teeth, Luya's anger intensified, wishing he could transform her into a person and demand clarity immediately. He could hardly contain himself. Emily finally sensed the fierce rise and fall of Luya's chest, and curiously looked up at him, only to see his lips pressed tightly together, his face shadowed. Surely, he must have been infuriated by those two individuals, Emily pondered. Our Luya truly abhors evil. In a world filled with malefactors and corrupt officials, how could he remain so enraged at each encounter? Cautiously, she thought, take care of yourself. Do not let this anger consume you. Emily gently brushed against Luya's profile, offering silent comfort. It was unexpected. Luya, originally the antagonist in the story, exhibited such righteousness, such tenderness, and such handsomeness. Could she have been mistaken? Was it possible that a man of such character was indeed the villain? A sudden thought struck her. Could he have been reborn? In recent years, the realm of online literature had been rife with tales of rebirth and vengeance. She had never considered this angle. She merely felt that Luya's persona diverged greatly from his true self, and the more she contemplated it, the more the similarities emerged. Indeed, no wonder he reconciled with Lu Qiuyan. No wonder he ventured forth to travel and enjoy life. Had he perhaps gained enlightenment in this second chance at life? As Luya listened to her increasingly absurd musings, he gritted his teeth, suppressing the urge to refute her thoughts, resolutely determined not to reveal that he could hear her innermost voice. What nonsense! This fool, speaking of rebirth, when he was inherently virtuous from the very beginning. Luya's eyes were deep and unfathomable, shimmering with an enigmatic light as he recalled the scorpion in the blood pool. No, he must inquire about her knowledge of such vile things. Chapter 49. Ali, drink this bowl of scorpion soup in the evening, Governor Yuan. The direct superior of County Chief Zhu hurriedly made his way to the entrance of Yuanyang County, spurring his horse relentlessly. Upon reaching the city gate, he looked up to behold two gruesome corpses, one fat, the other thin, spattered with blood atop the city wall. The corpulent body was grotesquely mutilated, with fat still dripping down. Heavens! Yuan's face turned ashen with fear, and in his shock, he lost his grip and fell from his horse, rolling clumsily on the ground for several moments before finally managing to climb back onto the saddle. Quickly, take me to see His Royal Highness the Regent, he shouted, wiping the cold sweat from his brow with his sleeve, addressing the guards of the city gate. The secret guards followed Qing, who to the Yuanyang County office to handle the remaining affairs. Within the span of an afternoon, they worked with remarkable efficiency, apprehending over 50 notorious criminals deserving of death. At the entrance of the government office, amidst the throngs of common folk, heads were severed one by one. The ground stained crimson with blood, while the cheers of the populace echoed incessantly, weary of their oppressive officials. In this moment, Emily and Luya found themselves in the most opulent private room of the largest inn in Yuanyang County, staring at an extravagant feast laid out before them. yet neither had the appetite to partake. Emily fixated on the chicken soup before her, refusing to sip it. Luya, with his gaze fixed intently upon her, inquired, Ali, why do you not drink? Is the chicken soup to your disliking? Emily shook her head, pondered briefly, then nodded. It was tea that it was unpalatable. Rather, she questioned whether this was truly chicken soup. The taste was oddly familiar. Luya, with his long, articulate fingers, lightly tapped the table. This is chicken soup made from the renowned Yuanyang chicken, specially delivered by the innkeeper. Its flavor differs somewhat from that found in the capital. He spoke with an air of confidence, fabricating a tale without a hint of hesitation. Emily turned her gaze to meet Luya's eyes, which regarded her with an unflinching calmness, as if he were genuinely explaining. Yet, how could this chicken soup possess a hint of scorpion broth, reminiscent of what he had once served her? Clearing his throat, Luya was taken aback by her keen sense of smell. She had discerned the truth. Moments prior, he had directed the chef to cut off the stinger from a scorpion's tail and simmer it within the chicken soup, expecting she would remain oblivious. Noticing her continued reluctance to drink, he pushed the bowl closer to her. Do drink. Emily, with a hint of disdain, raised her tail and nudged the soup away slightly. I do not wish to consume this. There's an entire table of dishes to enjoy. I will eat something else. She gestured towards the other dishes, subtly urging him to serve her from the spread. Reluctantly, Luya picked up his chopsticks, realizing he had miscalculated. She would not drink. He slowly lifted a piece of grilled shrimp, turning his arm towards Emily. Her tongue flicked out, eyes glistening with anticipation as the fragrant, crispy shrimp drew closer. Allow me to taste it first, he declared, but just as the chopsticks neared her, he retracted his arm, placing the shrimp on his own plate and savoring a bite. Emily remarked, Luya, as he chewed twice, his brow furrowing slightly. Not to my liking, it is burnt. He then selected a piece of stewed venison, commenting, the gamey flavor is too strong. Is this suckling pig undercooked? The tofu is too tough. There are too many bones in the fish. The duck is quite unsightly. Before long, he had critiqued every dish on the table, casting his chopsticks down in frustration. Someone, a servant at the door, hurried in upon hearing the call. My lord, how may I serve you? Who prepared these dishes? Not one is fit for my palate. He feigned anger, his expression chillingly serious. Emily was taken aback. How could she find the dishes so delightful while he appeared genuinely irate? Were they truly so unappetizing? Luya cast a sidelong glance at Emily, noticing her dazed expression, a subtle smile creeping upon his lips. The servant, trembling, knelt before him. My lord, please spare us. These dishes were prepared by the royal chef, a venerable master with 40 years of experience at the Drunken Pot Inn. This should not be the case. Clearing his throat, Luya commanded, withdraw everything. Indeed, the commoner will now remove the dishes. The young servant trembled as he stood up, calling a few individuals from outside. In a short while, the table was cleared of all the dishes, leaving only the chicken soup. Luya spoke languidly, you may proceed. The servants fled as if their lives depended on it, leaving only one person and one serpent in the room. Emily stared in astonishment, her expression one of confusion. Where are the dishes? Why were they taken away? Luya's starry eyes sparkled with mirth as he gazed at Emily. Ali, those dishes were too unpalatable. I am certain you would not have enjoyed them. Only this chicken soup remains somewhat edible. Let's make do with it tonight. Emily's face was full of reluctance. I would prefer to make do with those unappetizing dishes. Can you have them returned? Luya remained silent, pushing the chicken soup forward. You drink first. Once you have finished, I shall partake. Emily exclaimed, Brother, must it be so meager? You are the regent. Surely you need not share a bowl of chicken soup with a serpent. With her round, glistening eyes, she scrutinized Luya, sensing that something was amiss. Luya moved closer, his voice husky and enticing. Ollie, are you not hungry? The soup will grow cold, and it will be even less palatable then. Gurgle. Emily's stomach audibly responded, and without overthinking, she hesitated and leaned closer to the bowl of chicken soup. Then I shall taste it. Luya licked his lips, waiting for her to finish. The soup was somewhat lukewarm, and Emily grimaced as she took small sips. Why does the chicken soup made from the original chicken taste like scorpion soup? Emily mused internally, and just as she uttered this thought, darkness enveloped her, and she collapsed. A large hand reached out just in time to catch her. The amusement in Lu Ya's eyes deepened as he strode to the bedside, gently placing the silver serpent down. He turned and locked the door. When he looked back, Emily had transformed into her human form, lying naked on the bed, her breathing shallow and deep, soundly asleep. "Ollie, why is it that you always sleep?" Luya sat at the bedside, his fingers gliding across her face, utterly perplexed. Why could she not remain awake? Once they reached the beast kingdom and found a way for her to remain in her human form, where she continued to sleep as she did now. This thought weighed heavily on his heart. It was not an impossibility. He lowered his gaze to the woman on the bed, surveying her with unabashed possessiveness. He desired an Ali who would chatter by his side every day, an awake Ali, one who would converse and laugh. If the outcome of their journey to the beast kingdom meant she would remain in eternal slumber, it would be preferable for her to remain a serpent. At least she could be awake and do as she pleased. He would cherish her for a lifetime, indulging her endlessly. What being a serpent? His love was for the woman concealed within that serpent. Even if their existence were to be thus, it would not be a misfortune. However, the most desirable outcome would be for her to awaken after transforming into her human self, remaining in this world as the Regent Princess. That would be the ideal scenario. Chapter 50. Only allow me to be seen. Anywhere you like, Emily found herself once again engulfed in a haze, her consciousness muddled and disoriented, struggling to grasp her surroundings. Helplessly, she scanned the void, yearning for any fragment of a clue that might lead her to escape. Yet, she was ensconced in an ethereal realm of pure white, an expanse devoid of any substance. Ahli, alvaken, Luya murmuret, softly in her ear. His farm bidet caressing her delicate cheek, igniting a tingling sensation. Moli gente furovet herbrais. Emitting a soft whimper, Luya's eyes brightened. She was not in a deep slumber, but rather responsive, displaying a more pronounced reaction than before. He draped a light summer blanket over her, shielding her from the overwhelming brightness of spring. With a long, relieved sigh, he became acutely aware of the beads of sweat forming along his back. However, it was a necessary discomfort to continue his inquiry. "Ollie, tell me, from whom did you hear about the affairs between men?" His deep voice was laced with seduction, akin to a patient hunter luring his unsuspecting prey into a trap. Noticing her silence, he repeated the question several times. Emily, in a daze, waved her hand in the air, attempting to swat away the bothersome mosquito. I heard it from someone," she responded absently. "From whom? A man or a woman?" Luya gently grasped her flailing hand, pressing for clarity. Bound by his grip, Emily huffed in displeasure. "It was from my friends, Sister Meng, and the others." "And who did they hear it from?" "Ugh, it's so annoying." "It's someone I've seen," Emily replied, her eyes still closed as she pushed against Luya's sturdy arm in annoyance. Her feeble strength was insufficient to move him, and he merely repositioned her delicate hand to her sides. "Seen? Seen what?" His gaze was intense, fixated on her soft, pink lips, patiently awaiting her response. After a brief pause, her lips parted slightly. "I saw two men engaging in inappropriate acts." "You saw? What exactly did you observe?" Luya's eyes widened in astonishment, his tone involuntarily rising. A wave of jealousy surged within him, tightening around his heart with an unbearable ache. How could she have seen others before even glimpsing her own body? Simultaneously, a menacing aura radiated from Luya. Had those two men been present, he would have unhesitatingly obliterated them. "I didn't like watching, I just glanced. I didn't see anything." Emily instinctively shifted, inching toward the warmth beside her, a furnace of heat that felt uncomfortably close. Hearing this, Luya exhaled in relief. It was good that she hadn't seen much. Yet, as if struck by a sudden thought, Emily giggled innocently, her lips curling into a smile, her eyes sparkling with mirth, rendering the nearby warmth momentarily entranced. "Actually, I've also seen men and women together." "What? Aside from men and men, you've also witnessed men and women?" Luya's displeasure resurfaced, his lips pressed tightly together, fists clenching, envisioning the need to dispose of those two individuals as well. "I only looked at the woman. Her figure was particularly alluring, her bosom quite ample. As she spoke, Emoli gestured animatedly, her movements so exaggerated that she inadvertently struck Luya's arm. Emoli seemed oblivious to the contact, continuing to illustrate her point, murmuring, "It's particularly large, like a pineapple. I envy it. Unlike my orange, which is so small." Luya chuckled softly, bemused by her amusing nature. Her words invariably elicited laughter from him. Merely observing the woman's expressions was enough to afford her some leniency. He glanced at the orange in her mouth, noting that it was quite the perfect size. Gently, Luya reached out to tuck a loose strand of hair behind her ear, speaking tenderly, "Ali, dear, please stay still. Tell me, how many times have you witnessed men and women engaging in such activities?" "I think once when Sister Meng took me to see, and another time when I wanted to watch. 2 times, she replied, still gesturing with her hands. As he watched her cherry-red lips move, he found himself irresistibly drawn to her, leaning down to place soft, lingering kisses on her tender flesh. "From now on, keep your distance from that, Sister Meng. You're only permitted to look at me. Do you understand?" Emoli opened her mouth to respond, but was swiftly silenced by the forceful man before her. Finally finding a moment to breathe, she gasped, "Who are you?" Luya, panting, his deep black eyes shining with intensity, urged her, "Ali, open your eyes and see who I am." With her brow furrowed and long lashes fluttering, she struggled to comply, unable to pry her eyes open. It was as if she were ensnared in a profound dream, fully aware of her slumber, yet unable to lift the weight of her eyelids. After several futile attempts, panic set in, and she whimpered, "I can't open them, I don't have eyes." Luya chuckled softly, stroking her head. "It's all right. If you can't open them, then don't. Let me tell you." Gradually, Emoli settled down, waiting for him to speak with a soft hum. "I am Luya," he declared, his deep voice resonating in her ear, imbued with restrained affection. "I've seen Luya before. He has a splendid physique," she replied with a radiant smile, her pride evident. After a moment's thought, she added, "But suddenly I remembered something," and with a hint of grievance, she murmured, "However, he only let me see the top, not the bottom." Luya paused, his cheeks warming despite his usual composure. After a lengthy silence, he cleared his throat, articulating slowly, "I will allow you to see in the future, all right? You may only look at Luya, no one else." They sealed the promise with a pinky swear, Emoli extending her little finger into the air. Luya hooked his pinky around hers, marveling at the delicate softness of her hand, relishing the sensation. "All right, it's a deal." In the darkness, Luya gazed at the woman on the bed, a knowing smile gracing his lips. If not for his immense restraint, he would have devoured her whole, leaving not a trace. Yet now was not the time. She was not fully conscious. He possessed ample patience to await the day she would awaken. This encounter was unlike the previous 2. Emoli engaged him in a lively exchange, and to his surprise, it flowed more effortlessly than anticipated. As she poured forth her thoughts, perhaps, with each passing moment, she would grow increasingly aware, until she would no longer slip back into slumber. This is a promising sign, Luya thought. Emoli remained oblivious to the fact that she had been led into a conversation, unknowingly revealing her secrets. Her consciousness lingered in that pure white realm, unable to find a way out. The recent dialogue with Luya was merely a manifestation of her subconscious, a natural response of her body. What revelations awaited her tomorrow? Chapter 51. Lu Jinlian. "I shall no longer partake of your broth." Something was amiss, exceedingly so. Emoli had again experienced that peculiar dream, in which she could not discern Luya's face, only recalling that he had transformed into a loquacious figure, incessantly questioning her about men and women, men and men. What was the connection? She buried her face into her pillow, shaking her head vigorously. The conversation from the dream grew increasingly indistinct. What about pineapples and oranges? What words were exchanged? Even if she could not recall the dialogue, that voice was undeniably Luya's. She would never mistake it. She could even remember each suppressed gasp he made. Her first dream came after being stung by that scorpion, after which she lost consciousness. The second dream followed after consuming the scorpion soup Luya had served, and again, she quickly succumbed to oblivion. Last night's encounter, the scorpion soup. Emily suddenly turned to Luya beside her, exclaiming, "I told you. That is no chicken soup. It is clearly the flavor of scorpion soup." He had persistently coaxed her to drink it, and when she refused, he had the dishes cleared from the table. "No wonder, Luya, you are indeed cunning. Your acting is remarkable. I almost fell for your ruse," Emily thought, gritting her teeth and hissing at Luya. Consuming scorpion soup leads to bizarre dreams, where Luya continues to converse with her. How did he achieve this? And what were his intentions? Suddenly, a thought crossed Emily's mind. She recalled her previous speculation that Luya might have been reborn, as his persona had undergone such a dramatic transformation. Had he employed some kind of magic to enter her dreams and engage in conversation? No. Emily quickly dismissed this idea. What could he possibly discuss with her snake form? The topic of snakes? Moreover, she had transformed into a human in her last dream, and he had even kissed her. Thus, it was impossible for him to enter her dreams. Was it she who had entered his? What purpose could he have in allowing her into his dreams? She was merely a small snake. Yet, the first dream featured a monk. What a jumble of thoughts. Why could she not connect the dots? Emily shook her head, her mind on the verge of explosion. She felt as though there was a thin veil obscuring the truth, and if only she could pierce through it, everything would be revealed. However, she could not fathom the connection. All she knew was that whenever Luya fed her scorpion soup, she would dream, and his voice would echo within. Therefore, she must never again consume Luya's broth. Yes, that was it. Luya, with his eyes closed, quietly listened to her inner musings. He observed her futile analysis, which led her down a path of rebirth and dream intermingling. He wished to laugh, but restrained himself. Fortunately, she did not recall the conversation from the previous night. Otherwise, she might have surmised that she could hear his innermost thoughts. However, given her intellect, it is unlikely she would have come to such a conclusion. Even if she were gifted with additional wit, she would not fathom that it was not merely a dream. She had indeed transformed into a human, and he was aware that she was not a mere serpent, but a soul from another realm. Currently, she had only discerned the dubious nature of the scorpion soup, but soon it would no longer be necessary. Once they arrived in the beast kingdom, he would elucidate all her perplexities. As she contemplated, a triumphant voice echoed in Luya's ear. "Lu Jinlian, you have been discovered. I am indeed clever. From now on, any soup you bring, I shall not partake." Luya mused. This girl possesses remarkable cleverness. By the way, I must check on that scorpion. I hope it has not suffered the misfortune of having its tail cut off, for that would be most painful. How cruel of me. With a resigned sigh, Luya opened his eyes and turned to Emily. What was she thinking? Yesterday, during the gruesome act of killing and skinning, she had not uttered a word of cruelty. Instead, she had cheered him on. Now, after merely snipping the scorpion's tail, she regarded it as barbaric. He seized the wriggling serpent, asking, "Where do you think you're going?" Emily met his gaze with unyielding innocence in her eyes, undeterred by his scrutiny. "Nowhere. I'm merely taking a stroll on the bed to stretch my limbs." "Are you longing to return to the cage?" he inquired, his tone indifferent. Emily shook her head, nuzzling his hand affectionately. "I'm exceedingly well behaved, not the sort to run amok. Perhaps you should discard the cage entirely." Luya smirked, noting her remarkable ability to shift her demeanor. Moments ago, she had been shouting in his ear. Now she resembled a timid quail. Rising from bed, he summoned, "Bring forth a servant." The attendant waiting outside respectfully called out, "Your Highness, I am here. What are your commands?" "I require a bath." "Fetch water," Luya instructed, stretching his arms, the sinewy contours of his back on display. "At once, Your Highness," the servant replied eagerly. Emily gazed at Luya bareback, her expression gradually turning mischievous. "Such a back. It makes me feel bashful, and I long to embrace and kiss it from behind. And that backside, how pert. A gentle pat would surely make it bounce. Such a charming young man, Luya." She chuckled lightly, embodying the essence of a playful rogue. Luya felt a surge of indignation. He was mistaken. He could not match her audacity, unable to withstand such brazen remarks. Where had she learned such lewd expressions? Had she spoken similarly to others, given her startling familiarity? As this thought ignited an unnamed fury within him, Luya cast a fierce glare at Emily. angrily clutching his garments. Seated aside, lost in contemplation, his ears flushed crimson. Mo Lee's gaze followed Luya, her head tilted in disappointment. Aren't you supposed to be bathing? Why do you clothe yourself again? I have yet to see enough. It's always like this. You dress so neatly when it's just the two of us. And there are no cameras in the room. What is wrong with Luya? One moment sunny, the next shadowy. He was just fine a moment ago. At that moment, Luya sensed her innermost thoughts. Clenching the hem of his garment, he exhaled deeply to compose himself. You wish to see, do you? He mused. Your Highness, we have brought you warm water. The voice of a young servant outside shattered the eerie tranquility within the room. Come in, he beckoned. Several young servants entered, carefully carrying buckets of hot water, filling the bathing tub before exiting. Emoli noticed that Luya's gaze had not strayed from her, his expression particularly peculiar. What is wrong? Constipated? Upon hearing her thoughts, Luya's complexion shifted dramatically, akin to a spilled palette of colors. He rose abruptly, slamming his hand on the table. Undress. You wish to see, then see to your heart's content. Once you have seen enough, do not dare to covet others. Emoli was perplexed. What was his issue? He startled her. Does he not want me to see him bathe? She pondered. Fine, fine. If you don't want me to look, just say so instead of glaring. I understand the rules. I'll enter the cage, but there is no cage here. Is it acceptable for me to burrow under the covers? Hurry up and wash. Emoli muttered to herself as she dove into the bedding, leaving a tiny tail sticking out. Chapter 52. Little Luya, he thought to himself. I have mustered the courage, and now you choose not to look? Whether you wish to or not, you shall see. He strode over to the bed, gripping Emoli's tail and pulling her out, his voice low and hoarse. Come with me to bathe. Emoli gazed at Luya in disbelief, her eyes nearly popping from their sockets. She seriously questioned her hearing, convinced it must be a figment of her imagination. Luya ignored Hermuttings, dragging her towards the wooden bathing tub with a determined gait, reminiscent of a soldier marching into battle. What is happening? Montakli exclaimed. Has Luya been bewitched, perhaps cursed by the deceased Lord Ju? He is actually taking me to bathe. The tub was vast, filled to 7/10 with steaming water that wafted invitingly, infused with a concoction to repel mosquitoes, rendering the liquid slightly murky. Luya placed Emoli on the towel rack, then leisurely began to loosen his loose-fitting nightgown, hanging it on the nearby clothing rack. Emoli gaped, nearly drooling, utterly transfixed by the alluring scene. Her eyes sparkling with intrigue. She swallowed audibly. When she saw Luya's hand resting on his waistband, her gaze took on a more lascivious glint. Ah, little Luya is about to reveal himself. How delightful to make your acquaintance. Luya's hand froze at his waist, his eyes shut tight as he gritted his teeth. His face and neck flushed crimson. A wave of humiliation washed over him. He felt like a courtesan in a brothel, being scrutinized by an exceedingly lecherous patron. Why did this damnable woman persist in staring at that spot? Was she even a woman? Luya's hand clutched his waistband tightly, yet he could not bring himself to lower it. However, he had forgotten one crucial detail. What he had done while Emoli was in her human form, unconscious. Undress. What are you dawdling for? If you don't hurry, I might just withhold my payment. Emoli urged leisurely, wagging her tail in anticipation. Luya, he was so enraged that his chest heaved violently, and he reached out to yank the snake down from the towel rack. What are you doing? You can't possibly expect me to take off your pants, can you? I must inform you, that's an entirely different price. The moment Luya heard those words, he felt as if his lungs were about to explode with fury, yet he still pretended to hear nothing, using his face to toss Emoli into the water. Emoli, caught off guard, plunged into the water and instinctively thrashed about. Seizing the opportunity while she floundered, Luya shed his clothing and stepped into the bathtub. Emoli, what is pressing against my tail? She struggled with all her might, but the murky water hindered her vision. Luya, have you stepped on me? Feeling something soft beneath his feet, Luya quickly shifted to the right and pulled her up from the depths. The moment Emoli emerged from the water, she momentarily forgot about being accidentally stepped on by Luya. Her eyes sparkled with excitement. Luya is bathing with me. She broke free from his grasp, oblivious to the shocking intensity of his dark gaze. Joyfully, she flicked her tail on the water's surface, swimming closer to Luya's muscular chest, clinging to him. Petals of roses fell one by one before her, echoing the promises made, intertwined with an unbreakable fate. She hummed happily, crawling from Luya's left shoulder to his right, snuggling against him. Someone has certainly changed their demeanor today. This is more like it. What pet owner hasn't tea-stripped in front of their pet? After all, we are not of the same kind. There is nothing to be shy about. Let this continue. Luya spread his arms, closed his eyes, and leisurely leaned back, tacitly allowing her every action. This woman dares to indulge in her whimsy, unrestrained because she believes no one can hear her. Just wait until she becomes human. He would see how to deal with her then. Recalling her earlier words, Luya felt a blush creeping to his ears. Just wait and see. Why isn't the water turned cold? Is it because Luya is in the water too? Or is it simply the heat of the day? Emily splashed her tail against the surface, creating ripples. Luya cast a glance at her, thinking to himself, there exists a force called inner strength, you fool. Why is the water so murky? Visibility was nearly non-existent beneath the surface. As she spoke, she slipped beneath the water. Luya, taken aback, watched as she submerged. After a moment of surprise, he raised his brow, thinking, you wanted to see? Before long, with a splash, Emily emerged from the water, swiftly swimming to the opposite side. She rested her head on the edge of the wooden tub, staring blankly, her back turned to Luya. She remained motionless, silent for an extended period, simply lying there. At this moment, Emily's mind was blank, experiencing a temporary shutdown. The incessant chatter in her ears had suddenly quieted, leaving her unable to hear her own heartbeat. A flicker of confusion crossed Luya's eyes. Ali, come here. Emily held her position, unresponsive. Ali, still no reaction from her. Losing his patience, he furrowed his brow and pulled her into his embrace, poking her head with his finger. Wake up. You're not falling asleep, are you? Emily beheld Luya's countenance, her eyes widening in shock as she forcefully extricated herself from his grasp. Swimming to the opposite side of the bath, Luya attempted to reach for her, yet she swiftly slipped out of the tub and hastened into the inner chamber, burrowing beneath the covers. His hand lingered in midair, and upon realizing the situation, he let out a deep, sultry laugh that resonated from his throat. So she could feel bashful as well. In that moment, Emily's mind finally rebooted, and she became acutely aware of her recent actions, letting out a scream from beneath the blankets. Initially, she thought it was inconsequential, merely plunging her head underwater, but upon truly witnessing that sight from a serpent's perspective, she was instantly flabbergasted. Why should I be anxious? It was merely a fleeting glance. I am but a snake, not his wife. What is there to be embarrassed about? Emily incessantly reassured herself, yet her increasingly rapid heartbeat betrayed her futile attempts at calmness. Are you unwell? Emily, where does this curiosity stem from? Do you wish to see everything you've never encountered? What compels you to look? She berated herself incessantly within her mind. Emily, you are utterly lewd. How disgraceful. In the 90s, you would have faced dire consequences for this. Do you honor your identity as a Communist Youth League member? Isn't merely gazing at abs sufficient? Would mere touch of the chest muscles suffice? What woman possesses such fortune? What more do you desire? You are no different from those perverse men who spy on others while bathing. How utterly depraved. What does it matter if you've seen it? You've broadened your horizons. Does it concern you? Is it something you ought to witness? The turmoil continued within her, exasperated by the thought of how to face him in the future. Emily writhed beneath the covers, her mind replaying the scene relentlessly. Were she capable of blushing, she would be crimson to the core. However, a sudden realization struck her. Thankfully, Luya was oblivious to everything. The embarrassment was hers alone. If no one knew, there would be no embarrassment. I am merely a brazen chatterbox, while in reality, I am a pure university student. I discuss lewd topics with my dorm mates, yet I turn crimson at the mere exchange of words with handsome strangers. That is truly me. Luya, hearing the muffled sounds of distress emanating from beneath the covers, cleared his throat softly. Indeed, she was all talk, relying on her serpent form to muster a semblance of courage. In truth, she was utterly timid. When faced with a real situation, she would likely become an ostrich, burying her head in the sand. If she transformed into a human and stood before him, she would probably be too frightened to utter a word, her usual bravado evaporating. This woman, he had seen through her. Luya licked his crimson lips, his gaze brightening. When she eventually assumed her human form, it would surely be an amusing spectacle. Chapter 53. Clumsy yet playful. Luya had never witnessed Mo Lee exhibiting such docility. During mealtimes, she no longer exhibited picky behavior. Whatever he served her, she consumed without complaint. The once animated little tail that had pointed and gestured towards the dishes now lay still, quiet and composed. Emily lowered her head, fixating on her own plate, consuming her meal in dainty bites. He remained oblivious, unaware of the implications. I'm not human. What does it matter what I see? It is not as if I have never encountered child. What is so remarkable about that? Do not all males possess such organs? From a biological perspective, it is simply a matter of natural development. At least I have learned a piece of good news. Luya is not a eunuch. Let's extend our congratulations to him. Why does he keep gazing at me? Ching Hu, standing nearby, scratched his head and remarked, Your Highness, hasn't Illy been a bit off her appetite today? Usually, she devours her food as if in a race. Yet today she seems to be moving in slow motion, her mouth barely opening. Emily replied, I am simply being a lady. Do you understand a refined serpent? You are the one who cannot seem to catch on. She cast a disapproving glance at Ching Hu, irritated that he lingered instead of promptly departing after speaking. His presence was obstructing her light. Luya lifted his gaze to Emily, a subtle smile, curling his crimson lips as he crafted an excuse for her. Ching Hu nodded and added, By the way, Your Highness, Governor Yuan has been kneeling at the gate all night. Do you wish to see him? Or shall I have him removed? Luya's eyes darkened, and he replied coldly, A lax governance warrants further punishment. Just as Ching Hu was about to speak, Luya interjected, Nevertheless, I am in a good mood today. Let us grant him an opportunity. The position of the magistrate of Yuan County is vacant. Allow him to assume the role. If he fails to perform, there are plenty of positions available atop the city walls. Your command shall be obeyed. Ching responded with a fist salute before departing to deliver the message. For the first time, Emily felt an overwhelming sense of ennui. Even the thought of Peiqi failed to excite her. She had truly overestimated her own resilience, a consequence of Meng Jia's influence. Alas, being both inept and playful aptly described her. Ali, hurry and eat. We must be on our way soon. Luya offered her a delectable lamb bao, one of her favorites. Emily, who relished meat, found herself gradually altering her dietary habits as Luya began to incorporate more hearty dishes into their breakfasts. If any astute serpent had been observant, she would have discerned numerous clues. For instance, the delectable dishes she mentioned in the morning would grace their table by noon. Even if they were not found in this world, Luya would ensure they were researched. Life is replete with details, all of which reflect Luya's attentiveness to her preferences and habits. Regrettably, Emily's own logical reasoning seemed somewhat lacking, as she now pondered whether to feign ignorance, to appear a bit more foolish, lest her true identity be discovered. She discreetly lifted her head to glance at him, resolving, No, I must eat properly. I cannot let him perceive anything amiss. If it were revealed that I am human, I would surely be burned as a monster. Luya remarked, There is no need for guesswork. Your furtive glances betray your anxiety, as if you fear others will uncover your true nature. With a murmured protest, Emily opened her mouth wide and took a bite of the roasted bao. The golden brown crust was perfectly crisp, encasing succulent chunks of lamb that were tender and juicy, bursting with flavor. Delicious. The chef truly excelled, surpassing even the royal kitchen's offerings. True talent resides among the populace. Emily longed to give a thumbs up to the chef, yet lamentably, she had no thumb to raise. Luya's gaze remained fixed upon her, quietly observing as she ate. He was blissfully unaware of the indulgent warmth in his eyes, akin to a crystalline spring, as if a mere glance could draw one in. Sunlight streamed through the window, casting a golden glow upon the pair, one human, one serpent, creating an oddly harmonious scene despite its peculiarity. Your Highness, We have now reached the borders of Ming City. If we traverse this grove and continue for another 100 miles or so, we shall arrive at the city gates, Qing Hu remarked, riding alongside the carriage. It was already mid-afternoon. Since their departure from Yuanyang County that morning, they had arrived at the outskirts of Ming City. Ah, what an exhilarating journey this has been. In just over 10 days, it has been more thrilling than 6 months in the capital. Truly worthwhile, Bien Tua said, riding parallel to Qing Hu on the narrow forest path. I say, divine physician, why are you riding when you have a carriage? After a day on horseback, how can your body endure? Qing Hu inquired, unable to suppress his concern for Bien Tuo's frail appearance. Hey, what do you mean by that? You clearly underestimate my strength. Bien Tuo retorted, his eyes wide as he defiantly flexed his biceps. Qing Hu grinned and replied, all right, no need to flaunt those skinny arms and legs. Bien Tuo shot back. Unlike you, with muscles so pronounced they seem free of charge. What is that saying? Strong limbs, simple mind. All your nourishment has gone to your physique. He held the reins, raising an eyebrow at Qing Hu in a playful challenge. Ah, divine physician, that's not quite fair. Qing Hu responded, laughter in his voice. If you say that, then my comrades will certainly object. I disagree. Not only do we possess martial prowess, but our intellect is equally formidable. Otherwise, how could we maneuver against the enemy in battle? Before Qing Hu could respond, the surrounding shadows spoke up in protest against Bien Tuo's assertion, creating a lively uproar. Emoli poked her head out of the carriage, her expression one of eager anticipation. Let them fight. Let them fight. Inside the carriage, Liu chuckled softly, casting a helpless glance her way. Bien Tuo had initially intended to solely critique Qing Hu, but found himself inadvertently involving the entire group. Realizing his precarious position, he quickly retorted, you soldiers may indeed possess stronger bodies, but why rely solely on your strengths? Come, let us compare medical skills instead. He then coughed softly, implying, don't forget, I am the only physician here. If anyone suffers a headache or fever. Bien Tuo's eyes glimmered with a subtle threat, leaving the rest unsaid. Yet everyone understood. Emoli rolled her eyes, exasperated, and flicked her tail in frustration. He's diverting the topic. He's changing the subject. Qing Hu laughed heartily. It was merely jest, divine physician. While we have learned a bit of medicine for battlefield emergencies, it is but a mere surface compared to your profound skills. Bien Tuo's eyes sparkled with mirth. Flattery, flattery. Your skills are indeed impressive. Just the other day, my old shoulder injury flared up terribly, and your treatment worked wonders. I applied the poultices you provided for a few days, and it was miraculous. They erupted into laughter, dismissing the earlier banter, and resumed their conversation. Just as they were engrossed in idle chatter, an unusual sound echoed from a distance. Qing Hu twitched his ears, acutely attuned to the sound. He lowered his voice and commanded, halt, there's a noise. The convoy came to a standstill, and the secret guards swiftly masked their smiles, adopting a state of combat readiness. Their eyes scanning the surroundings with a fierce intensity. Someone was approaching. Chapter 54. The comical bandits come out. Qing Hu bellowed angrily. A rustling noise emerged from the depths of the forest, causing the birds to take flight in a flurry. Ha ha! Who would have thought this group of passers-by would be so vigilant? A coarse male voice echoed. Moments later, several hundred bandits burst forth from the woods, brandishing an array of weapons, axes, machetes, sickles, daggers, and wooden clubs. Their attire was a hodgepodge of styles, hastily donned without regard for fit, clearly stripped from unsuspecting travelers. Ha ha, this lot seems well off. Look at all those horses, they must be worth a fortune. And a few wagons, likely filled with plenty of goods. There's rich pickings here. Far better than the last group of paupers. The leader grinned maliciously. Boss, this crew doesn't look easy to handle. They're all grown men, and just look at their expressions. Quite intimidating. Should we retreat? A young man with a square face approached the leader, whispering in his ear. Shut your mouth, Wang Godin. What good is your height if your courage is that of chicken? We outnumber them by several times. Are we not grown men too? Get lost. The leader spat, glaring fiercely at Wang Godin. Humiliated, Wang Godin sulked away to the back of the line, clutching his cleaver. The bandits erupted in laughter, their banter laced with profanity. showing no regard for Qinghu and his companions. Boss, today we've caught a fat sheep. Just look at that pretty boy's attire. The fabric even glimmers, said a lean, dark man with bulging eyes, winking as he spoke. Dezhuang, you look like someone who's never seen the world. That outfit is perfect for you, the leader exclaimed, wiping his nose jovially. Thank you, big brother. Hee, the lean man replied excitedly. Bien Tuo glanced around and then down at his own clothing, momentarily stunned. Was the pretty boy referring to him? Stop looking. It's you he is talking about. Either you obediently strip off your clothes, and we might let you leave alive, or this forest shall become your burial ground. He cleared his throat and began reciting a familiar line. This mountain is mine to claim. This tree is mine to plant. If you wish to pass this road, leave your toll at hand. You have 1 incense sticks time to surrender everything you possess. Leave the wagons behind, and the horses too. Strip down and get lost. The leader pointed his knife at Bien Ta, having used this script countless times without fail. Bien Ta, Qinghu, the secret guards. Are these pathetic fools here for amusement? Emoli chuckled, bursting into laughter. Ha ha, this is hilarious. What a corny line. How could they even utter that? Ha ha. She laughed so heartily that she lost her footing and tumbled out of the window. Ouch. Emoli executed a nimble leap akin to that of a carp and quickly returned to the window, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Ludalin Kachuli, his hands resting behind his head, and couldn't help but smile at her exuberance, his bright phoenix eyes brimming with mirth. Can one truly fall like that? Outside, the dark guards regarded the motley crew before them with bemusement, some stifling laughter, while a few rolled down their sleeves and returned their weapons to their saddles. Who will go? One asked. I shan't. You go. I just polished my blade this morning and would prefer not to soil it. I have no desire to go either. Another chimed in. I was drenched in blood yesterday while skinning. I had to change my bathwater thrice before I could wash it off. Young Ming added. I also severed dozens of heads yesterday. I was soaked in blood, ruining all my clothes. What merit is there in fighting such individuals? I refuse to go. The dark guards jested, as if they were not facing a group of men, but rather a flock of lambs awaiting slaughter. The bandits, seeing that they were treated with such disdain, were instantly incensed. What are you lot jabbering about? Keep it up, and we'll make sure you regret it. A stuttering, limping brigand stepped forward, brandishing a cleaver and attempting to sound threatening. The leader scrutinized the group before him, his eyes shifty. In a gruff voice, he proclaimed, Here est the deal. Leave the goods in the cart, and we'll split the horses in half. What do you say? Quite generous. Wouldn't you agree? Boss, wouldn't that just benefit them? The stutterer fawned, edging closer to the leader. What do you know? Though they are few, they are armed. If a fight ensues, we might sustain injuries and end up with hefty medical bills. That wretched doctor always charges an arm and a leg, the leader muttered, lowering his voice. The stutterer attempted to interject, but the leader silenced him with a slap to the head, bellowing, Get out of my sight. Your chatter is suffocating. Upon hearing this, Emoli vigorously nodded. His words irritate me as well. Let us silence him. She then turned to Luya with a mischievous grin. The bandit chief has declared he wants the goods from the cart, which means he desires you. Prepare to become the lady of the stronghold. We shall head to the beast kingdom first. Emoli remained oblivious to Luya's frozen expression, lost in her whimsical musings. She had already concocted a romantic narrative in her mind, envisioning a cold, proud regent and a domineering bandit leader. I shall pen this tale upon my return. She cackled. Luya's lips twitched, the warmth in his gaze swiftly transforming into icy resolve. After a brief moment, he ground out, You should handle this post-haste. As the prince's temper flared, the dark guards promptly ceased their laughter, refraining from further jest. To expedite matters, several of the dark guards swiftly dealt with the bandits, leaving a multitude of corpses behind. Upon closer inspection, each victim bore a deep gash upon their necks. Before the bandits could utter a sound, their throats were severed, some still conversing with their companions a mere moment before they met their demise, their faces frozen in smiles before they slipped into the underworld. The entire process unfolded in eerie silence within the forest, devoid of any cries of anguish. Inside the carriage, Emoli remained oblivious to the grim spectacle outside. She curled up in a corner, paralyzed by her fear of meeting Lu Ya's gaze. In her heart, she quietly lamented, "What has caused his anger?" I shivered at his fury, yet just moments ago he was laughing. How perilous it is to be in the company of such a volatile individual. Lu Ya, you are a regent. How can you allow yourself to be provoked by a mere handful of bandits? Such a lack of vision. Your emotions are far too unstable, exploding at the slightest provocation. Choosing a husband like this would surely lead to a future of domestic turmoil. As she continued her silent tirade, Lu Ya, infuriated yet amused, let out a few low, chilling chuckles that sent shivers down the spine. He had uttered but a single sentence, yet she had a multitude of complaints ready. Clearly, all his kindness towards her had gone unnoticed. Was it fair to accuse him of having a bad temper when she was the one speaking nonsense? Knowing he could not hear her, Lu Ya closed his eyes, inhaling deeply to regain his composure, slowly exhaling as if to release the tension that threatened to shatter his lungs. Chapter 55, a long-awaited reunion with the little scorpion onward. Qinghu bellowed, urging the caravan to continue its journey. Emily paused at the sound of his voice, puzzled. Are we departing? Aren't there still bandits outside? She leaned out of the window, peering into the scene beyond, only to be met with a ghastly sight, corpses strewn about, blood staining the ground. Her eyes widened in horror. What on earth? She quickly retreated, unable to bear the sight any longer. They're all dead? She thought, cautiously glancing at Lu Ya. She swallowed hard, nearly forgetting that he was a ruthless man. But I am his beloved. He cherishes me. He would never treat me like this. With that thought, she nestled closer to Lu Ya, nuzzling against him in a bid for favor. Lu Ya cast her a sidelong glance and let out a silent huff. At least she recognized her place. He chose not to engage further, resuming his reading from the scroll on the low table. There are still bandits in this region. It seems the city of Ming is not as peaceful as it appears. Bien Tuo remarked. You see, you do not understand. The boundary between the two cities is quite troublesome to manage. If nothing occurs, all is well, but once trouble arises, the officials of both cities will merely shift the blame onto one another. When we arrive, we may have to deal with quite a number of casualties. Qinghu replied while polishing his blade. I have learned much from you, Brother Qinghu. The recent disturbance did little to hinder their progress, and they soon arrived in Ming City. Given the encounter with the bandits within its territory, Master Jia of Ming City would find himself in a precarious position. A storm was brewing on the horizon. Upon entering the city, Qinghu immediately set about organizing his men, while Mo followed Lu Ya to their lodgings. How much longer must we travel? Why haven't we reached the Beast Kingdom yet? It's exhausting to journey day after day, Mo lamented, entwining her arms around Lu Ya's. Lu Ya glanced down at the lazy serpent clinging to him, bemused. He could not fathom what she found so tiring. Each day, she had ample food and drink, traveling comfortably in a carriage, and spent most of her time draped over him. What audacity to complain, he mused. He stepped into the courtyard, which was spacious and bright. Master Jia had indeed chosen a commendable place for them to rest. Lu Ya placed Mo on the table and hurriedly turned to leave. Huh? Why did he leave without me? Mo raised herself to observe Lu Ya's departing figure. Her eyes filled with confusion. After a moment, she exclaimed with delight, Wonderful. I can go find little Scorpion now. Eagerly, Mo descended from the table and dashed toward the carriage waiting at the entrance. Little Scorpion must be on Bien Tuo's carriage. With determination, Mo scrambled onto Bien Tuo's carriage. Finding it empty brought her joy. It seemed that the fool was not there, wandering off who knows where. The carriage was filled with a pungent medicinal scent, with various packages stacked haphazardly. Mo navigated through the myriad of bottles and jars, calling out, Little Scorpion, are you there? Little Scorpion? If you can hear me, please respond. She prodded a round jar with her tail. Empty. Then she bit open a wooden box, also vacant. You mustn't be dead, my little Scorpion. I was hoping to converse with you. She continued her search within the carriage. Meanwhile, Bien Tuo had gone to his room to unpack, but suddenly remembered that his change of clothes was still in the carriage, prompting him to return for it. As he approached the carriage, he heard the sounds of bottles clinking inside. A thief, he thought, stealthily drawing closer before abruptly lifting the curtain. Hey, who dares to steal from your grandfather? He swallowed the words he intended to say, for at that moment, a silver serpent lay atop the very medicine he had been examining, gazing at him in terror. The man and the serpent stood frozen, silently locking eyes, creating an exceedingly awkward atmosphere. Damn it, you scare me half to death. What the Mo-Li, engrossed in her search for Scorpion, was startled by his loud voice. Ali, what are you doing on my carriage? Bien Tuo exclaimed in shock, pointing at Mo-Li. Seeing that she could not find Scorpion there, Mo-Li ignored Bien Tuo and swiftly darted past him, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Not in the carriage. He must have taken it to his room, Bien Tuo mused, having only caught a fleeting glimpse of Silver as she sped away. Mo-Li had already made her way to the room, spotting various bottles and jars on the table, confirming that this was indeed Bien Tuo's chamber. After entering, she climbed up the table leg. Little Scorpion, are you here? Little Scorpion? I'm here. I'm here. Big sister, I'm here. A faint voice emanated from the bed. Mo-Li hurriedly crawled down from the table and onto Bien Tuo's bed. To her delight, she spotted a wooden box sitting squarely in the center of the bed. Mo-Li extended her tail to nudge the lid open. I'll release you now. As the box opened, a little scorpion emerged, and the serpent and scorpion shared an exuberant reunion, gazing at each other with excitement. Big sister, I'm so happy to see you again, little scorpion exclaimed, joyfully spinning around on the bed. I'm thrilled too. Thank goodness you were also on the carriage. I was nearly suffocating. It's truly wonderful to be able to talk to you, Mo-Li replied, flicking her tail. By the way, we are headed to the Beast Kingdom, and you will soon be able to return home. She added, I understand. I heard that humans speak. The little scorpion nodded. Is it Bien Tuo? I believe he is called the Divine Physician. That must be him. Why don't you come with me? Let's go together, Mo-Li inquired. The little scorpion hesitated and said with a hint of grievance, I fear your younger brother. He had the Divine Physician cut my backside yesterday. Almost forgetting that detail, Mo-Li felt a twinge of guilt upon realizing that Luya had done so merely to prepare soup for her. What if the little scorpion discovered the fate of his tail needle, now turned into broth? Wouldn't their friendship be at risk? With that thought, Mo-Li couldn't help but blame Luya for concocting scorpion soup for her. It must be dull for you to stay here alone. Why not join me? We could still converse. The little scorpion shook his head. It's not dull at all. I entertain the Divine Physician daily. Whenever I spin around, he bursts into laughter, quite foolishly. Mo-Li couldn't help but chuckle. He teases you because he knows you can comprehend human speech. With a sigh, Mo-Li conceded, all right. Since you seem to be enjoying your time here, I want to force you to come with me. I'll visit you when I can. Is that agreeable? The little scorpion nodded eagerly, yes. Just as Mo-Li was about to speak, a loud call echoed. Ali? Startled, Mo-Li glanced toward the entrance, where Bien Tuo stood, wide-eyed, observing her. Ali, what brings you to my room? Are you looking for me? He asked as he approached. Mo-Li cursed her luck inwardly. She had been discovered again. If he reported her to Luya, she would undoubtedly face confinement once more. I must take my leave, she exclaimed, swiftly flicking her tail and darting toward the exit, desperate to return before a certain possessive individual noticed her absence. Why did she run again? Vianto Konderith. Watching the silver tail vanish, his large head filled with confusion. Chapter 56. What work can Luya do during dinner? Bien Tuo poked at the rice in his bowl with chopsticks, his expression complex, caught in a struggle to articulate his thoughts. Bien Tuo. Luya glanced at him. Huh? What is it, your highness? Speak your mind, Bien Tuo replied. Luya responded coolly. Mo-Li, comfortably nestled against Luya's arm and savoring her meal, suddenly froze at their exchange, wondering if this fool intended to report her. Luya raised an eyebrow. He was aware that Ali had visited the scorpion in the afternoon. She had been mulling over it for quite some time. Let her search. He wouldn't hold it against her, though he was puzzled by her apprehension. Bien Tuo set down his chopsticks, his brows furrowing in concentration. After a moment, he asserted, Your Highness, I believe Ali harbors ulterior motives toward me. The moment the words left his mouth, the piece of meat in Mo-Li's mouth fell onto the table as she stared at Bien Tuo in astonishment. Luya, too, was taken aback, tilting his head to scrutinize the one who had spoken so confidently. Observing the identical expressions on the faces of both the prince and Ali, Bien Tua cleared his throat and continued. Today, Elise stealthily entered my carriage. When I lifted the curtain, she scampered away before I could react. Upon arriving in my room, I found her on my bed, seemingly engaged in some activity. When I called out to her, she fled in embarrassment. Thus, the subordinate harbored suspicions, believing that it bore a grudge over my previous remark regarding its weight, and sought to covertly ensnare me. She's on your bed? Luya furrowed his brow. Indeed, but that is not the crux of the matter. I suspect she may have concealed a weapon against me within my carriage and bed. Yet I found nothing. Luya cast a cold glare at M.O. Lee, fury boiling beneath the surface, as if on the verge of erupting. How dare she venture onto another's bed? M.O. Lee instinctively recoiled, casting furtive glances at Luya, her heart racing with anxiety. It was evident. His expression indicated he was deeply incensed. Yes, that very look, Your Highness. Just a moment ago in my room, Ali wore that same expression. Bien Tua exclaimed, pointing at Emoli. Emoli was nearly beside herself with rage. I am your ancestor. I could just as easily hurl insults at you. She thought. Are you suffering from paranoia? Who wishes you harm? Despair washed over her. Luya had discovered her reckless escapades. With a rueful expression, she gazed at Luya, silently vowing never to repeat her folly. Your Highness, you must discipline Ailey. She is becoming increasingly spiteful, bearing grudges and placing items on my bed. Dianto, after assessing the prince's expression, added soothingly, Your Highness, do not let your anger consume you. It may harm your health. I know you care for your subordinate. A gentle admonition will suffice, for I am unharmed. Emily interjected, What have I placed? Produce evidence. You slander me with baseless accusations, taking advantage of my silence. Yet here you are, feigning benevolence. Had you not uttered those words, he would not be furious. Luya remained silent, while Emily stole glances at him. Her anxiety mounting, summoning her courage, she leaned against his arm, resting her head on his wrist, gazing up at him with a pitiful expression. How long must I be confined this time? Could it perhaps be just for a fleeting moment? Luya pressed his lips tightly together, slamming his chopsticks onto the table. Was he truly angry about this? His ire stemmed from M.O. Lee's audacity to seek solace in another man's bed. He shot a fierce glare at Bienta, rising to his feet and seizing M.O. Lee by her tail, striding out with purpose. She must be cleansed immediately. Your Highness? Your Highness? Will you not partake in your meal? Bienta called after him, stretching her neck to catch a glimpse, but Luya's figure had already vanished through the door. It seemed that, despite his silence, he still harbored feelings for me, for he was genuinely incensed on my behalf. Elation filled Bien Tuo's heart, making her meal taste all the more delightful. In an unexpected turn of events, Emoli lounged in a steaming wooden tub, relishing the warmth as her serpentine tail curled with delight. This time, Luya had not confined her. Instead, he had lavished her with a bath, indicating his growing affection. He could not bear to keep her imprisoned. Foul Bientôt, do you not comprehend my status? I have told Luya to be fair in his affections, yet he insists on showering me with attention. Emoli reveled in her triumph, grinning foolishly for an extended period. Luya chuckled softly, unable to suppress the upward curve of his lips, amused by her words as the remnants of his earlier anger gradually dissipated. This woman possesses an endless repertoire of peculiar expressions. Luya smiled, a sight to behold. His joy was easily attained through something as simple as giving him a bath. Alas, men are truly dependent on me. What would he do without me in the future? Emoli began to worry, contemplating the heartache Luya would endure if she were to return home. Luya gazed deeply into her eyes, an ocean of emotions concealed within. Then do not return, he quietly resolved in his heart. If only he could accompany her to the modern world. Yet, he possessed no skills and would likely find himself at the mercy of the elements, unable to even beg on the streets anymore. The burden of supporting him would fall upon her. Tilting her head in contemplation, Emoli appeared genuinely invested in assessing the feasibility of her thoughts. Luya's lips curled into a smile as he picked up a towel to dry her, all the while absorbing her inner musings. Begging on the streets? How ridiculous! Then again, he was adept in lightness skills. Perhaps delivering takeout could suffice, a means of scraping by. But what if a customer left a poor review? He would undoubtedly lash out, and the police would apprehend him, leading to dire consequences. Emoli regarded Luya with concern, genuinely troubled by his employment prospects. Her worry palpable. What if he entered the entertainment industry? His visage could attract numerous admirers. Yes, the entertainment realm might work, and she could even manage him. Luya's brow furrowed. What was this delivery business? What exactly was the entertainment industry? But alas, he could neither sing nor dance, and perpetually wore a deadpan expression, unlikely to endear himself to an audience. Moreover, his lack of education would only invite online ridicule upon opening his mouth. After a moment of reflection, Emoli dismissed this option as well. Luya? No education? Was he truly uneducated? What could he possibly do? The job market was already dire, and without a specific skill set, coupled with a temper to boot, he felt disheartened. Emoli lay on the bed, her face a portrait of regret. Perhaps it was best if she returned home. He could stay here. Luya, in a fit of frustration, tore off his outer garment and tossed it onto Emoli. Am I truly so flawed in your eyes? You paint me as utterly worthless. As he contemplated stepping out to gather his thoughts, Emoli's inner voice echoed again. Yet, there was a hint of reluctance. His breath hitched as he paused, awaiting her next words, pondering what she was reluctant to part with. In this realm devoid of work-related stress, where exquisite dishes graced the table daily, life was indeed comfortable. However, the absence of conversation made it painfully dull, and it was not even human companionship. Emoli mused that it would be better if there were a person instead of a snake. So, this was what she was reluctant to leave behind. Luya chuckled to himself, a trace of self-deprecation. What was he yearning for, after all, but someone whom others could easily abandon? Such expectations were unwarranted. With a heavy heart, he lowered his gaze and stepped out. As he rounded the corner of the corridor, a soft sigh wafted from within the room. The crux of the matter was, he had grown fond of Luya. Stunned, Luya stood rooted in place, a surge of warmth flooding his heart, demolishing the fragile barriers he had erected, filling him with an overwhelming sense of completeness. Dressed in azure, he stood beneath the corridor, a smile gracing his features, feeling as though even the cold moonlight had transformed into something tender. Chapter 57. Arrival at Beast Kingdom. Luya stood frozen in place. An overwhelming warmth surged within his heart, breaching the fragile dam of his emotions, filling his entire being. Clad in azure garments, he stood beneath the corridor, his brows slightly raised in a smile, feeling as though the chilly moonlight had transformed into something tender. A night of pleasant dreams ensued. The following day, as they resumed their journey to the Beast Kingdom, they encountered numerous events, both trivial and significant. Among them were benevolent officials and unscrupulous villains. One day they would be slaying wealthy gentry, the next, dispatching landlords, and occasionally rescuing hapless maidens, gathering an abundance of tears from women. More often than not, they reveled in scenic landscapes, indulging in local delicacies at each stop. Emoli had already set her sights on several chefs, clamoring to take them all along. Approximately a month later, they finally reached Ziho City, the capital of the Beast Kingdom. Zhu Wuze, donned in a resplendent yellow dragon robe, stood at the city gate, his stature as straight as jade, eyes gleaming like polished ink, and brows resembling ink paintings, with delicate golden threads intricately embroidered into 9 golden dragons, exuding an unparalleled majesty. Behind him, civil and military officials stood in orderly ranks, quietly awaiting the arrival of their esteemed guest. Your Highness, we have arrived at Ziho City. We shall soon reach the city gate. His Majesty and the officials are already awaiting your arrival, announced Lord Ding, the town's protector, respectfully addressing the carriage. He had been tasked with escorting the regent of the Deqian Kingdom and had accompanied them for several days. I appreciate your assistance in these past days, came the voice from within the carriage, instilling in Lord Ding a profound sense of pressure. He quickly responded, Your Highness is too kind. Ever since we learned of your impending arrival, the entire Beast Kingdom has been eagerly anticipating it, yearning to witness the formidable presence of the God of Slaughter. To meet you in advance is a privilege. Emoli leaned her head out of the carriage window, stretching her neck to glimpse the distant city gate. So many people. That one in yellow must be the Beast King, Such an imposing aura. That strikingly handsome face is simply breathtaking. Luya glanced at Emoli, having grown accustomed to her exuberant nature over time. It was her habit to shout when she encountered someone of appealing appearance, regardless of gender. He decided to let her be. As the procession gradually approached the city gate, the civil and military officials performed a deep bow in reverence. "We humbly welcome His Highness the Regent," they proclaimed in unison, all deeply prostrated, as if rendered motionless with some trembling and fear. In foreign lands, it was an unprecedented honor for a monarch to greet one at the city gates, with officials bowing in deference, a privilege unique to him alone. The god of slaughter from the Dacian kingdom was a name known far and wide, feared for his ruthless tactics and undefeated in battle. Rumors surrounding him grew ever more fantastical. Some claimed he was a celestial being descended from the heavens, while others insisted he was a demon risen from the depths of hell. Whispers suggested that the previous monarch had perished at his hands, instilling a deep-seated fear among the populace. Once the officials concluded their salutations, Zhu Wuzui raised his hand in customary greeting, slightly bowing as he spoke. "The journey from Dacian Kingdom to the Beast Kingdom is long and arduous. Your Highness has endured much. I have been quite concerned. The city has prepared everything for your Highness. Please enter the city." Moments later, the curtain of the carriage was lifted and a silver serpent emerged. "Oh my, such grandeur! My esteemed officials, do not stand on ceremony. Please be at ease," Emoli exclaimed, her smile so wide it nearly obscured her eyes. Luya could not help but smirk at Emoli's exuberance. Zhu Wuzui, observing the scene, felt a twinge of confusion. Where was the regent? Instead, a snake had appeared. "Thank you for your concern, Your Majesty. Let us proceed into the city," Luya replied coolly, remaining within the carriage, reclining comfortably while holding a book, seemingly engrossed in his reading. "Now, that is a bit pretentious, isn't it? The Emperor has come to greet you. Must you not at least step down for a moment of pleasantry? It is rather embarrassing to leave them with a warm greeting and a cold shoulder," Emoli muttered to herself, glancing back at Luya. Luya merely cast a sidelong glance at the serpent, choosing silence. "Your Majesty, do not take offense. The journey has been arduous, and the prince is quite fatigued. A few days ago, he caught a chill and is not in the best of health. Hence he remains in the carriage," Qing Hu explained with a respectful bow towards Zhu Wuzui. "The prince is ill? Is it serious? I shall summon the imperial physician shortly. The prince should rest in the carriage. There is no need for formalities. Your health is paramount." Zhu Wuzui expressed his concern. "A minor chill, nothing to worry about. He simply needs to avoid exposure to the wind. We have our own doctors accompanying us, so there is no need to trouble the palace physician," Qing Hu replied with a cheerful smile. Emoli, perplexed, leaned in closer, scrutinizing Luya's face. With a complexion so rosy and arms so strong, what kind of patient was he? Luya set down his book and turned to meet Emoli's gaze, his dark eyes calm and deep as a tranquil pool. In that moment, the serpent and the girl locked eyes, and Emoli was the first to falter, diverting her gaze. "Why are you looking at me so intently?" she thought, feeling a wave of shyness wash over her. Retreating into the corner of the soft couch, she fell silent. Luya raised an eyebrow, a small smile playing on his lips. He had never lost during their exchanges of glances, as Emoli always shyly looked away. He relished this method of quieting her. Hearing Qing Hu's words, Zhu Wuzui smiled in relief. "As long as all is well, let's not delay any further. Onward to the city. The Bixiao Manor has been prepared and awaits the prince and all of you." The Bixiao Manor, once the residence of the King Zhu, sprawled over nearly 100 acres. Grand and extravagant, second only to the palace in its opulence. After the death of King Zhu, the estate had fallen into disuse. Knowing that the god of death was to arrive, Zhu Wuzui had already sent people to renovate and refresh the manor, ensuring it was fit for such a formidable guest. Into the city, with great pomp, the entourage made its way forward, Zhu Wuzui boarding a sedan chair at the front, while the officials trailed behind. The streets were lined with the imperial guard, yet some bold citizens dared to peek through their windows. Is that truly the regent of the Dacian kingdom within that sedan? For our emperor and the dignitaries to personally come and greet him, Such fanfare. Is it really necessary? One passerby whispered. Hush, do be quiet. Are you just back from the mountains? You don't recognize this lord of the underworld? Have you heard of the Sheepaw Kingdom? They were obliterated for daring to claim a few carts of grain as their own. No wonder the Western Paw Kingdom has fallen. There lies a deeper tale within. Thank you for enlightening me, my friend. To conquer the capital in just a day, do you think the title of the God of Death was obtained without merit? We, the Beast Kingdom, cannot afford to provoke him. I heard from a cousin in my palace that the demise of our previous emperor is closely tied to him. A mysterious figure remarked. Shouldn't he be apprehended and executed? A nearby individual whispered. The other person cast a condescending glance at the speaker. Can you not perceive the current emperor's stance towards him? If you believe you're capable, then by all means, go ahead, but first, change your nationality. Chapter 58. The Beast Kingdom Palace, my lord. His Majesty has already returned to the palace. Please rest well tonight. A welcoming banquet will be held at noon tomorrow. And we hope you shall grace us with your presence. Sierrong, the esteemed eunuch by Zhu Wuzue's side, bowed respectfully towards the carriage. Understood, I shall attend. Luya replied, sitting up. By the way, fetch a few tailors. Emily raised her head, her gaze drifting towards Luya. Have you run out of clothes? Isn't the carriage filled with them? Luya met her gaze. It is you who lacks attire. Sierrong waved his feather duster, smiling. If the Lord requires tailors, I shall summon several seamstresses from the palace this afternoon. Luya acknowledged with a grunt and fell silent. If any of the esteemed lords find themselves bored, you may stroll through the markets of our Beast Kingdom. Although it cannot compare to the grandeur of the great Qian Kingdom, it possesses its own unique charm. I am certain you will find it intriguing. Sierrong continued enthusiastically, chattering incessantly about the customs and local specialties of the Beast Kingdom on their way to the Bixiao Mansion, even mentioning the performances and courtesans, while others remained oblivious. Emily listened intently, captivated by the exotic architecture and attire of the Beast Kingdom. As she glanced outside, she noticed several women curiously peeking. Their vibrant garments and adorned veils were quite striking. If only she were in a human form, she would love to don their clothing. Moliloret had gaze despondently, acknowledging her own greed. After all, she was merely a serpent, yearning for garments. Luya observed her intently, his expression complex. After a prolonged silence, he finally spoke. Sierrong, was it? Upon hearing his name called, Sierrong promptly responded, Yes, it is my humble name. How may I serve you, my lord? Let us proceed to the palace. My lord, are we truly entering the palace now? Sierrong could scarcely believe his ears and asked once more. Indeed, we shall enter. Luya firmt. He had intended to rest this evening and visit the palace tomorrow, but seeing her in such a despondent state compelled him to act immediately. The Beast King's palace was nestled on the mountainside, with a blood pool located behind it, beyond which lay a perilous cliff. Thus, one could only reach the blood pool by entering the palace. The entourage split into two, Bien Toa and Qing, who followed Luya into the palace, while the other shadow guards proceeded to Bixiao Mansion. Suddenly, a figure appeared beside Qing who, clad in a fitted white robe, stealthily merging into the ranks on horseback. Brother Qing, who long time no see. The white fox winked at Qing Hu. You rascal, where did you spring from? Qing Hu exclaimed in surprise. The two glanced around and lowered their voices. You finally made it. Even after completing the task, the prince won't let me return home. I've been stuck in the Beast Kingdom for so long. It's suffocating. Well, we're here now. Let's gather with the brothers later. Qing Hu clapped Bai Hu on the shoulder with exuberance, grinning widely. All right. Bai Hu nodded readily and inquired, why did the prince enter the palace without first visiting Bixiao Mansion? Qing Hu shook his head. I don't know. The prince has his own arrangements. Inside the carriage, Luya held Emily in his hands, his fingers gently caressing her head. Ali, you've been with me for a while now. Emily closed her eyes in bliss. What's wrong? Are you tired of me? A faint smile played on his lips. Not at all. I simply wish for you to transform into a human soon. As they approached the palace, his heart fluttered with anticipation and anxiety. What would their first meeting be like? She would surely be delighted, perhaps even annoyed with herself for not realizing he had known her true nature all along. She might even sulk a bit. Luya had already imagined countless scenarios in his mind, and his gaze darkened slightly. Regardless of the outcome, he yearned to witness it firsthand. Beyond the palace lay the blood pool, and today, little Scorpion would finally return home. Moedilikit herlips. Her curiosity piqued about visiting the blood pool with little Scorpion, since she could understand his speech. She was certain she could also comprehend the sounds of the snakes and insects. It would undoubtedly be a lively affair. Amused by her thoughts, Emily couldn't help but chuckle. Here she was, having made friends with animals in this world. Perhaps the blood pool was indeed where she belonged. Besides, little Scorpion had invited her several times. Hearing her innermost thoughts, Luya frowned, increasing his grip with displeasure, thinking that soon enough she would no longer feel that way. Inside the carriage, the thoughts of the man and the serpent diverged. At that moment, the convoy had ascended the mountain, arriving at the grand entrance of the palace. Though perched atop the mountain, the palace exuded magnificence, its buildings standing in a row, almost occupying half the mountain's expanse. Your Highness, we have arrived at Xianhua Gate. The carriage cannot enter the palace. Please step down. Xie Rong knelt beside Luya's carriage, nervously stating. Before he finished, Luya had already disembarked, his dark-patterned brocade boots catching Xie Rong's eye. A single glance was all it took for Xie Rong to avert his gaze. Let us proceed. Thank you very much. Your Highness. Although it was a common courtesy, Xie Rong instinctively expressed gratitude. As he rose, he noticed the silver serpent on Luya's shoulder, baring its fangs at him. Curious, Xie Rong asked, Your Highness also keeps snakes? Do you? Luya retorted, casting him a sidelong glance. Indeed, in the Beast Kingdom, every household raises animals. Of all kinds. I have a golden python that devours 2 chickens daily. It has quite an appetite, Xie Rong replied, his eyes gleaming with interest. Sensing that the prince was intrigued by the topic. My little snake has a considerable appetite as well, Luya remarked, striding toward the palace. Montak Li chimed in. Are we comparing appetites now? How excessive. Qing Hu, Bai Hu, and Bien Tua trail behind, entering the palace. Your Highness, Xie Rong bowed. I have just informed His Majesty of your arrival. Please, Your Highness and esteemed lords, join us at the Qinyan Hall for a brief respite. Knowing that one must possess the Beast Command token to enter the blood pool, which is exclusively held by the Beast King, Luya sought an audience with Zhu Wuze. The white fox raised an eyebrow and chuckled. Lead the way, Your Excellency. With someone having responded affirmatively, Xie Rong felt a wave of relief wash over him, a beaming smile adorning his face. The white fox, having mulled over the matter, surmised that the prince most likely wished to visit the blood pool, as 6 out of 10 messages delivered by carrier pigeons during this time pertained to it. Despite its ominous name, the blood pool resembled a bottomless forest, encircled by a thick layer of specially formulated powder serving as a warning line, stretching 5 meters wide to prevent the toxins within from escaping. Acting on the prince's orders, he had stealthily observed the area, circling its periphery, but daring not to venture inside. It remained a mystery why the prince exhibited such keen interest in the blood pool, especially upon his arrival in the Beast Kingdom. Emily glanced over, spotting a youthful boy clad in white, wondering who he might be and why he was in the company of Qing Hu. The boy's delicate features were quite striking, smooth-skinned and tender. Luya, somewhat exasperated, cast his eyes down at the silver snake in his hand and gently tapped its head, no wandering eyes. Chapter 59. Is the star grass from the blood pool effective? At the Bixiao Manor, Luya had tasked the white fox with investigating a peculiar herb known as star grass, which exclusively flourished within the blood pool. He speculated that the scorpion residing there must have been contaminated with the star grass, rendering it distinct from its kin. Upon arriving at the royal palace, they had returned with an abundance of star grass from the blood pool, and to be prudent, they also gathered various other plants, now piled within Bien Tuo's apothecary. Is there any correlation between the toxicity of the star grass and that of the scorpion? Luya inquired, seated at Bien Tuo's square table. Bien Tuo ground the star grass and filtered the extracted juice onto a piece of gauze. Among these plants, the star grass is particularly unique, possessing the ability to induce stupor and hallucinatory effects. It would undoubtedly be effective for crafting a soul-trapping powder. However, I must investigate further for any additional properties, he replied. Luya's brow furrowed as he scrutinized the green liquid. Induces stupor? No wonder every time Ili transforms into her human form, she sleeps so deeply. Bien Ta donned gloves and examined the other flora, pondering before stating, "Your Highness, grant me a little time for research. I shall provide you with a response by tomorrow morning at the latest." Although Bien Ta often appeared lackadaisical, he became entirely earnest and focused when delving into his field of expertise. Luya pursed his lips and began pacing in front of the large table. "Very well, I shall await your response here." Bien Ta looked up helplessly, his brow twitching, his expression betraying the dilemma he faced. "What troubles you? Have you made any discoveries?" Luya asked earnestly. Bien Ta set down the herbs, hesitating before saying, "Your Highness, might you refrain from pacing before me? Perhaps you could take a stroll outside instead?" Luya's expression momentarily stiffened before he nodded. "All right, I shall step outside. You focus on your research." With that, he strode out of the apothecary, not forgetting to remind the attendant at the door to close it behind him. Bien Ta gazed at the retreating figure of Luya, his heart brimming with perplexity. Why did the prince wish for him to investigate these herbs, to ascertain if there existed any commonality between them and the venom within scorpions? The reasoning eluded him. Nevertheless, he found these poisonous plants quite intriguing. Despite his vocation of healing, he harbored a fondness for concocting poisons. These substances piqued his interest. Meanwhile, Emoli was exceedingly bored, rolling about on Luya's grand bed, from one end to the other, amusing herself. Where had Luya gone? Why had he left her all alone? She sensed something peculiar about Luya today. His actions were baffling. Initially, he had no intention of visiting the royal palace, yet he abruptly changed course. He even ventured to the blood pool, returning with several baskets of weeds. This afternoon, Zhu Wuzue witnessed several servants carrying out baskets of weeds and placing them at Luya's feet. Zhu Wuzue's expression mirrored that of someone constipated, caught between words. He simply could not fathom Luya's enigmatic behavior. Why had he clandestinely gathered weeds from the royal palace? Whatever his intentions, it seemed irrelevant to her. The following morning, as dawn's gentle light filtered in, Emoli awoke to find Luya had vanished once more. Am I destined to remain in this empty chamber? Is Luya perhaps entangled with another? He returned late last night and has now disappeared again. She lay where he had been, quietly awaiting his return, savoring the lingering warmth of his presence. At that moment in the apothecary, Luya asked urgently, "How goes the research?" Bien Ta yawned and replied, "I studied through the night. Only the hallucinogenic component within the star herb bears resemblance to the venom of the scorpion. Other herbs show no similarity whatsoever." Luya clutched a porcelain white vial in his hand, his determination unyielding. Only the hallucinogenic properties are alike. Indeed, Bien Ta affirmed, both the star herb and scorpion venom induce hallucinations, and that is their only commonality. I have purified the essence of the star herb, and it is contained within this vial. Luya pondered, what would happen if one were to consume it? Bien Ta's eyes widened in alarm. "Your Highness, you intend to drink it? That would be ill-advised. Is it toxic?" Luya countered. "Not exactly. It merely induces sleep," Bien Ta clarified. "Is there any other after effect? Will it harm the body?" "No harm. Simply a deep slumber," Bien Ta shook his head. "Very well, I understand. You may rest now." With that, Luya tightened his grip on the vial and turned to leave. "Your Highness, you truly intend to drink it? For what purpose?" Bien Ta raised his voice in confusion. But Luya paid him no mind, his figure vanishing around the corner. "What has come over the prince lately? So strange," he murmured, stifling a great yawn. "I can hardly keep my eyes open. I must sleep before entering the palace at noon." With a creak, the door swung open, and Emoli lifted her head, displeased as she regarded Luya. "Have you found another? Have you grown weary of me? Where did you wander last night? Which creature have you gone to see this morning? Have you lost your affection for me?" As soon as he entered, Luya heard Emoli's incessant inquiries. He paused momentarily, then chuckled softly, realizing that there were no other creatures involved. His affection for her was paramount. "Ali, come here and drink this vial of medicine." Luya, seated on the bed, reached out and gently pulled Emoli from her cocoon of blankets, speaking in a tender tone. Emoli cast a skeptical glance at the small white porcelain bottle in Luya's hand, then scrutinized his face. "Lu Jinlian, what sort of medicine is this? I'm perfectly healthy. Why should I take medicine? Noticing her expression of refusal, Luya replied without hesitation. This is a remedy newly developed by Bien Toa. It will dispel the coldness from your body, enabling you to behave like an ordinary snake. Just drink it. His gaze was earnest, and a faint smile graced his lips, suggesting sincerity. Emoli's eyes brightened. Is that true? Such a medicine exists? Why didn't T. Bien Toa give it to me sooner? Luyarimant silent, bringing the bottle to her lips. Open your mouth. His deep voice was irresistibly persuasive. Obediently, Emoli parted her lips, trusting that Luya would not harm her. He poured the light green liquid into her mouth, his intense gaze fixed upon her. It doesn't taste good, she exclaimed, and in the next moment, darkness enveloped her as she succumbed to slumber. Luya's breath caught momentarily. His eyes remained transfixed on the silver snake lying on the bed. After a brief period, unease washed over him. Previously, when Emoli transformed into her human form, it was a swift process, taking mere breaths. Why was this transformation taking so long? A flicker of doubt crossed his eyes as he poked her gently. Ali? Ali? When Emoli did not respond, Luya's expression grew grave. He continued to prod her lightly, repeatedly calling her name. The silver snake, disturbed, smacked her lips, and unable to tolerate the interruption, muttered irritably, "Be quiet. I'm trying to sleep." Chapter 60. Emoli disappears. Luya's countenance remained grim throughout the morning, plagued by an overwhelming sense of dissatisfaction. Why had he failed? He could not comprehend. The eunuch leading the way trembled, feeling as though the distance from the palace gate to the divine general hall was insurmountable. This fearsome deity exuded an aura so potent that it seemed to repel all within a 10-meter radius, precisely as the rumor suggested. Luya trailed behind, en route to his welcoming banquet, his lips pressed tightly together as he glanced at the silver snake still asleep in his arms, gripping her a bit tighter. Why haven't we arrived yet? His impatience grew, his gaze icy as it swept towards the guiding eunuch. The eunuch quivered and stammered, "Your Highness, we shall arrive shortly. Just around the next bend. If your Highness is weary, shall I summon someone to fetch a palanquin?" "Unnecessary. Let us proceed," he replied coldly. The Qing, who felt perplexed. Yesterday, the journey into the palace was equally lengthy, yet the prince did not exhibit anger, indeed appearing quite pleased. Why the sudden disdain for the distance today? Inside the divine general hall, a congregation of civil and military officials awaited eagerly, curious to behold the legendary killing deity, especially since they had not seen him the previous day, heightening their intrigue. The voice of the regent prince of the Daqian kingdom rang out sharply at the door. The hall fell into an immediate silence as the crowd turned their gaze toward the entrance. Moments later, Luya strode in, greeting the prince as everyone rose to pay their respects. Zhu Wuze also descended from his elevated position, approaching Luya with a smile. "At last, the prince has arrived. Please take your seat. The table is laden with delicacies from the Beast Kingdom, and I hope they will please your palate." Luya's designated spot was in the first row on the left, as the Beast Kingdom honored the left side. Next to the Beast King, this was the most esteemed position. The tables in the Beast Kingdom were lower, with cushions placed behind them for gatherings, a stark contrast to the customs of the great Qian Kingdom. Luya said little, elegantly waving his sleeve as he settled down. It was evident that the square satin cushion had been specially crafted for him. "Your presence graces our kingdom, and we are honored. I toast to you, my lord," Zhu Wuzue declared, lifting his cup towards Luya. Luya reciprocated the gesture with his own cup. At that moment, Emoli slowly awakened. "Where am I? It smells so delightful." As she opened her eyes, she realized she was in Luya's embrace, facing a table filled with sumptuous dishes. Her eyes brightened with excitement. "Wow." Hearing her voice, Luya looked down at Emoli and gently asked, "Have you awakened? Are you hungry?" Emoli glanced up at him and nodded slightly, indicating her hunger. With a warm smile, Luya placed her on the table, setting a plate before her and serving her some food. "So, I should now be a normal snake, no longer freezing anyone," Emoli muttered while eating. Luya's expression shifted slightly. This was merely a lie he had concocted to convince her to drink from that vial. Who would have thought the star grass would prove ineffective? His gaze darkened. contemplating that a method to transform Emily back surely existed within the blood pool, not the stargrass. There must be other substances. This time, he resolved to investigate personally. My stomach hurts. I need to take care of something, Emily said, poking Luya's hand with her tail and pointing to her abdomen. Wait for me. I shall return shortly. Luya hesitated. He had heard her clearly, yet feigned ignorance, pretending to understand her intent. I shall take you, he said, preparing to rise. Emily shook her head. No need. I can go by myself. You'll go by yourself? Luya replied in surprise. Emily nodded, puzzled by his expression. Hadn't she always gone alone? Although she was a snake, she preferred not to be seen attending to such personal matters. She was a snake with a sense of privacy. Luya pondered for a moment before saying, Come back quickly and don't wander off. Hearing his words, Emily descended from the table and made her way towards the door. The onlookers, recognizing her as the serpent companion of the god of death, refrained from commenting and stepped aside. After Emily exited, she returned along the same path after addressing her needs. As she passed through a patch of grass, a sudden sound caught her attention. Following the noise, she discovered a small scorpion hiding behind a rose. Little scorpion? What are you doing here? The small scorpion peeked out, exclaiming, Oh, it's you, big sister. I thought I had encountered another human and was startled. What brings you here? Emily inquired with curiosity. I secretly climbed onto the divine doctor's carriage and followed along, the scorpion replied. He gasped for breath, paused for a moment, and then inquired, Did you visit my home yesterday? Emily nodded. Indeed, we went to the blood pool yesterday. The little scorpion spun around in excitement, exclaiming, I heard the divine physician mention your visit and that you brought back many herbs. So today, I stealthily climbed onto the carriage, and at last, I can return home. I ran all the way from the carriage to here. It nearly exhausted me, and I was afraid of being discovered. Oh dear. Emily coiled her body and lowered her head to gaze at it. How far is it from here to the blood pool? Not far, the little scorpion replied. Just keep going straight, then take a left and another left into the back mountain. I know a path that can circumvent those on guard. The little scorpion's eyes sparkled with joy, longing to return home. By the way, why don't you come back with me? Although the person you are with treats you well, he is ultimately not one of our kind, it suggested, looking up at Emily. Emily flicked her serpent tail thoughtfully and replied, Actually, I am quite eager to accompany you to the blood pool. I am genuinely curious about what it is like there, but what? The little scorpion pressed. But I promised Luya that I would return immediately. Emily confessed, caught in a dilemma. Then why not hint to him that you need to leave for a while and return the next day? The little scorpion proposed after a moment of contemplation. Emily shook her head. He would never allow me to leave on my own. When I merely stepped out to use the restroom, he nearly followed me. I had to refuse him. Ah, how unfortunate for you, lacking freedom. Then I shall return alone. The little scorpion expressed regret, wishing to introduce its elder sister to its elder brother. Very well, then be careful on your journey, Emily said, disappointment evident in her voice. As she watched the little scorpion grow increasingly distant, she felt that if she did not seize this opportunity, she might never have the chance to visit the blood pool again. A bold thought took root in Emily's mind. Wait, the little scorpion turned back. What is it? I will go with you, Emily called out, racing after it. She truly wished to see the blood pool, her curiosity about the creatures within overwhelming her desire to explore. She would return swiftly. If Luya were to become angry, she would feign innocence, claiming to have lost her way. The little scorpion joyfully waved its claws at Emily, sister. Let's go. Thus, the serpent and the scorpion ventured towards the back mountains, skillfully evading several groups of people along the way. In the divine general hall, Luya's impatience grew as he awaited Emily's return. Initially, he could engage in conversation with others, but now he wore a cold expression, showing no interest in anyone. As time dragged on, he instructed Qinghu and Baihu to search for Emily. However, after half an hour, they returned empty-handed, their faces filled with distress as they shook their heads at Luya. Luya's countenance shifted dramatically, a sense of dread settling within him. This feeling was all too familiar, reminiscent of the last time at the heart-soothing lake. Her continued absence surely indicated that something must have occurred. Chapter 61. Emoli arrives at the blood pool. Zhu Wuze astutely observed the change in Lu Ye's expression and inquired with concern, "Your Highness, what troubles you?" Lu Ye rose to his feet, declaring, "My serpent companion has gone missing. She must be within this palace. I kindly request your majesty to mobilize additional personnel to assist in the search. The more eyes we have, the greater the chance of finding her." "Is it that silver serpent we saw earlier? No wonder we haven't seen it for some time," Zhu Wuzue remarked. Lu Ye furrowed his brow, hoping that the little lost creature was merely misplaced and that no harm had befallen it. As ominous thoughts crossed his mind, his expression darkened, and a subtle aura of hostility began to emanate from him. The serpent, named Ali, was aware of its name. Calling it would summon its presence. Zhu Wuzue, sensing the urgency, promptly instructed Xie Rong to gather all the palace attendants to search for Lu Ye's serpentine companion. "Xie Rong, you have heard the prince's command. Relay the order. All palace staff, regardless of their duties, must cease their tasks immediately and assist in the search for the prince's beloved serpent. Go at once," Zhu Wuzue asserted. "Your servant obeys," Xie Rong replied hastily before departing. Zhu Wuzue observed Lu Ye's demeanor, recognizing the deep concern he harbored for his serpent. The implications of losing it within his own palace were dire, and he feared Lu Ye's potential wrath. "Do not fret, my lord. A serpent cannot stray far. Perhaps it is merely resting in some corner, and all will be well," Zhu Wuzue reassured him. The guests at the banquet lacked the spirit for revelry. Noting Lu Ye's silent, brooding presence, his gaze menacing, even the emperor exhibited signs of distress, prompting several attendees to volunteer their assistance in the search. In no time, the palace echoed with calls for Ali, as everyone endeavored to locate the regent of De Qian's cherished serpent. "Ali, little serpent, please reveal yourself. How far can a snake possibly hide?" Several maidservants cried out in the garden, their voices rising in unison. "Is the serpent called Ali, as the matron mentioned?" "We have searched for an hour without success," one maidservant panted, exasperated. "Just continue calling. It might be resting among the grasses. Let us search further in that direction," another round-faced maidservant suggested. Despite their complaints of exhaustion, they rose to follow her lead. In stark contrast to the commotion within the palace, Emoli accompanied the little scorpion to the blood pool, where a myriad of animals surrounded her, eagerly posing questions. Emoli felt akin to a shy child encircled by relatives during a festive gathering, awkwardly smiling and at a loss for words. "What kind of snake are you? Your entire body is a shimmering silver, so beautiful." "A green snake," the green jean snake inquired, flicking its tongue. "You're lovely as well. You may not believe it, but I am unsure of my own breed. Perhaps I am a mutation," Emoli replied with a shy smile, acknowledging her ignorance of serpentine classifications. Standing beside the green serpent, she found herself reminiscent of the tale of the white snake. How astonishing that creatures outside the blood pool can comprehend our speech. "This is truly a revelation," a vibrant red centipede remarked, its legs writhing in curiosity. "For the first time in many years, we have a guest at the blood pool, brought by the little scorpion. Let us ensure we extend a warm welcome and treat our guest with the utmost respect." A colossal bird-eating spider crawled forward, positioning itself before Emoli. "What a massive spider! It must be at least 20 centimeters long," Emoli thought to herself, marveling at its size. She swallowed hard. Although she was a serpent and a reptile, speaking to a group of reptiles from this perspective felt rather peculiar for the first time. Indeed, it was. "Rest assured, dear elder spider, we shall take good care of our guest." The assembly of creatures chimed in warmly. "During the time I was captured, my sister provided me with considerable assistance. Once, when my tail was severed, she was the one who rescued me. Otherwise, I would have perished long ago," the little scorpion proclaimed as he stepped closer to Emoli. Upon hearing the little scorpioness words, Emoli felt a twinge of guilt. Perhaps he was unaware that his tail had found its way into her belly. Had it not been for her, Lee would not have severed his tail in the first place. "Thank you, dear sister, for taking care of our little scorpion," Emoli said, shaking her head modestly. "It is only right. We must help one another when away from home. By the way, the blood pool is surrounded by toxic powder, stinking to high heaven. How did you manage to get in?" inquired the gigantic bird-eating spider. The little scorpion suddenly perked up, proudly exclaiming, "Our sister was truly remarkable. She found a ball, and we both climbed inside. Then she rolled and rolled, and that is how we came in." The surrounding onlookers erupted in astonishment, gazing at Emily with eyes brimming with admiration. How impressive! Emily felt increasingly bashful. She merely spotted a ball in the grass and utilized it as a tool. Yet it had garnered her so many admirers. It seemed that humans possessed a far greater intellect than animals. They understood how to wield tools, Emily mused internally. Observing the harmonious coexistence of these interspecies animals sparked her curiosity regarding their diets. Surely, they did not gnaw on one another. "What do you typically eat?" she inquired. The green rat snake flicked its tail and replied, "We feast on mice and flying insects. Occasionally, catching a bird is a delightful bonus." "Are mice friends?" Emily asked, her eyes widening in disbelief. "Aren't they all crawling on the ground?" No sooner had she spoken than a chorus of vehement denials filled the air. "No, certainly not. Rodents are treacherous and cunning. Who would befriend them? Is that so?" "I, too, harbor a disdain for mice," Emily responded. She was not merely echoing their sentiments. She genuinely loathed mice. She feared no creature, save for the rodent. At that moment, a coarse voice interrupted. "Enough gathering, everyone. The sun is setting soon, and the miasma will emerge. Let us all return to our burrows." Emily turned to see a black snake, approximately the thickness of a wrist and nearly 3 meters long, slithering toward them, a menacing scar etched across its head. "Brother!" the poisonous scorpion exclaimed in delight. The black snake affectionately nudged the little scorpion with its tail. "Do not wander off again. If humans capture you and you manage to return, consider yourself fortunate." "Understood, brother. I shall never stray again," the little scorpion replied, appearing as diminutive as an ant in comparison to the black snake. Suddenly, the little scorpion had a bright idea and exclaimed, "Oh, brother, this is the sister I brought back. Will you think of her as a potential mate?" Chapter 62. The collapse of Luya. Upon hearing the words of the little scorpion, Emily felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment. Heishi stood in stunned silence, awkwardly glancing at Emily, stammering as he addressed the little scorpion. "Stop talking nonsense. Let us go back." The little scorpion weakly responded with an "oh," murmuring, "Sister, let us return home with brother." Emily suddenly found it amusing. It was utterly delightful. She declined, saying, "I must return. Otherwise, Liao will become anxious." Heishi hesitated for a moment, asking, "Do you need to go to the blood pool now?" Emily nodded. "Yes, what is wrong?" "Soon, the miasma will arise, and it will be difficult to find your way. If you wander into the territory of the bloodthirsty rats, it could be perilous," Heishi said with a grave expression. Emily gasped in astonishment. "Are you snakes afraid of mice? Aren't snakes the natural enemies of mice?" "That is not the case. A single bloodthirsty rat is not frightening, but when they appear, they come in droves, hundreds, or even thousands," Heishi explained. Emily nodded thoughtfully. Indeed, facing such overwhelming numbers would be insurmountable, and a single bite could be fatal. Recalling her experience at the Heart Lake, she decided against taking such risks. Her life was paramount. "Then I shall have to stay here for the night and depart tomorrow morning. By the way, is there a bed here?" Emily asked awkwardly. Upon hearing her words, Heishi and the little scorpion exchanged peculiar glances. "Only humans sleep in beds. You are not human. Why would you need a bed?" Heishi questioned, perplexed. "I see now. Sister has always been cared for by others, so she is accustomed to sleeping in a bed, right?" the little scorpion asserted confidently. Emily quickly replied, "Yes, I was used to that before. In truth, I can sleep anywhere. I'll follow wherever the little scorpion goes. Let us go." In the deep of night, Emily lay in a corner, utterly unable to sleep. She raised her head to gaze at the sky, which was pitch black and shrouded in thick fog, rendering everything invisible. This was her first night spent outdoors, behind a large rock, her bed merely a patch of dirt, occasionally interrupted by the emergence of a few pesky insects that revolted her. It was far too filthy. Thinking of Luya's clean and soft bed, along with his warm, comforting body, Emily regretted coming to this place. Curse her insatiable curiosity. Had she known, she wouldn't have come. With a grim expression, She felt tears welling up with no outlet. She had thought she would be back before sunset, yet here she was, spending the night. Leah must be frantic with worry over her absence. During the night, the black snake devoured a mouse, a sight that made her feel nauseated. Afterward, he even offered her a mouse, enthusiastically inviting her to partake, nearly causing her to retch. Terrified, she backed away, fabricating excuses of not being hungry to avoid revealing her true feelings. If she confessed to only eating what humans consume, the black snake would undoubtedly think her a peculiar serpent. I must return by tomorrow morning. Emoli sighed, speaking to herself. Though she inhabited the body of a snake, her soul was that of a human, and she needed to be among humans, such as Luya. In the royal palace of the Beast Kingdom, the halls remained brightly lit, with everyone holding lanterns as they scoured the surroundings in search of the silver snake. Not only the palace, but also the shadow guards have scoured the entire mountain 3 or 4 times. They have encountered numerous snakes, yet none belong to the prince. Luya sits upon the throne in the main hall, his temples throbbing with tension, and his bloodthirsty gaze radiates an icy chill. The atmosphere within the hall is stifling, silencing any daring voice. There is no sign of her in the palace, none on the mountain. Where could she possibly be? He suppresses the overwhelming unease within, murmuring to himself. Have they retrieved anything from the well? Luya presses his forehead, forcing out a response through gritted teeth. She can swim, but what if she falls into the water and cannot resurface? Luya envisions every conceivable scenario. Xie Rong stands behind Zhu Wuzue, his face a mask of despair. My lord, we have not only searched the well, but have even dug 3 feet into the ground, yet we cannot find her. They have searched every corner. The only place left untouched is the blood pool. To the blood pool, he grits his teeth, commanding. Zhu Wuzue, seated below, shakes his head. It is impossible. The area surrounding the blood pool is filled with medicinal powder, several meters wide. Snakes would flee at the scent, and your serpent companion would not dare enter. Then we must descend the mountain and search along the path. Even if we must turn west, how city upside down, we will find her. Luya is on the brink of collapse, dark thoughts creeping into his mind. Yet he strives to control them, to push them away. She must still be alive. She must be alive. Then let us descend the mountain. Perhaps Ali has returned, Qing Hu suggests. At Qing Hu's words, Luya rises abruptly. What did you say? The force of his stand shatters the armrest of the rosewood dragon throne. Everyone is startled, and Xie Rong crumples to the ground, trembling. Qing Hu hastily clarifies. What I mean is Ali might have returned to Bai Xiao Mansion. Luya's pupils constrict, and he weakly collapses back onto the throne. She knows she is in the palace. It is impossible for her to return alone to Bai Xiao Mansion. She would certainly wait for him. That woman often reminisces about that world. Could she have returned to her own realm? This thought burgeons frantically within Luya's mind. Qing, who has never witnessed Luya in such a state before. In his heart, the prince is a true man, an invincible deity of war, unflinching even in the face of death. Yet today, he understands that no one is impervious. Before one's vulnerabilities, all are fragile. Even if that individual is the prince, the one he holds in the highest regard. My lord, I shall take my men down the mountain at once. We will assuredly find Ali, Qing Hu declares loudly, kneeling, unwilling to witness the prince's profound sorrow. Even if it costs him his life, he will find Ali. Luya lowers his gaze, somber. Go seek her out. Post a notice at the city's foot. Whoever retrieves my serpent companion shall be rewarded with a bounty of 10,000 taels of gold, provided she is alive and unharmed. If not, he slowly lifts his gaze, his crimson eyes brimming with murderous intent. Under the promise of such a reward, everyone shall strive to search, and to ensure Mo Li's safety. A final stipulation must be added to prevent anyone from resorting to unscrupulous means to claim her. Yes, I shall depart immediately. Qing Hu, with a determined expression, swiftly exits the grand hall. May the intoxicated pupils of Zhu Wuzue constrict. That snake holds an unexpectedly significant place in Luya's heart. Such a person, indeed, can exhibit moments of indiscretion. Is it truly worth this fuss over a mere serpent? Regardless, he must assist Luya in locating the snake. Xie Rong, convey my decree. assemble all the imperial guards, and lend full support to General Qing, Hu and his men in the city, to aid the prince in his search for the serpent. Zhu Wuzue declared, casting a serious gaze upon Xie who was scrambling to his feet. This servant shall attend to it at once. Xie replied hastily. Luya, however, remained oblivious to their conversation, ensnared within his myriad of hypotheses. In the most favorable scenario, Mo Li was still alive, merely trapped in some distant place. Alternatively, she may have returned to her own world. The gravest possibility, however, was that she encountered some peril. Recollecting the dangers faced at Qin Xian Lake, Luya clenched his fists. He no longer dared to harbor extravagant hopes. As long as she was alive, that was sufficient. Even if she had returned to her realm, forever departing from him, it would suffice. She was the architect of this world. If she had indeed gone back, she could easily provide him with a sign, a hint that she had returned home. As long as she was alive, that was all that mattered. As long as she lived. Chapter 63. Emoli. I have become human. Emoli had not slept a wink throughout the night. The harshness of her surroundings made her feel as though she were seeking suffering. Surely, there was something amiss in her mind. Why abandon a comfortable bed to dwell in this blood pool, amidst such confusion of kin and non-kin? Kin indeed. Even if she were to spend a lifetime in silence, she would choose to remain by Luya's side. At the very least, it would be a life lived as a human. She must escape this place and throw herself into Luya's embrace. Luya depended on me so much, having not returned for a night. He must have searched for me all night like a mother who lost her child. Emoli sighed, feeling a pang of guilt and longing for him. At that moment, dawn was just breaking, the mist lifting slightly. She stirred her stiff body, carefully recalling the way back. She must first locate that sphere, otherwise, the powder scattered on the ground would be enough to quench her thirst. The morning was serene as Emoli navigated the rugged path. This area remained the domain of the reptiles. She needed to extricate herself from it. Where did I take the turn? Why do all these paths appear identical? Without even a signpost to guide me? Emoli rolled her eyes in frustration, deciding on the left path as it seemed most agreeable. Gurgle. Her stomach rumbled. Having had nothing since noon the previous day, she felt utterly famished and devoid of strength. Montauk Li, endure. You are the best. Perseverance is victory. You are human, not a snake. You cannot feast upon mice. Hasten away from here. Emoli stifled her weakness from hunger and continued to crawl forward. Yet the more she traversed, the more disoriented she became. After crawling for what felt like ages, the way grew increasingly unfamiliar. Where am I? Lost amidst the grass. Emoli lamented with a grimace. Suddenly, she caught a whiff of fruity fragrance, and she crawled toward it, her heart leaping with joy at the sight of green plants not far off. Clusters of red fruits hung from them, glistening with dewdrops. Cautiously, she circled the plant, observing it from various angles before leaning in to inhale deeply. This familiar aroma, it was the scent of cherry tomatoes. Delighted, she thought it wise to satiate her hunger, for a long journey lay ahead. Just to be cautious, Emoli took a small bite of the cherry tomato, finding its taste to be quite ordinary, which allowed her to relax completely. She devoured several more cherry tomatoes, feeling adequately nourished before continuing her trek. Suddenly, an unsettling sensation enveloped her body. After a few laborious steps, she came to a halt, feeling an uncomfortable swelling within her, as if an uncontrollable force was surging from her core. A pang of dread struck her heart. Could these cherry tomatoes be poisonous? How careless of her! What good could possibly arise from something grown in a blood pool? Had she known, she would have abstained. With her eyes tightly shut, she lamented her foolishness. Enduring the discomfort within, Emoli continued to crawl forward, aware that she was utterly alone in this desolate place. Here, even death would go unnoticed. She resolved that if she were to perish, it must be in the company of others. Suddenly, she felt her body expanding, as if something was burgeoning forth. Alarmed, Emoli lowered her gaze. To her astonishment, she saw her hands. Believing herself to be hallucinating, she mechanically raised her hand to rub her eyes, staring incredulously at her own form. She had hands, arms, a chest, and legs. This was indeed a human body. Emoli crouched down, her expression frozen in disbelief, her lips parting in astonishment. Have I truly transformed into a human? As the words escaped her lips, she instinctively touched her mouth. Was she truly speaking? After a brief hesitation, she summoned the strength to rise, wobbling slightly before finding her balance. Having not used her legs for so long, she felt a tad unaccustomed. Yet the tangible sensation of her feet upon the ground reassured her. She had genuinely become human. Her expression shifted from shock to elation as realization dawned upon her. I have truly transformed into a human. My heavens! She exuberantly stomped her feet, intermittently caressing the tree trunks and tugging at blades of grass, her delight evident in her unceasing mutterings. However, after a moment of exuberance, a grave concern arose. She appeared to be without clothing. Emily glanced down at her bare body, her brows knitting together as her complexion turned distinctly unnatural. Thankfully, there was no one around. Otherwise, the embarrassment would have been unbearable. Imagine the scandal, a naked woman frolicking in the woods outside the palace. Such a sensational story would surely trend on the Beast Kingdom as hot search. No time to waste. She needed to find some clothing. Emily scanned her surroundings, noting that the fog in the woods had lifted. Clutching her arms across her chest, she began to walk in a specific direction. Where could she possibly find clothing in such a wretched place? With a sigh, she realized that yelling for help was not an option. Should someone come and see her, it would spell trouble. Attracting other animals would be even more perilous. Barefoot, she stepped cautiously over the ground, wincing as sharp stones pricked her soles. Yet she persevered until a dilapidated thatched hut came into view. A ramshackle hut. Perhaps it contained some garments. With renewed determination, Emily quickened her pace towards the hut. With a creak, she pushed open the wooden door. The modest room was laid bare before her, and to her astonishment, it was surprisingly clean and tidy. Before entering, she had anticipated discovering a long-abandoned ruin, yet it appeared someone had taken care of it. A small table was adorned with an array of peculiar flowers and plants, accompanied by a heap of porcelain vases nearby. On a simple wooden bed lay a neatly arranged quilt, and beside the pillow rested a sage-green cotton shirt, folded meticulously as if awaiting someone to don it. Emily's almond-shaped eyes sparkled with delight. It seemed her wishes were being granted, and her fortune was remarkably favorable. She took a few steps closer and held the garment against herself. It was indeed a woman's attire, fitting her surprisingly well when worn. Tying the belt around her waist into a bow, she felt a newfound sense of security. Without clothing, a sense of discomfort lingered. Once properly adorned, she sat on the wooden bed, lost in thought. What was her current situation? What was to be done? She had originally intended to joyfully return to find Luya, but to her disbelief, she had transformed into a human. How could she possibly seek him now? While the transformation into a human brought her joy, she was left pondering her next steps. Gripping the hem of her clothing, her mind was a whirlwind of confusion. Should she approach him and say, "Hello, Luya, I am your serpent companion, Ali. I have now become human. Are you surprised?" Wasn't that utterly nonsensical? If she were to seek him out, two scenarios loomed ahead. In the first, he might not believe her. If in good spirits, he would dismiss her, and if in a foul mood, he might simply eliminate her. Given that she had not returned all night, he was likely not in the best of moods. In the second scenario, should she recount numerous details of their past interactions, he might believe she was indeed the Silver Serpent. However, given the superstitious mindset of their ancient society, he would surely regard her as a serpent demon and seek to destroy her. No matter how beautiful their past together had been, it could not outweigh the fact that the serpent he nurtured had transformed into a monster. Emily bit her lip, her face betraying a sense of despair. Either outcome was grim, yet the desire to seek him out was overwhelming. "Heaven, are you toying with me?" she lamented, realizing in her desperation that apart from Luya, she was utterly alone in this world, struggling even for sustenance. Chapter 64. Where do I go from here? Emily, where do you go from here? She mused aloud while swinging her legs on the wooden bed. There was no returning to Luya. Ali was merely a serpent, while Emily was human, rendering any explanation impossible. Luya's affection was directed towards Ali, not Emily. She could not dare to risk her life seeking him out. Had she known that the welcome banquet would be their last meeting, she would not have been preoccupied with feasting. She should have taken the time to bid him a proper farewell. Is it possible to regurgitate the holy fruit and revert back? This is hardly an appropriate moment for transformation. Emily contemplated, wishing to induce her own regurgitation. Perhaps she could take a few holy fruits with her, bide her time, and transform later. Starting from a thatched cottage and mired within a blood pool, the only exit lay within the palace. How could she navigate her descent down the mountain unnoticed? Emily placed a hand on her stomach, suspecting she had digested everything already. There was no way to retrieve it now. Even if one must seek employment to sustain oneself, one must first descend a mountain. She was lost in her thoughts, unable to quell the anxiety about her future. Suddenly, the door creaked open, and a middle-aged woman clad in palace attire entered. Upon hearing the sound, Emily looked up, and their gazes met, both momentarily taken aback, astonished by the unexpected encounter. "Who are you?" They both inquired simultaneously. "Why do you ask me who I am, little girl? This thatched cottage is my creation. You are now on my territory, so I should be the one asking you," Aunt Rui Jing said, her eyes scrutinizing Emily with a wary gaze. Emily offered an awkward smile. "I apologize, sister. I seem to have lost my way. Upon seeing this thatched cottage, I ventured in, and, lacking clothing, I took what was on the bed." Rising to her feet, she added, "However, sister, I shall not wear your garments for free. I am willing to assist you in your work." This individual might be her ticket out of the blood pool. She could not afford to let this opportunity slip away. "Lost your way? Child, do you even know where this is? This is the blood pool. How could one wander here? Are you from the palace?" Aunt Rui Jing's expression softened slightly upon hearing Emily refer to her as sister, yet she continued to interrogate. Emily shook her head vigorously, her voice tinged with sorrow. "I am not from the palace. I have been orphaned since childhood, living with my uncle. A few days ago, my aunt intended to sell me to a brothel, and I fled. Along the way, my clothes were torn." Her gaze fell, and as she spoke, sobs escaped her lips, crystalline tears cascading down her cheeks, rendering her utterly pitiable. Emily believed even Xiong Yao would applaud her performance, evoking tears reminiscent of her dramatic tales. Yet the words may have been fabricated, yet the sorrow was genuine. She felt profoundly desolate, alone in this ancient world, utterly without support, and now unable to return to Luya's domain. The more she pondered, the more sorrowful she became, tears flowing as if they were of no cost. Observing the weeping maiden before her, reminiscent of a rain-drenched pear blossom, Aunt Rui Jing was reminded of her own past, having lost her parents at a young age. She understood the anguish of being orphaned. Her eyes gradually softened, revealing a glimmer of compassion, whether for Emily or for her own past self, she could not discern. "Did you traverse from the direction of Longzhu Mountain? Young lady, that region is rife with cliffs. How did you manage to scale it? Alas, no wonder you appear so disheveled." Aunt Rui Jing approached and offered Emily a handkerchief to dry her tears. "Thank you, sister," Emily murmured softly. Accepting the handkerchief, she gently dabbed her tears, knowing that sweetness of tongue could never be amiss, regardless of the situation. "A cliff?" Emily's gaze shifted, following Aunt Rui Jing's words. "It seems there was indeed a cliff, but I did not climb it. When I fled, I fell into a cave and lost consciousness upon my descent. When I awoke, I merely followed the cave until I arrived here. Climbing a cliff seemed unfathomable. It was more accurate to say she had fallen into a cave. If she were to inquire about the cave's location, she would claim she had hit her head and forgotten. A cave? Aunt Rui Jing furrowed her brow, recalling that last month there had been rumors of the emperor seeking to excavate a cave. Had it been completed so swiftly? She pursed her lips, scrutinizing Emily with great care. Though her face was smudged with dirt, her delicate features were still unmistakably charming, and her slender figure suggested that she would undoubtedly transform into a graceful beauty once cleansed. Upon closer inspection, her resemblance to that wretchedly Pin was striking. Remembering the troubles of concubine Lin from a few days prior, she found herself in need of a pawn, someone without connections, easily manipulable. Here stood such a candidate. If she were to become the emperor's consort, a girl without parents or background could be of great use to the lady. Moreover, her appearance bore a striking similarity to that vile woman, and using her to usurp the affections of that favored concubine would surely infuriate her. If all else failed, she could always make her a palace maid, to be commanded in the presence of that wretched one, which would certainly vex her and give concubine Lin a chance to regain some favor. However, once back, it would be imperative to send someone to investigate her background, ensuring her authenticity before proceeding. Dear girl, please stop crying. Now that you've escaped, have you thought about what you plan to do? Aunt Rouet inquired with genuine concern. Emily shook her head, gazing at her with a pitiful expression, utterly helpless. If you remain here alone, you will surely starve. Why not accompany me into the palace? I serve alongside concubine Lin and can arrange for you to do some menial work. A glimmer of hope sparked in Emily's eyes, and she burst into tears of joy, expressing her heartfelt gratitude. In truth, had she a choice, Emily would prefer not to enter the palace. She had seen enough palace dramas to know that servants were often dragged away for punishment. She had no desire to become mere cannon fodder. Yet, the job market was bleak, and this was at the very least an opportunity to earn a living. Aunt Rouet nodded, her eyes twinkling with amusement. The girl's smile bore an uncanny resemblance to that vile woman. Indeed, she had originally come here to gather poisonous herbs for concoction, but had stumbled upon an unexpected gain. Noticing that Emily was barefoot, Aunt Rouet bent down and retrieved a pair of cloth shoes from beneath the bed. Here, put on these shoes and come with me. From now on, you should call me aunt instead of sister. Gratefully, Emily accepted the shoes, thanking her. But aunt, you appear to be quite young, she said as she slipped on the shoes. With genuine sincerity, Emily looked at Aunt Rouet, feeling slightly embarrassed by her own flattery, yet acknowledging that women often enjoy such compliments. At present, it was difficult to discern whether this aunt was benevolent or malevolent, but she was grateful for the chance to escape, believing in the sincerity of her words. She would take one step at a time and would flee at the first sign of danger. Upon hearing this, Aunt Rouet's face lit up with joy. She playfully patted Emily's shoulder and said with a smile, "You clever girl, you'll do just fine in the palace." Chapter 65. The Survival Chronicles of Palace made Emily beamed. I speak only the truth. You appear to be in your 20s at most, certainly not over 30, and hardly distinguishable from a maiden. Aunt Rouet's mouth fell open. Really? Oh dear, I'm nearly 45. Emily's eyes widened in astonishment. Disbelief etched across her face. No way. You must be jesting. Her surprise was genuine, not an act. She appeared to be no more than in her early 30s. Did people from ancient times truly look so youthful? Perhaps it was due to their diet consisting solely of pure, natural, and organic foods. Upon noticing the astonished expression on Emily's face, Aunt Rouet Jing felt a surge of joy, as it seemed genuine rather than feigned. She affectionately linked her arm with Emily's and stepped out of the thatched cottage. What I tease a young girl for? By the way, how old are you this year? What is your name? Emily hesitated momentarily, her almond-shaped eyes shimmering. I am Emily, the pear like the apple, orange, and banana. I have just turned 17. After speaking, she nervously cast a glance into Aunt Rouet Jing's eyes, hoping she wouldn't discern the truth. In reality, Emily had recently graduated from university and was already 22. However, she considered that being 22 years old would be rather advanced for a palace made in ancient times. Well, she was deemed too old. After all, Jean Huan had returned to the palace to become a favored consort at the age of 22. Aunt Rouet Jing chuckled. Your explanation is quite novel. The pear that resembles an apple, orange, and banana. How amusing. She continued, 17? You might be a tad older, but it's nothing to worry about. 17 is considered older? Emily felt a sense of relief that she hadn't spoken the truth. Otherwise, she would find herself labeled as an aunt too. As the two walked together, Aunt Rouet Jing inquired about many aspects of Emily's background. During her journey to the palace, Emily had overheard eunuch discussing various matters regarding the city, and now she found herself employing that information, managing to respond quite fluently. She expressed her gratitude to Sierrong. Drawing upon the genuine place names mentioned by Sierrong, she fabricated a story about her family, successfully evading scrutiny. Upon reaching the gate, the scent of medicinal powder wafted through the air. "Aunt Rui Jing, why are you out so early today?" "Who is this?" questioned the guard at the entrance. Aunt Rui Jing smiled. "This is a little maid from Linyun Palace. I have asked her to gather some poisonous herbs for me." The guard nodded. "Take care, Aunt." Emily exhaled in relief. She had finally made her way out. "By the way, yesterday the palace was rather tumultuous. I wonder how long this will last. You should accompany me to Linyun Palace. The registration process is quite simple, and you can learn the palace's rules along the way." "Tumultuous? Why?" Emily inquired with curiosity. Aunt Rui Jing sighed. "It is due to that infamous figure who has come from afar. He lost a pet snake, and they searched the palace inside and out for an entire night, nearly dismantling the beams. They have searched the mountains 5 or 6 times without success, and now they are scouring the city. The imperial guards have all been dispatched. The emperor is quite anxious and hopes it will be found soon. If that figure directs his wrath toward our beast kingdom, it would spell trouble." Aunt Rui Jing spoke with concern, oblivious to the complex emotions swirling in Emily's eyes. "Luya is searching for her. It seems they may never meet again." A bitter smile crossed her lips as her eyes felt heavy with unshed tears. It was likely that she would never be found again. She murmured softly, already nostalgic for her days as a serpent. No longer could she be fed by Luya, nor could she shamelessly take advantage of him. No one would indulge her or look at her with such affection. From now on, she was Emily, a maid in the palace, while he was the revered figure of death, their statuses as disparate as the heavens and the earth, separated by a vast galaxy. If they were to meet, they would merely be strangers. With these thoughts, Emily lowered her gaze in sorrow. Aunt Rui Jing turned to Emily and inquired, "What is the matter? Are your eyes uncomfortable?" "It's nothing, nothing at all," Emily replied, shaking her head while discreetly wiping away tears from the corners of her eyes. "I too believe it has been lost. Where could a snake possibly go? Even if it has died, we should be able to find its carcass. Perhaps it was consumed by some creature," Aunt Rui Jing whispered. "By the way, that snake is named Ali. It was called out throughout the palace last night, sharing the same character as your name, which is quite a coincidence." Upon hearing this, Emily cracked a faint smile, though her gaze darkened. "Indeed, quite the coincidence," she murmured. When Ali was given its name, Luya had been eating a pear, hence the casual naming. For so long, she had grown accustomed to Ali being called as such. That day, confined in a cage, she had scolded him at length, baring her teeth in frustration, while he lounged comfortably in an ornate chair, relishing the moment, as if it were but yesterday. "In Linyun Palace, Your Highness, do look. Who does this girl resemble?" Aunt Rui Jing stood beside Concubine Lin, pointing at Emily, who was kneeling on the ground. Concubine Lin lifted her gaze to Emily, her narrow phoenix eyes narrowing slightly in surprise. Why does she bear such a striking resemblance to that wretchedly Pin? She blinked and then let out a delicate laugh. "Oh my, she's indeed quite lovely. Rui Jing, from where did you procure this beauty?" Aunt Rui Jing smiled mysteriously and told Emily, "You may leave for now." At that moment, Emily was utterly bewildered. What was the source of Concubine Lin's laughter? She rose to pay her respects and exited. After arriving at Linyun Palace, Aunt Rui Jing first led her to bathe, then dressed her in a fitting palace maid's attire, followed by an entire morning of etiquette lessons, and, in the afternoon, took her to meet Concubine Li. The peculiar laughter between the mistress and her servant surely concealed some secret. Upon returning to the maid quarters, she found several maids present. Yet they had all stepped out, leaving her alone in the room. Emily poured herself a cup of tea and drank it in one go. Regardless of their secrets, she resolved to remain cautious. Previously, she had played the role of a pet, and now she was thrust into the life of a palace maid. "Emily, your fate is truly unfortunate. While others traverse time as noble ladies of high standing, you find yourself reincarnated either as a pet or a maid. Truly remarkable," she mused. "What is so remarkable? What are you mumbling about?" Chui Ping entered with an air of arrogance, casting a glance at Emily. "Ah, you must be the newcomer brought by Aunt Rui Jing." Her chin lifted as if she were above everyone else. Observing her haughty demeanor, Emily had no desire to engage with her, merely responding with a noncommittal and fell silent. Chui Ping widened her eyes and approached Mo Li, raising her voice. What do you mean by MM? Can you even speak? Do you understand the rules? Nowadays, it seems anyone can enter the palace. With that, she laughed dismissively. Since you are here, what else is impossible? Mo Li propped her chin on her hand, casting a disdainful glance at her, and replied coldly, What is wrong with you? Have I offended you? What a nuisance. Why must some individuals irrationally target newcomers in the workplace? Can't they just work peacefully? It's not like we're in empresses in the palace, foolish girl. Chapter 66. The Survival Chronicles of the Palace made Mo Li to you. Chui Ping's face flushed crimson as she glared fiercely at Mo Li. Her eyes flickered momentarily before she slowly uttered, What is your background? Mo Li raised an eyebrow, tauntingly replying, Oh, are you afraid to provoke someone of significant standing? Let me assure you, my background is indeed substantial. Perhaps you should inquire with Consort Lin? Mo Li was well aware that she would not dare to ask, for her attire suggested she was merely an ordinary maid engaged in trivial tasks, nothing more than a petty individual attempting to assert dominance over a newcomer. Lacking any powerful connections, she still felt compelled to put on a fade, one that might intimidate those who thrived on exploiting the vulnerable. Indeed, Chui Ping begrudgingly pursed her lips, genuinely fearful of provoking an unwarranted adversary. She failed to maintain her composure, having been verbally challenged, which left her feeling as if she had swallowed a fly. Sister Qing Lan asked me to summon you. We should go look for Li together, she said, casting a furtive glance at Mo Li as she spoke softly. Mo Li exclaimed in astonishment, then burst into laughter. To find myself? Ali, the serpent companion of the god of slaughter, had gone missing during yesterday's banquet, and since no trace had been found, the emperor had commanded a search. Regardless, I've informed you. It's entirely up to you whether you wish to accompany me. With that, Chui Ping turned on her heel and hurried away without a backward glance. Mo Li, clutching her teacup, felt a tempest of emotions swirling within her. Why had he not given up? The more he searched, the more it pained her, for no matter how diligently he sought, he could never find her. They were so close, yet felt worlds apart. Just days prior, she had doubted whether he had found another pet, sulking in her own whims. Yet now she wished he had indeed acquired another companion, for then he would not be burdened by worry for her. Ali was no longer in this world. It was merely a serpent. Luya, she must let it go. Setting down her teacup, she rose to her feet, reminding herself that she was a worker and needed to seek her own path. As she reached the doorway, she collided with Aunt Rui Jing, who inquired, Mo Li, where are you headed? Returning to my aunt. Someone just called for me to find the prince's serpent companion. Mo Li replied candidly. You need not go. Stay here and rest well. This evening, wear this attire and present yourself nicely, for the emperor will be dining at Linyan Palace. Do not bring shame upon the consort, Aunt Rui Jing said with a smile as she handed Mo Li a set of garments. Mo Li accepted the clothing, bowing in gratitude. Thank you, Aunt. Indeed, I must say, after merely a morning of learning court etiquette, you have adopted it quite convincingly, Aunt Rui Jing remarked appreciatively. Her gaze filled with admiration for Mo Li. Mo Li smiled faintly, attributing her poise to the teachings of the matrons. She thought to herself, had she not seen such portrayals in dramas? Though she had never experienced it firsthand, she had observed enough to understand. After Aunt Rui Jing departed, Mo Li returned to her seat, contemplating the beauty of the garments. Why had Zhu Wuzue allowed her to wear such exquisite attire? Was Consort Lin truly deranged? With my striking looks, should she not advise me to stay out of sight? What if Zhu Wuzue were to fall for me at first glance? Unless, perhaps she intended for Zhu Wuzue to take notice of me? A sudden realization washed over Voi. No wonder Consort Lin had appeared so astounded upon seeing her. Her eyes nearly bulging from their sockets, insisting she step outside. Did you believe her beauty would captivate Zhu Wuzue? Very well. I indeed possess a beauty that astounds others. A radiance that captivates all. This woman, I have discerned her little tricks. Although Zhu Wuzue is undeniably handsome, and he did momentarily astonish me upon entering the city gates, it does not imply that I must marry him. Mo Li remained anxious until evening. Fearing she would attract his attention, until Aunt Rui Jing urged her to prepare the dishes. In the past, it was the formidable god of death who personally arranged the meals for me. Now, I find myself serving others, a considerable shift, Emily mused inwardly. Most aggravating was that, throughout the dinner, Zhu Wuze hardly acknowledged her presence. Emily felt indignant. It was one thing to not wish to marry him, but to be overlooked entirely? Lin Fei and Rui Jing, disappointed, sent her away, the last words they imparted being, "Henceforth, devote yourself earnestly to your duties, refrain from idleness." Earlier that afternoon, they had sent someone to investigate, and indeed, a girl had gone missing from a nearby village. Emily was unaware of this incident, and thus fortuitously escaped a dire fate. In the blink of an eye, half a month has elapsed. Emily had grown accustomed to the life of a palace maid, and only later did she learn that she bore a striking resemblance to another lady in the palace. Lin Fei often commanded her in front of others, which infuriated her immensely. Though there were maids who bullied her, she always retorted with sharp words, leading to a rather mundane, yet unremarkable existence. If no unforeseen events occurred, her life would continue in such a manner. Working hours were simply like this. Compared to her time with Luya, Emily spoke far less and found less joy, often lost in her own thoughts. It was peculiar. When she was beside Luya, she would speak to herself like a snake, finding delight in her own company. Yet now, despite being surrounded by people conversing with her, she felt less content. Speaking of Luya, half a month had passed, and he was still in the Beast Kingdom. Following the National Day celebrations tomorrow, he would likely return. He had traveled a great distance solely to partake in this celebration. Emily, why are you daydreaming again? Tomorrow is the Grand National Day feast, and everyone is bustling about while you linger idly. Come help. Hearing Aunt Rui Jing's voice, Emily snapped back to reality and quickly responded, "Coming." She hurried over, thinking that he would surely attend the grand feast tomorrow, which would allow her to see him one last time alongside Lin Fei. At the Baishao mansion, many white serpents had been delivered over the days, yet none were owly. It seemed that the promised fortune of 100,000 taels of gold would remain unattainable. The prince's health is deteriorating further. What are you still fretting over regarding the 100,000 taels? Is it possible that your medicine is entirely ineffective? Baihu questioned, glaring. Is this a matter of the medicine? It is the prince's issue. Medicine can heal the body, but not the heart. Bianto Riplith, setting down the herbs in his hands and countering Baihu's assertion. Enough of your bickering. I believe Ali has already perished. We have searched tirelessly for days. Surely we could have found at least a fragment of her remains. Qing, who raised his voice. Do not utter such words in front of the prince. We have scoured the blood pool repeatedly, and while there are plenty of snakes, there is not a trace of her. Bien Tua, with a cold expression, recounted how he had recently discovered the scorpion was missing. He approached the prince, who immediately dispatched men to the blood pool, yet after several days of searching, they still could not find Ali. Why can't we talk about it? The snake is dead. It cannot remain this way indefinitely. It is merely a snake. Can't we raise another 10 or 8? Why suffer and jeopardize oneself for a single serpent? The white fox exclaimed, abruptly shattering the teacup in his hand, his frustration boiling over. He could no longer endure it. He believed everyone here was irrational, constantly lamenting Ali. It is just a pet. If it dies, can't we simply procure another? Hearing his outburst, the blue tiger slammed his hand on the table. What are you shouting about? Do you think the prince will be pleased by your noise? I just cannot comprehend. The white fox's anger surged, veins throbbing at his temples. Just then, the door creaked open, and Luya stood expressionless at the threshold. Your Highness, he didn't mean it that way, the blue tiger hastily explained. The white fox suppressed his fury, standing silently aside with a grim visage. After the Beast Kingdom's National Day tomorrow, we shall depart for home. With those words, Luya turned and exited, leaving the three inside, gazing at one another in silence. For the past half-month, he had relentlessly reassured himself that Alim must have returned home. Suddenly vanishing from existence, she surely had returned to her own world. She never belonged here. It was merely a dream. Upon awakening, he would revert to his former self, the god of slaughter in others' eyes, the king of hell, a malevolent spirit, no longer the detestable Luya in her narrative. He surrendered. Perhaps it was his fate to be unworthy of any beauty in this world. Chapter 67. Emo Lee. Greetings to the prince in the divine general's hall. Voices clamored, as today marked the national day of the Beast Kingdom. All the palace consorts and civil and military officials were gathered for the feast, accompanied by numerous family members of the officials. The grand hall was filled to capacity, with the adjoining side hall also accommodating guests, creating a lively scene. Emo Lee, come and support this palace. Concubine Lin lifted her delicate brows, her jade hand gesturing towards Emo Lee. Emo Lee internally rolled her eyes. Here they came again, these two women, relentless in their antics. This servant obeys. She forced a smile and stepped forward to assist Concubine Lin. Though she addressed Emo Lee, Concubine Lin's gaze remained fixed on Concubine Lee, looking at her with a challenging demeanor. Concubine Lee wore a smile, but her heart seethed with resentment. This wretched woman had found a maid who resembled her closely, humiliating her time and again. Their eyes met in the air, and a spark ignited, filling the atmosphere with tension. Sister, you truly have a big heart. How can you still keep her around? Are you not afraid that His Majesty might awaken in the middle of the night and find that his consortess looks pale in comparison to a mere maid, thus diminishing your worth? Concubine Lee coldly remarked with feigned politeness. In response, Concubine Lin smiled sweetly. Oh dear sister, you jest. His Majesty does not favor faces like Emo Lee's. If he does, it might be for other reasons, compelled by necessity. Concubine Lee gritted her teeth in silence. This wretched woman implied that His Majesty did not adore her, but had taken her as a consort due to her family's influence. The smile on Emo Lee's face seemed to freeze as she observed the two foolish individuals bickering like elementary school children. What was the point of engaging in such rivalry? If one could attract men, she could attract three. If they attracted three, she could attract four. What skill was there in merely stealing one? She could only hope that Lin Fei was the more formidable contender, for she was wary of falling out of favor with Li Pin, who harbored a strong disdain for her. The thought of being undone by Li Pin filled her with dread. At last, the two finally took their seats, positioned uncomfortably close together, with Lin Fei deliberately placing herself in the center. The moment Emo Lee stepped closer, she felt the piercing glares from Li Pin aimed squarely at her and Lin Fei, with Emo Lee bearing the brunt of their intensity. She sensed that she might be metaphorically assassinated by Li Pin at any moment. This couldn't continue. She could not remain the pawn in the middle, or her life would be in jeopardy. She needed to find an opportunity to escape the palace. In the distance, Zhu Lingling's bright eyes flickered as she spoke, her lips parting gently. Lin Fei and Li Pin are hardly worthy of admiration. I wonder what my brother sees in them. Her smile was sweet and charming, yet her words dripped with scorn. My dear princess, this is merely a tactic to keep the families in check, a maid whispered in agreement. Let them squabble amongst themselves. By the way, is the prince attending the banquet today? Have you gathered any information? Which prince do you mean? The esteemed Prince Hui of the Xingji Mansion, or Prince Yong of the Hongzhong Mansion? The maid teased. Zhu Lingling's cheeks flushed slightly, and her lips curled upwards. You little rascal! How dare you jest with a princess? My apologies, my lady. I heard from the servants that the Bixiao Mansion is already packing up. After the National Day celebrations today, the prince will return to the Qian. The maid quickly added, Is it so soon? Hasn't that snake yet to be found? Zhu Lingling exclaimed in surprise. It appears the prince has chosen to abandon the search. After all, what significance does a mere snake hold for him? If it is lost, he could always acquire another. The maid replied. Zhu Lingling clutched her handkerchief, perplexed. Perhaps he has grown attached over time, though it is merely a snake. It reveals that the prince is a man of deep sentiment, worthy of lifelong devotion. She lowered her gaze shyly, acknowledging the prince's loyalty and honor, evident even in his affection for a snake. Today, many eligible young ladies from noble families are present. I've noticed they are all eagerly anticipating the prince's arrival. They must be curious to see his visage, the maid remarked. Upon hearing this, Zhu Lingling scoffed. Do they really think they are worthy? Do they aspire to rise above their station and become phoenixes? Such deluded creatures. The maid eagerly concurred. Indeed, indeed. Our princess possesses unparalleled beauty. Those mere flowers and grasses cannot compare. When the prince sees our princess, he will undoubtedly be captivated by her charm. Flattered by the praise, Zhu Lingling smiled contentedly, adjusting her sleeves that needed no rearranging, while her gaze frequently drifted toward the entrance, brimming with anticipation. Lin Fei occupied a seat in the third row, not particularly forward. Yet Mo Li was exceedingly anxious, her heart racing uncontrollably. As people gradually took their places, she wondered why Luya had not yet arrived. Was he not coming at all? Meanwhile, Lin Fei, having won another round, was in high spirits, admiring the azure armor adorning her hands, and casually inquired, Mo Li, what occupies your thoughts? You seem quite distracted. Mo Li's thoughts were elsewhere, and she blurted out, I wonder why Luya hasn't arrived yet. However, she quickly regretted her words. A palace maid ought not to speak so freely. Lin Fei paused momentarily, gazing at Mo Li in astonishment. Lower your voice. How can you directly utter the name of the god of death? Beside them, Li Pin brushed her jeweled hair and scoffed disdainfully. Oh, what audacity! Is the name of the prince one that a lowly maid like you can dare to utter? There's a saying, when the upper beam is not straight, the lower beam will be crooked. This wench deserves to be dragged out and given 20 strokes. If you can't manage your servants, I shall gladly take on the task. Lin Fei's expression darkened as she retorted coldly. Only I may discipline my servants, and it is not for you to meddle. Li Pin, I outrank you. If we speak of crookedness, what does that make you? Li Pin's chest heaved violently, rendered speechless by the retort. Mo Li had long grown accustomed to such exchanges, and to facilitate their intimate exchange of glances, she took a step back, obediently standing by as the two women squabbled. Noticing Li Pin's silence, Lin Fei shot her a victorious glare and then whispered to Mo Li, do not speak out of turn. Mo Li responded with a bow, yes. Thank you for your guidance, Your Highness. Typically, Lin Fei treated her decently enough, at least without cruelty or abuse. Yet, Mo Li understood that Lin Fei's concern was more for her own reputation than for her welfare. Lost in thought, she was suddenly interrupted by the sharp, hoarse voice of a eunuch announcing, the regent of the Deqian kingdom has arrived. Instantly, the once chaotic hall fell silent, all eyes turning towards the entrance, including Mo Li's. It felt as though they had been waiting an eternity when a tall figure clad in dark robes finally strode in. His countenance was as stark as frost, and his eyes radiated a chilling intensity, devoid of any emotion. Mo Li stood amongst the crowd, staring blankly at him. He appeared significantly thinner, and the aura surrounding him had changed dramatically. Pay your respects to the prince. At the sound, Mo Li snapped back to reality and quickly knelt with the others, offering her greetings to Luya. Rise, Luya spoke indifferently. As everyone took their seats, Mo Li also rose. He occupied the first position on the left, while she was seated in the third row on the right, not particularly close, yet she could still discern the gauntness of his face. A tremor coursed through her heart as she clutched her garment tightly. Could it be that he had withered away due to her absence? Seeing him again rekindled a long-buried joy within her, but she laughed bitterly to herself, thinking that after today, they would never meet again. Since this would be their last encounter, she resolved to steal a few more glances. Luya sat at the table, disinterested in engaging with those who attempted to converse with him. He had not intended to come, but the thought that his final meeting with Ali would occur in this grand hall compelled him to be there. He toyed with the exquisite jade cup in his hand, his expression darkening. The noise of the crowd was unbearable. It was truly grating. He coolly lifted his gaze, his indifferent eyes sweeping over the assembly, and the previously vibrant hall fell once more into a chilling silence. The crowd dared not raise their voices, fearful of provoking the wrath of the irate god of death. Suddenly, he caught sight of a familiar visage, and Luya momentarily froze, his gaze fixated on Mo Li. It was as if he were trying to ascertain whether his eyes were deceiving him. How could a mere palace maid resemble her so closely? Their eyes locked for an instant, and Mo Li was taken aback by his unexpected glance in her direction. She hastily lowered her head, biting her lip, her heart racing uncontrollably, oblivious to what Lin Fei was saying to her. It was merely a fleeting glance. He surely did not recognize me. Emily mused. After a while, she thought he must have averted his gaze, so she cautiously raised her head to look toward Luya. Their eyes met once more, and to her astonishment, he was still staring in her direction. She quickly shifted her gaze, wondering why she had been discovered again. Why did he keep looking this way? When Luya beheld the maid's resemblance to someone from his past, his mind erupted in a cacophony of thoughts. In disbelief, he turned his gaze upon Emily. The sound of shattering glass echoed as he crushed the jade cup in his hand. "Your Highness, is everything all right?" A concerned eunuch inquired from beside him. Luya abruptly stood, and the hall fell into an eerie silence, all eyes riveted upon him. In the center, seated upon the throne, Zhu Wuzue queried with a furrowed brow. "Your Highness, what troubles you? Is something amiss?" Luya seemed oblivious to their voices, his focus solely on the maid who had been cowering with her head bowed. His expression darkened, eyes gleaming with an unsettling intensity. As he strode purposefully toward the concubine's seat, the menacing aura radiating from Luya instilled a palpable fear among the gathered ladies, who stared in stunned silence as he approached. The assembly was left bewildered by the unfolding events. Why was the god of death heading toward the concubine? Emily dared a glance upward, her mind reeling in confusion. Why was he coming closer? Had he recognized her? That was inconceivable. Or was it that her persistent gaze upon him had provoked desire? Yet, she was not the only one observing him. Why was he advancing toward her specifically? Her thoughts became a tangled mess, and she resolutely lowered her head, striving to diminish her presence. Surely, she was overthinking. Luya could not possibly be approaching her. Until that dark figure halted before her, and she caught sight of the hem of his garment. He was indeed coming for her. Emily was at a loss, unsure whether to step aside, wondering if she was obstructing his path. Yet, her body remained rigid, unable to move, her hands clasped anxiously. She dared to look up. The man's voice was hoarse and commanding as he regarded the familiar woman from a height, his fingers trembling slightly in his sleeves. Emily swallowed hard, her gaze evasive, hesitantly lifting her eyes. Luya, lacking patience, reached out to clasp her neck, his thumb lifting her chin, compelling her to meet his gaze. They stood perilously close, and Emily could distinctly feel the heat of his breath and the powerful rhythm of his heartbeat. Emily dared not meet Luya's gaze directly, instead focusing on the lower half of his face. Yet, Luya forcefully scrutinized every detail of her visage, ultimately resting his gaze upon her eyes. It was she indeed. Luya's intense stare delved deep into her eyes, harboring an indelible and fervent affection, the joy of rediscovery. Emily felt as though she might be scorched by the heat of his gaze. Her breath became erratic, and she was engulfed by discomfort. At that moment, her mind was a blank slate, overwhelmed by his familiar aura that enveloped her completely. It felt as if a century had passed before Luya's gaze softened slightly as he inquired, "What is your name?" Emily, she replied mechanically, her ability to think slipping away, entirely under his control. Witchly, his fingers caressed her cheek, feigning ignorance. The leaf from apple, orange, banana, she answered obediently. Upon hearing this familiar phrase, a faint smile graced Luya's lips. "I once had a snake named Ali. Have you heard of it?" "I have. Quite a coincidence." "Coincidence?" His voice, deep and resonant, sent shivers through Emily. "Yes," she replied, her voice barely a whisper. As the words hung in the air, both fell into silence, the atmosphere shifting palpably. Observers from afar noted the god of death gripping a palace made by the throat, demanding answers, inducing gasps of trepidation. None dared to utter a word. Beside them, concubine Lin was paralyzed with fear. When had that wretched girl, Emily, incurred the wrath of the god of death? Would she be implicated? Nearby, concubine Li reveled in schadenfreude, delighted by Emily's misfortune, pondering how concubine Lin might escape the fallout. "My lord, what offense has this maid committed to incite such fury?" Zhu Lingling ventured, mustering a feigned smile and courage to inquire. After a lengthy silence, Zhu Lingling's composure began to falter. Just as Zhu Wuzhe was about to intervene, a voice resonated. "This maid, I shall take." Emily gazed at him, bewildered. What did he just say? The others in the hall were even more astonished, gasps echoing throughout. Never had it been reported that the god of death kept women nearby. Rumors suggested he shunned the fairer sex, with some even claiming he preferred the company of men, thus surrounded by no women. This revelation was more shocking than any scandal involving Zhu Wuzui. Zhu Lingling's pupils dilated in disbelief. He claimed a maid, yet had not cast a glance in her direction. How could this be? Concubine Lin and concubine Li exchanged rare glances, each reflecting astonishment. The god of death had chosen Emoli. Luya paid no heed to the reactions of others, his eyes fixated solely on Emoli. After standing there for what felt like an eternity, he realized he could no longer hear her thoughts. Perhaps it was due to her transformation into a human. How did she become human? How did she become a maid? Why had she not sought him out after her transformation? Luya harbored numerous questions. Observing her current state of confusion, he surmised that her newfound humanity had indeed diminished her audacity. Timid and frail, he dared not even meet her gaze, a far cry from his former arrogance. It was inconceivable for him to associate such fierce words with this delicate woman before him, this cowardly chameleon. Chapter 69. Foolish, Aileen, not only was she taken aback, but also the few members of the Qing who, seated at a distance, wore expressions of astonishment. The prince has returned to life? Bai Hu exclaimed with delight. What does that woman look like? I cannot see clearly. Pian Tua stretched his neck, peering intently. Qing, who had been chuckling for quite some time, resembling a fool. How splendid. Ha ha, the prince has an air. What? Montag lieb us bewildert. He said he wants me? Why would he want me? A hint of mirth danced in Luya's eyes as he grasped her hand, leading her to her designated place. Emoli felt as if she had become the focal point of the gathering, all eyes fixated upon her, rendering her quite uneasy. His hand was large and warm, enveloping her own entirely. After observing for a considerable time, Zhu Zue sighed with relief and remarked without hesitation, "The prince possesses excellent taste. I perceive that this palace maid is exceptionally beautiful, as radiant as peach blossoms, perfectly suited for the prince. She is beautiful, yet alas, too reminiscent of Li Pin, whom he does not fancy," Emoli thought, suppressing the urge to roll her eyes at Zhu Wuzue's words, suddenly realizing how stunning she truly was. Had he been blind all along? Lin Fei rose to her feet, declaring, "Your Majesty speaks true. The prince's discernment is indeed commendable. Emoli is the most exquisite among my attendants, additionally charming and endearing. I have always favored her the most. Since the prince adores her so, Emoli, you must serve him well and avoid incurring his wrath." With that, she cast a triumphant glance at Li Pin. Li Pin was nearly beside herself with fury, yet feigned a smile. How could this Emoli capture the prince's attention? A vixen, Emoli pouted, thinking, hypocritical woman, you hardly pamper me. You would gladly use me as a weapon against Li Pin. Luya noticed her subtle expression, his gaze reminiscent of old times, likely casting silent curses in his mind. Have a seat, he said, guiding her back to his place. Under the scrutiny of all, Emoli anxiously settled beside Luya. She remained uncertain whether he recognized her as a Li, causing her great inner turmoil. If he did not know she was a Li, why had he brought her over? His gaze had shifted from when she first entered, now reminiscent of how he used to look at a Li. If he did know, how had he discerned her identity? She had never revealed a hint. Montag was perplexed. Luya observed her delicate brows furrowing together, appearing as if she wished to speak, yet held back. What occupies your thoughts? He inquired. Emoli ventured cautiously. Might the prince have encountered me before? Or perhaps knows me? Luya placed a small plate before her, and a perceptive eunuch promptly provided her with a set of utensils. Do not refer to yourself as a maid, Luya said, picking up chopsticks to serve her a piece of roasted lamb. Are you hungry? Let us dine. Emoli obediently responded with a soft "oh," and, under Luya's watchful gaze, lifted the piece of roasted lamb with her chopsticks. Dining is merely dining. Yet why do you keep gazing at me? I no longer dare to eat. The bystanders were utterly astonished. The god of slaughter was actually serving a dish to a palace maid. The individuals behind lapsed into silence, some even straining on their toes to see better. In the distance, the flat-headed man was beside himself with excitement, exclaiming, Look! The prince is serving that woman." It was as if an iron tree had blossomed. The green tiger, scratching his head with a foolish grin, mused, "What do you think our future little master will be? A boy or a girl? If it's a boy, I'll teach him to wield a dagger. If it's a girl, I'll guide her in swordsmanship." The white fox took a delicate sip of wine and solemnly remarked, "What if it's twins, a dragon and a phoenix?" The two, at the center of public discourse, obliviously disregarded the peculiar atmosphere in the grand hall. Luya observed her cherry-like lips as they opened and closed while she nibbled on meat, reminiscent of her previous ravenous demeanor. Unable to suppress a smile, he sought to tease her and gauge her reaction. "Do you think we have met before?" Emoli's chewing faltered as she glanced at him, replying, I don't believe so." Luya raised an eyebrow, pondering her reluctance to admit the truth. After all, with his treatment of her, how could she not discern it? "Very well, I shall play along. Have you seen me before?" he countered. Emoli gradually set down her chopsticks, hesitatingly biting her lip, contemplating how to answer. Should she directly reveal her identity as Ali? What if he was unaware? Would that not frighten him? Yet, his demeanor was undeniably peculiar. It was hardly the treatment one would expect for an ordinary palace maid. Did he know? If he did, why not just say so? The turmoil within her was palpable. "Have I seen you? Perhaps. Maybe. Probably," she stammered, her sleeve nearly fraying from her anxious grip. Yet the probably remained unvoiced. Luya exhibited remarkable patience, silently scrutinizing her with a gradually playful gaze. He leaned in closer, whispering, "Have you or have you not seen me?" Emoli's breath hitched, her cheeks flushing pink as she softly replied, "Today is the first time I have met the prince." She still lacked the courage to confess. Luya's throat moved slightly as he instinctively reached out to pinch her cheek, feeling the soft and tender texture beneath his fingers. Emoli's almond-shaped eyes sparkled with surprise as she gazed at Luya, her heart racing. Was he flirting with her? Reluctantly, Luya withdrew his hand, affirming, the first time indeed. Well then, a first is a first. She cannot escape now." Yet he mused, "However, I am not seeing you for the first time." He contemplated aloud. "Throughout my life, I have always dreamed of a peculiar woman, one who incessantly tapped at a glowing object. I have long awaited her arrival. Coincidentally, you bear an uncanny resemblance to her." His expression was earnest, his tone resolute. "Oh, really?" Emoli was taken aback. Could it be that she was the one he dreamed of? Did he mean he had dreamt of her writing a novel on a computer? Goodness, was Luya's first love truly her? No wonder he recognized her at first glance and summoned her over. She thought he had realized she was Ali, which startled her. Seeing that she genuinely believed him, Luya stifled a chuckle and nodded. "Yes, and I wonder if I shall ever meet that person." He licked his lips, a wicked smile lurking in his starry eyes. "The fool! It was you who lied first, claiming to have never seen him." Emoli wore an expression of sudden realization, which only served to amuse Luya further. He strove to suppress the smile, tugging at the corners of his lips. In the past, when he could hear her innermost thoughts, she had mentioned such things, yet he never anticipated their application in the present. Montakli, utterly convinced by his words, pondered the peculiar attire and the luminous objects that emitted sound, believing that such statements could only stem from a dream. Thankfully, she had refrained from declaring herself as Ali. It seemed he was unaware. How close she had come to revealing that truth. Thus, had Luya fallen for her? The author? Was it a profound affection that had drawn her into his narrative? Suddenly, memories of her past as a serpent surfaced. He had once spoken of his preferred appearance, describing it nearly identically to her own, even instructing Qing Hu and others to seek out such a likeness. So, Luya's desire to take her from Lin Fei was due to his infatuation with a likeness of her, a narrative of substitution. At this moment, Emoli's heart was a tumult of emotions. She was a stand-in for herself. "Henceforth, you shall remain by my side as my personal maid until that person appears." Luya handed her the chopsticks, gesturing for her to continue her meal. Emoli's cherry lips curled into a faint smile. "Thank you, Your Highness." She accepted the chopsticks and resumed eating the dishes Luya had served her. Being a personal maid was acceptable. Yet Emoli remained oblivious to the depths of her happiness at returning to Luya's side. Observing her obedient demeanor, Luya's gaze darkened. It was time to collect his due. Chapter 70. The Personal Maid on the Road. Emily found herself in Luya's carriage, accompanying him back to the Baishao residence. She occupied her previously favored spot, attempting to untangle her complex emotions. Emily, she snapped back to reality, turning towards Luya with a delightful expression that seemed to inquire, "What do you need me for?" Luya licked his crimson lips and, with a husky voice, commanded, "Come closer." Emily responded with an O, shifting slightly, then inquired, "Is it all right to be this close?" At this proximity, Luya could easily draw her into his embrace, yet he exhibited remarkable patience, urging, "Closer still." Closer? Emily was momentarily taken aback. Any nearer would result in their bodies touching. She adjusted her position once more, their garments now in contact. Raising her gaze to him, she asked softly, "Is this acceptable now?" Her voice was gentle, her expression innocent. Luya smiled, his eyes laden with meaning as he scrutinized her. Emily felt a wave of discomfort wash over her, as if she were unclothed under his gaze, exposed to him completely. "That will suffice." No sooner had he spoken than he lowered his head, capturing her delicate lips, which he had long yearned for, finally making her his own. Macaulay sucks, flusha instantly. A rosy hue spreading to her ears, her almond-shaped eyes glistening with uncertainty as she frantically pressed her hands against his shoulders. Her mind was devoid of coherent thought, fixated solely on one notion. He is being mischievous. Luya was not content with a mere superficial kiss. He familiarized himself with her mouth, prying open her pearly teeth and entwining his tongue with hers. He invaded her mouth, claiming every corner with fervent devotion. Their breaths grew increasingly ragged, his gaze smoldering with intensity. Emily shut her eyes, unable to bear the sight, and could only gasp within his embrace. She whimpered softly. Luya gently cradled her head, and the two of them tumbled onto the soft couch. He panted heavily, hovering over her, his eyes gleaming with an unsettling brightness as he teased, "Why is your face so flushed?" Emily finally gained a fleeting moment of freedom to speak, her gaze evasive. "Is it inappropriate to feel shy?" Luya lightly brushed his lips against hers, transforming her once pink lips into a deep crimson, vibrant and glistening. "Do you still feel bashful?" The one who almost daily utters brazen words, Emily, can actually be reduced to silence by shyness. Emily was momentarily at a loss for words. Her delicate hands pressed against his chest as she turned her face away, attempting to evade his relentless kisses. "Why do you ask such things? Is this how a prince treats a woman he meets for the first time?" She murmured, her cheeks aflame, surprised she had never noticed this side of him before. In truth, Emily felt a pang of guilt. She had often fantasized about taking advantage of him, daydreaming of transforming into a human and disappearing after spending the night with him. Yet that had merely been idle chatter, a whimsical escape in the guise of a serpent. How could she possibly not feel shy about actually doing something like that? "Only like this with you," Luya murmured, kissing down her face to her neck. Her strength was insufficient to deter him. Emily wished to voice her thoughts, but Luya silenced her with his lips, swallowing her soft sounds as the carriage filled with ragged breaths. Outside, Qing, who had long retreated, too wary to eavesdrop on the prince's private moments. "Qing, who? Why are you back there? Why aren't you guarding the prince?" Baihu called out loudly. Qing, whose mouth twitched, "I won't go. If you want to, you can." Baihu, looking perplexed, tightened his grip on the horse's belly. "If I go, then I go." After a while, he returned, his face flushed. "You should have told me sooner," he exclaimed, raising his foot to kick the stifled Qing, who beside him. At this moment, tears glistened on Emily's eyelashes. He had actually undone her clothing and held her close. "What are you crying for?" Luya halted his movements, gazing at her with eyes full of tenderness. I'm scared," Emily said, her eyes red and voice trembling. She truly felt frightened. "I told you not to refer to yourself as a maid." Luya gently pinched her, continuing, but would you prefer I be a maid or a princess?" The prince's words puzzled her. "I'm merely a maid, of lowly status, unworthy of such aspirations." Emily lowered her gaze, speaking softly. She understood, well, that times had changed. She believed Luya was merely jesting. When she was a serpent, she could act freely, for she was the prince's beloved. Yet now, the situation was different. She was just a nameless maid, and she could no longer speak as she pleased. Because of Luya, the merciless regent who could kill without a second thought. She dared not defy him. The gruesome instruments of torture in that dungeon haunted her mind. Emily was afraid. She truly was. It was better to endure and not act recklessly. She had watched enough dramas to know how maids typically spoke, always referring to themselves in such a manner. Luya let out a long sigh. Emily, there is no need for fear. This prince will not treat you unjustly. He was in no rush, for time was plentiful. Observing her petite frame, he found her to be quite the timid little creature, her sobs soft and delicate, exuding an irresistible charm. He simply could not reconcile this bashful woman, who blushed at the slightest touch, with the serpent he had in mind. Luya decided to keep this a secret, allowing her to discover it on her own. Emily's eyes sparkled with innocent curiosity as she gazed at Luya and gently nodded. "Thank you, Your Highness." Luya smiled, inclining his head slightly. "Serve me well, and you shall have your days of fortune." Emily replied softly, "Yes." Her heart raced at the thought of what it meant to serve him well. As night fell, her questions were answered when Luya surprisingly requested her to attend to him closely, even asking her to bathe him. He had never allowed a maid to do such a thing before. Faced with the man who awaited her assistance with open arms, Emily hesitated, lacking the courage to unclothe him. Had he become so indulgent in such a short span? "Why are you dawdling? Hurry up. My arms are growing weary," Luya urged, glancing at her with impatience. Emily meekly complied and grasped his belt, slowly loosening it. Luya looked down at her, a playful glint in his eyes. When his hand brushed against her lower back, Emily instinctively leaned forward, tumbling into his embrace. Her eyes widened, and her face flushed crimson. "Forgive me, Your Highness." Struggling to rise, she found Luya making no effort to restrain her. A mischievous spark flickered in his gaze as he observed her, a smirk gracing his lips. "What are you afraid of?" "And not afraid," Emily stammered, removing his outer garment and hanging it on a nearby rack. The summer attire was quite thin, leaving only a light layer beneath. Her fingers trembled, yet she urged herself on. She had seen it all before. It was merely a matter of undressing him. In a moment of determination, she closed her eyes and, with a deep breath, stripped him of his remaining garments. By then, her face was a vivid crimson, and she kept her gaze lowered, daring a glance up only to quickly avert her eyes again. Luya, amused by her demeanor, chuckled softly, his voice languid and cool. "Come here and wash me." As he stepped into the steaming bath, a cloud of mist enveloped him, and soon a hint of color graced his cheeks. Emily swallowed hard, her heart racing at the sight. How alluring it was! The image of a handsome man bathing was utterly captivating. Luya turned to her, noticing the gleam of excitement in her eyes. Indeed, her true nature was that of a timid yet curious woman, afraid of his power and the potential consequences of crossing him, hence her submissive facade. "Come closer," he beckoned. With tentative steps, Emily approached, her heart fluttering with a mixture of anxiety and exhilaration. She picked up a washcloth and gently placed it on his back, beginning to rub it back and forth. "Emily, could we perhaps change our location? You're about to rub my skin raw," Luya spoke softly. Emily quickly regained her composure and responded, "All right." It was only then that she noticed the redness on her skin from the vigorous scrubbing. Her mind was in disarray, uncertain if it was the steam from the hot water or something else that was causing her distress. Would she be able to return home after bathing him? But where could she possibly go? She didn't even know where the maidservants resided. Emily hesitated before asking, "Your Highness, where will I be staying?" Upon hearing this, Luya slowly opened his eyes and casually gestured there. Emily followed the direction of his finger, her expression turning to one of disbelief as she stammered, But that's your bedroom." Her voice dwindled to a whisper, barely audible. "What did he mean by that?" Luya stretched his arms and replied nonchalantly, "Indeed, you'll be sleeping with me." "What? Sleeping together? Are you joking?" Emily blurted out, instantly regretting her words. She pressed her lips together, internally lamenting her lack of restraint. How could she let her true feelings slip? "I apologize, Your Highness," she stammered, her heart racing with fear. For those who disrespected, Luya rarely met a good end. In addition to her fear, Emoli felt regret. Had she known better, she would have avoided those saintly fruits. Being a snake would surely be preferable to this predicament. Trembling and without any backing, she sighed, "Life is so hard." Luya turned to face her, his gaze intense, as if concealing something profound. Emoli swallowed hard, her eyes darting away. "What? Are you unwilling to serve me?" Luya's deep, husky voice resonated. He caressed her cheek and gently lifted her chin with his finger, coaxing her. "Do you know how many women wish to share my bed? Do you not aspire to take charge? Once you follow me, you will live a life of luxury, commanding servants at your beck and call. Even the king of beasts would treat you with respect. Don't you desire that?" Emoli's heart raced. The bathwater felt unbearably hot, leaving her breathless. While it sounded appealing, there was a lingering doubt. But what if I die? What use is a high position then? It would be better to live as a maidservant, for a bad life is preferable to a good death. After speaking, Emoli cautiously glanced at Luya's expression before quickly looking down. She was all too aware of her tendency to speak without a filter. She might manage for a day or two, but eventually her true nature would emerge. If she remained by Luya's side, sleeping together, she feared her words would one day lead to her undoing. What if he became enraged and ended her life? That would be an unjust fate. Being a concubine was no easy task. As the saying goes, to accompany a ruler is to be with a tiger, and this particular tiger was ferocious. After all, they had only just met, unlike the little snake, Ali, who shared a bond with him. "Are you afraid I might kill you?" Luya released her chin and added, "Rest assured, I will not harm you. You need not be so fearful. Are you satisfied now? Even if I say something wrong or make a mistake, your highness won't kill me?" Montakli inquilat cautiously. Luya slightly nodded, responding with a simple affirmation. "Then you won't whip me? You won't stab me with a knife? And certainly, you won't bind me to the execution rack, will you?" Emoli boldly inquired after glancing at his impressively muscular biceps. Hearing her questions, Luya couldn't help but chuckle. No. At that moment, Emoli's face lit up with joy, her heart relieved as if she had received a life-saving amulet. In this ancient era, where life was often treated with indifference, she finally felt a sense of security. However, a lingering sense of unease gnawed at her, though she couldn't quite articulate why, so she chose to dismiss it. With a playful smile and slightly parted red lips, she suggested, "Why not wash yourself? You're old enough, you shouldn't let others bathe you." Luya's expression shifted, his eyes darkening as he fell silent. Observing his demeanor, Emoli's heart, which had just relaxed, tightened again as she looked at him warily. "You just said it yourself. A gentleman's word is his bond, and it is indeed difficult to retract." She raised 4 fingers as she spoke. Luya found her expression irresistibly charming, and after a long day, he remarked, "You should take a bath and get a good night's sleep." Emoli felt a mix of surprise and disbelief. It seemed surreal. Luya had never been this gentle with a maid before. He usually wore a cold facade. The only exception had been with one person, the little snake Ali. Yet, he could never guess that Emoli was actually Ali. It appeared that he owed this revelation to the dream he had. She was merely the discounted version of his dream lover, which explained his leniency toward her. "All right then, I shall take my leave. Thank you, your highness." Emoli draped the bathing cloth over the edge of the tub and turned to depart. Luya abruptly seized her arm, asking, "Where are you going?" "To find the servants' quarters," she replied, bewildered. "Did you not hear a single word I just said?" Luya said, lightly tapping her head. He boldly appraised her, a mischievous smile playing on his lips. "You will stay here. There is no need to go to the servants' quarters. Come in and bathe together." At his words, Emoli shot upright, her mind racing with confusion. "Huh? You. I could be your concubine, but that would be unfair to you. Hurry and get in, or I shall rescind my previous statement." Luyatis, his gaze sweeping over the nearly stunned Emoli. Emoli staggered slightly, her thoughts a muddled mess, her beautiful face contorting in flustered disbelief. Although his reasoning was sound, being his concubine wouldn't be a bad thing. This felt too hasty. Why was bathing together being discussed so abruptly? She had not mentally prepared for this at all. As she nervously clutched the hem of her garment, she stammered, unable to form a coherent response. Luya raised an eyebrow, teasing, "Why are you still shy? Are you not fond of the idea?" He now feels an undeniable sense of exhilaration. In the past, he was the target of her playful teasing, but the roles have reversed. He intends to reciprocate all the mischief she once inflicted upon him. Did she not enjoy peeking at him while he bathed? Did she not attempt on several occasions to sneak into his tub for a better view? Now, he boldly invites her to join him in the bath, unabashedly allowing her to observe him. Why the hesitation? Truly, what a timid little pear she is. Emily purses her lips and offers a meek retort. Everyone feels shy. Luya feigns sudden enlightenment. Is it so? So, when one is a serpent, one feels no shyness? If you do not come in soon, the water will grow cold. His long, elegant fingers tap lightly on the edge of the tub, urging her on. Perhaps another time, she replies, attempting to dismiss him with a forced laugh. I still need to prepare myself. Yet, before she can finish, Luya pulls her into the water, causing a great splash. If you delay any longer, the water will turn frigid. If I catch a cold, can you bear the consequences? A wicked grin plays upon Luya's lips as he steadies the disoriented Emily. Suddenly immersed in the tub, she finds herself drenched. In this moment, from her vantage point, Luya appears strikingly handsome. His high nose, his crimson lips, his face flushed from the steam, and his well-defined collarbone and chest. Emily dares not glance lower, tightly shutting her eyes. I will assist you, Luya declares, drawing her closer to him. Just as he had bathed her daily when she was a serpent. It seems only fitting that he should continue to do so now that she has taken on human form. The next afternoon, the relentless chirping of insects outside seems intent on rousing those who wish to sleep in. Unable to withstand the commotion any longer, Emily finally awakens. Though she keeps her eyes shut, lost in thought on the bed. If she heard correctly, Luya had affectionately called her Ali the previous day. Did he call her Ali? So this scoundrel had known all along that she was Ali. How utterly outrageous. No wonder she had felt something amiss yesterday. Luya, the aloof man, had never shown such tenderness toward a maid before. When had he ever treated a servant with such kindness? Realizing this, she felt a surge of anger. He had the audacity to keep this from her, insisting she serve as his concubine, while simultaneously threatening her and coaxing her into submission. Emily's breath quickened in indignation as she noticed his arm draped over her. With disdain, she pushed it away forcefully. She swung her legs over the side of the bed, but as soon as her feet touched the floor, her legs buckled. Just as she was about to fall, a strong hand caught her and lifted her back onto the bed. Where do you think you're going? Luya's languid, deep voice emerged from behind her. Emily wriggled free from his grasp, shooting him an accusatory glare. She sat up, her almond-shaped eyes wide with indignation. Unable to restrain herself, "You knew all along that I am Ali, didn't you?" Luya held her delicate hand, soft and fragile. "Indeed," he replied. Her anger flared anew, and she forcefully yanked her hand away, her nose tinged with red. "Why did you not tell me sooner?" "I was terrified, fearful of inciting your wrath, worried you might harm me." "How could you know and not inform me? How did you find out?" Emily's voice softened. Though she wished to project her anger louder, yet her strength failed her. Luya had no intention of concealing the truth from her, and spoke nonchalantly. "I had known all along." Emily, still somewhat anxious, cautiously inquired, "And your thoughts on this? You want to burn me, will you?" After all, the transformation from snake to human is quite terrifying. Who could truly accept it? Perhaps only Su Xian can, while an ordinary person would certainly struggle with such a reality. Can they still be as they were? Thoughts? Quite pleasant, actually. The body is very supple, and the voice is melodious. Luya raised his brow, intentionally misinterpreting her words. Emily was rendered speechless in her anger. Several times she attempted to retort, but words eluded her. What nonsense was he spouting? It was clear she meant something entirely different. Seeing her clutch the blanket, her face flushed with indignation, Luya drew her into his embrace. "I have known you were Ali from the very beginning. Even when you were a snake, I sensed a person within that serpentine form. Therefore, I would neither burn nor harm you. Do you understand?" He caressed her face and whispered softly in her ear, "Things were as they were before, and they shall remain so now. Do not be afraid, all right, Ali?" A shiver coursed through Emily at his words. Yet she felt a sense of reassurance blooming within. She nodded, albeit belatedly. What? You knew from the start? How did you know? Emily bit her lip, her brow furrowing in disbelief. This revelation was utterly astonishing. He had known she was human all along, all those days and nights spent together, and she had taken advantage of him on numerous occasions. Did he know everything? Oh, right. You mentioned dreams yesterday and the computer along with my appearance. It dawned on her at last. Luya observed her in silence, his gaze as profound as ink, waiting for her to arrive at the conclusion herself. How did you know about those modern things? Who told you? Emily asked, bewildered. Did I mention it? Luya feigned ignorance. You certainly did. Montagne insisted. Urgency lacing her tone. As Luya remained silent, a terrifying thought struck her mind. She stiffened, stammering, Did you hear me speaking? Please no, not that. Seeing that she had finally deduced the truth, Luya ceased to hide it any longer. He raised an eyebrow at her, confirming her suspicion. Emily gasped, feeling as though she had been struck by lightning, frozen in place. You could hear me talking? Her mind replayed all her previous soliloquies, line by line, scene by scene. No wonder he had claimed to know from the very beginning. No wonder he often blushed, frequently wore a dark expression, and regarded her with such peculiar eyes. Emily's face burned crimson as she whispered, You heard everything? All of it? Luya met her gaze and nodded slowly. Feeling faint, Emily summoned her remaining strength to tremblingly ask, Can you still hear me now? Luya shook his head. I could not hear you after you transformed into a human. At this, Emily swatted his hand away and huffed. You wretched Luya, I shall never speak to you again. With a hasty turn, she faced away from Luya, pulling the blanket closer as she sulked in solitude. Chapter 73. Fulfilling Your Promise. A torrent of emotions surged within her. Anger, shame, and embarrassment, causing Emily's chest to swell with fury, nearly bringing her to tears. He moved closer, wrapping his arms around her from behind, observing her flushed face with confusion. What is wrong? He inquired. Emily forcefully pushed him away, her voice tinged with a sob. Don't take advantage of me. You scoundrel. Overwhelmed by shame, she felt utterly humiliated. He heard everything. How could he have heard? Death seemed preferable. Luya embraced her from behind, tenderly wiping her tears, his voice full of compassion. Why are you crying? What is there to cry about? Isn't it good that I can't hear you? Emily pressed her lips tightly together, sniffing back her tears, refusing to speak. After a long silence, she finally stammered, You know everything, yet you remain silent, scaring me without any warning. You trick me. Perverted wolf. The more she spoke, the more sorrowful she became. Crystalline tears cascading down her cheeks. Luya, flustered, hurriedly comforted her. Didn't you often say these things before? Did you not enjoy it yesterday? Upon hearing this, Emily wept even harder. That was merely talk. It's entirely different in practice. Sob, sob, sob. Rudechakid softly, responding with even greater gentleness to the girl in his embrace. As night fell, a waning moon quietly hung in the sky, accompanied by a few scattered stars. Emily poked at the rice in her bowl, casting a resentful glance at Luya before lowering her head. Throughout the afternoon, she had not uttered a single word to him, remaining silent regardless of what he said. Luya, accustomed to serving her, remarked, Ali, are you still angry? Let us eat first. You'll feel better after filling your stomach. Emily picked up the grilled lamb he had offered her and stuffed it into her mouth. In truth, her feelings were not solely of anger. They were predominantly rooted in shame and embarrassment. Unsure of how to face him, she opted for silence. The thoughts of her words spoken against his abs, her stolen kiss, the time she had peeked at him in the bathtub, and all those risky comments she made. He had heard them all. The embarrassment of those countless awkward moments was overwhelming. Seeing her, like a little lamb, obediently eating the grilled lamb, Luya smiled warmly. Indeed, I can hear everything you say. Think about it carefully. Doesn't what you desire appear before you swiftly? When you crave a particular dish, the chef prepares it for you. He leaned in closer, speaking softly. Isn't that evident? I believe you should be able to guess. Emily pouted and murmured. So you're saying I'm dull? I can't guess. I'm foolish, unlike your cleverness, akin to a monkey. Ludachakid laitli. Pinching Macau liesatsak. Finally speaking, are we? You wish to observe me in my moments of intimacy, and I have complied wholeheartedly. Though I have not disclosed this to you, I have endeavored to fulfill your desires." Upon hearing his words, Mo Lee's fair visage flushed with a deeper shade of crimson. She set down her chopsticks and swiftly covered Luya's mouth with her hand. "I did not see anything, and I forbid you from speaking further." Luya, entirely unperturbed by her actions, gazed at her with mirth dancing in his phoenix-like eyes. Mo Lee hastily withdrew her hand, declaring, "I refuse to converse with you, you rogue." Luya gently tugged at her sleeve and inquired softly, "Who is the rogue?" "You," she retorted. "Did you not just claim you wouldn't speak to me?" He was teasing her. Mo Lee felt exasperated, regretting her previous engagement in conversation. She should have remained silent. "When it comes to rogues, I might not surpass you, only would I," Luya remarked, entwining her hair with his fingers and speaking leisurely. Mo Lee's face reddened further. Her lips moved as if to speak. Yet she stifled her words and resumed eating her meal. Noticing her silence, Luya became intrigued and teased. "Ali, you once stated that when you become a woman, you keep me in bed for 3 days and nights. We seem to have a long way to go." The mere thought of last night caused Mo Lee to blush profusely. She closed her eyes and shielded her forehead with her hand, attempting to block out his unabashed gaze. No, she could not allow him to lead her by the nose any longer. Taking a deep breath, she turned to face him directly. "Luya, I believe you have overlooked something important." Luya raised an eyebrow, encouraging her to continue. Mo Lee cleared her throat, stating, "Since you can hear my words, you must be aware of my identity, correct? I am the creator of your being, which means without me, you would not exist." She paused momentarily before asserting, "In other words, I am your mother. You cannot engage in such acts with me, as it constitutes incest." Upon finishing her statement, Mo Lee smiled lightly and returned to her delectable crispy fish fillet, her hunger taking precedence. Upon hearing her words, Luya's expression darkened immediately. "Mother?" Mo Lee's eyes sparkled with mischief as she slurred playfully, "Yes, what of it?" "Your dear mother." Luya gritted his teeth, his demeanor growing more ominous. "Montakli." "Repeat that." Mo Lee, ever astute, recognized that some sentiments should only be expressed once. "I wish to eat. Does the prince not feel hunger?" Luya huffed, remaining silent. Observing his flustered state brought Mo Lee considerable amusement. This trickster had deceived her. However, once in the bedroom, there would be no escape. It was time for Mo Lee to confront Luya about his earlier words. "You mentioned 3 days and nights. Ali, have you forgotten? If I am indeed your mother, then we must adhere to our agreements." Luya advanced, his gaze unabashedly scrutinizing her, with nowhere left to retreat. Mo Lee could only muster a final defense, blushing as she declared, "I refuse." "No, you shall," Luya replied, capturing her in his embrace. "I am merely fulfilling your promise." From yesterday until now, the prince had not left the Lioli courtyard. Was he unwell? I observed him appearing rather pleased with a palace made yesterday. With his mouth full, the servant mumbled incoherently. The white fox smiled mysteriously, stating, "The prince has pressing matters to attend to." "What pressing matters? Why am I unaware? This is not the great Qian kingdom. Does the prince still have official matters to attend to?" "Dianto incurreth." Baihu shot him a glance. "Just mind your own business, you simpleton." "Hey, are you calling me simple-minded? You all should judge this for me." Bien Tuo protested, pointing at Baihu and addressing Qing Hu and Xiao Meng nearby. "Baihu, that is quite unreasonable of you. Why would you call the divine doctor simple-minded?" Qing Hu replied without hesitation. Baihu felt exasperated. He looked at these two Na'vi individuals and thought to himself, "Are my brothers really that innocent? What a shame. From now on, we should call them Maid Lady Wang." As the prince himself has said, Baihu remarked nonchalantly, his hands resting behind his head. Chapter 74. Bienli the others nodded in agreement. "The prince has spoken, so we shall call her Lady Wang and spread the word." At this moment, Bienta seemed to ponder. Lady Wang is called Li, right? The name seems to only differ by one character from Ali. Do you think the prince has a preference for names that include Li? He slapped the table. "What if I change my name too? Maybe the prince will take a liking to me." Bien Tuo then had a sudden spark of inspiration. "Bienli? How's that sound? Bienli, Bienli. What do you think?" As soon as he spoke, the expressions of the other three became rigid. Xiao Ming burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Huh, you truly are a talent. Get lost." Bai Hu and Qing, who also erupted in laughter, their faces flushed, and they set down their chopsticks, abandoning their meal. "What are you laughing at? The prince likes names that include Li, so from now on, I'll be Bian Li, you'll be Meng Li, you'll be Bai Li, and you'll be Qing Li." "How melodious." "The main thing is that the prince likes it." Bian Toa spoke earnestly, defending his suggestion. Qing Hu, stifling his laughter, patted his shoulder. "Divine doctor, let us eat. Stop talking." Bai Hu is already in stitches. Bian Li is simply unbearable. "Ha ha, Bian Tua wasn't that remarkable himself," Xiao Meng added ruthlessly from the side. As soon as Xiao Meng finished speaking, the three could no longer contain themselves and burst into another round of laughter. Qing Hu, still laughing, nodded, the veins on his forehead visibly popping from amusement. His expression one of utter exasperation as he gazed at the trio who were doubled over in laughter. "Min Jiu Ding." Bian Tua spat out the three words in a cold voice. Xiao Ming leaned on the table, struggling to suppress his laughter. "Huh? What is wrong, divine doctor? Why are you calling me?" Bian Tua shot him a fierce glare, then tossed his chopsticks aside, rising abruptly in anger and storming out. "I was just joking, divine doctor. Don't be mad," Xiao Meng shouted after Bian Tuo's retreating figure. Seeing that Bian Tuo had truly left, Xiao Meng furrowed his brow and stood up to follow. "A big man like you is acting like a child, skipping meals. Wait for me to bring you back." With both of them gone, Qing Hu and Bai Hu exchanged glances. "Are we still going back?" "Back to what?" Xiao Meng caught up with Bian Tuo in the garden, grabbing his arm. "Divine doctor, are you really angry? You won't even eat." Bian Tuo forcefully shook him off, yet the robust and burly Xiao Meng's strength was insurmountable. He could not break free and could only maintain a stern demeanor as he proclaimed, "I am not hungry. My name is unappealing." Xiao Meng, exasperated, replied, "I was merely jesting. You hardly ate anything for lunch. Why not have a bite now? Shall I cease my words?" Bian Tuo immediately interrupted, "No way." He crossed his arms defiantly and mockingly retorted, "Your name, Meng Jioding, is so melodious, while mine is dreadful. I am unworthy of a meal." At this, Xiao Meng's brows knitted tightly in frustration and impatience. Losing his temper, he demanded, "Will you eat or not?" "Why should it concern you whether I eat or not? I have already declared my refusal, yet you persist in asking. Are you incapable of understanding plain speech? You grow in stature, but not in intellect." Xiao Meng, no longer willing to engage in futile banter, maintained a stoic expression, pursed his lips, and slightly bent down to lift Bian Tuo effortlessly onto his shoulder as one would a sack. Grasping his legs with one hand and his arm with the other, he began to walk back. Bian Tuo, initially stunned, soon erupted in rage, shouting, "Put me down at once, or you shall face dire consequences. Do you hear me, you oaf?" As they traversed, a few servants crossed their path, frozen in astonishment at the sight of the esteemed doctor being carried off by Xiao Meng. Bian Tuo flared up like an agitated rooster. Realizing his humiliating predicament in front of the onlookers, his heart sank. This would tarnish his illustrious reputation. Meanwhile, Qing Hu and Bai Hu were having their meal when they were suddenly startled by a barrage of curses. They both looked up to see Xiao Meng returning with a stern face, Bian Tuo cursing from his shoulder. Staring in disbelief, their mouths hung open in shock. Bai Hu quickly ducked his head, stifling laughter to avoid Bian Tuo's wrath, while Qing Hu struggled to maintain composure, feigning calmness as he addressed the doctor. "We saved some dishes for you. You hardly ate anything while attending to the prince today, so do eat more this evening." He discreetly pinched his leg beneath the table, suppressing his amusement as if it were a grueling battle. With a sudden motion, Xiao Meng set Bian Tuo down, pressing his shoulders to compel him into a chair. "Eat your food," Xiao Meng commanded. After being upside down and cursing for so long, Bian Tuo's face was flushed with exertion as he finally settled down, gasping for breath. Once he regained composure, he glared menacingly at Xiao Meng. "Meng Jioding, you are finished. How dare you treat me this way? You are truly finished." Xiao Meng appeared unaffected by Bian Tuo's threats, firmly placing chopsticks into his hands, insisting, "Eat." His gaze was as cold as ice, subtly laced with menace. Reluctantly, Bian Tuo accepted the chopsticks, muttering under his breath. Even my meals are subject to scrutiny. Upon noticing the amused expressions on Qing, Hu, and Bai Hu's faces, he blurted out, "What are you staring at? Have you never seen anyone eat before? Why haven't you finished your meal? We're done. You two take your time." Bai Hu responded hastily, pulling Qing Hu along as they exited. The young Qing Hu was pulled away by the white fox. After they had walked a distance, Qing Hu, puzzled, inquired, "Why did you drag me away? I hadn't finished eating." The white fox merely exchanged a knowing glance. Qing Hu scratched his head, realizing, there's no need for brotherly rivalry over this. The fellow Bientôt will forget all about it by tomorrow. Yes, you. He is not the type to hold a grudge. The corner of the white fox's brow twitched, yet he chose to remain silent. Bientôt hastily consumed his meal, eager to return to the pharmacy, as he had already concocted a plan for retribution. "How dare you humiliate me like that? Tomorrow morning, I shall make you suffer even more. Why are you eating so quickly? Have you never had a meal before?" Xiaomeng frowned and asked. Bientôt took a sip of water to compose himself. "Does it concern you? Eat at your leisure. I'm leaving first." With that, he stood up and departed. Xiaomeng, confused, continued eating without worry. Bientôt briskly returned to the pharmacy, a mischievous grin adorning his face. He eagerly prepared to mix the medicine, muttering to himself, "Xiaomeng, Meng Jioding, how dare you provoke a physician? I will not rest until you are utterly disgraced." He could already envision the humiliation that Meng Jioding would endure the following morning, planning to summon a crowd to witness his disgrace. As he walked past the artificial hill and the Liuli courtyard, he noticed the servants standing at the entrance. "What are you all doing out here? Isn't there anyone attending to the prince?" he queried, perplexed. The servants, exchanging glances, offered him polite bows but remained silent. "Go inside and wait. The prince must have someone to attend to him. If you linger so far away, how will you hear him if he calls?" The servants, their faces flushed, stammered, struggling to respond. A round-faced maid quietly remarked, "The prince is busy and has sent us all outside. This is not the great Qian kingdom. The prince is not involved in state affairs. What could he possibly be busy with?" Bientôt was even more bewildered. The servants lowered their heads, and even the bolder round-faced maid dared not answer his question. Noticing the silence, Bientôt waved his hand and exclaimed, "I'll go in and see." He made to enter, but the servants were taken aback, repeatedly shaking their heads in protest. "Absolutely not." Bientôt, invigorated, insisted, "Why not? Step aside." He was concerned that something might have happened to the prince. The maids were in despair, resolutely blocking the entrance, their faces contorted with worry. "Esteemed physician, please don't make things difficult for us. The prince is truly busy." "Hey, do you dare to stop me? You must not know my standing here." Just as he was about to force his way in, he suddenly heard faint cries of a woman from within the Liuli courtyard. The maids' faces flushed crimson, and they bowed their heads in silence. Even Bientôt, though naive, finally grasped the nature of the prince's busyness. Realizing this, he bolted away, his face flushed. Sprinting back to the pharmacy, leaning against a pillar at the entrance, he cursed himself for being a fool. He panted heavily. The entrance to the Liuli courtyard was quite distant, and his voice hadn't been loud. Surely, the prince was preoccupied and wouldn't have heard him. If the prince had indeed overheard his words, it would spell disaster for him. Why does the divine physician linger at the entrance instead of entering? "The bathwater has already been prepared for you." Xiao Lu emerged from the apothecary. "All right, I understand. You may go down first. I need to prepare some medicine, so please do not disturb me." Bientôt cleared his throat, straightened his back, and stepped into the apothecary. Once inside, he slammed the door shut, leaning against it in frustration, his face a portrait of turmoil. Xiao Lu, startled by the sound of the door, wandered off in confusion, noting that the divine physician seemed unusually off today. Bientôt clenched his fists, pacing back and forth in the room, contemplating his predicament. How would he have lost face in front of those servants? Oh, the embarrassment. No, he must not forget the matter at hand. He needed to ensure that Meng Jioding would be even more humiliated. If he were more embarrassed, no one would remember Bientôt's shame. Reinvigorated, Bientôt hastened to the wooden table cluttered with jars and vials, picking a few up to inhale their scents, searching for the necessary ingredients. Those who practice martial arts typically possessed a higher tolerance for medicine, especially given his large stature, requiring a more substantial dosage to induce a state of incapacity. He chuckled at the thought. The ordinary Chun Tao medicine would certainly not suffice. He needed to add some hallucinogenic substances to cloud Meng Jioding's consciousness. The star grass he had procured from the blood pool would serve perfectly, possessing the power to induce delirium and cause him to lose face. Once Meng Jioding regained consciousness, Bien Tuo would revel in mocking him. In the Lioli courtyard, Luya, are you even human? The muffled cries, unheard from outside, echoed in the night. The moon was obscured by thick clouds. After much effort, Bien Tuo finally concocted the enhanced Chun Tao medicine. Holding the small porcelain bottle in his hand, he grinned wickedly. He placed the vial on the table and changed into a black outfit, for on such a moonless night, wearing dark clothing would render him less detectable. Meng Jioding, prepared to be utterly humiliated. He chuckled to himself as he stealthily exited the room, covering his face with his sleeve, tiptoeing towards the Shilin courtyard to launch a midnight ambush. The Bixiao mansion was vast, accommodating them all. Given Meng Ji's large physique and penchant for snoring, he occupied an entire courtyard alone. In an effort to avoid detection, Bien Tuo refrained from lighting any lamps. He believed his movements were impeccably discreet. Yet he had already drawn the attention of the night watchman. What is the divine physician sneaking about for? Remarked Night Watchman 1, pointing at Bien Tuo. I do not know. Let us follow him and see, replied Night Watchman 2. I noticed he was headed towards the Shilin courtyard. What could he possibly want from Meng Ji? Oh, he has gone inside. Should we follow him in? Let us not. Meng Ji has already noticed him. Let's be on our way. The two swiftly descended the tree, vanishing into the night as if they had never existed. Meanwhile, Bien Tuo tiptoed into the Shilin courtyard, not daring to breathe. The courtyard lay in utter darkness, devoid of any light. Meng Ji disliked having servants around, so not a single attendant was present in the Shilin courtyard, allowing even the faintest sound to resonate. Bien Tuo approached the corridor, searching for the door to Meng Ji's quarters, tiptoeing back and forth, occasionally pressing his ear against the door to listen for any signs of breathing. Xiao Meng sat inside, arms crossed, a playful smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he quietly observed a certain someone sneaking about outside. Bien Tuo had finally located the front door, a wave of secret delight washing over him as he cautiously pushed it open, believing himself to be undetected as he slipped inside. The room was shrouded in darkness, and Bien Tuo could scarcely make out anything. He could only feel his way forward, slowly searching for the table. If he could just pour the medicine he held into the teapot, by morning Xiao Meng would surely be parched, and upon drinking the medicated water, the effects would take hold instantly. It would be but a fleeting moment. By dawn, he planned to return with Qing Hu and a few others to witness the outcome. Bien Tuo had meticulously plotted this scheme. At last, he reached the round table, unable to contain his anticipation as he retrieved a small porcelain vial from his chest. Grasping the vial in one hand, he fumbled for the teapot with the other. There it was. A grin spread across his face as he brought the teapot closer, gently lifting the lid to pour in the medicine. To ensure thorough mixing, he shook it carefully until he was convinced the medicine had fully blended with the tea. The concoction was tasteless. Xiao Meng would never detect it. He reveled in the certainty that no one would suspect him come morning. They would merely think Xiao Meng was acting strangely. Feeling triumphant, Bien Tuo set down the teapot and began to retreat, oblivious to the fact that Xiao Meng had witnessed the entire scene. Years of martial arts training had bestowed upon Xiao Meng exceptional night vision, allowing him to perceive every movement and expression of Bien Tuo. As Bien Tuo attempted to leave, Xiao Meng stepped forward, blocking his path. Suddenly, Bien Tuo collided with an unseen barrier, rubbing his head in confusion. There had been no wall here a moment ago. What was happening? Chapter 76. The little kitten pair, he touched Xiao Meng briefly, then swiftly withdrew his hand, startled by the warmth. Stunned for a moment, his heart raced. Had he been discovered? Just then, a deep male voice resonated from above. Divine Doctor, what brings you to my room at this late hour? Have you come to deliver a midnight snack? Xiao Meng spoke softly. Bien Tuo jumped, a shiver coursing through him, before he managed a nervous chuckle. Oh, you're still awake? The autumn chill is upon us. I worried you might kick off your blanket while sleeping, so I came to check on you. Xiao Meng remained silent, his gaze deep and penetrating, studying him intently. Noticing Xiao Meng's lack of response, Bien Tuo quickly added, "Well, I should take my leave now. Sleep well and don't catch a cold." As he turned to exit, Xiao Meng suddenly pulled him back. "Since you're here, why not sit for a moment?" he said, looking down at him from his elevated position. Bien Tuo sensed trouble and repeatedly declined. No, it's getting late. I wouldn't want to disturb your rest." "It's still early. Do sit," Xiao Meng insisted, pressing him into a chair before lighting a candle. As the flickering flame illuminated the room, Bien Tuo, having spent too long in darkness, squinted at the sudden brightness. It took but a moment for his eyes to adjust. He swallowed hard. It was past midnight, and he felt quite drowsy. Xiao Meng took a seat opposite him, lifting the teapot into which he had just poured the spring peach medicine, and poured a cup for him. "Thirsty? Have a drink." Xiao Meng pushed the celadone teacup forward while speaking, casting a meaningful glance in his direction. Dare to drug him? Let him try it himself. Bien Tuo recoiled slightly, forcing a smile as he replied, "I'm not thirsty. I drank enough when I arrived." "No, you are thirsty." A sudden chill appeared in Xiao Meng's eyes, his tone laden with threat. "Drink," he commanded sternly. Bien Tuo, startled, trembled, and awkwardly lifted the teacup, weakly saying, "Why are you yelling? You scared me." After a pause, he continued, "This drug, well, it's not actually poisonous. If it's not poisonous, why don't you drink it?" Xiao Meng impatiently retorted, "No, Xiao Meng. We both work under the prince. We see each other often. I was just joking with you. You were joking about me at dinner last night, weren't you?" Bien Tuo began to play the emotional card, attempting to divert the topic. "Let us consider it even. You haven't drunk it anyway, right? Let us turn the page. Shall we?" He smiled ingratiatingly. Xiao Meng hesitated for a moment and inquired, "Honestly, what kind of poison is this? What will happen if I consume it?" Seeing an opportunity, Bien Tuo quickly responded, "Oh, it's nothing serious. You'll just faint for a bit and wake up shortly after. It won't harm your body." Xiao Meng lifted the celadone teacup, scrutinizing Bien Tuo with suspicion. "Really? Just a short sleep?" His doubt was palpable. "Why would you want me to sleep?" Xiao Meng slammed the teacup onto the table, retorting at Bien Tuo. Bien Tuo momentarily lost his words, his eyes darting as he contemplated how to weave this lie. "I merely wanted you to sleep a bit longer so that when the prince calls for you tomorrow, you'll still be in slumber and he will scold you," he asserted confidently. "Is that all?" Xiao Meng raised an eyebrow at him. Bien Tuo nodded vigorously, affirming, "That's it. Then you can sleep a little." Before he finished speaking, Xiao Meng shoved the teacup to Bien Tuo's lips, prying his mouth open to pour the concoction down. Still hoping to make him drowse? "You sleep instead." Bien Tuo's eyes widened, struggling with all his might, but he ultimately consumed the drugged tea. In that moment, two words echoed in his mind: all over. The next morning, the pale blue sky was adorned with fluffy white clouds, radiating vitality and vigor. Birds chirped merrily, as if imbued with boundless energy. In the inner courtyard of Lioli, a round table was laden with a sumptuous breakfast, particularly lavish that day. Large bowls of steamed donkey meat, small bowls of shredded chicken, 5-inch plates of flaky pastries, and various delicacies adorned the table, a veritable feast. Emoli sat on a carved wooden chair, holding chopsticks, her gaze overwhelmed by the array of dishes. Luya grasped Emoli's chair, pulling both her and the chair closer, questioning, "What are you dawdling for? Why aren't you eating?" He picked up his chopsticks and placed a piece of meat on Emoli's plate. Emoli felt a sudden force, finding herself shifted next to Luya. She glanced at him, then lowered her eyes, her eyelashes fluttering as she softly murmured, "I can serve myself." After the events of the previous 2 nights, she felt as if she were in a dream, still somewhat disoriented, her mind awhirl. Originally, she had been content in the palace, merely wishing to see Luya for one last time. Who could have anticipated that he would summon her, claiming she was to serve as his personal maid, only to later suggest she become a concubine? Eventually, their relationship escalated to the bedchamber, where he coaxed and deceived her into intimate acts with alarming swiftness. He had known all along that she belonged to him, and not only did he know, but he could also hear his own self-talk, a mortifying thought, especially as it made him feel akin to a fool. As Mo Lee reflected on these matters, particularly Lu Ya's assertiveness over the past few nights, her emotions became a tangled web, yearning for solitude to untangle her thoughts. How is it that we have become so familiar, yet you still seem distant? Luya observed her transformation back into a timid creature, a stark contrast to her previous assertiveness at the dining table. Mo Lee gingerly lifted her gaze to him, fiddling with her chopsticks. We have only just met 2 days ago. How can we be that familiar? Oh, is that so? What about the mother who accused me of incest last night? He retorted, his demeanor reminiscent of an agitated cat, his words sharp and probing. Ludachake lightly, his starry eyes gleaming with amusement as he propped his forehead with his hand, casting a sidelong glance at her. That was only because you persistently spoke of me. Emily murmured under her breath. She observed his profile, memories of his reddened eyes from the previous night flooding her mind. She made a conscious effort to suppress those thoughts. With a soft click of his tongue, Luya sighed. It's quite unusual for Ali to suddenly become so docile, speaking in such gentle tones. He had envisioned countless scenarios of their encounters. Knowing she would no longer possess the audacity she had as a serpent, constrained by her human form in both speech and action. Yet, her newfound meekness was striking. Her voice now delicate, stripped of the boldness of the vibrant serpent, she resembled a newly born kitten. Moldy shifted her lips, speechlessly, overwhelmed by shyness which rendered her mute. Yes, she still experienced shyness. Although her former identity lay in tatters, she could still salvage a fragment of it. Never had she imagined transforming into a human, and while she once reveled in her serpent form, now, as a living, breathing human, she found herself blushing in the presence of the striking Luya, a bewitching figure beside her. Chapter 77. A heart-to-heart conversation. Mo Lee's face subtly flushed as she chewed her food, muttering, I had no idea I could transform into a human. Suddenly, a thought struck her, and she stared blankly at Luya. Did you ever wish to? With me when I was a serpent? Luya raised an eyebrow, his gaze playful as he feigned ignorance. Which part? Emily felt her cheeks heat up, silently chastising herself for broaching such an inquiry. Unable to resist. Luya pinched hachek, teasink, failing see. Your face is so red. Noticing her blush deepen, he leisurely clarified, though you were once a serpent. I understood that within the serpent's body was a human soul, devoid of any twisted proclivities. Understood? Montakli nodded gently. Oh. She opened her mouth hesitantly and asked, Am I now a pet or a concubine? Seeing the seriousness etched on her face, Luya couldn't help but chuckle, finding this fool utterly adorable. Ali, have you ever seen anyone keep a person as a pet? Luya replied with a slight smirk. Upon hearing this, Emily paused for a long moment, her doe-like, glistening eyes fixed on Luya, her voice barely a whisper. So, am I a concubine then? Hearing Mo Lee's naive question, Luya's mischievous grin widened, his eyes crinkling with mirth. Emily, noticing his joyous laughter, bit her lip, questioning whether she had said something amiss. So what exactly are we? After his laughter subsided, Luya leaned closer, murmuring enticingly in her ear, You may define it as you wish. My position as princess remains unoccupied. Emily was taken aback by the intensity and warmth of his breath, instinctively retreating, feeling a ticklish sensation. Observing her reaction, Luya not only remained close, but leaned in even further, gently kissing her cheek. Emily quickly interjected, I haven't eaten enough. I want to have a meal. Only then did Luya straighten up. All right, let's eat. He understood that Emily had only just transformed into a human and needed time to adjust, not expecting her to revert to her former self immediately. Once she acclimated, her truest self would undoubtedly emerge. His pet, once a mischievous silver serpent, had now become a docile little lamb, which was quite amusing. Throughout the meal, Luya engaged Emily in conversation, and she gradually became less restrained, even teasing him at times, which brought him great joy. After the meal, under the gentle warmth of the afternoon sun, Luya took Emily to the back garden to bask in the sunlight. Emily regarded the way he held her hand with a complex expression. Luya spoke to her at length, and Emily realized he was intentionally conversing with her to help her acclimate. Luya, Shall we sit in the pavilion for a while? Emily suggested, pointing towards a gazebo by the lake. Although she had learned the day before that Luya was aware of all her secrets, she found it difficult to accept the revelation and had remained silent throughout the afternoon, lacking the time to discuss it that evening. Now, she wished to converse with him. The Baishao estate boasted a vast lake, its surface shimmering in the sunlight, bordered by rows of willow trees, their branches cascading down to the water like playful maidens. The sky was a brilliant blue, the breeze refreshing, and the scenery delightful. It was indeed an ideal spot for a picnic, Emily mused. All right. Luya led Emily to the octagonal pavilion, which featured a stone table surrounded by 4 stone stools. Emily settled opposite Luya, resting her chin on her hand, gazing at the crystal-clear lake as a gentle breeze tousled her hair. Noticing Luya's unwavering gaze upon her, Emily felt a surge of discomfort and coughed awkwardly, her embarrassment resurfacing. Reflecting on their days and nights together, she recalled the foolish things she had done. Feeling utterly mortified, before Luya, she felt utterly exposed, unable to maintain any semblance of modesty. She decided to simply be herself, for he already knew everything. In the past, the words she had spoken and the action she had taken would evoke embarrassment each time she recalled them. Even after a considerable lapse of time, the memories could still make her feel as though her toes were digging into the ground. Emily gritted her teeth and said, Luya, actually, I believe that you. Luya patiently awaited her to finish, observing her hesitance. I think you have been quite unreasonable. Why didn't you mention earlier that you could hear me? Had I known, I would not have behaved as I did, she stammered in complaint. Luya nadie. Is there anything else? Emily placed her hand on the stone table. Since he had asked, of course there was more. Moreover, there are distinctions between men and women. Given that you know I am human, it is inappropriate for you to have me share your bed every night. Luya raised an eyebrow, pinpointing the crux of the matter. Was it not you who insisted on sleeping with me? Emily, feeling agitated by his retort, exclaimed, But I never regarded myself as human. I'm a snake. After a brief pause, she added, Yet you're fully aware of this and still indulge me. You're doing this on purpose. Luya remained unconvinced. And so, thus, it is not entirely my fault. Emily sought to justify her past awkwardness. When I refuse to cooperate, you sulk and ignore me, and at times even resort to hunger strikes in protest. What do you expect me to do? Luya tisither. Upon hearing this, Emily's face flushed crimson, rendering her momentarily speechless. Although reluctant to acknowledge it, Luya's words held a ring of truth. She had indeed taken advantage of Luya's affection, behaving recklessly and occasionally throwing petty tantrums. Seeing her in this flustered state amused Luya greatly. What? Lost your words? Emily, mustering her courage, replied, Well, you should not have coaxed me into that either. To be frank, we have only just met. It is hardly appropriate to leap into bed right away. Luya pressed his lips together, stifling a chuckle. Isn't it you who said that once you become human, you would first sleep with me and then run away? Have you forgotten? He reached for her delicate hand and asked, Am I wrong for actively cooperating with you? Emily stared at him incredulously, momentarily at a loss for words. Her chest heaved as she struggled to respond, taking some time to regain her composure. After a long pause, her cheeks flushed again. I only intended to engage in playful banter, merely entertaining myself. I did not mean for it to be taken seriously. You rogue, I don't want to talk to you anymore, she muttered softly, her anger evident as she averted her gaze from him. In the bedroom behind the pharmacy, Pien Tuo struggled to sit up, cradling his head. Why does my head hurt so much? He frowned tightly, massaging his temples, but as he attempted to rise, a sharp pain coursed through his lower back. My back. He plopped back down on the bed, eyes closed, trying to recall the events of the previous day. All he remembered was taking a bottle of spring peach medicine to Shilin Garden. What happened afterward? It seemed he had been discovered by Meng Jioding, who then forced him to drink that cup of tea. That cup of tea. Bien Tuo abruptly sprang to his feet, only to exclaim in pain and collapse back onto the bed. It was over. He had consumed that cup of tea. Chapter 78. Did you kick my waist? Bien Tuo grimaced as he lay on the bed, his heart racing violently. What had transpired yesterday? Why could he remember nothing? He had clearly gone to Shilin Garden. Yet upon waking, he found himself in the pharmacy. Additionally, his waist felt as if it were about to snap, and his head throbbed mercilessly. Surely, Xiao Ming wouldn't have beaten him to the point of unconsciousness? This seemed to be the only plausible explanation. With this thought, Bien Tuo sat up indignantly, his face taut as he shouted towards the outside. "Xiao Lu, fetch me some water. I need to wash up." Supporting his waist, he stormed towards Shilin Garden, the fury emanating from him, silencing the servants who passed by. "How dare you strike me? This is a serious grievance," he muttered to himself. With a resounding bang, Bien Tuo kicked open the door of Shilin Garden. "Meng Jioding, come out here." Xiao Meng was washing his face in the courtyard. Water splattered across his face. Hearing the commotion, he turned to see Bien Tuo, their eyes locking. Xiao Meng's gaze flickered nervously, twisting the towel in his hands as he stammered. "What do you want now?" Bien Tuo rolled up his sleeves, glaring fiercely as he bellowed. "Did you hit me yesterday?" Xiao Meng was taken aback by the accusation, staring at him in shock, rendered speechless. Seeing Xiao Meng's silence, Bien Tuo assumed it was an admission of guilt. "Huh, Meng Jioding, I never expected you to be so unscrupulous. You didn't drink the medicine, but forced it upon me. And then you struck me. You even knocked me out." His anger reached a boiling point as he scoffed. "My waist feels as though it's about to break. Speak, did you kick me while I was unconscious?" Bien Tuo demanded, nearly ready to charge at him if he weren't at such a disadvantage. Xiao Meng's face flushed crimson. He opened his mouth, uncertain of how to respond. He stammered. "You what? You, a martial artist, striking me, a physician. Do you have no shame? I merely administered the medicine, and you discovered that. Yet you chose to knock me out and then kick my waist?" Bien Tuo stepped forward, clutching his waist, his expression one of righteous indignation. "Apologize to me at once, or I shall seek out the prince to adjudicate this matter." Xiao Meng paused, his expression conflicted. "How do you expect me to apologize? An apology, of course. How do you propose to make amends?" "I'm sorry," Xiao Meng uttered softly, retreating a step to distance himself. "Is that all? My waist feels as if it's about to snap, and you offer nothing but an apology?" Bien Tuo advanced, pressing the issue. Xiao Meng cast his eyes downward, exhaling with resignation, his face burning as he inquired, "What more do you want?" Bien Tuo shot him a sidelong glance, raising 3 fingers triumphantly. "Promise to fulfill 3 requests for me. Once accomplished, I may begrudgingly forgive you." "Fine, I agree. Is that all? If so, hurry up and leave," Xiao Meng replied impatiently. Bien Tuo leaned closer, peering into his eyes with suspicion. "What's your game? Why are you so quick to acquiesce?" Little Meng was taken aback by the sudden closeness. Hastily stepping aside, "What do you want to get so close for?" "Just leave," Bien Tuo casually remarked. "This is truly you. Just a moment ago, you were like a timid girl, so meek and submissive. I expected a fierce argument. Yet here you are, looking so deflated today." The words, spoken without intent, struck a chord with Little Meng, causing his robust frame to shudder. "Who are you calling a timid girl?" Bien Tuo flinched slightly. "Why are you shouting? If you're the timid girl, who would want you? Look at your burly figure, that face of yours." Little Meng's expression darkened, yet Bien Tuo appeared oblivious, continuing, "Regardless, you promised, so when the time comes, don't go back on your word." Frustration surged within Little Meng, and he flung the towel into the basin with great force. Glaring fiercely at Bien Tuo, "Get lost." Bien Tuo swallowed hard, begrudgingly holding his waist as he made his way to the door, complaining all the while. "It hurts so much. What strength did you use? I'll need to put on some plasters back home." Little Meng's face stiffened, gritting his teeth. "If you don't leave, I swear I'll twist your head off." Upon hearing the threat, Bien Tuo hastily quickened his pace, bolting out of the Shilin Garden. With his departure, Little Meng let out a sigh of relief. Bien Tuo had seemingly forgotten the incident, which suited him just fine. Better to treat it as if it had never occurred to avoid the awkwardness of their next encounter. Reflecting on the absurdity of last night, Little Meng felt an overwhelming sense of regret. How had he allowed himself to be so soft-hearted, even cooperating with that guy? That fellow had been intoxicated, while he had not. How could he have let him undress him, behaving like a timid girl himself? Little Meng shut his eyes in frustration, cursing the bizarre turn of events. He had to tend to him after the fact, cleaning him up. What a ridiculous situation. At dawn, he found himself carrying the unconscious Bien Ta, stealthily avoiding others as he discreetly returned him to the pharmacy. Forgetting about it was the best course of action. Letting it linger would only lead to him being viewed as a monster. His brothers would surely look down upon him, and perhaps even the prince would dismiss him. If word got out, he might as well take a knife to his own throat. Steeling himself, little Meng slowly made his way towards the inner room, wincing with each step. As he approached the corridor, a familiar voice rang out. "What's wrong with you? You're walking like a duck. Is your leg injured?" Bien Tuo had returned, standing at the door with a curious expression. Little Meng's mind buzzed with alarm, and he quickly braced himself against a pillar to mask his embarrassment. Why? Why are you back?" Bien Tuo thought nothing of it, assuming he was simply unwell. "Oh, I just wanted to let you know that the prince said we're not returning to the capital, so don't pack your things. We'll be staying here for a while longer." Observing little Meng's awkward stance, he inquired further, "Are you all right?" "The old injury on my leg flared up. I just need to take it easy for a bit," little Meng blurted out. Bien Ta, supporting his waist, walked in. "Come, let me take a look at it." "What are you staring at?" "No need," little Meng exclaimed, his eyes widening in protest. "I bear no grudges. Why must you be so awkward? I'm a doctor, after all, and this is my profession. Allow me to examine your old injuries. You promised to assist me with 3 matters, and I shall tend to your ailments in return. It is a fair exchange." As Bien Ta spoke, he approached, drawing ever closer. Xiaoming gazed at him in disbelief and stammered, "Do not come any nearer. Come, step inside, sit down, and let me examine you." Bien Tuo advanced to grasp Xiaoming's sleeve. Reflexively, Xiaoming stepped back, abruptly swatted Bien Tuo's outstretched hand away, exclaiming, "I told you it is unnecessary. Just leave." Bien Tuo let out a yelp, grimacing as he clutched his hand, muttering, "A dog biting El Dong Bin, unable to recognize a benefactor's kindness. Should you suffer any minor ailments in the future, do not seek me out." With that, he turned to depart, not forgetting to support his waist. Once Xiaoming saw him leave, he finally exhaled in relief, shut his eyes, and struck the adjacent pillar in frustration. What a calamity! After a prolonged moment of self-soothing, he gradually regained his composure and stepped into the room. Extracting a vial of medicine, he laboriously applied it to his wounds, cursing as he did so. "I should have given him a couple of punches earlier. Why does it hurt so much?" Chapter 79. Foster mother Luya strolled back with Mo Li, who had been rather taciturn. Luya presumed she was upset. In reality, she felt an overwhelming embarrassment. Her mind was a tumult of confusion that had yet to settle. She desired a moment of quiet introspection. If she were to feel anger, there was little to warrant it. Although Luya had kept secrets from her, he had also provided her with ample sustenance and indulgence, often allowing her to act as she pleased. She simply did not know how to proceed now, nor how to interact with Luya henceforth. If she were to be a concubine, should she not be more obedient and compliant? Luya poured a cup of Tianshan green tea and pushed it towards Mo Li, inquiring, "Ali, why the silence? Are you upset?" Sitting cross-legged on the couch, Missouri Li took a sip of tea and gazed at Luya, who sat to her right. "Not all. I'm not angry." "Then why the awkwardness?" Luya was perplexed by the complexities of a woman's heart. If she was not angry, why did she still appear disinclined to speak? Emily hesitated before stating, "Well, I suppose I must say this." Luya raised an eyebrow, encouraging her to continue. "In the past, I was indeed somewhat unruly, often taking advantage of you. However, that was understandable. I did not know I could change into a better person, which led to my reckless behavior. But now, things are different. Can we remain as we were before?" Emily's emotions were truly tumultuous. Luya stared at her for a long while before replying without hesitation, "Of course, we can. There is no need to overthink. It can be just as it was before." Emily's face lit up with surprise. "Really?" Luya's gaze deepened, his voice gravelly as he affirmed, "Yes, truly." It appeared that his Ali was rather slow to grasp matters of the heart, yet he felt no urgency. After all, she was not going anywhere. There was no need to dwell on such thoughts. Ali was simply Ali, and it was sufficient for things to remain as they had always been. "Do you still like the clothes in the wardrobe?" He redirected the conversation. Upon hearing this, Emily felt a wave of relief wash over her. The prospect of returning to their previous dynamic was comforting. I do, she replied with a gentle smile. Within those wardrobes were an abundance of women's garments. A splendid array not limited to the skirts of the Beast Kingdom, but also featuring the exquisite styles from the great Qian nation, characterized by their opulence and intricacy. Yesterday, when she laid eyes upon them, she was utterly astonished. She selected a magnificent crimson pleated skirt adorned with cloud patterns and embroidered with unique floral designs from the Beast Kingdom, undeniably resplendent and delicate. Fortuitously, it fit her perfectly, and with the deft hands of a maid arranging her hair into an elegant coiffure, she appeared strikingly radiant. Upon hearing her response, Luya felt a sense of satisfaction. He tucked a few loose strands of her hair behind her ear, asserting that it was merely a matter of fondness. Emily, taking a piece of pastry and stuffing it in her mouth, mumbled, "By the way, when shall we return to the great Qian nation?" With Luya's words in mind, Emily felt liberated to be herself, as she could hardly maintain the guise of a demure lady. There was no rush. They could linger a while longer. Luya sipped his tea and remarked, "Hasn't the national celebration of the Beast Kingdom already passed? What are you still doing in a foreign land?" With a hint of pride, Luya declared, "It is an honor for the Beast Kingdom to host me. They should be celebrating nationwide. Who would dare to speak otherwise?" Emily furrowed her brow, a hint of distress in her voice as she replied, "But my son and daughter remain in the great Qian nation. I yearn to witness their growth with my own eyes." Luya, puzzled, inquired, "What son and daughter?" Emily blurted out, "Lu Qiuyin and Chu Qingxiu. I have invested considerable effort into shaping their characters, and my bond with them runs deep. Furthermore, I now have an unborn granddaughter." The notion of her characters coming to life intrigued her. How many authors could claim such extraordinary experiences? Leaning closer to Emily's face, Luya asked, "And what of me?" Emily's lips quivered slightly as she replied, "Well, your role may not be extensive, but it is indeed significant." "What significance?" "Luya prest. To facilitate the relationship between my son and daughter," Emily stated earnestly. Luya mused, "I shall observe quietly. Does your conscience not ache? Ultimately, must you not perish?" His voice trailed off, his gaze deep and contemplative. Emily placed her hand on his shoulder, responding, "Originally, you were destined to meet a tragic end, but that would have led to a dead end in the narrative. You have narrowly escaped that fate. Congratulations. Are you pleased?" Luya remained silent, his intense gaze sending shivers down Emily's spine. After a lengthy pause, he finally asked, "Have you expended any effort on my behalf?" Emily withdrew her hand, her eyes darting away as she confessed, "To be honest, no. The character of Luya was merely a casual creation, even his name chosen without much thought. Luya, a name evoking divinity. His backstory drew upon numerous tragic yet powerful figures, with only a few words dedicated to him in the early stages. His prominence would only rise following the grand sacrificial ceremony, yet she had not even reached that point in her writing before the narrative faltered. A villain must possess a tragic history and wield immense power. As for character development, a mere tool need not have a soul. Consider this," she continued, "how formidable you are now, a veritable god of slaughter, feared by many, commanding the elements at will. Isn't that a testament to my unique love for you? Who else can rival your prowess?" After a brief silence, Luya said, "I have long wished to pose a question to you." Emily nodded slightly, saying, "A villain is a villain. Why must I suffer so?" Luya replied earnestly. Emily paused for a moment, realizing that this was indeed unfair to him. After all, how should she express it? It was simply a whim of hers that led to such a portrayal. She had not thought it through. Who could have anticipated that you would come to life? Guilt washed over her as she looked at Luya with a face full of remorse. Luya pressed his lips together, lowering his gaze as he sank into memories. "My childhood was truly miserable. I was often hungry and cold, frequently beaten, and suffered from internal fire poison, enduring excruciating pain every month." Emily's heart ached at his words, and she reached out to embrace his shoulders gently, her face reflecting deep compassion. "It's all right, it's all in the past now. You are the most formidable killing god now. No one dares to bully you. The fire poison has been resolved, and you won't suffer anymore. I will make it up to you in the future." Luya suppressed a smile, slowly uttering a single word, "Good." Emily continued softly, "Please don't be sad anymore, all right? Luya merely hummed in response. What a foolish yet endearing person he was. Mo Li comforted him, pondering for a moment before saying, although he cannot compare to Lu Qiuyan, my own son, you are still much better off than those nameless individuals you have slain. You might as well consider yourself my adopted son. Lu Yaisking adopted son? Who do you refer to as your adopted son? You, Mo Li replied earnestly. His expression darkened slightly as he enunciated each word. Is there a case of an adoptive mother being so condescending to her adopted son? Mo Li's eyes widened in shock, feeling a flush rise to her cheeks as she stammered, don't say such things. Have you forgotten what you said before? You harbored ulterior motives towards me from the very beginning, even stating that Luya's body could only be touched but not used. What a pity. Luya gently squeezed her small hand, speaking in a steady, low voice. Now it can be used. Feel free to utilize it however you wish. At your beck and call. Mo Li's face turned crimson. Luya, if you say that again, I will be angry. What is wrong, adoptive mother? Are you still shy in front of your adopted son? He teased, pushing the boundaries further. Mo Li huffed playfully, remarking how he had changed. He used to be so bashful, yet now his audacity was remarkable. She even gestured with her hand, which caused Luya to burst into laughter. Chapter 80. Massage. The two were deeply engrossed in their conversation when Qing Hu sought an audience outside. Upon entering, he clasped his hands and announced, I pay my respects to the prince and princess. Recalling the words of the white fox from the previous day, he addressed her as the princess. Hearing Qing Hu call her princess, Mo Li's eyes widened in surprise. Princess? Just as she was about to refute, Luya interrupted, speaking leisurely, yes, what is it? Your Highness, people from the Northern Kingdom have arrived in the Beast Kingdom. He stated earnestly. Luya, initially puzzled, responded dismissively, so what? Let them come. What concern is it of mine? Qing Hu glanced at Mo Li, hesitating to continue, not expecting the princess to be present. Noticing his gaze, Mo Li curiously asked, why are you looking at me? Please continue. Qing Hu retracted his neck, hesitantly speaking, replying to the princess, it's nothing much. They have come to propose a marriage. He pondered that the princess might be unaware of Princess Yinling. Perhaps it was better not to mention it. Has Princess Yinling arrived? Mo Li casually inquired. Qing Hu was taken aback, wondering why the princess posed such a question. Could it be that the prince had spoken of it? Observing Qing Hu's expression, Mo Li realized that Princess Yinling was indeed present. She turned to Luya and teased. It seems she has feelings for you. Luya, noticing her reaction, felt his good mood dissipate and retorted, have you finished? Hurry and leave. Qing Hu hastily replied, yes, I shall take my leave at once. He turned to depart. But Mo Li called out, wait, are they here to ally with the Beast King? Is it Princess Yinling who has come to propose? Qing Hu turned back and replied, it is Princess Weiqi from the Northern Kingdom who has come to wed Zhu Wuzue, with Princess Yinling accompanying her sister. After speaking, Qing Hu lowered his head deeply, avoiding the prince's gaze. Oh, if there's to be a wedding, there must be a banquet. How delightful. I can enter the palace to partake in the feast. Emily thought to herself with joy. She had attended the Beast Kingdom's banquet twice before, once enjoying a meal of snake, and the other time being too anxious to savor the food served by the maidens. Now, as a guest adorned in beautiful attire, she imagined it would be quite splendid. She longed to attend the festivities. A feast? Her interests are perpetually peculiar. Does she not find this table more sumptuous than the banquet? Well then, Your Highness, I shall take my leave, Qing Hu announced. Luya waved his hand dismissively, and Qing Hu bowed before swiftly exiting, clearly aware that he had arrived at an inopportune moment. Why does he refer to me as princess? Emoli asked, tilting her head to Luya. He cast her a complex glance and replied, it is their own conjecture. Emoli, perceiving no oddity in Luya's demeanor, remarked, oh, since you have never had a woman by your side, they might believe that the ancient iron tree has finally blossomed. Iron tree? He chuckled softly. Emoli, with a serious expression, asked, Luya, you're not young anymore. Have you never considered marrying? No, he replied without a moment's hesitation. Emoli's eyes flickered, and with boldness, she probed, have you ever sought a woman? Luya paused, his expression darkening as he responded, no, I have not. Emoli gasped, astonished. Not even once. A virgin? How intriguing. Luya scrutinized her unabashedly, saying meaningfully, "Who are you referring to as a virgin?" Emoli was momentarily caught off guard, nearly forgetting the matter, and quickly shifted the topic. "I meant, did you never have such desires in the past? Purely out of curiosity. If you do not wish to answer, you need not." Her curiosity was genuine. Typically, male characters in novels are portrayed as uninitiated, leading one to wonder if they truly remained so self-restrained before encountering their destined partner. Luya chuckled lightly, a hint of danger in his tone, suggesting that Emoli indeed had an affinity for such matters, whether as a serpent or as a human. Since that is the case, he declared, rising to scoop her up in his arms and heading towards the inner chamber. Emoli exclaimed in alarm, No, that's not what I meant." However, her struggles proved futile, and in the next moment, she found herself tossed onto the soft, plush bed. Seeing that Luya was indeed serious, Emoli panicked and exclaimed, "I was wrong. Can't we just leave it at that? It's already noon. It's time for lunch, and I am hungry. Can we go eat?" "Luya, I truly regret it. I won't ask again." A wise person avoids immediate losses, so she could only continuously concede. Luya leaned over her, placing his hands on either side, and gently kissed her cherry-like lips, acknowledging her admission of fault. Emoli pressed her hand against his chest, nodding like a chick pecking at grains. Yes, I am truly sorry." With her watery eyes gazing at Luya, she murmured softly, "My waist already hurts so much. My whole body aches, and I am exhausted, so tired everywhere." Hearing her incessant complaints, Luya chuckled, amusement dancing in his eyes, his chest vibrating with laughter. "Where does it hurt? Shall I give it a rub?" Initially, Luya only intended to frighten her. Emoli, in a huff, turned over and lay on the bed, pointing to her waist. "Here, just look and massage it. I need relief everywhere." Luya sat at the edge of the bed, placing his hands on her waist and gently kneading. "Ollie, it's a pity I cannot hear your thoughts right now. What are you pondering?" He sighed. Emoli sighed in comfort, her voice soft and sweet. "I am thinking that Master Lu's skills are quite good. I like it." The corners of Luya's mouth lifted. "From now on, I shall help you every day. How does that sound?" Emoli's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Really? That would be wonderful." She thought to herself that Luya was indeed skilled in martial arts, his strength perfectly applied, banishing all her fatigue. Seeing her blissful ignorance, Luya playfully remarked, "All right, this is what you promised." With that, his hands moved to her shoulders, applying gentle pressure. Emoli lay on the bed, and, after a long while, she realized the implications. If he were to massage her daily, that would mean, no, how could she trouble the prince? Once would suffice. Once she realized this, she hurriedly refused, fearing that Luya might truly offer her daily massages. "Your Highness, I willingly endure it. I do not find it burdensome." Luya applied a slight pressure, eliciting a soft, surprised gasp from Emoli. Hearing her own voice made her blush, and she muttered softly, "Why did you suddenly press so hard? You wretched Luya, you must be doing this on purpose, you rogue." Luya, with keen ears, caught her words and chuckled. "All thanks to Ali's excellent teaching. Since you have come into my life, I have learned quite a bit." Emoli buried her face in the blanket, muffledly, retorting, "I do not. I am merely naive. Do not speak nonsense." Luya raised an eyebrow. "Oh, I wonder which naive soul climbed into my bathing tub back in Yuan County, insisting on seeing my—" Before Luya could finish, Emoli could no longer contain herself and flipped over, covering his mouth with her hand. "Don't say that." Once again, she felt her face flush red from embarrassment, her toes curling against the ground. She had just managed to forget about that incident, and here he was, bringing it up again. Modi giritit hertit. When she was lying down, she nearly gasped from the memory. He was clearly teasing her on purpose. Luya laughed as he gently removed her hand, naive and innocent. Emoli, flustered and indignant, struck him a few times before turning away and getting off the bed, ignoring him. Seething with anger, she made to rush out. But Luya, quick of reflex, grasped her arm firmly. "Now you can finally comprehend the feelings I once endured, can you not? Well, I shall not tease you any longer. Let us partake in some luncheon." In the past, she had often attempted to sneak a glance at the young Luya, even going so far as to stealthily hide beside the hot spring, awaiting his arrival to catch a glimpse of his naked form. Yet every time, he had effortlessly discovered her, and not once had she succeeded. Feeling a twinge of guilt, Mo Lee's earlier bravado diminished, and she stammered, "All right." Chapter 81. The noble concubine Yalu led her toward the dining hall, encountering several servants along the way. Mo Lee attempted to free herself from his grasp, but he held on resolutely, stating, "There are onlookers. We must not appear unseemly." Mo Lee discreetly pinched his arm in protest. "Ludieri mandan fast, declaring. Let them see if they wish." Seeing his determination, Mo Lee acquiesced. As they walked together along the garden path, he held her hand, and she grew animated, sharing her experiences since becoming human. "You know," she began, "when I transformed into a person, I had no clothing upon me, standing amidst a vast forest. Thankfully, there were no witnesses, otherwise I would have been utterly humiliated." Leah narrowed his eyes. "And then what transpired? Where did your garments come from?" "I wandered and stumbled upon a thatched cottage, which fortuitously contained a piece of clothing. I donned it and then encountered Aunt Rue Jing from the palace. I spun a tale to deceive her, and since I bore a resemblance to Concubine Li, I became a little maid beside Concubine Lin. This Concubine Lin and Concubine Li are at odds, you know. Do you have any idea what Concubine Lin intended for me? Initially, she wished to hand me over to the Beast King, but Zhu Wuze found me unappealing. Subsequently, she used me to vex Concubine Li. These two women, forever bickering every few days, often made me their pawn, and I found myself utterly exhausted by their antics. What do they desire? Merely for the sake of one man? Tisk, truly not worth it. I would rather indulge in a few rounds of mahjong to pass the time." Emily spoke with fervor, recounting her experiences during this time to Luya. He listened intently, etching her words into his memory, vowing not to let those who had wronged her go unpunished. In truth, he had already sought information about her, but hearing it from her own lips held a different weight. His gaze softened with empathy, and he could no longer restrain himself from asking, "Why did you not come to find me?" Emily paused, her expression troubled as she replied, "Because a snake transforming into a human is a notion that few can accept. I feared you would doubt me, and even if you did believe, you would see me as a monster." Luya gently squeezed her hand, his tone earnest. "From now on, regardless of what transpires, you must come to me immediately." Emily nodded, readily agreeing. Luya felt a surge of relief within. She was safe and had returned to his side. As they continued on, he chose not to mention the events of his absence, grateful that she had returned unharmed. Suddenly, while strolling, Luya heard a rustling in the grass nearby. With keen perception, he glanced over, noticing something stirring in the foliage. Emily followed his gaze and indeed saw something moving. "Let us investigate," she suggested. Upon finishing her words, Emily released his hand and approached the edge of the grass. Upon closer inspection, she discovered a tiny, white baby rabbit. Emily exclaimed in delight, "It's a rabbit." She gently cradled the little creature, whose black eyes sparkled with innocence. It was soft and fluffy, no larger than her hand. The rabbit gazed up at Emily with wide, bewildered eyes, melting her heart. "What an adorable little bunny." She raised her hand to show Luya, her face aglow with joy. "Shall we keep it?" "Olait, Luyeri plaiv." Emily's attention remained fixated on the rabbit as she carefully adjusted her hold to ensure its comfort. "It must be fate that we found each other, don't you think, little bunny?" She pondered aloud. "What should we name it?" Turning to Luya, she contemplated for a moment before suggesting, "How about Lu Tang Yuan? It's small and round, just like a Tang Yuan, and it can share your surname." Emily looked at Luya with anticipation. He raised an eyebrow and replied, "Sure, that's a lovely name. Lu Tang Yuan, little Tang Yuan," Emily softly called, completely enchanted by the fluffy creature. As they continued their stroll, the newly named Tang Yuan gazed at Emily with its innocent eyes, extending its tiny pink tongue to lick her fingers, wearing an expression that seemed to say, "You can't resist my cuteness." A warm, soft tickle surged through Emily's hand, and she exclaimed in excitement, "It just licked me. Do you think, since you kept me as a pet and I became human, this little rabbit might also turn into a person?" Her imagination began to run wild. Luya, wrapping his arm around her waist, responded with utmost seriousness, "I never considered you a pet." She had descended upon him on the day of the grand ceremony, when he made a wish to the heavens. The legend surrounding that ceremony was indeed true. Since Mo Li's arrival, Luya had become a firm believer in its authenticity. His words had evidently been heard by the heavens. However, he dismissed the notion that this ordinary rabbit could transform into a human, interpreting her musings as mere jest. "And what do you regard me as?" Emily inquired, tilting her head to meet his gaze. Luya playfully pinched her waist and countered, "What do you think?" Emily, unable to free her hands, nudged him with her shoulder in silence. Luya chuckled lightly. "You are merely trapped in the body of a snake. I know you will eventually become human." Montakli, taken aback, asked, "How do you know I will?" "I guessed," Luya replied nonchalantly. Emily narrowed her eyes. "Really? You guessed so accurately?" Luya arched an eyebrow at her. "I'm clever." Emily let out a dry chuckle. "Look at you, so accomplished. It's no surprise you're clever. After all, I am your mother." Luya's gaze shifted slightly, and with a mischievous grin, he pinched her soft waist again, saying, "All thanks to the nurturing of a good mother. Perhaps you could teach me a thing or two tonight." Emily pursed her lips, contemplating before responding. "I'll sleep alone tonight. You can wait patiently until I need you, Your Grace." Luya paused for a moment, then burst into laughter. "Who do you think is Your Grace?" "I'm just a mere consort," Emily replied with utmost seriousness. "If you continue to speak, your status will be reduced to a mere lady." Luya, he was so enraged that he momentarily lost his words. Just as he intended to speak, he was interrupted by Emily, who lowered her head and softly addressed the little rabbit. "Shall we sleep together with Mommy tonight? If you remain silent, consider an agreement, little Tang Yuan." Tang Yuan gazed at Emily with innocent bewilderment, tilting his head to nuzzle her thumb. Emily was overjoyed. The little rabbit was so affectionate towards her. For some inexplicable reason, Luya felt a sense of déjà vu upon hearing her words. Never mind. He decided to let her have her way. Initially, he thought she was merely jesting, but to his surprise, she had indeed arranged for a cozy little abode for the rabbit that afternoon, cheerfully moving in with it. "Ilian Courtyard. See you tomorrow," Emily called out with a smile, cradling the little rabbit in her arms as she stood at the door. After speaking, she swiftly closed the door with a decisive thud. Luya had yet to utter his words when he found himself shut out, and his expression darkened in an instant. Baihu stood behind, struggling to suppress laughter, astonished that even the prince could experience such a moment. Casting a sidelong glance at Baihu, Luya noticed him stifling giggles and felt a surge of irritation. "What are you laughing at? Get lost." In a blink, Baihu vanished without a trace. Luya stood at the door, staring at the imposing crimson barrier, his gaze dimming considerably. What could possibly keep him out? Chapter 82. I come to serve as evening descended. The sun dipped below the horizon, casting the entire Bixiao mansion in a warm, golden glow. Earlier in the day, Emily had arranged for a rabbit hutch to be built in the courtyard, alongside piles of alfalfa and timothy hay, which served as Tang Yuan's sustenance. Understanding the discomfort of being confined, she wished to avoid caging the little rabbit, yet allowing it to roam freely would result in a mess. Squatting beside the rabbit hutch, she gently poked Tang Yuan, who was munching on a piece of hay. "Little Tang Yuan, from now on, Mommy will train you to use the toilet. Once you learn, you can sleep in bed with Mommy, all right?" The piece of hay in Tang Yuan's mouth grew shorter as he chewed, his eyes fixated on it, exuding an adorable charm. As he nibbled, little droppings occasionally fell behind him. Rabbits, after all, are unable to retain their waste. Emily couldn't help but smile affectionately, finding even the act of pooping endearing. She mused, could it be that Luya once looked at her in a similar way, finding her irresistibly charming? Emily continued to play with Tang Yuan for a while, who would occasionally nip at her with his tiny rabbit teeth. Whenever she let out a soft yelp, he would adopt a guilty expression, sitting on the ground with innocent eyes, looking pitiably at her. As darkness enveloped the world, she carried him inside, laying down an additional blanket on the bed before placing little Tang Yuan atop it. Emily playfully followed the rabbit, joyfully stroking and cuddling him. Wherever he went, she followed, her face alight with glee, fully engrossed in their playtime. The moment Luya stepped inside, he was greeted by this amusing sight, leaving him both amused and exasperated. He approached and gently patted her rounded backside. Are you a 3-year-old child? Mo Li was intently playing with the rabbit, entirely unaware of anyone's arrival. Suddenly, she was startled by a light tap, instinctively gasping and leaning to one side. When she turned to see it was Luya, she exhaled in relief. Do you walk without making a sound? You frightened us, she remarked. Glancing at the little Tang Yuan, she noticed it had lost its earlier liveliness. Curling up defensively while watching Luya warily, Mo Li picked up Tang Yuan, gently stroking its fur as she settled on the bed, casting a sidelong glance at Luya. How did you get in? What do you want? Luya stood at the edge of the bed, hands on his hips, raising an eyebrow at her. He slowly pronounced 4 words, I have come to serve. Mo Li's cheeks flushed, and she playfully retorted, could you take a break? I want to sleep with Tang Yuan. Without further discussion, Luya decisively yanked the blanket away and tossed it onto the floor, placing Tang Yuan atop it. I will not disturb you. I merely wish to sleep beside you. He reassured her, no longer intent on scaring her. Mo Li's mouth slightly parted in disbelief, maintaining her skeptical demeanor. To her surprise, Luya remained quite behaved, not making any unwarranted moves, allowing her to relax. Once the lights were extinguished, Mo Li, bathed in the moonlight streaming through the window, gazed at the enchanting man beside her, unable to resist the urge to poke him. His long lashes, prominent nose, and perfectly sculpted features formed an exquisite visage. They had shared a bed before, but then he was a serpent, and now a man. Regardless of the time, she could not help but scrutinize his face in awe. How could someone be so remarkably handsome? Knew was truly unfair. Luya seized the hand that was playfully disturbing his face. Are you that bored, Ali? Should we find something to occupy ourselves? I'm tired. Good night. Mo Li quickly closed her eyes. Luya smiled silently, and the two embraced, drifting into slumber. Meanwhile, in the Beast Kingdom's royal palace, Lin Yun Palace. What happened to Li Pin? Lin Fei exclaimed, slamming the table in disbelief. Aunt Rue cautioned, Your Highness, lower your voice. We don't want the wrong ears to hear. Lin Fei hastily covered her mouth, glancing outside to ensure everyone had been sent away. Aunt Rue nodded and assisted Lin Fei in taking a seat. That wretched woman has truly been cast into the cold palace? Lin Fei pressed anxiously. Aunt Rue's expression turned grave. Indeed, Your Highness. I took a discreet look, and her face was gruesomely bloodied, marked by countless knife slashes, quite terrifying. Moreover, her hands were covered in large blisters from scalding water. Upon hearing this, Lin Fei's complexion drained of color, and she slumped in her chair. These methods felt eerily familiar. Noticing this, Aunt Rue poured Lin Fei a cup of tea. You should take this as good news, Your Highness. Sip your tea slowly. Perhaps that wretched woman has angered the dragon's majesty. She deserves it. Lin Fei grasped Aunt Rue's sleeve tightly. No, these methods are those that woman intended to use against Mo Li. Yes, it's that girl, Mo Li. Aunt Rue was taken aback. Mo Li? What does this have to do with her? Have you forgotten? Li Pin wanted to slash Mo Li's face with a knife. If I hadn't arrived in time, that girl would have perished at Li Pin's hands, and she would not have the good fortune to catch the eye of the god of death today. Lin Fei held the porcelain cup in her hands, pausing for a long moment before exclaiming in astonishment, could it be that the god of death is avenging that girl? Aunt Rue, usually composed, found herself at a loss. Upon hearing the words of the Empress, she recalled that Consort Li had deliberately spilled a cup of hot tea onto Mo Li's hand. Has she perhaps gained the favor of the god of death and confided in him? Lin Fei's complexion grew increasingly pale, beads of cold sweat forming. Aunt, if that is indeed the case, does it not mean that my days are numbered? She struggled to remember how she had treated Mo Li in the past, her heart growing colder with each thought. Had I known, I should have kept her close. The Empress reasoned with herself. Since Consort Li has encountered misfortune and I remain unharmed, it suggests that I am not entangled in this matter. Moreover, it was she who had brought that girl into the palace. Logically, she should have shown her kindness. Although the Empress had not placed much importance on her, she had never resorted to punishment, and, after all, she had rescued Mo Li from Consort Li's grasp. She was also a benefactor. Aunt Rue's thoughts raced, and she quickly discerned the crux of the situation. After hearing her words, Lin Fei felt somewhat reassured but still questioned. Is it true? Do you think Emoli would speak ill of me? Just then, a sharp voice from outside interrupted their conversation. The imperial decree has arrived. Lin Fei, come forth to receive it. Lin Fei and Aunt Rue exchanged glances, their hearts sinking, and they hurriedly stepped outside to accept the decree. I receive the decree, Lin Fei said, accompanied by the maids of Linyun Palace, who knelt in a group. Xie Rong cleared his throat. Lin Fei, you have conducted yourself with grace and virtue. Henceforth, you are appointed as the first-rank imperial concubine, the foremost among the 3 consorts, and are bestowed with a golden tablet and seal. Thus decreed. I thank your majesty, Lin Fei said joyfully as she accepted the decree, her anxious heart finally at ease. The following morning, as the sun rose high in the sky, Luya was deep in slumber when he suddenly felt something poking his face, soft and fluffy. With his eyes shut, he waved his hand, but the poking persisted. Upon opening his bleary eyes, he was met with the sight of a soft, white ball. Xiao Tangyuan was perched on his face, playfully hopping about. Seeing Luya walk, it tilted its head, peering at him with one eye. Startled, Luya gently lifted the rabbit off his face and set it aside, but Xiao Tangyuan persisted, attempting to return for more playful pokes. Frustrated, it pawed at the quilt, glaring at Luya's hand in indignation. After several attempts, Luya was thoroughly awake, bemused by Xiao Tangyuan's relentless antics. He picked up the rabbit and placed it on Mo Li's face, and indeed, the rabbit joyfully resumed its gentle stomping. Ah, Luya, don't disturb me, Mo Li murmured, eyes still closed. A smile graced Luya's lips as he lay on his side. Watching the amusing scene of Xiao Tangyuan giving Mo Li an impromptu facial massage, the rabbit worked diligently, a devoted little masseuse diligently attending to Mo Li's features. Mo Li felt a soft sensation on her face, instinctively believing it to be Luya's harassment. She repeatedly urged him to cease his touch, yet the itchiness persisted, leading to her growing impatience. Luya, she exclaimed, abruptly opening her eyes, only to find the terrified expression of the little dumpling. Before she could comprehend the situation, the little dumpling scurried to the opposite end of the bed, startled by her sudden outburst. Why did you call me? A deep voice rumbled above her. It was then that Mo Li realized it was not Luya, but rather the little dumpling. Annoyed, she gave it a light punch, lamenting, It's your fault for scaring my little dumpling. Luya, sitting up and stretching, retorted, How can this be my fault? It was frightened by you calling my name. Mo Li, noticing his bare torso, quickly averted her gaze. The previous night, she had been sleeping soundly until he insisted it was too hot and removed his shirt. She had suggested maintaining some distance, but he stubbornly insisted on holding her close, resulting in her own discomfort from the heat. Luya's gaze darkened as he turned to her. What Ali says is the truth. He leaned closer, their eyes locking, and Mo Li found herself unable to withstand his intense stare. She kicked him in the waist, insisting, Get up, don't be so close. In response, he wrapped his arms around her, proposing, Let's go out today. The streets of Beast Country are quite nice. Staying in the manor all day is rather dull. Mo Li, flustered, retorted, If we go out, why must you be so close? You're too hot. Ali, you still owe me 3 days and nights. I remember it well. He whispered into her ear. Enough. Stop talking. Mo Li interrupted, covering his mouth. Regret consumed her. She felt almost on the verge of tears. Why did he remember the 3 days and nights? It had merely been a casual remark. She had spoken in a moment of whimsy and forgotten, wishing she had refrained from such foolishness. Luya chuckled softly, taking her hand and placing it on his chest. I know Li likes this the most. Go ahead and touch. Mo Li's fingers brushed against his taut abdominal muscles, radiating warmth and a palpable heat. Upon first contact, her hand instinctively recoiled, but Luya held it firmly in place. Embarrassed and irked, she pleaded, Could you please forget the past and stop bringing up my embarrassing history? Her face felt utterly humiliated, trampled upon by countless critics, leaving her unable to recover her dignity. Noticing her flushed cheeks, Luya's tone softened. That's not good. Mo Li bit her lip in frustration and twisted his arm, her eyes filled with a mix of resentment and longing. If it's not good, then so be it. I've already lost all dignity. Say what you will. With a huff, She yanked her hand away, refusing to look at him, finding her adorably infuriated. Luya couldn't resist planting a kiss on her lips and playfully squeezing her cheek. Emoli blushed deeply and tried to shy away, pushing his hand away weakly. "Don't touch me. Ali used to enjoy this too, often resting against others' chests. Why can you do it, but I cannot?" Luya teased, his voice raspy with amusement. Emoli, unable to bear the situation, frantically clutched his arm, her voice tinged with tears as she pleaded, "Woo-woo, is it not enough that I admit my mistake?" Luya curled the corners of his lips, his gaze filled with mischievous mirth. It was merely a debt collection. What purpose would an apology serve in the court? "You scoundrel, you rogue. Once I return, I shall have you castrated." Emoli, incensed, opened her mouth to curse him, but before she could finish, Luya silenced her. Unwilling to hear the words return escape her lips. At that moment, a little Tangyuan stood outside the courtyard, munching on the straw in its mouth, curiously peering inside upon hearing the voices within. At the entrance of Bixiao Mansion, Princess Yinling, adorned in a splendid pale yellow gown, stood anxiously, wondering why their guest had not yet arrived. She had learned that the regent of the Dacian kingdom had come to the Beast Kingdom and had been residing there for quite some time. As soon as she heard that her sister Ruochi was to come to the Beast Kingdom to form an alliance, she had implored her parents to accompany her, claiming it was merely an opportunity to broaden her horizons. During her fleeting glance at the regent at the queen's birthday banquet in Dacian, she had been captivated by the formidable Luya. His prowess was unparalleled. Marrying him would ensure peace for the northern kingdom, free from the scourge of war. She recalled how the god of death had applauded her performance on the Kongho, praising her melodic prowess. Thus she believed her impression upon him must be quite favorable. "Please wait a moment, Your Highness. The attendants have already gone to report, and it is still early. Perhaps the Lord has yet to rise," a respectful servant informed her, expressing his own bewilderment at the delay. Beside Princess Yinling, Lu Xia chuckled, "Your Highness, perhaps we arrived a tad early. Let us wait a while longer." Yinling nodded in agreement, yet inwardly she pondered. It was already the hour of the snake, and time was indeed slipping away. Could it be that such a strikingly handsome lord would indulge in sloth? As people passed by on the street, they noticed the peculiar scene outside Bixiao Mansion, wondering why the group lingered at the entrance for so long without entering. "Guiqin, I have already instructed you not to follow. Why have you come again? Do you disregard my words?" Princess Yinling turned to see Guiqin, clad in black, standing beside the carriage, her brows knitting in irritation. Guiqin tightened his grip on the hilt of his sword, his expression impassive as he replied, "Your Highness instructed me to protect you. I shall not leave your side. Whatever your brother commands, you obey. Yet when I, your princess, request you to keep your distance, you refuse." Princess Yinling retorted, her brows furrowing in annoyance. "I have numerous guards. I am perfectly safe without your protection, you insolent servant." Guiqin appeared to disregard her words entirely, standing resolutely by the carriage with his sword in hand. Seeing his silence, Princess Yinling turned her face away in disdain. How utterly vexing, she thought. Chapter 84. Dressing her up, Your Highness. The Silver Bell Princess from the Northern Kingdom has come to pay a visit and is currently waiting at the door, Qinghu announced from within Ilian courtyard. He had been thrust into this situation, with no one else willing to approach. Thus, he had to come forth himself. At this moment, Emoli stood with her arms outstretched, allowing Luya to assist her in donning her garments. "Let her in to wait at Rongjing Hall," Emoli called out towards the outside. "Understood," Qinghu replied. Once Luya draped a layer of soft green gauze over Emoli. The entire ensemble of the butterfly and water lily dress was deemed complete. "Why invite her in? Just find a reason to send her away," Luya remarked. "Since she has come all this way, it would be courteous to meet her. If you dislike her, simply decline her visit. Do not leave her in suspense." Emoli explained. "I have no desire to go. Please refuse her on my behalf," Luya replied casually. Emoli pondered for a moment, then agreed, "Very well. I shall have a word with her." Observing Luya diligently adjusting her attire, she added, "I can manage it myself." His attentiveness resembled that of a father caring for his daughter, and Emoli couldn't help but feel a jolt at this thought. Luya continued his task, stating, "This outfit is intricate, You will struggle to wear it. Emily adjusted her collar and stepped aside. There are many maidens. I shall call one to assist. However, Luya swiftly grasped the decorative waist sash around her and pulled her back into an embrace. It's merely dressing. Why resist? Emily pushed him gently, forcing a laugh. I was merely concerned about tiring you, esteemed Regent. I fear it may shorten your lifespan. As he regarded her with a smile yet chose to remain silent, Emily swallowed hard, conceding, fine, just dress me. I shall say no more. The amusement in Luya's eyes deepened. I wonder what you are embarrassed about, considering it was you who frequently sought refuge in my garments. Emily, her head bowed, murmured softly, didn't we agree not to mention the past? Moreover, you often obstruct me, pulling me out with a single hand. If you can refuse, why can't I? This is quite hypocritical. She grumbled under her breath. Luya responded nonchalantly, there is no reason. You are free to disregard my words. After saying that, he cast a glance at her. Emily struggled to suppress the urge to roll her eyes, aware that while he spoke sweetly, defying him was hardly an option. He possessed not only the strength to compel her, but also an arsenal of convoluted logic that often left her bewildered, nearly convincing her. The illusion of equality in dialogue belied the reality of dominance. Faced with such inequity, she found herself unable to rebel, resigned to acceptance. Noticing her silence, Luya wondered what thoughts rumbled in her mind. All right, let us call someone in to assist with your grooming, he said, fastening the last button of her elaborate attire. Emily pouted. Why summon anyone? With your prowess, you can dress me. Surely you can handle the grooming as well. Luya contemplated this. Very well. I shall give a try. Are you serious? Have you ever styled someone's hair before? Emily expressed her skepticism. Luya shook his head, dismissing her doubts lightly. No, today marks my first attempt. If it turns out poorly, you won't mind, will you? He then approached the vanity, picking up a box of powder. Wait, perhaps I should call someone after all. As Emily spoke, she briskly approached the door. Luya chuckled softly, setting down the box he had been holding. He was merely jesting, yet Emily always took him at his word and fell for it. A few young maidservants entered, and Emily obediently seated herself at the vanity, allowing them to style her hair and apply her makeup. With just her eyebrows remaining, Emily felt a swell of confidence. Having practiced countless times during her university days, she resolved to draw her own brows. She gazed into the mirror and picked up the ancient cosmetics to outline her eyebrows. Leaning closer to the glass, she carefully followed the natural shape of her brows. After such a long hiatus from makeup, her skills had grown rusty. The right side turned out well, yet the left was persistently asymmetrical. After numerous attempts, erasing and redrawing, she found it increasingly difficult to achieve balance. Either they were too high or too low, too thick or too thin. Luya approached and sat beside Emily, propping his chin on his hand as he observed her makeup application. Let me try, he said, taking the eyebrow pencil from her hand and adjusting his posture for convenience. Can you really do this? Emily questioned, casting a doubtful glance in his direction. Why not? It's no different from painting. Just hold still, he replied, leaning closer to her face, intently examining her brows as he contemplated where to begin. Their faces were mere inches apart, and Emily couldn't help but notice his prominent nose, slightly pursed lips, and the earnest expression that adorned his features. The warmth of Luya's breath brushed against her skin, enveloped by the pleasant scent that emanated from him. Emily's heart fluttered, and she instinctively smiled. All done. Take a look, Luya declared, setting down the pencil after making the final stroke. Emily eagerly turned to the mirror, gasping in surprise upon seeing the beautifully drawn brows. Impressive. You truly have a knack for this, she exclaimed, visibly pleased. The corners of Luya's mouth lifted in a proud smile. It was nothing. Emily examined her reflection from various angles, then, without a second thought, remarked, Hey, if you ever find yourself in my world, you could work as a makeup artist. You really have a talent. Makeup artist? Luya echoed, slightly incredulous. Indeed, don't underestimate that profession. Celebrity makeup artists earn quite a fortune, Emily affirmed with a nod. Luya, however, was uninterested. He couldn't fathom allowing anyone to apply makeup on him, fearing he might lose his composure and retaliate. Let us go. We need to head out soon, he urged. Wait. I haven't tea-applied lipstick yet, Emily replied, picking up the lip tint and dabbing it on her lips. All right, let us go. With her sparkling, almond-shaped eyes, Emily cast a flirtatious glance at Luya, exuding a charming, feminine allure. She stood up, taking hold of his sleeve as they walked out together. Chatting as she said, I'm off to Rongjing Hall to see Princess Yinling. You can wait for me elsewhere, and then we'll head out. Luya allowed himself to be led by her, a smile never leaving his lips, his eyes filled with tenderness. He felt as though he had wasted his past. This simple, everyday life was something he yearned for in abundance. In the illustrious hall of prosperity, Princess Yinling had consumed cup after cup of tea. As midday approached, she wondered if the prince had yet to rise. The prince has indeed awakened and shall arrive shortly. In the meantime, Princess, do indulge in some snacks, Qinghu interjected. Chapter 85. Heart to heart with Princess Yinling. Just as Princess Yinling was about to speak, she caught sight of a delicate figure clad in pale green entering through the door. Qinghu, you may leave. I shall attend to Princess Yinling. Emily gestured for him to depart. Yes, Qinghu replied, bowing before turning to leave, eager to escape. Relieved that the princess had come, Emily took a seat opposite Princess Yinling and smiled gracefully. Greetings, Princess. I sincerely apologize for keeping you waiting. Princess Yinling scrutinized Emily, recognizing the intricate craftsmanship of her attire, undoubtedly a product of the palace's skilled artisans, far beyond the means of a mere maid. Who might you be? She inquired cautiously. My name is Emily. I shall dispense with the pleasantries. I am aware of your affections for Luya. I admire your courage. It is commendable to pursue those you desire, Emily stated candidly. However, you must understand that Luya does not reciprocate your feelings. Thus, I advise you, Princess, to reconsider your efforts. You are exceptional, a beauty akin to a celestial being, and a princess at that. It is rare to find a three-legged toad, but surely, men with two legs are not so scarce. Perhaps it is time to set your sights elsewhere. With a serene smile, Emily spoke with a calm demeanor, harboring no ill will towards Princess Yinling, merely wishing to spare her further heartache. Taken aback, Princess Yinling was unprepared for such forthrightness. After a moment of contemplation, she slowly replied, Who are you to claim that he would not cherish me? Emily exhaled dramatically, feigning a solemnity because he is already devoted to another, namely me. The most effective way to decline someone's advances is to assert that they have found affection elsewhere, a mere tactic. Princess Yinling stared at Emily in disbelief, her eyes wide with astonishment. What did you say? She questioned, doubting her hearing and seeking confirmation. Emily curled her fingers and enunciated clearly. I said, he is enamored with me and cannot be swayed. Having spoken, she chose to embellish her words, hoping to dissuade Princess Yinling from her pursuit of Luya. Luya stood concealed behind a wall in the adjoining chamber, unable to suppress the smile that graced his lips. Princess Yinling attempted to steady herself with the armrest, but miscalculated and nearly lost her balance. Ghostly Qin stepped forward, swiftly catching her wrist. Be careful, Princess. Nearby, Lu Xia noticed Qin's support of the princess and reacted. Watch out, Emily cautioned as well. Instinctively, Princess Yinling withdrew her hand from Qin's grasp, refusing to meet his gaze. Once she had composed herself, she suppressed her astonishment and remarked, You claim I am direct. Yet you're even more so. Qin lowered his head in silence, retreating to stand at the back. Princess Yinling was taken aback. She had never heard of a woman in the presence of the god of death, and today she encountered such an extraordinary individual. Are you affiliated with the god of death? She asked earnestly. Emily pondered for a moment before nodding. One might say that. The Lord of the Killing God is no ordinary individual. Not just anyone can aspire to marry him. What is your identity? Princess Yinling's kat initzet montakli, inquiring with a hint of trepidation. Emily took a sip of tea, caressing the translucent jade cup in her hand, and feigned contemplation before responding. Without me, Li would not be where he is today. At these words, Princess Yinling nearly choked on her drink, covering her mouth to suppress a cough. It appears your status is quite remarkable. Emily smiled and nodded, tacitly acknowledging her statement. Luya himself nearly lost his balance, pondering. What does she mean by saying there would be no today without her? While that may not be entirely incorrect, it feels somewhat amiss. Princess Yinling's expression darkened. She opened her mouth and spoke her heart candidly. I shall not beat around the bush with you, sister. During my last visit to the great Qian kingdom, I indeed fell for the lord of the killing god at first sight. He possesses a face of exquisite beauty and an elegant demeanor, unmatched on the battlefield with his unparalleled prowess. Since that moment, I've been deeply smitten. She paused momentarily before continuing. On that occasion in the great Qian kingdom, my father and mother intended for me to marry your sovereign, but I vehemently opposed it. The emperor of the great Qian kingdom also rejected the proposal, which led to its abandonment. I have since stubbornly pursued my way to the beast kingdom, solely upon hearing that the lord of the killing god resides here. Though I am a princess, accustomed to luxurious garments and sumptuous feasts, I am not the master of my own marriage. My mother has stated that if the killing god does not favor me, I must obediently return to form an alliance with another nation. Such is the fate of a princess. I initially wished to be bolder and fight for my desires. However, it appears to have been in vain, leaving me the subject of your ridicule. The northern kingdom is weak, unable to match even the beast kingdom in military strength, let alone other nations. The emperor of the northern kingdom has sent his own daughter to marry off in exchange for a fleeting peace. Having finished her lengthy discourse, Princess Yinling forced a smile, albeit one that barely masked her pain. I truly apologize for rambling on so, and shall not intrude upon you and the prince any longer. I will take my leave now. Emily furrowed her brows, feeling a pang of sympathy. She sensed she had become the mean-spirited antagonist of a tale, inadvertently causing distress to Princess Yinling. Her thoughts drifted to a certain foam, deepening her concern. It seems that even a princess, with her exalted status, cannot dictate the course of her own marriage. Wait, Emily called out to her. Just as Princess Yinling was about to rise, she was halted. Emily shyly smiled and softly inquired, Do you have any plans this afternoon? Would you care to join me for a stroll? All right. Princess Yinling stared at Emily in astonishment before breaking into a gentle smile and responding warmly. Concealed behind the wall of a side chamber, Luya exclaimed in disbelief. Did we not agree to go out together? Why invite this so-called princess? What of me? The waves of jealousy surged once more. At that moment, Luya sat alone in the main hall of the Lioli courtyard, facing an array of dishes without the slightest appetite. With a scowl, he poked at the rice in his bowl, muttering to himself, Take her to the dining hall and leave me here? And now, she intends to go shopping without me? Huh. Luya cast his chopsticks onto the table, leaning back against the chair, his expression cold as he observed the little Tangyuan joyfully darting around the room. Occasionally, it would execute a playful wiggle, shaking in midair before landing. Lu Tangyuan, come here, he said icily. The little Tangyuan paused, squatting on the ground, tilting its head to gaze at Luya with its right eye. After a moment of contemplation, it turned and dashed away, a white puffball vanishing in an instant. In the dining hall, when Emily first laid eyes on the Silver Bell Princess while preparing for the snake dish, she was immediately taken by her appearance. Though rumored to be somewhat willful, she was not without her charming innocence, possessing a straightforward and vivacious spirit. Thus, Emily harbored no aversion toward her, unlike with another princess from the Beast Kingdom, whom she disliked at first glance. Chapter 86. Luya's eavesdropping discovered through their conversation. The two unexpectedly found a remarkable rapport. You should try this chrysanthemum pork. It's delicious. Emily beamed sweetly. The Silver Bell Princess responded hesitantly, finally voicing her concern. Sister, why are you treating me this way? I do have feelings for the prince. Are you not afraid that I might feign friendship to get closer to him? Emily set down her chopsticks and replied earnestly, I initially believed you pursued him boldly because of your affection. However, after our conversation, I observed you closely and realized that your feelings for Luya are not genuine. Are they? She glanced at the Silver Bell Princess's expression before continuing. You merely admire his strength and see him as a formidable ally. With such support from the Northern Kingdom, your sisters need not venture far to marry off, and your parents can hold their heads high without fear of other nations. Furthermore, he is quite handsome. After all, people are naturally drawn to power. The Silver Bell Princess stared at Mo Li, her large, watery eyes filled with disbelief as her hidden thoughts were laid bare. Acknowledging the truth in Mo Li's words, she listened intently as Mo Li continued. You are not as carefree as you appear, nor as reckless as others claim. You understand the matters of your homeland. You wish to contribute to the Northern Kingdom, to your parents and your siblings. You are aware of Liu Ye's notorious reputation, yet you still wish to marry him, unfazed even by his rejection. Mo Li, a novelist at heart, recognized the Silver Bell Princess's sentiments, even if she was merely a minor character in the original story, having appeared only during Chu Qingqiu's birthday banquet. Stopping to gaze into the princess's eyes, Mo Li said earnestly, You have considered so many people. What about yourself? The Silver Bell Princess's grape-like eyes sparkled with uncertainty as she stood, mouth agape, never having imagined that someone would see through her and speak such words to her. Meanwhile, Gui Qin, standing nearby, looked at the Silver Bell Princess in astonishment, his dark eyes reflecting the storm brewing within him. Originally, she was actually doing this for the Northern Kingdom. Princess Yinling curled her lips in a bittersweet smile, feeling a sense of loss. Her sister was indeed like a floating duckweed, with a fate as precarious as that of any common woman, even one as esteemed as a princess. She couldn't help but recall the shame of Jinkong in Chinese history, shaking her head in dismay, unwilling to dwell on such thoughts. Do you truly have someone you cherish? Montauk Li inquirit curiously. It was entirely natural for a young girl to have feelings. If she did not love Liu Ye, there must be someone else, right? No sooner had Mo Li spoken than the slender figure standing behind Princess Yinling trembled slightly, the young man's fist clenched tightly. A name flickered through Princess Yinling's mind, Liao Hong. Yet, he was a fickle-hearted scoundrel. The sweet memories of their childhood friendship were likely only cherished by her alone. Regardless, she always remembered how brave he had been when he saved her from drowning in her youth. Though he had changed since then, he was the one who had awakened her feelings. When asked if she had anyone in her heart now, Princess Yinling shook her head resolutely, declaring no. Mo Li was indeed correct. She had been drawn to Liu Ye's status. His character mattered little. What was vital was whether he could protect the Northern Kingdom. Honestly, Yinling, I hold great admiration for you, Mo Li expressed sincerely. She understood the weight of responsibility that came with being a princess, and a young woman striving to safeguard her nation was commendable. Though she had not succeeded, Mo Li still respected her efforts. Having sensed the admiration, Princess Yinling no longer concealed her feelings and smiled brightly. I admire you as well, sister. I have heard that His Highness the God of Killing is ruthless and bloodthirsty. Yet you managed to win him over. There is no other woman in the realm who could achieve that. He isn't as cruel as rumored. In fact, he's quite amiable. Mo Li replied with a smile. Let's eat. This delightful spread is about to grow cold. Princess Yinling nodded slightly. All right. Liu Ye, however, was not in the mood for a meal. He had come to the dining hall to eavesdrop and unexpectedly overheard Mo Li's remarks. He was taken aback that Li possessed such insight. How could the delicate girl, who often bickered with him, perceive the princess's intentions? Remarkable indeed, he thought to himself. As he observed them conversing over dinner, discussing trivial matters, he lost interest and turned to leave, only to inadvertently kick a nearby flower pot. With a loud crash, the pot shattered into pieces. In an instant, Xiao Ming sprang forth, his eyes wide with vigilance. Upon realizing it was merely the prince causing the commotion, Xiao Ming breathed a sigh of relief and was about to greet him when Liu Ye waved him off, urging him to leave quickly. Xiao Ming, what happened? Mo Li inquired from within. Liu Ye exchanged a glance with Xiao Ming, who understood the unspoken communication. Nothing to worry about. Just a wild cat that knocked over a flower pot. I have already chased it away, Xiao Ming reported. Liu Ye was taken aback by this characterization. The regent was being likened to a mere wild cat? He shot a glance at Xiao Ming and pretended to strike him. Xiao Ming, with a pained expression, raised his hands in surrender and whispered, Forgive me, Your Highness, but I could only convey it this way. Liu Ye could only swallow his pride, relieved that Mo Li in the dining hall remained oblivious. He turned to leave. Your Highness, Xiao Ming, what are you doing standing there? Why don't you come in? Bien Tua called out energetically, waving two bottles at the duo by the entrance. Spotting them from afar, he hurried over to greet them warmly. Luya clenched his jaw. Casting a cold glance at Bien Tua, Xiao Meng swallowed nervously, feeling a twinge of concern for Bien Tua. As Bien Tua approached Luya and Xiao Meng, he wore an innocent expression. "Why are you looking at me like that?" Bewildered by Luya's ominous demeanor, he fell silent, stiffly remaining in place. "What have I done wrong this time?" "I was just saying hello." Bien Tua pondered in silence, too apprehensive to voice his thoughts. Hearing Bien Tuo's voice, Emily set down her chopsticks and stepped outside, immediately sensing the strange atmosphere surrounding the three. Spotting her savior, Bien Tua eagerly ran to Emily. "Princess, this is the skincare lotion I made for you. Use it before bed. It's excellent for your skin, making you look 20 even at 40. Emily accepted the two bottles from Bien Tua, remarking, "I am already just over 20. Chapter 87. The little wildcat. Everyone in the manor referred to her as Princess, and no matter how many times she protested, Emily eventually decided to let it go. Bien Tua, grinning widely, insisted, "With this, you will remain forever 20. Emily chuckled softly, "Then I shall accept it. Thank you, divine physician, for the skincare lotion." Bien Tua waved his hands repeatedly. "Oh, it is merely my duty. My life is devoted to the prince and the princess, to serve with utmost dedication until death is my creed. One bottle of skincare lotion is nothing. I wouldn't blink even if it cost me my life." As he spoke, he discreetly observed Luya's expression, noticing that the prince's mood had lightened considerably, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. Xiao Meng pouted and remarked, "Of course, you wouldn't blink if you were already dead." Emily couldn't help but laugh. These two were truly amusing, but there was one more intriguing individual nearby. She approached Luya, raising an eyebrow and resting her hand on his shoulder. "What brings you here? Eavesdropping?" Seeing the princess and the prince engaged in conversation, Bien Tua tugged at Xiao Meng, urging, "Quickly, let's go." Xiao Meng instinctively recoiled. Widening his eyes, "What are you doing? Don't pull me." Noticing Xiao Meng's reluctance, Bien Tua desperately signaled him to leave, whispering, "The prince and princess are talking. What are you still doing here? Are you foolish?" Having learned from previous experiences, Bien Tua became keenly observant. Whenever he saw Luya and Emily together, he would discreetly step aside. Thus, Xiao Meng was pulled away. Luya, sensing her teasing tone, cleared his throat awkwardly, just wandering around the vast by Xiao Manor, and you ended up at the dining hall? Emily didn't believe a word, playfully tilting Luya's chin. Her voice soft and low, "Little wildcat." Emily's expression radiated triumph. She finally managed to catch Luya off guard. She intended to use the nickname Little Wildcat daily, ensuring he would always remember this moment. Luya's lips twitched slightly. Indeed, a cat had just darted past. He had only just arrived and was about to enter. He absolutely could not bear to be called that, especially from her lips, for she would incessantly bring it up. "Oh, the green cat, a little wildcat," Emily teased, tugging at his sleeve. "Broad daylight, do not pull and tug like that. What would others think?" Luya replied, pushing her hand away with a serious demeanor. Emily widened her almond-shaped eyes in surprise. "Have you been possessed? How could you utter such words?" She found Luya's behavior utterly abnormal. After all, he had been utterly unconcerned about others' gazes when holding her hand. Yet now, after merely tugging at his sleeve and resting a hand on his shoulder, he was acting like a paragon of virtue. Little Wildcat is still a little wildcat. Refusing to admit to eavesdropping, Emily mumbled internally, making a mental note of this nickname. Should he ever bring up the past again, she would call him Little Wildcat. Princess Yinling, hearing the commotion outside, wrestled with her thoughts for a moment before stepping out to perform a curtsy. "This humble one greets the prince." Luya glanced at her coldly, replying with a curt, Turning to Emily, he instructed, "Later, have Ching Hu and Bai Hu accompany you. I have matters to attend to. Return early tonight." With that, he turned and departed. Emily watched his tall figure gradually recede, noting how his expression and tone had reverted to that of the aloof, unapproachable regent, devoid of the playful demeanor he had displayed that morning, resembling a rogue. On the bustling streets of the Beast Kingdom, vendors were vocally promoting their wares, while performers showcased various talents. The servants at the shop entrances were continuously calling out to customers, and the tantalizing aroma of food wafted through the air, creating a lively atmosphere. This is my first time shopping in the Beast Kingdom after such a long stay. The exotic charm is truly delightful, Emily exclaimed joyfully, playing with the small trinkets she had just purchased. Is this your first time shopping? I was out last night. The entire street was aglow with colorful lights. The night market was particularly enchanting, Princess Yinling said excitedly. I'll come out to see it at night too, Emily replied, glancing at Princess Yinling. Qinghu and Baihu closely followed behind, laden with bags filled with Emily's purchases. Great, let's go together then. Invite my sister. She is delightful. And you two will surely hit it off, Princess Yinling suggested, handing her items to Lucia. Actually, our northern streets are also worth exploring. The weather is warm there, and we produce an abundance of fruits. The streets are filled with their fragrance. Moreover, our northern garments are quite fashionable, unlike your tightly wrapped attire in Diqian. It can be quite stifling. She winked at Emily playfully. Emily chuckled softly. Could it be that in your region, one can wear crop tops? Indeed, crop tops. Princess Yinling nodded enthusiastically. Emily's eyes sparkled with excitement. I want to try it too. I brought a few with me. Next time, I shall bring it over for you to try. We are not so different, and it should fit you well. Indeed, the two of them strolled along, engaged in joyous conversation, while the Qinghu and Baihu exchanged glances, sensing that these topics were perhaps not meant for their ears. That young lady is quite lovely. Would you care to entertain this old man? A drunken fool, emerging from the shadows, blocked the path of Emily and Princess Yinling, leering at Emily with a lascivious gaze. Emily frowned, taking a step back in disdain. Qinghu narrowed his eyes, poised to confront the ruffian, when suddenly, a swift kick sent the drunkard sprawling. Ouch! Who struck me? The drunkard's bottle shattered, and he lay on the ground, lamenting his misfortune. In broad daylight. How dare you harass a lady? It seems you are courting death. Prince Jinyu, brandishing his robes and fan, glared fiercely at the fallen man. Get lost at once. The drunken man, now sobered by fear at the sight of the noble's exquisite attire, scrambled away in a panic. Emily raised an eyebrow, appraising the elegantly dressed Prince Jinyu, thinking to herself, a classic case of a hero saving a damsel in distress, akin to an ancient drama. Are you both unharmed? Prince Jinyu inquired, his gaze filled with genuine concern. We are fine, thank you, kind sir, Princess Yinling replied with a charming smile. Emily merely shook her head, acknowledging that even without the prince's intervention, Qinghu and Baihu would have seen the ruffian off. Yet, given his earnestness, a word of gratitude was indeed in order. Noticing Emily's silence, Prince Jinyu continued, this beastly nation, a mere speck on the map, allows such scoundrels to roam its streets unchallenged. It speaks volumes of its lawlessness. Were this in our Jin kingdom, such miscreants would have long been apprehended and dealt with severely. Baihu stepped forward, saying, So, is you, Prince Jinyu of the Jin kingdom. I extend my gratitude on behalf of my lady for your timely assistance. Chapter 88, Prince Jinyu. Prince Jinyu displayed a fleeting look of surprise before quickly masking it. There is no need for thanks. I believe anyone witnessing such a scene would have acted similarly. At that moment, Emily spoke up, Thank you, Prince Jinyu. We shall take our leave. She nodded gracefully in appreciation. With that, Emily took Princess Yinling by the hand and continued on their way, while Prince Jinyu watched their retreating figures, a knowing smile gracing his lips. He then turned and ascended to the second floor of the tavern. My lord, that young woman is already wed. Perhaps it is best to reconsider. The previously drunken man, now fully sober, flattered from the private room on the second floor. Prince Jinyu sat upon a round stool, wine cup in hand, his gaze entranced, yet harboring a sinister intent. That woman possesses an innocent visage, yet there is a hint of seduction in her eyes. Every gesture is captivating. Clearly, she has experienced the ways of men and women. Indeed, she is a married beauty. Such women possess true allure, and I find myself drawn to them. His eyes, peering through the window, followed the direction in which Emily had departed, revealing an expression of determined ambition. The small figure observed that the women were dressed in an elegant manner, unmistakably the wives and daughters of officials, surrounded by highly skilled bodyguards. Could the prince dare to seize them openly? The drunken man's eyes flickered as he hesitated to speak. Prince Jinyu let out a cold snort, his face revealing a murderous intent. What was a mere beast nation to him? Even if he desired the concubine of Zhu Wuze, would he not have the audacity to refuse? Moreover, she was merely a woman. He would not dare, had it not been for that god of slaughter. The iron cavalry of the Jin kingdom would have long since trampled this beast nation flat. Recalling Mo Li's appearance, he could not help but add, keep a close watch on her and see to which family she belongs. Tonight, deliver her to my bed, and once I tire of her, return her. Understood. I shall go at once. I will certainly retrieve the beauty for the prince. The drunken man grinned lecherously. Our prince is exceptionally handsome. Perhaps the beauty will linger. Reluctant to depart, the drunken man chuckled in a most indecent manner. By the way, after tonight, tomorrow I must visit that god of slaughter. Are the gifts prepared? Suddenly recalling the Jin King's instructions to visit the god of slaughter residing in the beast nation to curry favor, Prince Jinyu nodded in satisfaction. Everything is ready. The nine-dragon ring is unparalleled in the world. The god of slaughter is sure to appreciate it. The drunken man nodded eagerly. Prince Jinyu, pleased, remarked, no wonder the god of slaughter has lingered in this beast nation for so long without returning. The women here truly make one weak at the knees. I have no desire to leave now that I have arrived. He smirked wickedly. Unbeknownst to them, Mo Li was accompanied not only by those two individuals, but also by dozens of hidden guards in the shadows, who heard every word spoken. Before long, the news reached Liu Ye's ears. On the long street, the Silver Bell Princess pointed at a crowd gathered at the street corner. Why are there so many people over there? Curious, Mo Li walked towards the commotion. Filthy woman, a base prostitute. This is what you sell. Yet you dare to strike me with a teapot. A burly man cursed, kicking and punching the frail woman on the ground. The woman lay there, bruised and battered. Her clothes in disarray, a significant amount of her hair torn out. She curled up on the ground, enduring the excruciating pain, crying out, I am a performer. I sell only my art, not my body. The brute, unsatisfied, grabbed her hair and kicked her in the face. I'll make you sell your art and not your body. I'll kill you. The woman's cries were heart-wrenching. The onlookers, a group of men, derided her. A prostitute is a prostitute. What pretense of virtue is this? Aren't you selling your body? Indeed, I suspect you disdain this man for his lack of wealth. Had he been affluent, you would have eagerly welcomed him, shedding your clothes. Gold-digging wench. Kill her, shouted a man clad in tattered clothes, his eyes filled with rage. He recalled how women demanded dowries for marriage, seeing them all as greedy harlots deserving of punishment. Encouraged by the jeers of the crowd, the burly man became even more enraged. How dare you look down on me for being poor? He tore at the woman's clothing, declaring, I'll deal with you right here. Let you pretend to be virtuous. Upon the utterance of those words, the air was filled with the raucous cheers of men nearby, some even reveling in the misfortune, claiming they too had queued or had even cut in line. The woman on the ground trembled uncontrollably, her eyes brimming with terror as she clutched her garments desperately, crying out in anguish, no. Yet the brute's strength was overwhelming. With just a few swift motions, he tore her clothing apart, revealing an odious grin. Not a single soul intervened, and some onlookers leaned in to get a better view. In utter despair, the woman shut her eyes, attempting to bite her tongue in a bid for death. But suddenly, that filthy hand halted. The brute let out a shriek, collapsing to the side. Do not fear. It is over. A melodious female voice rang in her ears, akin to celestial music, bestowing upon her a glimmer of hope. Mo Li produced a cloak she had just purchased, enveloping the woman tightly within its folds. The courtesan slowly opened her eyes, meeting Mo Li's concerned yet furious gaze. She stood in shock for a few moments before turning to see the brute writhing in agony on the ground. Realizing she had been saved, she clutched Mo Li's garment with desperation, breaking down into tears. That corner of fabric felt like a lifeline stretching from the heavens into the depths of hell. She dared not let go. Mo Li's expression softened, her eyes glistening with unshed tears as she clenched her jaw and declared, not a single one shall escape. Ching, who acknowledged her command, then proceeded to snap the brute's wrist. The men who had been watching nearby attempted to flee, but were swiftly apprehended by the stealthy guards who descended from above. "This is none of our concern. We did not harm anyone. We did nothing," they protested indignantly. "Who are you to prevent our departure? Someone help. There are people trying to apprehend us in broad daylight. Ani, do not leave. Help us report this to the authorities. I wish to see who dares to act so brazenly beneath the emperor's gaze." One man in tattered clothing called out to a passing woman, but she cast him a disdainful glance and walked away without a second thought. The tattered man muttered a curse under his breath. Old hag. Those who had previously boistered their bravado now fell into a state of panic, shouting in disarray. Montakli, overhearing their words, found herself laughing in anger. Yet she understood that arguing with such scoundrels was futile. Riffraff would always remain riffraff. Among them, a scholar-like man shifted his gaze and said, "Good-hearted souls, you have misjudged this situation. This man is innocent, and we are innocent as well. That woman escaped from the Yihong courtyard, having sold herself since childhood, lowly born, and having deceived this noble gentleman out of a considerable sum. It was only in a fit of rage that he acted against her." He smiled, bowing slightly, attempting to twist the tale as he recognized the group's distinguished attire, understanding they were not to be trifled with. Upon hearing his words, the crowd echoed their agreement. The brute on the ground gritted his teeth, adding, "It was that wretched woman who deceived me." The courtesan shook her head vehemently in indignation. "No, I am not a prostitute. I am a performer. I do not sell my body. Do not believe them. I have not deceived anyone. It was he who sought to humiliate me, and I merely struck him in self-defense. I believe you. Do not fear. I shall avenge you." Emoli softly reassured her, gently patting her back in comfort. Emoli felt an overwhelming chill as she witnessed the indignity inflicted upon the woman, publicly beaten, stripped of her clothing, and surrounded by a group of men who not only failed to intervene, but cheered on the barbarity. It was utterly absurd, too absurd indeed, especially in broad daylight. What would happen in the shadows? Princess Yinling crouched beside the courtesan, her face flushed with anger. "Sister Emoli, what do you intend to do?" she inquired. Emoli snorted coldly, articulating each word with precision. "Of course, we shall repay them in kind. Do they not relish the spectacle? Do they not enjoy witnessing a woman stripped bare?" She turned to Qinghu, commanding, "Go to the yamen and fetch a few prison carts. Strip them of their garments and parade them through the streets. Let them experience the humiliation of being the center of attention." Rising, Emoli coldly instructed Qinghu, "I shall go. A public parade in the nude would indeed be entertaining." Baihu smirked, then gracefully took to the air and departed. The scholar, aghast, protested, "Fetch prison carts? No, I'm a scholar. I implore you, do not make me parade. What give you the right to act so?" He bellowed, "I will report this to the authorities." The patchcloth man cursed, and with a swift motion, struck his hidden guard. "Silence. I am a law here." At these words, the onlooker's legs turned to jelly as they nearly collapsed to the ground. "We have families to care for. How can we face the world after this? We have done nothing." One of them cried, "What about him? He was the one who struck her." A stout man shouted in anger, "Indeed, it is all his fault. He assaulted a woman and stripped her." Seeing that they could not confront Mo Lee's group, they turned their ire upon the burly man, hoping for his punishment to spare them. The man, his eyes blazing with pain, stammered, "You were not saying this moments ago?" Mo Lee cast a frosty glance at him, then addressed the gathered men. "I have done nothing to you. I merely wish for you to take a ride in the carts for a while. Once your tour is complete, you will be free to return home. Quite fair, wouldn't you agree?" As for him, Emoli knelt before the courtesan, saying, "You may decide his fate." The courtesan nodded gratefully, her cheeks stained with tears, glaring at the man on the ground. Through gritted teeth, she declared, "This world has more than just courtesans. There are male brothels too. Since he so despises courtesans, let him experience that instead." Princess Yinling looked on with confusion. Yet Emoli understood. A male brothel? It was likely akin to a courtesan's house, merely populated by men. Very well, let us send him there. But not before giving him a sound beating and parading him naked. Emoli smiled. Hearing this, the burly man felt as if struck by lightning. desperately pleading for mercy. Having lost all bravado, you claim to be a courtesan. What do you practice? Princess Yinling urged Liu Xia to assist her in standing. My name is Yunmi, and I play the Kong Ho. I am a courtesan from the Yuan Nan establishment, Yunmi answered truthfully. I also play the Kong Ho. You cannot remain here any longer. Why not come with me? Princess Yinling said tenderly. Yunmi hesitated for a moment, then knelt before Mo Li and Princess Yinling, thanking them profusely for their life-saving grace. Liu Xia gently held her back, saying, Do not kneel. Look at your injuries. Princess Yinling called out to Guiqin, instructing Guiqin, Please escort her back to the manor and seek the physician to tend to her wounds. Guiqin, wearing an impassive expression, acknowledged with a simple yes before leading Yunmi away. Mo Li gazed in the direction of Yunmi's departure and sighed. Those who have never felt the lash of the whip remain blissfully unaware of its sting. Look at them. When the tables turn, will they still be so flippant? Princess Yinling cast a thoughtful glance at Mo Li and hesitantly responded, Sister, you speak truthfully, yet they have not committed any wrongdoing. Is this not excessive? Mo Li shook her head. Excessive? Compared to the atrocities of the aggressor. The indifference of bystanders is equally disheartening. I cannot believe that those men, if they truly wished to intervene, would have been unable to do so. They are all accomplices. Princess Yinling appeared contemplative. It is growing late. You should return, she suggested. I too must depart. As for the procession, let Qinghu and the others handle it. Mo Li rubbed her waist, feeling fatigued after a long day of wandering, having been both the damsel in distress and the savior of another. Her mood soured at the mere sight of those individuals. Very well, I shall take my leave. Sister, do return swiftly. Princess Yinling performed a courteous bow. Mo Li nodded in acknowledgement, waving her hand, Be cautious on your way, and remember my cropped top. Princess Yinling smiled warmly, I understand. Once she had departed, Mo Li's smile faded, and she turned to face the burly man. Lowering herself to the ground, she spoke in a hushed tone, her smile devoid of warmth. Do you know what the male charm pavilion is? From now on, you shall serve men, and those men possess many peculiar tastes. You look down upon women and scorn courtesans, yet now you find yourself in a position even lower than theirs. TSK, I wish you the best of luck. With that, she disregarded the man's mix of fury and fear and made her way back home. Mo Li felt a surge of satisfaction within her. Wickedness ought to be met with retribution, lest the virtuous lose heart. No wonder the heroes in dramas swiftly rise to defend the downtrodden. Such a feeling is undeniably exhilarating. She mused to herself, her steps growing noticeably lighter. At the Bixiao Manor, dusk had settled, painting the sky in hues of crimson as the sun slowly descended. The evening was alive with the chorus of insects, and the frogs in the pond croaked merrily. Mo Li strolled along the cobblestone path, occasionally brushing against the rare flowers and plants that lined her way. She headed towards the study in search of Luya, eager to share her afternoon's adventures. In the study, the scent of heavy incense wafted through the air as tendrils of smoke spiraled upward. Luya reclined languidly in a golden silk wood chair, idly toying with a dagger in his hand. His voice was cold as he inquired, Have you eliminated all those who followed? Replying to the prince, All have been dispatched. Came the response from a kneeling shadow guard. And what are the others? Luya's gaze shifted to the man on the floor. There were two groups tailing the princess. The other group belongs to whom? Luya unsheathed his dagger, its blade glinting ominously. They are from the palace of the Beast King, sent to track Princess Yinling. My men only dealt with those under Jinyu. Luya's eyes narrowed. But Jinyu, does he not intend to visit me tomorrow? I shall be awaiting his arrival. Luya's lips curled into a bloodthirsty arc, the murderous aura radiating from him causing the shadow guards on the ground to shudder. He could already foresee Jinyu's fate. The prince would take matters into his own hands, leaving no corpse intact. Furthermore, the procession ordered by the princess had already commenced, and all had been stripped bare. Luya chuckled lightly, acknowledging the situation, and said, Go ahead. Yes, the shadow guard replied, and then turned to leave. Chapter 90. Complaining to Luya on the way home, Beast Kingdom Palace, that wretched Yinling. How dare she covet the prince? Zhu Lingling swept the items off the table with her sleeve, gritting her teeth as she shouted. Her originally beautiful features were marred by a grotesque expression, tarnishing her elegant demeanor and rendering her repulsive. Gasping for breath, she cast a fierce glance at the guards on the ground, demanding, "Tell me, what happened after Yin Ling entered the prince's residence?" After Princess Yin Ling entered the residence, we could not follow her inside and could only wait at the entrance. After a long while, Princess Yin Ling emerged with a beautiful woman from the residence, and they strolled about the streets for quite some time, the guard nervously reported. Kneeling still, "A beautiful woman from the prince's residence? Who is she?" Zhu Lingling coldly inquired as she sat down. The maid beside her carefully tidied the mess on the floor, anxious not to make a sound that might provoke the princess's wrath. "I do not know." The guard shook his head helplessly. The name of the beautiful woman echoed in Zhu Lingling's mind, and suddenly she thought of something. Could she resemble the concubine Li in the cold palace? The guard recalled and nodded. She does bear some resemblance. So it is her. That maid. Zhu Lingling adjusted her disheveled hair and casually remarked, "She is merely a maid, of no significance." Perhaps the prince simply asked her to accompany that wretched Yin Ling. She would not dare refuse. "Princess, should we not take some action?" The princess had only seen the prince at the last banquet. If Yin Ling were to seize the opportunity, would that not be preposterous? Zhu Lingling's sharp voice resonated throughout the chamber as she further inquired, "What is that maid's name?" "I heard from those close to Consort Lin that her name seems to be Li," a maid standing nearby recalled after some thought. Zhu Lingling took the tea offered by the maid, sipped it, and said, "Li is hosting an autumn flower gathering in a few days. Send an invitation to Bai Shao Mansion, inviting her to attend." "Your Highness is astute. By getting close to that maid, we may also draw nearer to the prince." The maid eagerly concurred. The prince publicly took a liking to that maid, which indicates he must have some affection for her. However, a maid is but a maid. At most, she can only be a concubine. The position of the regent's wife in the Deqian kingdom is not something just anyone can attain. I hope she possesses a modicum of self-awareness and assists this princess well. Otherwise, Zhu Lingling let out a low laugh, though the mirth did not reach her eyes, sending chills down the spine. A mere maid. How could she dare refuse the princess? Once the princess entered the prince's residence, she would have to rely on the princess's favor. The maid continued to echo Zhu Lingling's sentiments. Those who are perceptive live long. Those who are not should not blame this princess for being ruthless. Zhu Lingling gazed out the window, her peach blossom eyes reflecting a sinister glint. "Luya, I am infuriated today. Do you know what I just encountered on the streets?" As Li entered, the sound of her voice preceded her. She crossed the threshold and glanced around the study, spotting Luya seated at the desk. With a serious expression, she approached him. "Luya, did you know that a man was actually beating a woman in the street? He was kicking her mercilessly. It nearly drove me mad." She placed her hands on her hips, standing beside Luya, animatedly recounting the incident. As she reached the more passionate parts of her story, she gestured emphatically, exclaiming, "I wished I could have kicked him to death." Luya leaned back slightly, his head raised, listening quietly to her words. He found her lively demeanor quite endearing. He played along, feigning surprise and anger, ultimately praising her for her righteous indignation. "You did well today, Ali. You were quite the heroine." He reached out, taking her small hand and gently squeezing it. Emoli, caught up in her fervor, asked, "You think what I did was right, don't you?" The Silver Bell Princess said, "I might have gone a bit too far, but I believe in treating them with the same cruelty they exhibit, don't you think?" Luya nodded in agreement, affirming that they deserved it. Yet, he mused to himself that Ali's methods were still too gentle. The young girl had a soft heart. If it were him, he would have done much more than merely strip those men and parade them around. As for the man who struck the woman, he would have sent him to the male charm club afterward, ensuring he received a fitting punishment. Emoli narrowed her eyes, saying exactly. She leaned closer to his ear, explaining further. Luya's eyes widened in shock as he stared at Emoli. "How do you know about such places?" With an innocent expression, Emoli replied, "I just guessed. The male charm club, it's a place that attracts customers with male allure, right? The name is quite fitting. It's immediately understandable." Luya's expression darkened in an instant. "Is that so? What else do you know?" Emoli paused for a moment, then mysteriously responded, "Well, quite a bit. actually, but sensing his change in demeanor, she abruptly shifted topics. It's outrageous. Any man who hits a woman is no good. I must go see how the parade is faring. She stood up, pretending to leave, but Luya swiftly pulled her back. Emoli stumbled and fell into his embrace. What are you doing? He tucked a stray lock of hair behind her ear and urged, Tell me, what else do you know? His voice was calm, yet his tone brooked no refusal. Really, I don't know anything more, Emoli replied, feeling inexplicably guilty under his gaze, though she couldn't quite pinpoint why. Luya's eyes were serene, yet a tempest brewed beneath the surface. His hand slowly moved down to her waist, applying gentle pressure. Will you speak? Instinctively, Emoli leaned forward, finding herself pressed against him. When she looked up, she was met with the sharp line of his jaw and those eyes filled with menace. Their breaths intertwined, the tension palpable between them. As Emoli's cheeks flushed with embarrassment, she hastily lowered her head, stammering, What should I say? About matters between men. Luya trapped her in his embrace, rendering her escape impossible. Emoli's hands rested on his shoulders, her expression a blend of awkwardness and distress. How could she possibly voice such things? She dared to glance up briefly before quickly averting her gaze, murmuring softly, I was wrong. Can we not speak of it? Luya, unfazed, began to methodically unbutton her garment, his face betraying no emotion. Emoli, unable to deter him, panicked completely. Until the last button at her waist was undone, she grasped his hand, her face contorted in a frown as she protested. I'll speak. I'll speak. Is this not akin to what that violent man does? How can you compare me to him? Stripping someone at the slightest whim? Luya narrowed his eyes, his displeasure evident. You dare compare me to him? Emoli clutched her clothing, a hint of indignation in her demeanor. You struck me as well. When did I strike you? Luya's voice was low and resonant. Yesterday. Isn't spanking someone a form of hitting? Emoli blurted out, feeling a touch aggrieved. Luya chuckled, his laughter reverberating in his chest as he pinched the soft flesh at her waist. Stop diverting the topic and speak. Emoli pouted, noticing his hand's renewed movement, and reluctantly complied, bracing herself as she spoke. With each word she uttered, Luya's expression darkened, becoming increasingly fearsome. As she continued, her small face scrunched up in distress, she exclaimed, You insisted I speak. Luya's smile turned dangerous. Is there more? There's none left. Her heart sank at the thought of losing face. She felt as though she might perish from embarrassment. Truly none? Luya's gaze remained fixed on her, silent. Indeed, I swear, I have revealed everything. Emoli nearly burst into tears. At last, Luya withdrew his hand, and Emoli, feeling utterly weak and drenched in sweat, collapsed against his chest. After a few labored breaths, she finally composed herself, her nose tinged with frustration. This is so unfair. I'd rather be a snake than endure this. Being human is far from pleasant. Luya dismissed her lament with indifference, lifting her effortlessly. Are you hungry? Let us dine. Suddenly airborne, Emoli instinctively wrapped her arms around his neck. I can walk myself. Luya fixed her with a deep gaze before gently setting her down. As her feet touched the ground, a sense of relief washed over Emoli. She shot him a resentful glare. I shall never return to your study. Had I known, I'd have preferred death to becoming human. Luya chuckled at her expression, taking her small hand in his. Come now, outside. The moonlight cast a mesmerizing glow against the darkened sky, where scattered stars twinkled faintly, accompanied by the distant chirping of insects and croaking of frogs. The night air, unlike the sweltering day, was perfectly temperate, a gentle breeze lifting the edges of their garments, offering a refreshing coolness. The ancient courtyard, with its time-honored architecture, boasted decor meticulously crafted by palace artisans, exuding an air of elegance and refinement. Emoli followed Luya, and as she walked, her spirits lifted considerably upon witnessing the scenery. An evening stroll felt rather pleasant. She couldn't help but sigh. Luya glanced at her and remarked with a hint of melancholy, Can snakes take a stroll? Only humans can. Emoli thought to herself. This person may not voice it, but he certainly holds grudges. She had merely complained that being human was less desirable than being a snake. Yet he took it to heart. How petty. The next morning, at the entrance of the Baishao mansion, a servant courteously announced, "Our lord has instructed that upon the arrival of Prince Jinyu, he may enter directly." Jinyu felt a mix of surprise and delight, exclaiming, "The killing god knows of my arrival. Please lead the way." The group entered the Baishao mansion. "Your Highness, it appears the killing god holds you in high regard, treating you with such respect," whispered a drunken man who had approached Jinyu. Jinyu, filled with pride, raised his chin and declared, "Our Jin kingdom is vast and prosperous, with formidable military strength. Naturally, the killing god would regard me highly." Suddenly, he recalled something. "By the way, has the person we were tracking yesterday returned?" "No, not a single soul has come back, and those sent to search for them have found nothing," the drunken man replied, shaking his head. "How peculiar. Never mind, let us meet the killing god." Jinyu strode confidently, but as he turned corner after corner, he found himself venturing deeper into unfamiliar territory. Where is this? Why does it seem to grow more remote? Where's the killing god? He couldn't help but inquire. The shadowy guide responded coolly, "Our lord is just ahead. Follow closely." Jinyu furrowed his brow but dismissed his doubts, continuing to follow the shadowy figure. "You all wait outside. Please, Prince Jin, you may enter alone," the guide stated coldly, halting before a desolate courtyard. Jinyu felt a pang of confusion but nodded, addressing the others, "Very well, you wait here. Take care of the gifts I brought for the killing god." With that, he ventured inside alone. Unbeknownst to him, the guide's gaze was one of disdain, as if regarding a corpse. Upon entering, Jinyu found himself silenced, bound to a torture rack. His eyes widened in terror as he finally took in the gruesome scene within the courtyard, filled with bloodied instruments of torture that made his scalp tingle. He struggled desperately. "But to your highness, I heard you heroically saved a beauty yesterday." Liu Ya's expression remained inscrutable as he exerted a slight force on his wrist, driving the dagger into his scapula and slicing downwards along the direction of the muscle fibers. The wound was deep enough to reveal bone, extending directly to his side. And in an instant, blood flowed profusely, pooling on the ground. Jinyu let out a heart-wrenching scream, struggling desperately, causing the torture rack to rattle violently. He stammered, "Indeed,